Thalwen woke with a dragon's mark scorching her skin, and a storm-wounded beast trapped beneath her camp. Their bond was instant, deadly, and neither wanted it. Now they must survive together, in a world where hunters kill dragons and their riders. What happens when hate becomes the only thing keeping you alive? Stormbound by Ash, a web novel, Romantasy. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. Pain woke her first. Not the usual road ache from sleeping on stone. This was different. Hot. Wrong. A slow fire eating through the bone beneath her left collarbone, spreading roots of heat down into her chest and up along her throat. Thalwen gasped and clawed at her shirt, fingers finding skin that felt blistered, raised, alive with something that should not be there. Dawnlight bled gray through the canyon's narrow mouth. Her camp was a fire ledge, a shallow overhang she had found the night before, high enough to keep the night's cold off the ground, but open enough to see the full sweep of broken stone below. She had chosen it because the approach was visible from 3 directions, because nothing could reach her without being seen first. She had been wrong. Thalwen shoved the collar of her tunic down and stared at her own skin. A glyph blazed there, etched in gold that seemed to shift and pulse under the surface, a tight knot of lines and curves no ink could have made. It did not look like a wound. It looked like a seal. Like something that had been waiting, buried just beneath her flesh, and had chosen this moment to burn its way out. Her breath came fast. Her hand shook against the mark. Below the ledge, where the canyon floor narrowed into a rubble-choked gully, a shape lay wedged between 2 slabs of broken stone. Dark, vast, not rock. Thalwen's body knew before her mind did. The glyph flared, heat lanced through her chest, and the world opened. It hit her like a fall. Grief so old and so sharp it had no edges left, only weight. Cold rain on a face she could not see. Rage, banked and burning, the kind that had been nursed through decades because it was cheaper than hope. And vertigo. Not her own vertigo, but a creature's awareness of a body too large for the space it had fallen into, of wings pinned, of breath that came in wet, uneven heaves. Thalwen's knees buckled. She caught herself on the ledge's edge, stone biting her palms. No. The word was hers. She meant it. But the presence in her skull did not retreat. It coiled there, alien and immense, and through it she felt him. The slow leak of blood from a deep wound in his side, the grinding protest of a foreleg twisted wrong beneath his own weight, the hollow scrape of air through a torn lung. A dragon, wedged in the gully below her fire ledge, bleeding out. Dying. And if he died, the bond would snap, and the fire in her collarbone would burn her hollow from the inside out. Thalwen did not stop to think. She moved, boots skidding on loose scree as she half climbed, half fell down the canyon wall, hands finding holds that scraped her palms raw. The glyph pulsed with every beat of her heart, and with every pulse, she felt him more clearly. The rasp of his thoughts, the hot animal panic buried under layers of self-control, the exhaustion that had gone past bone deep into something that felt like surrender. She hit the canyon floor hard, staggered, and came up standing 3 paces from his head. He was enormous. Even half crushed between the stone slabs, even slick with blood and canyon dust, he filled her seer. His hide was the color of a storm sky, dark gray shot through with veins of pale silver, and his scales were scarred across the muzzle and along one shoulder in patterns that looked deliberate, like old battle marks written in healed tissue. One eye was open. It fixed on her with a clarity that did not match the ruin of his body. Gold. His eye was gold, ringed in black, and it held her with the weight of something that had been alive longer than she had been breathing. You. The word was not sound. It landed inside her skull, resonant and furious, carrying the same texture as the grief she had felt on the ledge. What did you do? It was not a question. It was an accusation. I didn't do anything. Thalwen's voice came out raw. She pressed a hand to her collarbone where the glyph burned. and the contact sent a jolt of shared sensation through the bond. Her own panic mirrored back at her, doubled, tripled. I was sleeping. I woke up with this thing on my skin, and then you were here. I did not choose you. The words cut through her explanation like talons through flesh. His rage was not hot, it was old. It was the kind of cold that came from watching everything you had ever loved turn to ash, and it made her feel small and young and unbearably foolish. I didn't choose you either, she snapped. I don't even know how this happened. Liar. The single word cracked through the bond with enough force to make her flinch. Pain radiated from his side, a hot throb that she felt in her own ribs, and she gasped, doubling over with her hands braced on her knees. I'm not... She bit down on the denial. He was dying. She could feel it. The bond was a window, and through it she saw the shape of his injuries. The torn muscle, the slow bleed, the lung that would not fully inflate, and beneath all of it, the cold certainty that he had flown here to die. I would not have come to you, he said, and his voice in her mind was quieter now, tired in a way that made her chest ache. I would never have chosen another rider. Not after... The thought broke off. The grief flooded back, and Thalwen saw a flash of something that was not her memory. A figure in a burning hall. A voice she did not recognize calling a name she had never heard. Even. The name hit her like a blade between the ribs. She did not know how she knew it, but she did, and the knowing made her feel like she had trespassed on something sacred and broken. The dragon's eye slid half-closed, his breath hitched. No. Thalwen stepped forward before she could stop herself. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to drag me into this and then die. I did not drag you. The bond chose. I don't care what the bond chose. She dropped to her knees beside his head, her hands hovering over the wound in his side, the one she could feel bleeding in time with her own pulse. If you die, I die. So you are going to stay alive until I figure out how to undo whatever this is, and then you can go find a nice cliff to die on alone. Understood? His eye opened fully again. That ring of gold fixed on her with something that might have been contempt, or might have been the first spark of grudging interest. You are very loud. Good. I want you to hear me. I hear you. The words came slowly, dragged out of him through exhaustion and blood loss. But I cannot move. Thalwen looked at the stone slabs pinning him, at the twisted angle of his foreleg, at the blood that had pooled in the gravel beneath him. He was right. He was not going anywhere, and neither was she. The bond pulsed between them, a living thread that had already begun to braid her survival into his. She felt the weight of his body, the drag of his injuries, the thread-thin line of his consciousness fraying at the edges. She was going to have to save him, and she was going to have to do it fast. Tell me what you need, she said, and the words tasted like surrender. His eye closed. For a long, terrible moment she thought he had stopped breathing. Then his voice came through the bond, thin as smoke. Stay close. Thalwen pressed her hand to his scales. They were warm, slick with blood, and beneath them she felt the slow, stubborn rhythm of a heart that had not yet given up. The glyph on her collarbone flared again, and this time she did not fight it. She stayed close. Chapter 2. The daylight came cruel and sharp, slicing through the canyon and turning every shadow into a hard edge. Thalwen knelt beside Corvath with her pack open and her hands shaking, trying to remember which supplies she had, which wounds to prioritize, how to keep a dragon alive when the only thing she knew about dragon anatomy was that they flew and burned things, and apparently did not appreciate being saved. She pulled out her field kit, bandages meant for human limbs, a coil of gut thread for stitching leather, a flask of distilled spirits she had been saving for trade. This was absurd. You are wasting time. Corvath's voice in her skull felt like gravel grinding against bone. She ignored him and pressed the heel of her hand against the wound in his side, the one that bled in shallow pulses. The heat of his blood soaked through her sleeve before she could pull away. Tell me where it hurts most, she said. Everywhere. That is not helpful. It is also not a lie. She bit down on a retort and shifted her weight to get a better angle on the wound. The stone slabs pinning his foreleg had to be moved, but she could not move them alone. She could barely move him at all. What she could do was stop him from bleeding out while she figured out the rest. The bond pulsed between them, raw and unwilling. Every time she touched his scales, she felt a ghost of his pain echo through her own ribs, and she had to pause, breathe, and wait for it to pass before she could continue. "You are frightened." "I am focused," she said, though the word came out thin. "You are frightened," he repeated, and there was no mockery in it, only observation. "I can feel it. You cannot hide from me." She looked up at his eye. That ring of gold watched her with ancient patience, and she hated how much it saw. "I am allowed to be frightened," she said. "I woke up with a mark on my skin and a dragon in my head. I did not ask for this. Neither did I." "Then we agree." She ripped a strip of bandage and pressed it into the wound. "I am going to keep you alive until I find a way to undo the bond, and then we never have to see each other again." A low sound rumbled through his chest. Not a growl, something closer to bitter amusement. "You speak of choice as if it matters now. The bond is not a contract you can void with words. Then I will find someone who can void it with glyphs. There is no one." She stopped. Her hands hovered over his wound, dripping with his blood, and she stared at him with the full weight of her frustration pressing down on her. "There has to be." "There was," he said, and the grief in his voice was so old and so deep that she felt it settle in her own chest like a stone. Even was a warden. He studied bond glyphs for 30 years. He could not undo what was already forged. No one can. The name hit her again. Even. The figure in the burning hall. The memory that was not hers but lived in her skull now like a splinter she could not remove. "What happened to him?" Corvath's eyes slid shut. The bond went quiet, and she felt him pull inward, away from her, as if he had drawn a curtain between them. Not now. Thalwen pressed her lips together and returned to work. She packed the wound with cloth, bound it tight, and moved to the next injury. A gash along his shoulder where something sharp had cut through scale and muscle. She cleaned it with the spirits, and he did not flinch, but she felt the sting of it through the bond, a shimmer of pain that made her own shoulder burn in sympathy. She worked in silence for a long time. The sun climbed higher, turning the canyon into a furnace, and sweat ran down her neck and soaked the collar of her shirt. Her hands were slick with blood, her knees raw from kneeling on gravel, and every movement she made was shadowed by the awareness that she was touching a creature who could kill her with a single bite if he chose. But he did not. He lay still and let her work, and she did not know if that was trust or exhaustion or simply the fact that he had nowhere else to go. When she finished binding what she could, she sat back and wiped her forehead with the back of her hand. Corvath's breathing had steadied. The ragged edge was gone from it, replaced by something deeper and slower. "You are competent," he said, and the words carried something that might have been surprise. "I have spent 3 years keeping myself alive on roads that kill careless people," she said. "Competence is the minimum. It is more than most offer." She did not know what to do with that, so she stood and began packing her supplies. Her legs ached, her back screamed. The glyph on her collarbone throbbed in time with her heartbeat, and she pressed her hand to it without thinking. The bond rippled. Corvath's awareness brushed against hers, and she felt him register her exhaustion, her fear, the brittle edge she was trying to hide. "You need rest. I need to figure out how far I can move without killing both of us." His eye opened, the gold ring fixed on her with sudden, sharp attention. "Do not test the distance." "I have to." She stepped backward, one pace, then another. "I need to know what I am working with." Thalwen. Her name and his voice stopped her cold. It was the first time he had used it, and it sounded strange and heavy on his mental tongue, as if he was not sure he had the right. "Do not," she said. "I am not your rider. I am not your... If you go too far, the bond will snap. You will feel it before I do. The pain will drop you." She kept walking, backward, measuring. The distance stretched between them, and with every step the bond pulled taut, a thread of pressure that tightened across her chest. 2 paces. 3. Her breath caught. The glyph flared, and she felt Corvath's alarm spike through the bond, sharp and hot and full of warning. 5 paces, the pressure became pain. It wrapped around her ribs and squeezed, and she stumbled, catching herself against the canyon wall with one hand. Her vision flickered at the edges. The bond screamed in her skull, a high, thin note of distress that was his and hers, and impossible to separate. 6 paces, her knees buckled. She hit the ground hard, gravel biting into her palms, and the bond howled. Corvath's pain flooded through her, his terror, his fury, the raw animal panic of a creature who did not want to die and hated that he cared enough to fight. Come back. She could not breathe. The bond was crushing her, pulling her toward him with a force that felt like gravity, and she crawled, one hand, then the other, dragging herself across the gravel until the pressure eased, until the howl quieted, until she collapsed against his side with her face pressed to his scales and her lungs burning for air. She lay there, shaking, and felt him breathe. Now you know. She did not answer. She could not. The bond had made its point, and she was still too stunned to argue. The canyon was no longer open. The walls had closed in, and the sky above was just a strip of blue she could not reach. She was bound to a dying dragon and a dead end, and the distance between them was measured not in paces, but in survival. Thalwen lifted her head and looked at him. How long do we have before the hunters find us? Before the bond kills us? Corvath was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice in her mind was thread-thin and honest. Days. Perhaps less if I cannot fly. She pressed her forehead against his scales and closed her eyes. Then we need a plan. And high above, beyond the canyon's rim, a horn sounded. Chapter 3. The horn hung in the air long after it faded, a cold hook pulling the sky tighter around them. Thalwen was on her feet before she made the choice, her body already moving, scanning the canyon walls for ledges, cracks, any path that led up instead of down. Dead end. She had chosen this camp for its shelter, and now shelter was a trap. How close? She asked. Corvath's head lifted from the stone. The movement cost him. She felt it through the bond, a grinding pull across his ribs, close enough that the sound reached us before the echoes died. They know this canyon. Then we cannot stay here. I cannot fly. She turned and looked at him. The morning light caught the silver veins in his hide, the dark crust of blood along his shoulder where the wound still wept. He was enormous and broken and utterly dependent on her, and the bond thrummed between them with the shared rhythm of 2 hearts that would stop together. How far to the nearest cover that is not a dead end? He was quiet. She felt him map the territory in his mind, the old instincts surfacing through the pain. There is a watch cabin, east, cut into the cliff face above the second switchback, abandoned since the treaty fractured. How far? Less than a league. But the canyon mouth opens onto a slide slope. They will see us if I try to clear it on foot. Then you fly. I cannot. You can try. She was already gathering her pack, shoving the bloodied wrappings and the empty medicine tin inside. Because if we walk out of this canyon, they catch us on the slope, and we die on their terms. If you fly, we might die on ours. I will take that trade. She slung the pack over her shoulder and walked to his side. Up close, the damage was worse than she remembered. The tear in his chest wall pumped air with every breath, a wet rasp that made her ribs ache in sympathy. His foreleg was bent at an angle that would never heal without a warden's care, and the bond carried the low, constant throb of fever starting to build. But his eye met hers, gold ringed in black, ancient and furious and alive. If I fall, you will not survive the landing. Then do not fall. She climbed. There was no grace to it. She grabbed the ridge of his shoulder and pulled herself up, finding footholds in the scales, ignoring the way his muscles flinched beneath her weight. The bond flooded her with his pain, the protest of torn tissue and grinding bone, and she bit down on the inside of her cheek until she tasted copper. She settled behind his neck, legs clamped against the curve of his spine, one hand gripping the base of a horn ridge. The position felt wrong. She had never ridden anything larger than a pack mule, and this was nothing like that. This was clinging to a living storm that could barely breathe. "Hold tight." "I am holding." The world dropped. Corvath lunged from the stone, wings snapping open with a crack that echoed off the canyon walls. The first beat drove them upward, a savage, graceless surge that nearly threw her from his back. She locked her knees and pressed her face into his neck, and the bond exploded with vertigo. The ground fell away. The sky tilted. Her stomach rose and her vision grayed, and she felt everything he felt. The fire in his chest, the scream of his shoulder joint, the desperate animal need to climb. His wing beats were ragged, uneven, each one a battle against the pull of gravity and the weight of his own failing body. The canyon walls blurred past. The wind tore at her hair and dried the sweat on her skin, and she tasted the cold altitude in her teeth. "Do not look down." She looked down. The canyon floor was a thread of gravel and shadow, falling away at a speed that made no sense. The rock walls tipped and swayed as Corvath banked, fighting for altitude, and she felt the exact moment his injured foreleg gave way beneath the strain. The bone shifted. His roar tore through her skull, and her own arm spasmed in sympathy, the ghost of his fracture throbbing in her bones. "Keep going," she said. Her voice was barely a scrape in the wind. "Keep going." The canyon mouth widened. The slide slope opened beneath them, a long gray tongue of scree and broken shale that spilled into a valley of wind-bent pines. And beyond it, the cliff face rose, sheer and dark, with a watch cabin wedged into a ledge like a bird's nest clinging to a wall. There. He was failing. She felt it in the slowing of his wing beats, the shudder running through his frame, the growing darkness at the edge of his awareness that was not hers but bled into hers anyway. The cabin grew closer. The ledge rushed up. Corvath's wings locked. They fell. The impact drove the air from her lungs. They hit the ledge hard, skidding across the stone, and she felt his injured legs snap again as he tried to catch them. His body rolled and she was thrown, tumbling across the rough planks of the cabin's porch until her shoulder slammed into the wall, and she stopped. She lay there, gasping, the world still spinning behind her eyes. The bond pulsed with Corvath's pain, a dark, endless tide that made her stomach clench. He was not moving. She pushed herself up. Her arms shook. Her legs felt like wet rope, and she crawled across the porch to where he lay, half on the ledge, half draped over the cabin's threshold. His eye was open, fixed on her, and in it she saw the reflection of something she did not want to name. "They are here." She turned. Below, tiny as ants against the gray of the slide slope, riders emerged from the canyon mouth. They fanned out across the scree, scanning the valley, and one of them pointed up, straight at the cabin. Thalwen pressed her hand to Corvath's neck and felt the rapid, thready pulse of a heart working too hard. "We made it," she said. The words tasted like ash. "Now we hide." Chapter 4. The cabin smelled of rot and old dust. Thalwen shoved the door open with her shoulder and stood in the threshold, braced for a fight that never came. The room was a single chamber, a dead fireplace, a collapsed cot, a shelf of rusted tins, and a floor scattered with dried pine needles and bird droppings. Cold light fell through a cracked window, and the wind hissed through gaps in the log wall. She turned. Corvath had not moved from the porch. He lay where he had crashed, half on the ledge, half propped against the cabin frame, one eye tracking her movement with the slow precision of something conserving the last of its strength. "Well, it is a roof," she said. "You can complain once we are both inside." She grabbed his foreleg. The contact sent a spike of his pain up her arm, broken bone grinding against torn muscle, and she bit down hard and pulled. He shifted, dragging his bulk across the threshold, and the floorboards groaned beneath him. She guided him as far from the door as the room allowed, which was not far. His tail curled against the wall. His head came to rest on the hearthstones, and she watched the tension drain from his neck in small, reluctant degrees. The door would not close with his wing draped across the opening. She shoved it until the hinges bent and the latch caught against the frame, sealing them in dimness. They had maybe 3 hours of light left, maybe less. She inventoried the cabin while he watched. The tins held dried beans, salt, something that had once been fish and now resembled leather. The top frame was salvageable if she could find something to sling across it. There was no wood for the fireplace, but a warped crate behind the cabin held a stack of split pine, half rotten but burnable. She built a fire with hands that would not stop shaking, convinced the hunters could smell the smoke from the valley floor. Darkness settled. The flames cast long shadows across the walls, and the heat reached Corvath's side of the room before hers. She sat against the wall, knees drawn up, watching him breathe. The bond carried the rasp of his lungs, the slow, uneven rhythm of a heart working too hard. "We need to talk about food," she said. "There is none. There are beans, and the fish. The fish is inedible. It might be edible if we boil it long enough. I would rather starve." She laughed. The sound surprised her, and his eyes shifted to her face, and she wondered if he had felt the surprise too. The bond carried everything. There was no hiding from him in a room this small. "You cannot hunt," she said, "and I am not leaving you to scavenge at Dead-End Cliff, so we ration what we have and hope the road south opens before the hunters find a way up. The road south is watched. Then we go east, through the old warden paths. Those paths are sealed. They were sealed. Seals break." She pulled her private folio from her pack, the leather cover worn soft from years of handling. "I have maps that show the old waystations. If any of them still hold supplies, we can stretch our reach." She did not tell him she had mapped those routes before she understood what the markings meant, that she had drawn them from memories she did not remember having. "You have been to those waystations." It was not a question. "I do not know," she said, and the admission tasted like failure. "I have the marks. I do not have the memory." The fire popped. A coal stittered across the stone. "You are not the only one missing pieces of Ridgemere." She looked up, but his eye had closed, and his attention had folded inward, away from her. She felt it recede like a tide pulling back, leaving her alone on the shore of her own skin. She did not press him, not yet. They slept in shifts. She took the first watch, sitting cross-legged by the fire with her back to the wall and her knife across her knees. The wind picked up after midnight, driving sleet against the window, and the cabin grew cold, despite the flames. Corvath's breathing deepened into something that might have been true rest, and the bond quieted to a low thrum beneath her ribs, the steady presence of another heartbeat beside her own. She woke him when the fire burned low. He did not argue, and she curled into the corner he had vacated, the stones still warm from his body. The last thing she felt before sleep pulled her under was the brush of his awareness against hers, a brief, unguarded touch. Then it withdrew. She dreamed of Ash, not the cabin, not Corvath. A wide stone hall filled with heat and the roar of fire, and voices screaming in a language she almost understood. She was running. Someone was pulling her arm, dragging her toward a door that kept shrinking, and the air was so thick with smoke she could not tell if her eyes were open or closed. A man's voice cut through the roar. "Get her out! Get her out now!" She woke with soot in her mouth. The fire had burned to embers. The cabin was dark, and the wind had died to a whisper, and Corvath was trembling. She sat up. Her heart was still pounding from the dream, and she pressed a hand to her chest to feel if it was real. The bond pulsed with something raw and formless. Grief, she realized, not hers. "Corvath." He did not answer. His body was rigid, his claws digging grooves into the floorboards, and his eye was open but unseeing. He was not awake. He was trapped somewhere inside his own skull, and she felt the shape of it bleeding through the bond. Smoke, heat, a hall burning, a figure silhouetted against the flames. Even. The name came through the bond like a wound. She heard it as clearly as if he had spoken it aloud. The grief that followed was vast and cold, the kind that ate through bone and left nothing but hollow spaces. She crossed the room without deciding to. She knelt beside his head, her hand hovering over the scarred ridge of his brow, and she spoke before she could stop herself. "I am here." His eye focused. The nightmare receded like a tide pulling back from a shore, leaving him gasping, his chest heaving against the floor. He looked at her. The bond carried the aftershock, the shame, the raw edge of something he had not meant to share. "You said his name," she said quietly. "Even. You said it in your sleep." He closed his eye. "For good friend, I can be against wrong." The bond went still, and she felt him building walls she had only just begun to see through. "I should not have come here. You did not have a choice." "I had a choice. I chose the canyon. I chose the fall. I chose to let the bond take whoever happened to be near enough to catch." She stared at him. "You flew into that canyon to die," she said. "You told me that. But you are still here. You are here." The words hung between them, heavy as stone. She did not know what he meant by them, and she was afraid to ask. The fire crackled, sending a last flare of light across his scales. She stayed where she was. Her hand found his neck, resting in the hollow where his pulse beat against her palm, and he did not pull away. Outside, the wind gathered again. The storm was not done with them yet, and somewhere in the valley below, the hunters were still watching, waiting for them to make a mistake. But for now, in the dark of the watch cabin, the bond beat between them like a second heart. "Do not leave." The thought brushed her mind, barely formed, half shame and half plea. She pressed her palm flat against his scales. "I cannot." Chapter 5. Dawn came gray and cold. Thalwen woke with her cheek pressed to the floorboards and the taste of ash still coating her tongue. The fire had died to white embers. Frost clung to the corners of the single window, and her breath plumed when she pushed herself upright. Corvath had not moved. He lay where she had left him, his massive body filling the center of the cabin, his flank rising and falling in a rhythm so shallow she had to check the bond to be sure he still lived. The pulse of it met her before her hand reached his scales. Present, tired, walled behind a thin layer of exhausted sleep. She let him rest. The cabin looked different in the gray morning light, smaller, more desperate. The roof sagged in the middle where snow had collected and never been cleared. The walls were lined with shelves stacked with things she had barely registered the night before: clay jars, rusted hooks, a coil of rope stiff with age, a warden cache, abandoned when the treaty fractured. She started with the stores. The jars held salt, dried herbs she could not name, and something that might have been rendered fat before it went rancid. She set the rancid ones aside and kept the salt. A wooden box under the shelf yielded a stitching awl, a coil of gut thread, and a small whetstone. Field tools. Someone had left in a hurry. She found the plaques at the back of the deepest shelf, half buried under a fallen beam. 3 stone tiles, each the length of her forearm, etched with warden script and sealed with a faded gold inlay. She pulled them into the weak light and brushed the dust off with her sleeve. The first plaque was a treaty article. "Be it known that the bonded union of dragon and rider shall not be dissolved by force, nor shall either party be seized or detained for the purposes of interrogation, extraction, or punishment while the bond endures." She read it twice. Not be seized or detained. The second plaque listed exceptions: treason against the reaches, direct violation of warden law. But the third plaque was the one that made her breath catch. "Witnesses bearing active bond glyphs shall be remanded to a warden enclave for testimony, not to any lord's holding, and only by the consent of both bonded parties." She set the plaques on the floor and sat back on her heels. Corvath. His eye cracked open. The bond stirred with sluggish awareness, and she felt him register her location, her intention, before his mind fully surfaced. "What?" "Look at this." She held up the first plaque, angling it so the light caught the inlay. He stared at it for a long moment, then his attention sharpened. "Where did you find those?" "Back shelf, buried under a broken beam. They are treaty plaques, warden treaty plaques." She read the first one aloud. The words felt strange in her mouth, heavy with a history she had never studied, a law she had never needed to know. But as she spoke them, she felt the bond shift. Corvath was listening. He was weighing. "They are real," he said. "I have seen those seals before." Ivan kept copies in his study. The name landed between them like a dropped stone. She did not flinch, but she felt the bond flicker, felt him pull back from the memory before it could take hold. "This means they cannot arrest us," she said. "Not legally, not under old treaty law. The bond protects us from open seizure. A piece of stone protects nothing. It protects us from a trial, from a public execution. If Osrath wants us dead, he has to do it in the dark, where no one can prove it was him." "He will do it in the dark," Corvath said. "That is what he does." She looked at the plaques again. The gold inlay caught the gray light, and she traced the script with her fingertip, feeling the grooves where the chisel had bitten into the stone. "Then we make sure there are witnesses." "Where?" "We're trapped in a dead cabin on a cliff ledge with hunters below us and a storm closing in. Who do you propose we invite to watch?" She did not have an answer. She wrapped the plaques in a strip of oilcloth she found in the same crate and tucked them into her pack. They added weight she did not need, but she carried it anyway. Proof mattered, even if it was only proof that someone had once believed in laws strong enough to protect bonded pairs. The morning passed in small tasks. She rest-stoked the fire with the last of the rotten pine, melting snow in a rusted pot until she had enough water to wash the salt from her mouth. She ate a handful of dried beans and forced herself not to think about how little food remained. She checked Corvath's wounds. The binding on his chest had held, but the fabric was dark with seepage, and when she pressed her fingers to the scale around it, she felt heat radiating through the bond. Fever. Building. "We need to move soon," she said. "You cannot fly, but you can walk. We go east along the cliff face, find the old Waystation routes, put distance between us and whoever is down there. And if the Waystations are watched, then we find another way. There is no other way. These cliffs are a dead end unless you have wings." She looked at him. His eye was closed, but the bond carried the weight of his exhaustion, the bone-deep certainty that he was dragging her toward a wall she could not climb. "I did not survive Ridgemere to die on a cliff ledge because you decided the story was over." His eye opened. "What did you say?" She did not know. The words had come from somewhere below thought, a reflex she did not recognize. Ridgemere. She had said Ridgemere. "I do not remember it," she said slowly, "but I dream about it. A burning hall, a man shouting, ash in my mouth." The bond went very still. "You were there, apparently." He said nothing, but she felt the shape of his grief shift, recalibrating, making room for something new. She was not just a witness to his nightmare. She was a survivor of the same fire. The horn sounded before she could ask what he knew. Low and distant, echoing off the canyon walls, carrying through the sleet and the stone. Not a hunter's signal, something else. A summons, a declaration. Thalwen crossed to the window. Below, on the slope that led up from the canyon floor, a column of figures was moving. Horses, a handful of riders, and behind them, a cot draped in dark canvas, the kind used for transporting prisoners or corpses. She counted. 10, 15. The distance made it hard to be sure. "They are not trying to be quiet," she said. "They do not need to be quiet. They know we cannot run." She turned from the window. Corvath was watching her, his gold eye tracking her movement, and she felt the weight of his attention through the bond. He was waiting. He was expecting her to break. She did not break. "They cannot seize us," she said. "The treaty says so. They don't need to seize us. They only need to kill the witnesses before anyone records the truth." The horn sounded again, closer. Thalwen pressed her hand to the plaque wrapped inside her pack, feeling the weight of it, the promise of a law that no one would enforce. The hunters were coming, and the treaty ash would not save them. Chapter 6. The storm hit before sunset. Thalwen had been watching the column below, tracking their slow advance up the switchback trail, when the first gust slammed into the cabin wall hard enough to shake the beams. Snow followed, not the dry sleet of morning, but heavy, wet flakes that turned the world white in minutes. By the time she turned from the window, the riders had vanished into the weather. They will wait it out. She looked at Corvath. His eye was closed, but the bond told her he was not sleeping. The low thrum of his awareness pulsed beneath her ribs, steady and watchful. "How do you know?" "Because they are practical. Storm like this, on these cliffs, horses slip. Riders fall. They know we cannot go anywhere. They will wait." She did not like that. Waiting meant they knew exactly where to find them when the sky cleared. The cabin grew dark. She fed the fire with the last of the pine she had stored on the porch, watching the flames eat the rotten wood in hungry bursts. The heat did not reach the corners. Cold bled through the walls, and she pulled her coat tighter, settling onto the floor with her back to the hearthstone. Corvath had not moved in hours. His breathing was shallow, labored, the rhythm of a body fighting fever. She had checked his wounds twice. The seepage had slowed, but the heat radiating from him had not, and she had no way to know if that was healing or decline. She tried not to think about the column, about the canvas-draped cart. The bond stirred. "You are afraid." She almost laughed. "I am always afraid." "No, this is different." She did not answer. He was right. The fear sitting in her chest now was not the sharp edge of flight or fight. It was something heavier. The feeling of a door closing. "The cart below," she said. "What do you think is in it?" "Bodies." The word landed flat, without drama. She felt the weight of it through the bond, and beneath it, something darker, a memory rising. "Whose bodies?" "Ridgemere." The name hit her like cold water. She had said it herself that morning, rough and unguarded, and now he was offering it back to her, shaped by his own grief. "You found them?" she asked. "The bodies?" "I found what the fire left behind." The bond rippled, heat, smoke, the crack of stone splitting. She felt his claws scraping over ash-slicked stone, searching for something he already knew he would not find. Even was inside when the hall fell. I felt him die through the bond. And then I felt nothing, the silence where his thoughts had been. She pressed her palm flat against the floorboards, grounding herself against the weight of his memory. "He was your rider. He was my bond, my voice, my anchor for 60 years, and I was not there when he needed me. You were wounded. You said you could not reach him." "I was too late. Same difference." She wanted to argue. The words formed in her throat, sharp and ready. But she stopped them because she understood that argument too well. The difference between failure and inevitability. The small, cruel gap between "I could not" and "I did not." Outside, the wind rose. Snow rattled against the shutters, and the cabin creaked under the weight of the storm. The fire popped and settled, casting long shadows across the walls. Corvath's breathing changed, slowed, deepened into the rhythm of sleep. She stayed awake. Hours passed. She fed the fire twice, 3 times, losing count. The storm did not relent. The wind howled through gaps in the walls, and she pulled her knees to her chest, watching the flames, letting the quiet stretch. And then it changed. The bond went cold, not the absence of warmth, but a sudden plunge, as if the thread connecting them had been dipped in ice water. She jerked upright, her hand going to her collarbone. The glyph was hot against her fingers, and through it came a wave of grief so vast she could not breathe. "Even." The name scraped through her mind, not in Corvath's voice, but in the raw, jagged shape of a feeling. A wound reopened. She turned. He was shaking. Not the trembling of cold, but the deep, bone-rattling tremor of a nightmare. His claws scraped against the floorboards, and his breath came in ragged gasps, each one a struggle. Through the bond she felt smoke, heat, the crack of stone collapsing, a voice screaming. She crossed to him without thinking. "Corvath." He did not hear her. His eye was open but unseeing, fixed on something only he could see. The bond poured grief into her chest, thick and suffocating, and she felt the shape of the memory he was trapped in. A hall, fire, a man she could not see. "Even. I am coming. I am coming. Hold on." Thalwen dropped to her knees beside his head. She pressed her hand to his jaw where the scale was warm and rough, and she felt the tremor run through him, felt the terror of being late, of failing the one person who mattered most. "Corvath." Her voice was rough, urgent. "You are in the cabin, the watch cabin. You are safe." He did not stop shaking. She talked. It was the only thing she could think to do, the only anchor she had to throw into the dark. She told him what she saw. The fire, the snow through the shuttered window, the damp stain on the ceiling where the roof leaked, the way the pine logs hissed when they burned. She named every detail she could find, forcing the world around him into words, building a cage of language to hold back his nightmare. I can see your wing, the tear along the membrane. I think it is healing. Slower than you want, but it is not getting worse. And the binding on your chest is dark, but it is not bleeding through anymore. His eye closed. The shaking did not stop. I found an awl in the cache, she said, and a whetstone. I have not sharpened my knife in weeks. I have been using it to cut binding strips, which is probably not what it was made for, but it works. The bond flickered. The grief wavered, pulled back a fraction. I used to keep my knife so sharp I could shave with it. My mentor, the woman who taught me to map, she said a dull blade was a sign of a lazy mind. She was insufferable about it. She was insufferable about most things. The tremor slowed. Her name was Haheta. She smelled like pipe smoke and old paper, and she never remembered to close her ink pot, so her hands were always stained. I thought that meant she was brilliant. I still think that. Corvath's breathing changed, deeper, more regular. She kept talking. She talked until her throat was raw, and the fire burned down to embers, and the storm outside began to quiet. She talked about the roads she had mapped, the towns she had passed through, the nights she had spent alone in watchtowers with nothing but the wind for company. She talked about everything that was not grief. And when his shaking finally stopped, when his breathing settled into the rhythm of deep sleep, she did not stop touching him. Her hand stayed on his jaw, and she felt the warmth of his scales against her palm, and through the bond, she felt the shape of his gratitude, quiet and wordless, before he slipped into darkness. She stayed until dawn, when light finally touched the shutters, gray and weak through the clouds. She pulled her hand back and stood. Her legs were stiff, her eyes dry and burning, but she did not feel tired. She felt hollow. She walked to the window and pushed the shutter open. The world had gone white. Snow covered everything, the ledge, the switchback trail, the canyon below. The column of riders was gone, buried. She could not tell if they had retreated or been swallowed. She turned back to Corvath. He was watching her, his gold eye half open, the bond carrying the quiet, bruised shape of exhaustion. Thank you. She nodded. She did not trust her voice. Even died at Ridgemere, he said. I was not there. I have never told anyone how I failed him. But you were in that fire. You survived what killed him. She looked at him. The words settled into her chest, heavy and strange, and she felt the shape of her own dream shift behind her eyes. A burning hall, a man shouting, ash in her mouth. She touched her lips. The soot taste was there. And between her last waking moment and the nightmare she could not remember, there was a gap that felt like a door she had closed herself. Chapter 7. They left before dawn. Thalwen packed the oilcloth bundle of plaques into her pack first, then the remaining beans. The dried fish Corvath refused to eat, the awl and gut thread and whetstone. She did not look at the cabin door behind her. If she looked, she might stay, and staying meant the column would find them when the snow melted. Corvath waited on the ledge. He had dragged himself upright during the night, and the sight of him standing, even barely, was enough to crack something in her chest. His foreleg bent wrong, his wing dragged. The fever had not broken. You cannot ride, she said. I can walk. You can barely stand. He turned his gold eye on her, and the bond carried the flat weight of his refusal to argue. I can walk. Lead. She led. The trail dropped from the ledge in a series of switchbacks, narrow and loose with fresh snow. Thalwen picked her way down first, testing each step before she committed her weight. Behind her, Corvath moved in a rhythm she could feel through the bond, the jarring impact of his good foreleg, the drag of the broken one, the hitch in his chest where the torn muscle pulled. The bond was a leash. Every time she took a step too fast, the distance between them stretched past 5 paces, and the pain hit like a blade between her ribs. She would stop, breath hissing through her teeth, and wait for him to catch up. He would slow, the bond easing, and they would stand in silence on the frozen trail, both breathing too hard. This is not working, she said the third time it happened. Then, stay closer. I am leading. I need to see the trail, then see it faster. She bit down on the retort and moved on. The sun climbed behind the clouds, pale and useless. The snow began to soften underfoot, turning the trail to slush. Thalwen's boots were not waterproof. She felt the cold seep through the leather, felt the numbness creep into her toes, and through the bond she felt the same cold in Corvath's joints, deeper, older, sinking into bone he had broken. She wanted to stop. She wanted to build a fire and let him rest, but she had seen the column. 15 riders, a cart full of bodies, and she had tasted her own memory like ash on her tongue. She kept moving. By midday they had covered maybe 3 miles. 3 miles of shale cuts, deadfall thickets, and a stream they had to cross where the ice held Thalwen's weight but cracked under Corvath's. He had lunged across the last stretch, claws scraping stone, and the bond had flooded with the bright, sharp edge of his effort. She had felt the strain in her own shoulders, the burn in her own chest. She hated it. Not him, the closeness, the way she could not draw a full breath without knowing how much it cost him. The trail bent around a shoulder of rock, and the ground fell away on one side into a long slope of broken shale. Thalwen stepped onto it carefully, testing the grip. The stones slid under her boots. She adjusted her center of gravity, took another step, and the whole face shifted. She went down. Her pack swung, pulling her off balance. The shale slid beneath her, and she was falling, not fast, but sliding. Her boots skidding, her hands scrabbling for a handhold that was not there. The slope dropped into a ravine below, and she had time to think, I am going to break my legs. And then something caught her. Corvath. He had lunged, his good foreleg hooked around her waist, claws careful, and pulled her back onto solid ground. The impact drove both of them against the rock wall. She hit hard, her shoulder jarring, and she heard the grunt of pain he could not swallow. For a moment they did not move. She was pressed against his chest, the scales cold and slick with sweat, and she could feel his heart hammering through the bond, fast and uneven, and she realized it was not just exertion. Do not fall, he said. The bond carried the shape of his terror, not for himself, for her. He had watched her start to slide, and the bond had flooded with a panic so pure it took her breath. She looked up at him. His gold eye was fixed on her, and the bond was raw, open, the fear still pulsing in the space between them. I am fine, she said. His grip did not loosen. Corvath, I am fine. Slowly, carefully, he released her. The bond closed a fraction, but the echo of his fear stayed, settled deep in her ribs like a second breath. She stepped back. She looked at the shale slope, the drop below, and she felt the cold in her own hands. We need to move, he said. She did not argue. They moved. The trail climbed again, winding through a stand of black pine where the snow had not reached. The quiet was absolute. No birds, no wind, just the sound of her boots on the needles and his heavy breathing behind her. The bond hummed between them, constant, intimate. She felt the pain in his shoulder where he had lunged to catch her. She felt the fever burning under his skin. She felt the shape of his exhaustion, gray and heavy, pressing against the edges of her own. She did not know how long he could keep this pace. She did not know how long she could. The pine thinned, and the trail opened onto a narrow ledge that overlooked the canyon below. Thalwen stopped. She looked down and saw the switchback trail, the fresh snow, and the dark shapes moving against the white. Riders. They had found the path. They were below, climbing. She turned to Corvath. He had seen them too. They will reach the cabin in an hour, and then they will find our trail. Yes. She looked at the map she had memorized, the old warden paths, the waystations, the route she had drawn in a hand she did not remember using. There is a relay station to the east. A day, maybe 2, if we can reach it before they close the gap. If. She met his eye. The bond carried the shape of his doubt, and she felt the weight of it sit in her own chest. We need a better lead, she said. He said nothing. She turned back to the trail and kept walking. The bonds stretched between them, 5 paces of distance, 5 paces of pain, and she felt every step he took in her own bones. Behind them, the riders climbed. Chapter 8. They reached the Waystation an hour before dusk. The building had been a warden post once, but the roof was gone, collapsed inward decades ago. Stone walls stood at angles, blackened by fire or weather, their remaining surfaces covered in carvings Thalwen could not read from a distance. A wooden sign hung by one nail, the paint weathered to gray splinters. She stopped at the edge of the clearing. Corvath came up beside her, his breathing ragged, his weight shifted off the broken foreleg. The bond carried the throb of his fever, the ache in his chest. She felt it in her own bones. "Old," he said, "abandoned before Ridgemere." She nodded. The warden paths on her map had marked this as a Waystation, but her private folio had drawn it with care, every corner ink-shaded, every roofline precise. She had mapped this ruin before ever seeing it. She did not remember drawing it. "We need to rest," she said. "Check your wounds. We need to keep moving. You will not make another mile without collapsing." He did not answer. The bond carried the shape of his resistance, worn down to silence. She walked toward the ruin. Stone steps led up to a broken doorway, and she stepped over the rubble, her boots crunching on shale and charred timber. The interior was open to the sky. Snow had collected in the corners. A stone hearth stood against the far wall, its mantle intact, and carved into the stone above it were letters. Warden script. She knew the alphabet. She had learned it from Hesta, the old archivist who had taught her map annotation, and she had used it in her private folio without ever questioning why she knew it. She traced her fingers over the letters. The first word was eroded, but the second read, Ridgemere. Her hand stopped. Behind her, Corvath's voice came low. "We are not alone." She turned. He had not moved from the doorway. His gold eye was fixed on the shadows at the far end of the main hall, where a collapsed beam had created a gap beneath the remaining wall. Something moved there. Thalwen's hand went to her belt. Her knife was there. She had one throwing blade in her boot. Not enough. "Show yourself," she said. A crossbow emerged from the gap. The tip was steady. Then a voice, dry as old paper. "Thalwen Orryn, Cartographer. Bonded to a dragon who was not supposed to survive the night." The speaker stepped into the light. He was lean, middle-aged, with gray-streaked hair pulled back, a scar across his chin, and eyes that had seen too many archives burn. His crossbow did not waver. "And you," he said, looking past her at Corvath, "the one who lost his rider at Ridgemere, the one who found another." Corvath's growl rumbled through the bond. "Who are you?" The stranger lowered the crossbow. Not all the way, just enough to show he was choosing not to shoot. "Tallick Drayle, former bond warden, current fugitive archivist, and I have been waiting for you to reach this ruin for 3 days. Thalwen kept her hand on her knife. "How did you know we would come here?" "Your maps." He tilted his head toward her pack. "The ones in the folio you keep separate, the ones you draw without remembering." The cold in her chest deepened. She felt Corvath move closer through the bond, a wall of heat and scale at her back. "I know those route marks," Tallick said. "Warden shorthand, sealed cache locations, and the names of every dead enclave that Osrath has tried to erase from the records." He stepped forward, and the light caught the shape of a bronze sigil pinned to his collar. "I was at Ridgemere. I saw what happened. And I know you were there too, Thalwen Orryn. You just do not remember yet." The name Ridgemere hit her like a cold wave. She tasted soot on her tongue. "You are lying," she said. "I am not." Tallick set the crossbow on a fallen stone, slowly, deliberately, showing his hands open. "Osrath is hunting me because I know where the sealed archives are. He is hunting you because you carry what he needs buried. The treaty plaques, the root keys, the memory you sealed in yourself." Corvath's voice came through the bond, sharp and warning. "He knows too much." Thalwen's mind raced. She could run, she could fight, but the crossbow was on the stone, and the man's eyes held no malice, only a weary, patient desperation. "Why?" she said. "Why wait for us?" "Because I cannot carry what I know alone, and because the sealed vaults near Ridgemere," he said, "the ones your folio maps to, they have not been touched since the fire. They still hold the truth of what kind of weapon killed your rider's first bond. The words hung in the air like smoke. Corvath's fury flared through the bond, hot and raw, but Thalwen felt something else beneath it, the shape of dawning recognition. He had heard that name, Tallick Drail. He had seen it somewhere. "You were Ivan's contact," Corvath said. The bond ached with the name. "The one who copied the vault keys." Tallick met his eyes. "I was." Thalwen stood in the ruin, the warden script cold under her fingers, and she understood that this moment was a hinge. The map she had drawn in her own hand, the doors she had closed in her own mind, the stranger who knew her name, her bond, and the shape of what she had forgotten. "You can help us," she said. It was not a question. Tallick looked at her, and his smile was thin and old. "I can tell you the truth, but it will cost you." "What?" The bond hummed between her and Corvath, charged with something electric and uncertain. Thalwen looked at the ruin, the dead hearth, the empty sky above the collapsed roof. She thought of the riders climbing the switchback behind them. She thought of the map in her pack, drawn in a hand she did not remember teaching. She looked at Corvath. "We cannot trust him," he said. "We cannot outrun Osrath alone." The bond shimmered with his resistance, his old grief rising like a wall. But beneath it, she felt something else, the beginning of ascent. She turned back to Tallick. "Show us the way." Chapter 9. Tallick Drail did not reach for the crossbow again. He stood with his hands resting on his thighs, breathing slow, watching them both with the patience of a man who had learned to wait through worse than a standoff in a frozen ruin. The bronze sigil at his collar caught the pale dawn light. Thalwen kept her hand on her knife. "You said you were a bond warden." "Former bond warden." Tallick's mouth pulled into something that was not quite a smile. "The distinction matters now. Wardens who stayed in service after Ridgemere are either dead or serving Osrath. I chose fugitive instead." "Convenient," Corvath said. The word came rough through the bond, his voice carrying the weight of a throat still raw from smoke dreams. "It is not convenient at all." Tallick turned and walked back into the deeper shadow of the Waystation. The movement was deliberate, an invitation. "Come inside. I have been sleeping in the storage cellar. It is warmer, and I have food that is less than 3 years old." Thalwen looked at Corvath. The bond carried his suspicion, sharp and familiar, but beneath it she felt something else. Exhaustion. The kind that came from carrying grief so long it had become part of the bone. "We watch him," she said through the bond. "We do not sleep at the same time." Corvath's agreement was a low pulse, reluctant but real. The storage cellar was half collapsed, but habitable. Tallick had cleared a space in the rubble, spread a bedroll, and stacked supplies along the surviving wall. A small lantern burned on a crate, casting shadows that moved with the draft. He gestured to the crate. "Sit, eat, ask your questions." Thalwen did not sit. She stayed near the ladder, close enough to the exit that she could feel the cold air seeping through the gaps. "You said you were at Ridgemere." "I was." "Doing what?" Tallick settled onto the bedroll with the careful economy of a man who had learned not to waste movement. "I was the archivist responsible for the Eastern Vault Annex. Warden records, treaty copies, bond registrations, the kind of paperwork that people forget exists until they need it to prove something." "Prove what?" He looked at her, and his eyes were very old. "That a weapon was used at Ridgemere, that it was not a fire that started by accident, that the Enclave was destroyed deliberately, and that the order came from inside the Warden command, not from outside." The words landed like stones dropped into deep water. Thalwen felt Corvath's stillness through the bond, a held breath. "Proof," she said. "You have proof." "I have pieces." Tallick reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of oilcloth. He spread it on the crate between them. It was a map, hand-drawn, marked with symbols she recognized from her own folio. "I have route records. I have a list of names, wardens who were transferred out of Ridgemere in the 3 months before the fire. I have a partial schematic of a device that I believe was built in the lower levels of the Enclave, below the archive halls." Thalwen's eyes moved across the map. The symbols were Warden shorthand. She could read them. She should not have been able to read them. Where did you get this? From Even. Tallick's voice softened. He brought me the schematic 3 weeks before the fire. He said he had found something in the lower levels that did not belong. He did not tell me what, only that it was connected to a suppression mechanism he had only read about in old prohibitions. Suppression, Corvath said. The word came through the bond and out of his mouth at the same time, a double echo that made the air hum, a device that can destabilize a dragon bond, sever it in extreme cases, or twist it. Tallick's gaze did not waver. The old wardens built it during the Unification Wars. They sealed the schematics afterward. The prohibitions were written in glyph code that only senior archivists could access. Senior archivists like Even? Thalwen's voice was flat. Yes. The silence stretched. The lantern flame wavered. Thalwen pulled her private folio from her pack. She set it beside Tallick's oilcloth map. The covers were worn soft, the pages creased from years of folding and unfolding. She opened it to the first page of Warden route marks. You said these are keys. Tallick leaned forward. His hands hovered over the page without touching it, as if the ink itself might burn him. These are coordinates to sealed cache sites, Warden vaults that were never entered into the public registry. Even told me about 3 of them. This shows 4. Which one is near Ridgemere? The 4th. He pointed to a cluster of marks near the eastern edge of the page, where the ink lines converged into a shape like a closed fist. The mountain archives, buried beneath the ridge that collapsed in the fire. If the schematic survived, it will be there. Thalwen closed the folio. Her fingers were steady, but her heart was not. You want us to take you there. I want to guide you there. Tallick met her eyes. I cannot carry the truth alone. I have been running for 3 years, and I am tired of running. But I also know that Osrath hunters are not the only ones searching for those vaults. Marest Osfeld is in the passes. She has a bonded partner. A coerced bond. Coerced. Thalwen's throat tightened. Osrath learned how to force bonds. Not all of them stick, but the ones that do create riders who cannot refuse. Merhate is one of them. She is effective because she is desperate, and she is desperate because her dragon's bond is a leash. If she disobeys, he suffers. The horror of it settled into Thalwen's chest like cold water seeping through a crack. That could have been us, she thought, if the bond had formed differently, if I had been the one he wanted to use. Corvath's presence pressed against hers through the bond. A wordless answer. It could not have been us, not now. She did not know if that was true. If we go east, she said, we will cross her path. Likely, Tallick agreed. But the alternative is the lowlands, where Orstat's riders are concentrated, or the western passes, which are watched by his scouts. The east is the shortest route to the archives. It is also the most dangerous. You are not selling this well. Tallick's smile was thin and real. I never claimed to be merchant. Thalwen looked at Corvath. The bond was quiet, but she could feel him thinking. His grief was a constant undercurrent, but beneath it, she sensed something shifting. A door opening a crack. He was Ivan's contact, Corvath said. The name is in Ivan's records. I have seen it. You trust him? I trust that Ivan did. It was not the same thing. But it was more than she had expected. She turned back to Tallick. We travel together until we reach the vaults. Then we decide what to do with what we find. Agreed. And you share everything you know about the weapon, the schematic, the names, everything. Tallick held her gaze. I will. Thalwen folded the oilcloth map and handed it back to him. Then eat something. We leave within the hour. She climbed the ladder first, emerging into the cold morning light of the ruined Waystation. Corvath was already outside, his massive form a shadow against the pale stone, his gold eyes fixed on the ridge above them. He is carrying something, Corvath said through the bond, something he has not told us. I know. We will have to dig it out of him. We will. She tightened the straps on her pack. But not today. She felt his acknowledgement like a brush of warmth. It was not trust, not yet. but it was closer than it had been at dawn. Below her, through the cellar hatch, she heard Tallick moving, gathering his supplies. The bronze sigil on his collar had gleamed in the lamplight like a promise she did not understand. She had a map she did not remember drawing, a bond she had not chosen, a fugitive archivist who knew her name before she spoke it. And somewhere in the sealed vaults beneath Ridgemere, a weapon that had killed a man she had never met, but whose grief lived inside her dragon like a second heartbeat. She started walking. Behind her, Corvath limped into motion. His broken forelegs scraped the stone, and the sound traveled through the bond as a dull ache that she had learned to carry without flinching. Tallick climbed out of the cellar and followed. 3 figures, moving east into a morning that had not yet learned to warm. Chapter 10. The trail east was not a road. It was a scar through the stone, barely wide enough for a man to walk upright, choked with scree and the skeletons of wind-bent pines. Thalwen led because she knew the terrain, or because her maps knew it, or because Tallick walked with the careful economy of a man who conserved strength for something larger than the next step. He did not try to take point. That told her something about him, though she was not sure what. Corvath brought up the rear. His broken foreleg dragged a furrow through the loose stone with every third step. The sound traveled up through Thalwen's own joints via the bond, a grinding ache that she had learned to breathe through without changing her pace. She did not look back. Looking back meant stopping, and stopping meant the riders behind them gained ground they could not afford to lose. The morning passed in stretches of silence, broken by Tallick's occasional observations. "You are favoring the left side." Thalwen glanced down at her boots. She had not noticed. "Your weight shifts when you step over loose stone," he continued. "Protecting the ankle. Old injury?" "Twisted it 3 winters ago in a canyon collapse." "The same one that killed your horse?" She stopped walking. Tallick's expression did not change. "I read the Waystation logs. You marked the site in your folio. Warden's shorthand for dead passage next to a sketch of a cairn." The air was thin at this altitude. She had not noticed that before either. "You read my map notations." "I read what you left visible." He shifted his pack. "You are good at Warden shorthand. Better than some archivists I trained. The question is where you learned it." "Self-taught." "Warden shorthand has no common reference, no surviving lexicon. It was taught in enclave scriptories and sealed after the Unification Wars." He said it without accusation, as if stating the altitude or the direction of the wind. "I have never met a self-taught reader of a dead language." Thalwen started walking again. The bond carried her irritation to Corvath in a pulse of heat, and she felt his answering amusement like dry stone grinding against itself. "He is not wrong," Corvath said. "He is also not helpful. He is careful. There is a difference." She did not answer. By midday, they reached a saddle between 2 ridges where the trail opened onto a shelf of wind-scoured granite. Tallick stopped without asking permission and sat on a fallen block, uncorking his canteen. Thalwen considered pushing on, but Corvath had already lowered himself to the ground, his chest heaving in a rhythm she did not like. She knelt beside him, running her hand along the edge of his jaw where the scales grew thinner. The fever was still there, banked but not broken. "We need to rest longer," she said. "We need to move faster," Tallick said. "Then you carry him." Tallick's mouth twitched. It was not quite a smile. "I am not suggesting we abandon him. I am suggesting we reconsider the route." He pulled out the oilcloth map and spread it across the stone. "There's a hunter's shack half a mile east of this ridge, abandoned since the Ridgemere fires. If we reach it before sunset, I know a way through the granite teeth that does not appear on any chart." "Why does it not appear on any chart?" "Because I erased it." Thalwen stared at him. Tallick met her gaze evenly. "I was the archivist at Ridgemere. I spent 30 years mapping, sealing, and sometimes unsealing the routes that the enclaves wanted forgotten. When I fled, I took the erasures with me. You erased a pass from the records. I erased several. The pass through the granite teeth leads to a dry riverbed that runs within a mile of the mountain vaults. It is not on any surviving map, because the old wardens did not want anyone finding the vaults by accident." Thalwen looked at Corvath. His gold eye was fixed on Tallick, and through the bond she felt something shift. Not trust, but the beginning of something that might become it. "He is telling the truth," Corvath said. I can smell the old stone on him, the same scent that was on Evan's records. You can smell truth? I can smell Ridgemere. She turned back to Tallick. Show me. He traced the route with one finger, and she watched the way his hand moved. Certain, economical. The hand of a man who had drawn maps for decades, who knew the weight of ink in the shape of a line that meant life or death. The bond hummed faintly, not with words but with something older, recognition. She did not know why it felt familiar. They reached the shack as the sun bled orange through the clouds. It was barely standing. 3 walls of sodden timber, a roof that sagged in the middle, and a dirt floor scattered with rodent bones and the remains of an old fire. But it had walls, and walls meant cover. Thalwen built a small fire in the stone ring while Tallick checked the corners for anything usable. He found a rusted cookpot and a sack of salt, still sealed in wax. They were prepared for a siege, he said, holding up the salt. Who? That is the problem with erased roots. He set the salt beside the fire. You cannot always remember who used them. Thalwen settled against the wall opposite him, close enough to Corvath that the bond lay quiet in her chest. The dragon had folded himself into the narrow space between the shack and the cliff face, one eye half open, his tail curling around the corner to stay within the 5-pace range. Tallick did not ask why the tail was there. He had seen bonded pairs before. The fire crackled. You still have not answered my question, he said. Which question? The one about the shorthand. Thalwen picked at a loose thread on her sleeve. I do not have an answer. Then let me ask a different one. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. What is the first thing you remember? She looked up. Before Ridgemere, he clarified. The earliest memory you trust. The fire popped. A spark landed on the dirt and died. I remember a library, she said slowly. High ceilings. The light was green because the windows were old. Someone was teaching me to fold a map, their hands over mine. Whose hands? She opened her mouth, closed it. The image was there, bright and clear. A room with stone walls, a table covered in parchment, hands that were slender and competent, guiding her fingers along a crease. But the face above those hands was gone, rubbed out like a charcoal sketch left in the rain. I do not know. Tallick's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted. He was looking at her the way he had looked at the salt, like she was something preserved, something that should not have survived. You were at Ridgemere, he said. You were in the archived annex. I saw you there, 3 days before the fire. You were copying a map from the sealed shelf. Thalwen's breath stopped. I do not remember that. I know. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, creased and yellowed. That is why I brought this. He held it out. She did not take it. What is it? A list. Names of the witnesses who were in the archive during the sealing. Witnesses whose memories were supposed to be protected by treaty. His voice dropped. Your name is on it, Thalwen Orryn, and the name of the archivist who sealed your mind before you left. The fire crackled. How do you know my name was on that list? Because I wrote it. She stared at him. 3 days before the fire, Tallick said. I watched you copy a map from the sealed shelf. You did not know what you were copying, but I did. And when I asked who taught you to read the shorthand, you said the same thing you said today. He paused. You said you did not have an answer. Chapter 11. Tallick rose before dawn, his silhouette a darker shape against the gray light seeping through the shack's gaps. He said nothing about the list he had shown her, nothing about the sealed memory or the name he had written years ago. He simply kicked dirt over the dead fire and waited. Thalwen's neck ached from a night spent propped against the timber wall. Her left hand went to her collarbone, where the glyph burned low and steady, an ember beneath her skin. The bond hummed, still and watchful. She folded the yellowed list into her inner pocket without looking at it again. Their path took them east through a seam in the granite ridge that did not exist on any map Thalwen had ever drawn. The passage was so narrow, Corvath had to turn sideways, his damaged wings scraping stone, the sound like blades dragged over a whetstone. Old smuggler's route, Tallick said, not turning. The warden sealed it after the Unification Wars, but sealed does not mean gone. Thalwen's boots slid on loose cree. She caught herself against the rock face, and the granite bit through her glove. She did not complain. Complaining wasted breath, and the air here was thin and cold, tasting of iron and old ice. Corvath's presence pressed warm at the edge of her mind. You are bleeding. It is a scratch. You bleed a lot. You are one to talk. His dry amusement flickered through the bond and was gone, but it left a trace of something softer behind. She did not name it. The passage opened onto a high valley, wide and wind-scoured, dotted with stands of twisted pines that leaned away from the prevailing storm. A track ran through it, worn deep by hooves and cartwheels, but there were no fresh tracks in the mud. The traders still use this, Tallick said, gesturing, but they only come through at night now. Osrath's patrols watch the main arteries, but they cannot cover every cut. Then why does this route feel dead? Thalwen asked. Because it is hungry, he pointed to the tree line. Bandits, mostly. The patrols push them into the margins, and the margins push back. Corvath's tail shifted. He did not mention bandits before. He is mentioning them now. The valley took them 4 hours to cross. The bond stretched and contracted as Corvath limped at the edge of the 5-pace range, his broken foreleg leaving a dragging furrow in the damp earth. Thalwen kept her hand on the oilcloth bundle at her hip, the treaty plaques, still wrapped, still heavy. She did not know why she kept carrying them except that they were proof of something that had existed once, and proof felt precious now. She caught herself touching the folio more often than she needed to. Tallick noticed. You keep checking it, he said as they climbed a switchback out of the valley. I keep checking everything. You check the folio more than your blade. Thalwen's jaw tightened. It has my maps. It has more than maps. He did not push further, but his gaze lingered on the leather binding. The patrols on the main sky road have started searching packs. They are looking for charts of the old warden routes, any record of sealed passes, anything drawn on vellum that matches the Enclave script. Since when? Since last autumn. Osrath declared cartography a regulated trade. Anyone carrying unlicensed maps is subject to confiscation and detention. Thalwen stopped walking. I am a cartographer. Then you are a walking violation. Every map you have drawn without approval is contraband. Tallick's voice was flat, practical. That folio could get you hanged. She looked at Corvath. His gold eye met hers, and through the bond she felt his attention sharpen. He is right. I have seen the checkpoints from the air. You did not tell me. You did not ask. Then we avoid the checkpoints, she said. We will have to cross at least one to reach the vaults. Tallick resumed walking. The ridge is sealed on every approach. The only open route passes through a garrison town called Suitman's Ford. It has a checkpoint at both gates. Wonderful. Unless you can fly. Both of them looked at Corvath. His wing was still locked, the muscle beneath the storm-gray hide trembling with strain. Not for days, Thalwen said. Then we walk through Suitman's Ford. Tallick adjusted the strap of his pack. And we hope they do not search your pack too carefully. The garrison town was smaller than she expected. A single street of mud and trampled straw, timber houses leaning into one another for support, and a stone watchtower at the northern gate where a banner hung limp in the still air. The banner bore a bronze insignia she did not recognize, but the sigil on Tallick's collar was gone. He had unpinned it before they reached the outskirts. Follow my lead, he murmured. Say nothing. Let them see your face, but not your ink. Thalwen kept her hands tucked into her sleeves as they approached the gate. 2 guards stood at the barrier, their spears crossed, their eyes tracking the line of travelers with the flat attention of men who had seen everything and trusted nothing. A cart ahead of them was being searched. A guard rifled through a merchant's chests, throwing aside bolts of cloth and jars of preserved fruit. The merchant protested, and the guard backhanded him without looking up. Thalwen's stomach tightened. The bond hummed. Corvath was still behind her, too wide for the gate, waiting in the shadow of the watchtower where his shape could not be mistaken for anything but what it was. Stay calm, she said. I can manage. They will recognize the folio. They will not see it. The line moved forward. When she reached the barrier, the guard's gaze swept over her. She was small, road-worn, weather-beaten, and carrying nothing but a pack and a cloth-wrapped bundle. Purpose? Passing through, heading east to the salt flats. Trade goods? None, just trail supplies. The guard grunted. He gestured with his chin toward her pack. Open it. Her heart slammed once, twice. She loosened the ties on her pack, pulled it open, and held the flap wide. The guard glanced inside. A bedroll, dried meat, a water skin, flint and steel. He looked at her hands, at the ink staining her fingers. You a map maker? Just a traveler. Travelers do not have ink on their thumbs. The bond flickered. Behind her, she felt Corvath's attention focus into something dangerous, a blade drawn slow from its sheath. Old habit, she said, keeping her voice level. I write trail notes. The guard's hand hovered over her pack, and she knew with the cold certainty of a dying ember that he could ask her to empty the inner pocket where the folio was wedged, oilcloth wrapped and pressed flat against her ribs. If he did, she would either lose her maps or give him cause to detain her. She met his eyes. Are you looking for something specific, sir? He held her gaze. A challenge, a test, the kind of quiet standoff that decided things in towns like this. The bond trembled, and then she felt it, a pulse of heat from Corvath, raw and fierce, his fury surging through the connection like a wave of furnace air. It was not meant for her. It was meant for the guard, for the threat, for the hands that hovered too close to her belongings. But it leaked. The guard's eyes widened. He felt nothing of the bond itself, but something shifted in the air between them, a change in pressure, a prickle along the skin. He took half a step back. What is that? He demanded. Nothing. That was not nothing. Behind her, Corvath exhaled, a low rumble that vibrated through the ground. The horses hitched near the cart stamped and shied. The second guard's hand went to his blade. Stop, she sent through the bond. You are pulling attention. He was going to search you. He has not searched me yet. He was going to. The guard's eyes darted past her shoulder, toward the watchtower, toward the shape that loomed in the shadow. His mouth tightened. Get through, he said, jerking his head. Now. She did not wait. She walked past the barrier with her heart slamming and her hands steady, feeling the guard's stare boring into her back until she turned the corner and disappeared into the crowded street. Tallick was waiting at the crossroads. His face was unreadable. Was that you or the dragon? Does it matter? It matters if it happens again. He glanced up the street. The garrison commander has lookouts on every roof. If they saw the horses spook, they will report it within the hour. Thalwen pressed her palm against her collarbone. The glyph was hot, too hot. I need to get him out of this town. Too late, Tallick said, and she followed his gaze. A rider was pushing through the crowd at the far end of the street. Not a guard, a messenger, her coat marked with the same bronze sigil that had hung on the banner. She was heading for the watchtower, and in her hand, she carried a dispatch tube sealed with wax. Chapter 12. The messenger was already halfway to the watchtower, her bronze sigil catching the late light with each stride. Thalwen's hand moved toward her collarbone, pressing against the heat of the glyph. We need to leave. Now. Agreed, Corvath sent, his presence a low burn at the edge of her awareness. But there's a column approaching the west gate. She turned. Through the gaps between buildings, she saw dust rising beyond the town walls, a line of riders and a supply cart. They were not moving fast. They did not need to. Tallick appeared at her elbow. That will be the border patrol. They report to Osrath's local commander before nightfall. Then we have until dark to disappear. Not in this town. He scanned the street, his weathered face unreadable. The garrison closes the east gate at sundown. After that, everyone inside is counted. Cart rumbled past, piled high with crates, the driver shouting at a cluster of children who darted across his path. Merchants were closing their stalls. Lamlighters were beginning their rounds, their long poles swinging as they touched flame to the street lanterns one by one. Sutman's Ford was buttoning up for the night, and they were trapped inside it. Thalwen's mind raced through options, discarding each as it formed. Bribe the gate guard, scale the wall, hide until dawn and slip through with the morning trade. But Corvath could not scale a wall, could not fold himself into a cellar, could not pass for anything but what he was. 5 paces. That was the length of their chain. "Let me think," Corvath said, and she felt his attention shift outward, scanning the town the way he scanned a canyon for threats. "You know someone here," Tallick said. It was not a question. Thalwen blinked, then saw it too. The symbol painted above a warehouse door at the end of the street, a blue wheel with a broken spoke, the mark of the Thornwood Caravan Company. Senya Kirov. Thalwen had not known she was heading toward the woman until her legs carried her. The warehouse doors were propped open, and inside, under the glow of oil lamps, a dozen workers were loading crates onto flatbeds. The air smelled of hay, leather, and the sharp tang of pickled vegetables. A voice cut through the din. "If you are here to sell me a map, I already have better ones." Senya Kirov stood at the far end of the warehouse, a ledger in one hand and a half-eaten apple in the other. She was broad-shouldered and silver-streaked, her face mapped with the kind of lines that came from 20 years of sun, wind, and hard negotiation. Her eyes landed on Thalwen, and for a moment she went still. "Well," Senya said, "I thought you were dead." "Not yet." "Pity." She bit into the apple, chewed, studied Thalwen with the flat appraisal of someone who had never been fooled by her. "You look worse than the last time I saw you. And the last time I saw you, you were pulling yourself out of a river." "It has been a long season. It has been 3 years." Senya's gaze slid past Thalwen to Tallick, then past him to the street where the shadows had gathered too dark and too deep. "And you are traveling with a dragon and a man who smells like old archives. That is not a long season. That is a story I do not want attached to my caravan." Thalwen held her ground. "I need shelter until dawn. Everyone needs something until dawn. I am not asking for free passage." Senya raised an eyebrow. "What are you offering then?" Thalwen reached into her pack and pulled out the oilcloth bundle. She unwrapped it carefully, revealing the 3 stone treaty plaques, their glyph-carved surfaces catching the lamplight. Senya's expression flickered. She set down her ledger, wiped her hand on her trousers, and stepped closer. Her fingers traced the first plaque, following the grooves of the ancient script. "Where did you get these?" "Does it matter?" "It matters if you stole them." "I found them, in a collapsed cabin north of the Deadfall Ridge." Senya let out a low whistle. "Warden treaty plaques. I have not seen one of these in 15 years. She straightened, her eyes sharpening. "You know what they are worth, if they are real." "I know they are worth more than a night in your warehouse." Senya studied her for a long moment. Then she laughed, a short, barking sound that startled a worker loading crates. "You always did have the worst timing, Thalwen." She gestured toward a door at the back of the warehouse, the loft above the tack room. "There is a stove, a water barrel, and enough straw to stuff a mattress. Keep the dragon out of sight and do not let anyone see you coming or going. If the garrison asks, I will tell them you are a trader I hired from the eastern salt flats." "And the plaques?" Senya's hand closed over the first one, lifting it from the bundle. "Collateral." Thalwen nodded. It was the best deal she was going to get. An hour later, she stood in the warehouse loft, watching through a crack in the shutters as the sun bled into the horizon. Below, the workers had finished loading and were filing out into the cooling evening. The warehouse fell silent. Corvath lay on the straw at the far end of the loft, his body curved to fit the space, his eyes half closed. The fever had not broken. She could feel it through the bond, a constant low thrum of heat and ache that made her bones hurt in sympathy. Tallick sat cross-legged near the stove, cleaning his crossbow with methodical precision. Senya came up the ladder with a clay pot of stew and a loaf of bread. She set them on the floor between them, then sat back on her heels, her arms crossed. "I have news," she said. "Bad news. If you are the newly bonded pair I think you are." Thalwen turned from the window. "What kind of news?" "Marit Osfeld. She is hunting through the eastern passes with a full company. She is looking for a dragon and a rider who came through the Ridgemere checkpoints 3 days ago." Tallick's hands stilled on his crossbow. "She is hunting on Osrath orders." "Osrath," Senya said. "Put a bounty on the pair. Alive, if possible. Dead, if necessary." The price is high enough that every hunter between here and the salt flats is watching the roads. Thalwen's stomach tightened. She pressed her palm against her collarbone, feeling the glyph's warmth. Sea is close. Corvath sent. I can feel her dragon. What do you mean you can feel her? She is broken. The bond she carries is not a bond. It is a wound that bleeds into the air. I have sensed it since we crossed the valley. Thalwen looked at Senya. How close? Close enough that my scouts spotted a column moving through the granite teeth at dusk. Senya's mouth flattened. They will be at the east gate by morning. The loft fell silent. Thalwen stared at the stew, the bread, the cracked clay pot. She thought about the messenger with the dispatch tube, the watchtower, the column arriving at the west gate. She thought about Warlord Osrath, whose bond had been twisted into obedience, whose dragon suffered if she disobeyed. If we stay here, we are trapped at dawn. If we leave now, we are caught in the open. What choice do we have then? Corvath did not answer, but she felt his weight in the bond, heavy and certain, and she understood. He was waiting for her to decide. I need the east gate, she said, before Marat reaches it. Senya shook her head. You cannot open a gate that is barred for the night, not without the garrison commander's seal. Then I need another way out. There is no other way. The walls are patrolled, the cliffs are impassable, and the river is too fast to cross in the dark. Thalwen turned back to the window. The last light was fading, and the stars were beginning to punch through the sky. She watched them, and then she saw it, a flicker of amber on the ridge above the east gate, low and steady at first, then rising, brightening, climbing into the dark like a second dawn. A signal fire. Senya saw it too. Her face went pale. They know, she said. They know you are here. Thalwen's hand flew to the glyph. It was burning, and through the bond, she felt Corvath rise from the straw, his gold eyes catching the firelight, his voice a low growl that vibrated through her bones. They know. Chapter 13. The signal fire burned against the dark amber light climbing the ridge like a wound opening in the night. Thalwen's hand pressed flat against her collarbone. The glyph was hot enough to feel through her shirt, a steady throb that matched Corvath's pulse in her chest. She watched the flames rise, watched the answering flicker from the watchtower below, and felt the trap close around them. We have minutes, Tallick said. His crossbow was assembled now, the bolt seated, his voice flat and practical. Maybe less. Senya was already moving toward the ladder. There is a storm drain at the back of the compound. It empties into the riverbed east of the wall. It will be cramped, red, and the grate has not been oiled in years. How do I open it? You do not. You break it. Senya looked back over her shoulder. Unless you want to try talking your way past 30 garrison spearmen. Thalwen did not want that. She crossed to Corvath, who had risen fully from the straw. The fever still burned through him. She felt it as a heat at the edge of her awareness, a drag on his muscles that he refused to acknowledge. His gold eyes fixed on hers, and through the bond she felt his question before he voiced it. The storm drain? I know. But it gets us out of the walls. And then? She did not have an answer. She reached for his muzzle instead, her fingers brushing the scarred ridge above his nostril. He did not pull away. Then we run, and pray Merrick cannot fly faster than we can hide. The bond carried no mockery in response, only a grim acceptance that she had learned to recognize as trust. Senya led them through the back of the warehouse, past stacked crates and coiled rope, to a rusted iron grate set into the foundation. The storm drain beyond was black and narrow, barely wide enough for Corvath to squeeze through if he kept his wings tight to his body. Beyond the grate, follow the channel east, Senya said. When you reach the dry riverbed, stay to the left bank. It curves toward the old quarry road. That road leads out of the valley. And the plaques, I will keep them safe. When you come back for them, I will expect the full story. Thalwen nodded. It was the best she could hope for. She turned to the grate, gripped the rusted iron bars, and pulled. Nothing. Tallick stepped past her, wedged the butt of his crossbow between two bars, and leaned his weight into it. The metal groaned. A hinge snapped. The grate swung open on one remaining bolt. After you, he said. She dropped into the darkness. The drain was tight, the stone rough against her palms, the air thick with silt and the metallic smell of old water. She moved fast, her boots splashing through shallow runoff, her shoulder brushing the curved wall. Behind her, she heard Corvath's body scraping through the narrow passage, his breath coming hard, the drag of his broken foreleg a rhythmic scrape that echoed through the tunnel. She did not look back. The drain angled downward, then leveled out, and she saw the end, a second grate, this one half collapsed, the opening filled with the pale blue of starlight on dry stone. She shoved through. The riverbed was wide and empty, the stones worn smooth by seasons of vanished water. The walls of Sutman's Ford rose behind them, the watchtower a dark silhouette against the burning signal fire. Ahead, the riverbed curved into shadow, and beyond that, she could see the dark mass of the old quarry road rising into the hills. She ran. Corvath emerged behind her, shaking silt from his hide, his gold eyes scanning the sky. Tallick followed, crossbow raised, scanning the ridgeline. They reached the quarry road and followed it into the narrow cut between two hills, the walls rising steep on either side. The road was old, unused, the surface cracked and scattered with fallen stone. Thalwen's boots found the path by instinct, her body remembering terrain her mind had mapped years ago through a folio she barely understood. They had cleared the hills and were crossing an open saddle when she heard it, a sound she had never heard before, but recognized instantly through the bond. Wings. Coming fast. Down, Corvath sent. Into the rocks. Now. She threw herself behind a slab of broken stone, Tallick diving beside her, his crossbow already tracking the sky. And Corvath. Corvath stood his ground, his wings half spread, his head low, a sound building in his chest that was not a growl, but a warning. The shape came over the ridge like a shadow torn from the night. The dragon was smaller than Corvath, sleeker, her hide the color of wet slate, her wings cutting the air with a precision that spoke of years in the sky. She landed on the saddle with a jarring thud that shook the loose stone, and on her back, Warlord Osrath. She was lean, her dark hair cropped short, her face all sharp edges in the starlight. She did not dismount. She sat in her saddle and looked at Corvath with something that was almost recognition. "I wondered when I would find you," she said. Corvath said nothing, but the bond shuddered, and Thalwen felt what he was sensing. The other dragon's mind pressed against his, not as a greeting, but as a wound left open. The dragon's fear was a living thing. It curled beneath the surface of her thoughts, thread thin and constant, a tremor that never stopped. She was afraid of the pain, afraid of the voice in her head that was not her rider's, but her captor's, afraid of the obedience that had been carved into her bond like a brand into living flesh. Thalwen felt it, and the horror of it nearly made her vomit. "She cannot refuse," Corvath said. "Every command is a compulsion. Every refusal costs her." "How do you know?" "Because I can feel what she feels, and what she feels is a cage." Marit's mount shifted, a submissive lowering of her head that made Thalwen's chest ache. "Your rider is hiding," Marit said, her voice carrying across the saddle. "I do not blame her. I have been told she is clever, but she is also reckless, because she brought you into the open, and now I have you both." Thalwen's hand found the hilt of her belt knife. It was a useless gesture against a dragon and a bonded hunter, but it steadied her. "Do not engage," she sent to Corvath. "Not yet. She will close the distance in 2 wing beats. Then we close it first." She rose from behind the rock. Marit's eyes found her instantly. The woman smiled, a thin expression that did not reach her gaze. "Thalwen Orryn, you are smaller than the bounty suggested." "Bounties lie. This one does not." Marit's hand moved, and Thalwen saw the faint glow at her wrist, a second glyph. But this one was not gold. It was a dull, sickly gray, like scar tissue over a burn. "Osrath wants you alive, but I am authorized to deliver you dead if you resist." Thalwen felt the other dragon's fear spike, felt Marit's mind press down on the bond, a hard, sharp pressure that made the slate-colored dragon flinch. "She is hurting her. I know. She is going to do the same to us if we let her." Thalwen looked at Corvath, at the fever she could feel in her own bones, at the broken foreleg he refused to favor, at the locked wing that had not healed, and then she looked at Marit. "The mountain vaults," Thalwen said. "You know about them." Marit's smile flickered. I know Osrath wants the evidence inside before we reach it, and I know he does not care if you bring it back to him alone." The silence stretched. Then Maret's mount reared, her wings snapping open, and the attack came so fast that Thalwen barely had time to breathe. The slate-colored dragon came down like a hammer, claws raking the stone where Thalwen had been standing. She dove sideways, felt the wind of the strike brush her hair, and rolled to her feet with the knife in her hand. Corvath, his answer was a wall of flame that split the night. The slate dragon veered, banking hard, and Maret released a volley of arrows from a bow Thalwen had not seen her draw. They arced high, fell short, clattered against stone. But one found Corvath's shoulder. The bolt sank into the joint of his already locked wing. He staggered, a sound escaping him that Thalwen felt through the bond like a blade through her own chest, and she screamed. Not with her voice, with everything she had. The bond blazed open, and she felt his pain as her own, the arrow buried deep, the wing refusing to move, the ground coming up to meet him as he fell, and through it, the other dragon's fear. It was not directed at Corvath. It was directed at Maret. The slate dragon's mind screamed with the longing to pull the strike, to protect, to refuse, but the bond would not let her. Every instinct was crushed beneath the compulsion, and Thalwen felt the horror of it like drowning. She does not want to hurt us. She has no choice. Corvath hit the ground, and Maret drew another arrow. Chapter 14. Maret drew the arrow back. The world narrowed to that single point of obsidian, the bowstring taut, the woman's arm steady. Thalwen watched it happen as if through water, every detail too sharp, the night air too still, the bond screaming with Corvath's agony and the other dragon's terror and her own desperate certainty that she could not reach him in time. "Get up," she sent. "Corvath, get up." He tried. She felt him heave against the ground, the bolt grinding in his locked wing joint, the leg that would not bear weight folding beneath him. The bond flooded with the taste of copper and the sound of tearing muscle. The arrow left Maret's bow, and Corvath's wing snapped open, not the locked one, the other one, the good wing, the one that had carried him through 60 years of sky and storm, and it caught the arrow mid-flight, deflected it into the stone with a crack that echoed off the salariche. Thalwen did not wait to understand. She ran. The slate dragon was already descending, Maret knocking another arrow, the coerced bond bleeding misery into the air. Thalwen's boots skidded on loose scree, her momentum carrying her toward Corvath's outstretched neck. His good foreleg braced, his gold eye fixed on her with an intensity that burned. "Now," he sent, "before she turns." She grabbed his shoulder, pulled herself onto his back, and the world dropped away. He launched with one wing. The lift was wrong, asymmetrical, the locked wing dragging like a broken sail, and they careened sideways instead of up. Thalwen felt his ribs strain, felt the bolt shift deeper, felt the spike of white-hot pain that made his vision blur. "I cannot fly straight, then fly crooked." She pressed herself flat against his neck, threading her fingers through the ridge of scarred hide, and she did the only thing that could save them. She stopped fighting for control. Every instinct in her screamed to guide him, to find the clear air, to pull them toward the safety of the darkness. But she was a cartographer, not a rider. She read terrain, not wind, and Corvath had spent centuries reading the sky. "Take us," she said. "I will hold." The bond shuddered, and then he took them. Her stomach lurched as he banked hard, the damaged wing catching a thermal she had not sensed, the good wing biting into the current and wrenching them east. Maret's second volley passed beneath them, the arrows vanishing into the canyon below. The slate dragon roared, but the sound was already falling behind. Thalwen kept her eyes open. She watched the ground blur past, the quarry road ribboning below, the tree line rising to meet them, then falling away as Corvath found a pocket of warm air and rode it upward. Each beat of his good wing sent a pulse of effort through the bond. Each beat of the locked one sent agony. She felt all of it. The torn muscle, the grinding bone, the fever that burned in his blood like a second fire. Her own body ached in sympathy, her chest tight, her throat raw from screaming she did not remember. "I have you," she sent. I am still here. He did not answer, but his wing beat steadied. They flew blind for what felt like an eternity. The moon slid behind a bank of clouds, and the world became only motion, the rush of wind, the strain of muscle, the bond singing with effort and trust and something she was afraid to name. Thalwen stopped trying to see where they were going. She closed her eyes and felt him instead, the map of his body, the rhythm of his breath, the way he tilted into a current she could not feel but trusted him to read. He was guiding them, and she was letting him. The crash came without warning. One moment they were gliding. The next, the ground rushed up with terrible speed, a slope of loose stone and twisted pine that Corvath could not clear. He folded the good wing, tried to curl, tried to shield her, and then they hit. Thalwen's grip broke. She was thrown forward, over his shoulder, into darkness and impact and the taste of blood. Stone scraped her arm, her hip, her ribs. She rolled, tumbled, stopped against something solid, and lay there gasping while the world spun. Corvath. Silence. Corvath. The bond answered, weak, thready, but there. She pushed herself up, her vision doubling, her left arm screaming from a gash she had not noticed. They had come to rest at the bottom of a ravine, a shallow cut in the earth lined with moss and deadfall. Corvath lay sprawled across the slope, one wing bent at an unnatural angle, his chest still moving. She crawled to him. Her knees found the rough ground. Her hands found his jaw, the place where the scarred hide met the softer scales beneath, and she pressed her forehead to him. I felt it, she whispered. Every spike, every break. You trusted me to carry it. His gold eye cracked open. You asked. I know. I would do it again. She laughed. It came out broken, wet, almost a sob. Then we are both fools. Beyond the ravine, the sky was empty. No pursuit, not yet. But the bond still hummed with Moret's presence, distant and wrong, a wound on the air that would not close. Thalwen sat back, looked at the bolt still embedded in Corvath's locked wing, and felt the weight of everything still ahead of them. You rest, she said. I will watch. She did not know if they could reach the vaults, did not know if the evidence would still be there, did not know if Tallick had escaped or if Senya's treaty plaques would ever be returned. But she knew one thing. Corvath had fallen, and she had fallen with him, and she was still holding on. Chapter 15. The night air carried the wrong sound. Thalwen's hands froze on the bolt shaft. Below the ravine's lip, beyond the tumbled scree, a voice cut through the wind, sharp, commanding, female. Merritt's voice. She released Corvath's jaw and pressed herself flat against the moss, crawling to the ravine's edge. The slope dropped into a wider gully where the quarry road bent east. And there, 50 paces below, Merritt Osfeld stood beside her slate dragon, one hand wrapped around the coerced bond glyph on her wrist. She was not alone. 2 hunters flanked her, both mounted, both carrying torches that painted the gully in wavering orange. The slate dragon stood rigid, wings half open, head low. It was not postured for attack. It was bracing. Merritt's hand tightened on her wrist. Thalwen felt it through the bond before she saw it. A spike of pressure, cold and shock, that was not her own pain, and not Corvath's. It came from outside, from the wrong bond, from the slate dragon's misery flooding the air like blood in water. The slate dragon screamed. Not a war cry, a sound of pure animal distress, its legs buckling, its head jerking sideways as if trying to throw something off. The hunter's horses shied. I can't abide that. But Marit did not flinch. Search the draw, she said. They came down somewhere near here. Find the blood trail. The dragon shuddered, its wings folded. It turned its head toward the dark slope, toward the ravine where Thalwen lay hidden, and its gold eye found hers through the gap between 2 boulders. Thalwen saw the fear in it. The slate dragon knew she was there. It had to. But it could not act on that knowledge without a command, and Marit had not given one. The dragon's jaw opened, closed, opened again, a silent plea that no sound could carry. It wants to disobey. Korar's the voice came, thin and ragged. It cannot. Thalwen's throat closed. The sacred bond, the thing that had flooded her with Corvath's grief, his rage, his desperate will to live, the thing that had made her feel his heartbeat as her own. Marit had turned it into a leash. Marit twisted her wrist. The slate dragon dropped. Its forelegs gave out, its chest hitting the stone with a crack that echoed through the gully. The hunters looked away. One of them crossed himself. "Spread out," Marit said. "The male can barely move. The female will be close." She released her wrist, and the dragon's shuddering eased. It lay where it had fallen, not daring to rise. Thalwen crawled backward from the ravine's edge, her hands shaking. That could be us. The thought came unbidden, cold as the stone beneath her palms. Osrath had learned to force bonds. Marit was proof that if they were caught, Corvath would be made to obey while she watched, or she would be made to hurt him with her own hands while the glyph burned gold on her skin. She used the bond to make it fall on command. She reached Corvath in 3 crawling steps, pressed her forehead to his jaw, and felt the fever burning through his hide. The bolt in his wing, the locked joint, the exhaustion that pulled at him like a current. "We have to move," she whispered. "I cannot fly." "Then we crawl." He made a sound, low and dry, that might have been a laugh. Where? She did not have an answer. The ravine led nowhere. The walls were too steep for Corvath to climb, and the only way out was back through the gully where Marit's hunters were already spreading. Thalwen's mind raced through the terrain she had mapped, the ridges and folds she had drawn in her folio, the hidden passes she had traced without remembering. There was nothing here. No cover, no route, no escape. The torchlight flickered at the ravine's mouth. Then something whistled through the air. An arc of white light climbed from the eastern slope, trailing smoke and sparks, climbing higher and higher until it burst against the star scatter of the sky. A signal flare. Old Warden flare, green-edged and searing, blooming over the gully like a second moon. The hunters froze. Marit's head snapped east. Her hand went to her sword. The slate dragon raised its head, and Thalwen felt a spike of confusion through the wrong bond, followed by something that might have been hope. "Hold!" Marit snapped. That came from the old watchtower. If there's a warden cache still active, the riders were already turning their horses. The flare had done its work, not a rescue, but a distraction. A question that demanded an answer. Marit's jaw tightened. She looked at the ravine, at the darkness where Thalwen and Corvath lay hidden, and for a moment, Thalwen saw the calculation in her eyes, the weighing of orders against opportunity. Then Marit swung onto the slate dragon's back. "We will finish this at first light," she said. "The pass narrows. They cannot outrun us on foot." The dragon rose, its wings spread, and Thalwen felt the misery pour through the bond as it launched, carrying Marit toward the flare's dying echo. The hunters followed. Silence fell over the ravine. Thalwen's hands were still shaking. She looked at Corvath, at the bolt in his wing, at the unnatural angle of the locked joint, and she knew Marit was right. They could not outrun her. But the flare had come from the east, from the old watchtower, from where Tallick might still be alive. "We go that way," she said, pointing toward the ridge where the flare had bloomed. "We find him, or we find what he was trying to show us." Corvath's gold eye found hers, and if it is a trap, then we are trapped together. She pulled his jaw toward her, pressing her forehead to the scarred hide, and felt the bond hum between them, tired and warm and unbroken. "I am not letting go," she said. "Not tonight. Not ever." Corvath's wing shifted. The bolt ground against bone. He did not make a sound. Then move. Thalwen stood, found a grip on his shoulder, and led him into the dark. Behind them, the flare's embers fell like ash. Ahead, the pass narrowed toward dawn, and Marit's promise hung in the air like a blade waiting to fall. Chapter 16. The wind shifted as they climbed. It came from the north first, a low pressure that pressed against Thalwen's back and pushed her hair across her face. She had felt that kind of wind before in the high passes, the way the air changed before a storm gathered itself into something dangerous. She kept walking. Corvath followed, one wing dragging, the bolt still embedded in the locked joint. Every step cost him something she could feel through the bond, a grinding ache that traveled up his shoulder and into the base of his skull. She felt it in her own bones, muted but present, a ghost of his pain that she carried without permission. The ridge rose ahead, dark against a sky that had begun to lose its stars. "We're close," she said, though she had no way of knowing. The watchtower had been a flare on the horizon, a promise of shelter she could not verify. But the ground was rising, and the trees had begun to thin, replaced by stone and scrub, and the first scatter of snow that clung to the northern faces of the boulders. The first flake hit her cheek, then another. Then the wind tore open and the world went white. It happened that fast. One moment she could see the ridge, the scattered pines, the curve of the pass ahead. The next, the air was full of snow, driven sideways by a wind that howled through the canyon like a living thing. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in a breath. The path vanished. Thalwen stopped, raised an arm to shield her face, and felt Corvath press against her back. The bond flared with warning. "We cannot stop here." "I know." She blinked against the white, trying to find a landmark, a shadow, anything that told her where the ridge ended and the drop began. The map in her mind was useless. The storm had erased the world, the wind was coming from the north, and the watchtower had been east. She turned, searching for the angle of the gusts, the way the snow streamed past her face. If she could keep the wind at her back, she would be walking south, away from the tower. If she turned into it, she would face north, deeper into the pass. East was a guess. "East is a guess," she said aloud. Corvath's head dipped beside her, his gold eye catching the snow. Then guess. She chose left. A break in the stone that looked like it might lead upward, toward the ridge where the flare had bloomed. She took a step, then another, and Corvath followed, his bilk sheltering her from the worst of the wind. The snow piled fast. Within minutes the path was ankle-deep, then knee-deep. Thalwen's boots were not waterproof, had never been waterproof, and the cold crept through the leather like a living thing, numbing her toes, her ankles, the tendons of her calves. She stumbled, caught herself, kept moving. The bond pulsed with Corvath's effort. Every step cost him. The wing dragged, carving a trough in the snow. His chest wound had begun to seep again. She could smell the blood, iron and salt, mixing with the wet wool of her coat. His fever burned against the cold, a heat she felt through the bond, even as the wind tried to freeze them both. "We are almost there," she said, not knowing if it was true. "You do not know that. I know we are not dead yet. That is not the same. It is all I have." The words came out sharper than she intended, but the storm swallowed them before they could hang between them. She kept walking. The ridge appeared without warning. One moment there was only snow, white on white on white, and the next, the ground dropped away to reveal a structure huddled against the cliff face. Low, stone, roofed in slate that had been weighted against the wind. A relay lodge, galled wooden construction, built to shelter travelers on the high routes when the passes closed. The door was a solid slab of iron-bound wood, half buried in a drift that rose to its middle hinge. Thalwen fell against it, her numb hands fumbling for the latch. The wood was frozen, the mechanism stiff, and for a terrible moment she thought it was locked from the inside, sealed against the storm. She threw her weight against it. The door gave. Not a lock, but snow. A drift had piled against the inside, spilling across the floor in a white fan that reached halfway to the hearth. The lodge had been empty long enough for the weather to claim it. She pushed through, shoving the door wide enough for Corvath to follow. He did not fit. His bulk filled the frame, his shoulders scraping the stone, his injured wing catching on the lintel. He tried to turn, to angle himself through, and the bolt in his joint ground against bone. Thalwen felt it through the bond, a spike of white-hot pain that dropped her to her knees. "Move," she snarled, not at him, at herself. "Move." She crawled to him, grabbed his jaw, and pulled. "This way. Turn your head. Now." He obeyed, and the wing cleared the frame, and he collapsed through the door like a rockslide, filling the lodge with his body, his heat, his ragged breathing. The door swung shut behind them. The wind went quiet. Thalwen lay in the dark, her face pressed to the stone floor, her heart slamming against her ribs. The silence was a shock after the roar of the storm. The cold was still there, seeping through the walls, but the wind had stopped trying to kill them. She pushed herself up. The lodge was small. A single room with a hearth, a bed frame, a table, and shelves that sagged under the weight of old supplies. The roof was intact. The walls were thick. There was wood stacked beside the hearth, dry and seasoned, left by someone who had known the passes could close without warning. She looked at Corvath. He lay on his side, his wings splayed across the floor, the bolt a dark shape against his hide. His chest heaved. His gold eye found hers, and she saw something in it that she had not seen before. Relief. We made it. For now. She crossed to the hearth, her numb hands fumbling for the striker she had seen on the shelf. It took 3 tries to catch the flame. The kindling caught, then the logs, and the fire climbed with a sound like the world exhaling. The light spilled across the room, across Corvath's wing, across the bolt that had buried itself in the joint, deep enough that she could see the barbed blip protruding from the underside of the membrane. She had to pull it out. She had to do it soon. And she had to do it while the storm raged outside, while the snow piled against the door, while Warlord Osrath trekked them through the pass with a dragon that could not refuse her will. Thalwen stood, walked to Corvath's side, and knelt beside the wound. This is going to hurt. It has been hurting. More. He made a sound, low and dry, that might have been a laugh. I know. She found the bolt with her fingers, tested the angle, and felt the bond pulse with his awareness of what was coming. Are you ready? No. Neither am I. She pulled. Chapter 17. The bolt came free with a wet, grinding sound that Thalwen felt in her teeth. Blood followed, dark and thick, welling from the wound and spilling across her fingers. She did not let go of the bolt. She held it, barbed and slick, and watched Corvath's body go rigid beneath her hands. The bond surged. Pain, white and blinding, flooded through her chest, through her left shoulder, through the glyph that burned against her collarbone. Her vision went gray at the edges. She bit down on the inside of her cheek and tasted copper. Breathe, she told herself. Breathe through it. She did not know if the command was for him or for her. She dropped the bolt. It hit the stone floor with a clatter that seemed too small for what it had cost to remove it. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against Corvath's hide, feeling the tremors running through his body, the fever that still burned beneath his scales. Done, she sent through the bond. It is done. She felt his answer, wordless and raw. Gratitude, exhaustion, and something else, something she could not name, that made her throat tighten. She pulled her hands away and saw the blood, dark and arterial, seeping from the wound in a steady pulse. She needed to stop the bleeding, the kit, her field kit. She fumbled for it, her fingers numb and clumsy, and pulled out the linen bandages, the salves, the gut thread she had used to close his chest wound days ago. Days. It felt like years. She worked by firelight. The wound was deeper than she had hoped. The barg had torn through membrane and muscle, lodging against the joint in a way that had ground bone every time he moved. She cleaned it with snow melted in a tin cup, pressing the cloth against the torn tissue until the water ran clear. Corvath did not move. He lay still, his head resting on the stone floor, his breath coming in slow, measured draws. He was letting her work, trusting her. The thought made her chest ache. She packed the wound with salve, pressing it deep into the torn space, and felt him flinch through the bond. She pressed harder. Hold still. I am holding still. Then stop flinching. I am a dragon. We do not flinch. She almost laughed. Almost. She bound the wound with linen, wrapping it tight around the joint, securing it with the gut thread she had used on his chest. The blood slowed. The pulse beneath her fingers steadied. She sat back on her heels and let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The fire crackled. The wind howled against the walls. The lodge held. Thalwen looked at her hands. They were covered in blood. His blood. Dark and drying in the crease of her palms. She wiped them on her trousers and watched the stain spread across the wool. She was so tired. Footsteps. No, not footsteps. A shift of weight. Corvath lifted his head and turned it toward her, his gold eye catching the firelight. You are bleeding. She looked down. There was a cut on her forearm, a thin line of red she did not remember getting. She must have scraped it on the doorframe or the bolt or something in the storm. It is nothing. It is not nothing. He reached for her through the bond, not with words but with awareness. She felt his attention settle on the wound like a touch, and the heat of it made her shiver. I will clean it later. Clean it now. Corvath, now. She stared at him. His eye was steady, unblinking, and she understood that he would not look away until she did what he asked. She pulled out the tin cup, melted more snow, and pressed the cloth against her own arm. The cold bit deep. The cut stung. She wrapped it in a strip of linen and tied it off with her teeth. Good. Is that approval I hear? Do not push it. She smiled. A small thing, barely there, but it was real. She stood, her legs shaking, and crossed to the hearth. The fire had burned low. She fetted another log, watched the flames climb, and felt the warmth spread across her frozen skin. Behind her, Corvath shifted. She heard the scrape of his scales against the stone, the groan of his body as he adjusted his weight. She turned to see him curling his body toward her, his wing folding over the space between them, his head settling on the floor near her bedroll. He had positioned himself between her and the door. She did not ask if it was deliberate. She crossed to the bedroll and sat, her back against the wall, her knees drawn up to her chest. The fire painted shadows across the ceiling. The wind kept howling. I used to sleep in places like this. Corvath's eye opened. What places? Waystations, ruins, caves when the weather got bad. She wrapped her arms around her knees. I never stayed long, a night, maybe two. Long enough to rest, then I moved on. Why? Because staying too long was dangerous. Dangerous how? She did not answer. She did not know how to explain that she had always felt safer when no one knew where she was, when no one expected her to stay, when she could leave without having to explain why she was leaving. She felt his attention, patient and steady, and could not bring herself to meet it. The fire popped, the shadows danced. She lay down on the bedroll, her back to the heat, her face to the dark. She heard Corvath's breathing, slow and deep, and felt the bond pulse with the rhythm of his heart. She closed her eyes. The draft hit her an hour later, cold air seeping through the crack beneath the door, cutting across the stone floor and curling around her bedroll. She pulled her coat tighter, pressed her face into the wool, and tried to ignore the way the cold bit through her clothes. Corvath shifted again. She felt the movement before she heard it, a ripple through the bond that made her open her eyes. He was moving, his body sliding across the floor, his wing curling closer. The draft stopped. She lifted her head and saw that he had repositioned his body to block the gap beneath the door. His bulk filled the space, his wing stretched across the stone, sealing the crack where the cold had been pouring in. He did not look at her. He lay still, his head on the floor, his breathing measured and even, as if the movement had been nothing, an adjustment of comfort, a coincidence. She knew it was not a coincidence. She lay back down and felt the warmth settle around her, his heat, his presence, the solid weight of him between her and the storm. Thank you. A long pause. The fire was dying. She almost laughed again. Almost. She let the warmth pull her down, let the bond pulse soft and steady in her chest, and let the silence hold them both, until the fire burned low again and the wind began to ease. Outside, the snow kept falling. Inside, they stayed. Chapter 18. She was standing in a long stone corridor. The ceiling curved overhead, ribbed like a spine, and the torches burned too bright, casting shadows that moved against the walls like living things. The air was thick with smoke, not yet choking but building, the kind that caught at the back of the throat and promised worse. She knew this place. She did not know how she knew it, but she did. The stone under her boots, the script carved into the archways, the smell of old dust and older ink. Walk, move, do not stop. A voice, not her own, a man's voice, low and urgent, somewhere behind her. She turned. The corridor stretched behind her, empty. The torches flickered. The smoke was thickening. They will be here soon. You have to go. She started walking. Not because she wanted to, but because her body moved without her permission, legs carrying her forward, hands pressing open the door she did not remember reaching. The next room was larger. All stone tables lined the walls, covered in scrolls and folios, ink pots, sealing wax, the tools of an archive. The windows were high and narrow, letting in pale gray light that did not match the torches. A woman stood at the far table, gray robes, gray hair pulled back, hands moving over a map. Thalwen tried to see her face, but the smoke kept rolling between them, gray and thick, and the woman's features blurred like wet ink. "You took the route, Marks." The woman's voice was calm, not an accusation, a confirmation. "Yes." Thalwen heard herself answer, but she was not the one speaking. Her mouth moved, her voice came out, but she was watching from somewhere else, outside her own body. "They are not on any register. You know what that means." "Yes." "Then go. Remember by forgetting." The woman pressed something into Thalwen's hands, a roll of paper bound with gut cord, the folio. "When the time comes, you will find the way back. But you cannot carry the memory with you. They will take it." Thalwen tried to speak, tried to ask who, tried to demand the woman's name, but the smoke was everywhere now, filling her throat, her lungs, and the hall was burning. Flame raced across the ceiling. The stone tables cracked. The woman turned away, her gray robes catching the fire, and Thalwen screamed. She woke on her back, gasping. The lodge ceiling hung above her, dark and close. The fire had burned low, orange embers pulsing in the hearth. The air smelled of smoke, old wood, and the sharp mineral tang of snow melting on stone. She could not breathe. Her chest heaved, but the air would not come, would not fill her, and her hands were clawing at the bedroll, at the floor, at nothing. "Breathe." The voice hit her like water, cold and sharp, cutting through the panic. Corvath. His presence flooded the bond, steady and deliberate, pushing against the edges of her mind like a hand pressed flat against her back. "You are safe. You are in the lodge. Breathe." She dragged in air. It burned. She dragged in another. The second one held. She was shaking. Her whole body was shaking, and she had not noticed until the shaking made her teeth chatter. She pressed her hand to her collarbone. The glyph was hot. Not burning, but warm, pulsing with the rhythm of her heart. She looked up. Corvath had moved. His head was inches from hers, his gold eye fixed on her face, his breath washing over her in slow, deliberate waves. He was breathing for her, showing her the rhythm, forcing her to match it. She did. In, hold, out. In, hold, out. The shaking eased. The panic receded, leaving a hollow ache in its place. "What did you see?" She opened her mouth, closed it. The dream was already fragmenting, details slipping away like water through fingers. "Fire." Her voice cracked. "Stone halls, a woman. She gave me something." "What?" "The folio." She touched her ribs where the oilcloth bundle rested against her skin. "She gave me the folio and told me to go. Told me to remember by forgetting." Corvath was silent. His eye held hers, unblinking. That is not a natural thought. No, that is a command. She felt the truth of it settle in her chest, cold and heavy. The woman in the dream had not been speaking in metaphor. She had been giving an instruction. Remember by forgetting. A contradiction, a lock. Someone had sealed her memory so she could carry it without knowing she carried it. The fire popped. The shadows shifted. Outside, the wind had died. The silence that followed was deeper than the storm, thick and waiting. She heard footsteps, not in the dream, real. Outside the lodge, the crunch of boots on packed snow, moving slow and deliberate. Corvath's head snapped up, his body tensed, his wing folding tight against his side, his muscles coiling beneath his scarred hide. Thalwen reached for her blade. The footsteps stopped at the door. A pause, a breath, then a knock. 3 short raps spaced apart. Thalwen did not move. A voice came through the wood, rough and familiar. "You are going to want to open this door, because it is colder than a dead warden's conscience out here, and I am too old to freeze to death on your threshold. Tallick. Thalwen exhaled. She crossed to the door, pulled the bars, and swung it open. Tallick Drail stood in the snow, his coat crusted with ice, his face drawn and pale, his crossbow slung across his back. Behind him, the eastern sky was beginning to lighten, a pale gray line growing along the ridge. He looked past her, at Corvath, at the hearth, at the bandages and the bloodstains. You made it. He stepped inside, shaking ice from his collar. Good. We have a problem. Thalwen barred the door behind him. Just one? Tallick pulled off his gloves and held his hands to the fire. His fingers were red, the tips white with cold. Osrath knows about the hospice, he said. He knows we might go there. He has riders watching the approach. Hospice? Brother Kaz Eden. Tallick turned to face her. Healer. Scholar. Works out of a cliff hospice 2 ridges east. If anyone can tell you what was done to your mind, it is him. Thalwen felt the dream rising again, the woman's voice, the smoke, the command. Remember by forgetting. She looked at Corvath. He was watching her, his gold eyes steady, his presence warm and familiar in her chest. How far? Half a day, Tallick said. If the snow holds. She looked back at the fire, at the embers, at the shadows still dancing on the ceiling. Then we move at first light. Chapter 19. They moved before the snow could trap them again. Thalwen banked the hearth embers with ash and checked the bindings on Corvath's wing one last time. The wound had sealed clean, but the joint beneath it ground when he shifted, a feeling she caught through the bond like a bone scraping across stone. She pressed her palm flat against his shoulder. His hide was warm, fever low but steady. He did not pull away. Tallick stood by the door, his crossbow oiled and loaded, his eyes tracking the ridgeline through the crack in the frame. The approach is exposed, he said. Half a mile of open slope before the cliff path drops into the hospice hollow. If Osrath's riders are watching, that is where they will see us. Then we go fast. Thalwen pulled her pack straps tight. And we hope the cold keeps them inside. Corvath pushed past her into the dawn. His wings had folded, the bandage joint stiff, but he moved without the grinding hitch from the night before. The rest had helped. Not enough, but enough. The snow had crusted hard overnight, and their boots cracked through the surface with every step. Thalwen led, breaking trail, her breath fogging in the gray light. Corvath followed at her back, his bulk a shield against the wind. Tallick brought up the rear, scanning the tree line. They crossed the open slope in silence. No horns sounded. No riders broke from the pines. The cliff path dropped sharply, cut into the stone in a series of switchbacks so narrow Thalwen had to press her back against the rock to let Corvath pass. The hospice came into view below, a cluster of stone buildings built into the cliff face, their roofs heavy with snow, smoke rising from a single chimney. A bell tower stood at the eastern edge, silent. Tallick had been right about the approach. Anyone watching from the ridge would have seen them clearly. But no one stopped them. The hospice gate was a wooden door set into an arch of chiseled stone. No guard, no sigil, no banner. Thalwen knocked. The door swung open before her hand left the wood. The man who stood in the doorway was lean and gray-haired, his robes patched at the elbows, his face creased by weather and age. He held a cup of tea in one hand and looked at them as though he had been expecting them for days. "You are riding the bond hard," he said, not to Thalwen, but to Corvath. "I can feel it from here. You should be on the ground with that wing." Corvath's head lowered, his gold eye fixed on the man with an expression Thalwen could not read. He knew Ivan. The words hit her through the bond, quiet and certain. She looked at the man again. "Brother Kaz Eden?" He tilted his head, studying her. "And you are the one whose mind was sealed." The words landed like a blow. She had not said anything yet, had not opened her mouth. "How did you know that?" Kaz Eden stepped back, holding the door wide. "Because the glyph on your collarbone is burning at a frequency I have only seen on 2 other people in 30 years. Both of them had their memories bound by warden glyphcraft under extreme duress." He took a sip of his tea. "Come inside. The cold is making your bond shiver." The hospice interior was warm and smelled of dried herbs, beeswax, and old paper. A hearth crackled in the main hall, throwing long shadows across stone walls lined with shelves, scrolls stacked in clay tubes, and half-finished bindings laid out on a work table. Khaz-Eden led them through the hall into a side chamber with a cot, a brazier, and a wide wooden chair carved with glyph patterns Thalwen did not recognize. "Sit," he said. She sat. Corvath folded himself in the doorway, his head low enough to clear the lintel, his presence pressing against the edges of her awareness. Tallick remained in the hall, his crossbow within reach. Khaz-Eden set down his tea and took her wrist. His fingers were warm and dry, his touch precise. He turned her hand over, examined the ink stains on her thumb and forefinger, then released her and reached for her collarbone. "May I?" She nodded. He pressed his palm flat against the glyph. The warmth of his hand was nothing compared to the heat of the mark. But she felt something else, a pulse beneath his fingers, a rhythm that did not match her heartbeat. He was reading it, feeling the shape of it the way she would read terrain on a map. He held still for a long moment. Then he withdrew his hand and sat back. "The seal on your memory was placed by a trained warden archivist using a harmonic lock woven into the glyph structure of the bond itself." He spoke evenly, as though describing a weather pattern or a route on a chart. "It was designed to withstand direct interrogation. If someone had tried to force the memories out of you under duress, the lock would have collapsed the glyph and killed you before you could speak." Thalwen's throat tightened. "Can you undo it?" Khaz-Eden looked at her for a long moment. "Yes." The word hung in the air. "But," he folded his hands in his lap, "the seal is bound to the bond. To undo it, I have to work through the bond itself. That means I will be touching the connection between you and your dragon, feeling its shape, testing its edges." He looked at Corvath. "It will hurt. Both of you. The seal was meant to survive torture, not healing. When I break it, the memories will return all at once, not in fragments, not in dreams. Everything you buried, every detail your mind locked away to protect itself, will come back in a single surge." Thalwen's hand went to her collarbone. The glyph was hot. "How long?" "Moments, but those moments will feel like hours. The bond will destabilize during the breaking. Your connection may fray or twist or try to protect you by pushing him out." Khaz-Eden paused. "If that happens, you will need to hold on to him consciously. The bond will try to sever itself to spare you the pain. You must refuse." Corvath's voice came through the bond, low and steady. "I will not let go." Thalwen looked at him. His gold eye held hers. She turned back to Khaz-Eden. "Do it." The healer did not move. "Not yet. First, I need to know something." He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Who feared your testimony enough to bury it alive?" "Because the person who placed this seal had access to the highest levels of warden glyphcraft. They were not a random archivist. They were someone with authority, training, and a reason to make sure you never remembered what you saw." Thalwen opened her mouth. The answer was there, rising from the dark water of her sealed memory. A name she almost had, a face she almost saw. And then the hospice bell began to ring. Not the slow toll of hours, a fast, hammering rhythm, an alarm. Tallick appeared in the doorway, his crossbow raised. "Riders, coming down the cliff path, a dozen at least." Khaz-Eden stood, his face calm, his tea forgotten. "They found us faster than I expected." He looked at Thalwen. "We do not have time for a careful breaking, but we have time for a question." He reached into his robe and pulled out a small bronze disc, etched with a glyph she recognized from her dream. "Do you want to remember, or do you want to survive?" The bell kept ringing. Outside, the first rider's horn answered it. Chapter 20. Thalwen looked at the bronze disc in Khaz-Eden's palm. The glyph etched into its surface matched the one from her dream, the one the gray-robed woman had pressed into the folio before turning back into the fire. "Remember," she said. Khaz-Eden did not argue. He did not warn her again. He simply crossed to the brazier and knelt, feeding the disc into the coals until the glyph began to glow orange through the ash. "Tallick bars the outer door. Buy me time if they breach." Tallick was already moving, crossbow in hand. "Corvath." Khaz-Eden's voice shifted, harder now. You will feel everything she feels. The bond will try to protect her by severing you. Do not let it." "I know," came the reply, low and certain. Thalwen's heart hammered against her ribs. The bell kept ringing. Hoofbeats echoed down the cliff path, growing louder. Kaz Eden took the disc from the coals with bare fingers, unflinching, and pressed it flat against her collarbone. The pain hit first. Not the burning of the glyph, but something deeper, a wrenching sensation that twisted her spine from the inside. The chamber dissolved. The brazier, the cot, the carved chair, all of it bled away into smoke. She was standing in the archive at Ridgemere, the stone corridors ribbed overhead, wavering with heat. Scrolls burned in their clay tubes, cracking open like eggs. The air tasted of ash and ink and something else, copper, the wet smell of blood. Screaming. There was screaming, not in the distance but all around her, from every direction at once, and she could not tell whose throat it came from. A hand gripped her wrist. She looked down. The gray-robed woman stood beside her, face lit by the fire, eyes holding hers with terrible calm. "You took the root marks," the woman said. Her mouth did not move. The words came straight into Thalwen's skull, layered over the screaming. "You took them, and now you must carry them where I cannot." The woman pressed the folio into her hands. Warm leather, bound tight. The pages inside felt thick with wax seals and folded paper. "The wardens are dead. The enclave is falling. There is no one left to testify. But you." The woman's hand rose to Thalwen's forehead. Her palm was cool against the sweat and heat. "Remember by forgetting." The pressure built behind Thalwen's eyes like water behind a dam. Something cracked. The crack spread, and through it poured light and noise and the smell of budding flesh. "Remember by forgetting. Remember. Remember!" Thalwen screamed. The sound tore out of her throat without permission, raw and broken. She was on her knees in the archive, and the fire was everywhere, and the gray-robed woman was walking away into the flames, her robes catching, her hair igniting, and she did not stop walking. Remember by forgetting. The seal shattered. Everything came at once. The explosion that had torn the enclave's lower levels open, the wave of heat that followed, pushing through the corridors like a living thing. Wardens dragging survivors toward the eastern exit, their faces black with soot. Even Marek standing in the archive doorway, his arm raised to shield his eyes, his mouth forming words she could not hear over the roar. She had been there. She had seen him. He had looked at her, recognized her, and pointed toward the passage that led out. Then the ceiling fell. The gray-robed woman's hand was on her face, and the words were sinking into her mind like hooks, and she was running through smoke with the folio pressed against her chest, because the map was the only thing that mattered. The map was worth dying for. The map was worth dying for. The bond wrenched. Thalwen felt Corvath buckle under the weight of everything she was pouring into him. His pain joined hers, doubled, twisted. She felt his wings seize, the joint grinding, the wound she had bound tearing open again in sympathetic echo. His roar of agony slammed through her chest, indistinguishable from her own screaming. The connection frayed. She felt it tearing, the threads that bound them snapping one by one, and she tried to hold on, tried to grip them the way she would grip a rope fraying over a drop, but her hands were slick with blood and ash, and she could not keep hold. "Stay," Corvath's voice, barely a whisper. "Stay with me." She fought. She fought with everything she had, every shred of will she had built over 3 years of running, every refusal to let anyone reach the parts of her she had buried. She gripped the frayed bond and pulled it back toward herself, toward him, toward the unbearable heat of being known. The archive flickered. The fire dimmed. She was in the hospice chamber, on her knees on the stone floor, her hands locked around Corvath's foreleg. He was down beside her, his head pressed to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gusts that shook his whole body. Blood seeped through the fresh binding on his wing. Kaz Eden knelt beside them, his hand still pressed to her collarbone, the bronze disc blackening in his other palm. "Stop." The word was quiet, final. He pulled the disc away. The glyph on her skin went from white-hot to red, then to a dull throb that matched her heartbeat. Thalwen gasped. The air tasted clean. No ash, no smoke, just the cold stone of the hospice. and the salt smell of her own sweat. Khaz-Eden sat back on his heels. His face was gray. "I was wrong," he said. Her chest tightened. "Wrong how?" "The seal was not meant to kill you under torture." He looked at the disc in his hand. "It was meant to kill you if someone tried to heal it." The woman who placed this lock knew exactly what she was doing. She made sure that kindness would be as fatal as cruelty. Thalwen stared at him. "Then how do I remember?" Khaz-Eden did not answer. He stood, walked to his work table, and pulled a leather-bound packet from a locked drawer. Thalwen watched him press it into Tallick's hand. "These are my notes on harmonic glyph locks, the only complete set left in the Reaches because I never trusted the archives to keep them safe." Tallick took the packet. Khaz-Eden looked down at Thalwen. "The seal was meant to survive torture, not healing. That means there is no careful way to break it, no safe passage, only a door that opens one way, and once you step through, you cannot close it again." The bell stopped ringing. In the silence that followed, Thalwen heard the riders dismounting in the courtyard below. Corvath lifted his head. His gold eye met hers, and she felt the bond steady between them, frayed but holding. She looked at Khaz-Eden. "How long do I have?" The healer's face was unreadable. "The riders are here. You are too weak to fight, and your dragon cannot fly. If you stay, they take you. If you run, they track you." He paused. "But if you want the truth about Ridgemere, you will have to survive long enough to reach the vault beneath it. And that journey begins now or never." From the courtyard below, a voice rang out, sharp and familiar. "Brother Khaz-Eden, open in the name of Osrath's mandate." Yet it found them. Chapter 21. The cold woke her first, not the sharp cold of the mountain, but the deep bone cold of a body that had stopped fighting. Thalwen's fingers had gone numb against Corvath's foreleg. The stone floor had stolen the heat from her knees, her thighs, her spine. She blinked. The relay lodge. The fire had burned low, orange embers crackling in the hearth. Snow had drifted against the doorframe, sealing them inside a pocket of stillness. Corvath breathed beneath her hands, slow, heavy, alive. She did not remember letting go of his foreleg, but her palms were empty now, pressed flat to the stone. The bond hummed between them, thin as a frayed thread, but holding. She should move, should stand, should check his wing, bank the fire, make herself useful. Instead, she stayed. The silence stretched, the embers popped. Outside, the wind scoured the ridge, but inside, there was only the rhythm of his breathing and the low pulse of the bond, steady as a second heart. "How long was I out?" Corvath's voice was gravel dragged over stone. She turned her head. He had not moved from where he had collapsed, his head still pressed to the ground, his gold eye half-lidded and watching her. "Long enough for the fire to die," she said. "Then not long." She should laugh at that. She almost did, but the sound caught in her throat and came out as something else, a hitch, a surrender. The bond flickered. She felt him reach, tentative, like a hand extended in darkness. Not words, not images, just presence, the weight of him pressing against the frayed edges of her mind, asking permission. She let him in. The relief that flooded through the bond was not hers. It was his, raw and unguarded, and it hit her in the chest like a blow. "You held," he said, not aloud, through the bond, the words forming at the edge of her awareness. "When the seal broke, when the bond started tearing, you held. I didn't have a choice. You always have a choice. You chose to stay." She could not argue with that, not because she lacked words, but because the truth of it sat in her chest, heavy and warm, and she did not want to push it away. The fire crackled. Thalwen shifted, and the movement sent a spike of cold through her legs. Her knees had locked. Her boots were still wet, the leather stiff with frost. "The wing," she said. "I need to check the binding. It will hold." "Corvath. It will hold." The words came firmer this time. "Sit. Rest. You cannot tend a wound you cannot feel." She wanted to argue. The reflex was there, sharp and ready, but her hands were shaking, and the bond was thrumming with exhaustion that was not all his. She settled back. The fire had burned low enough that the shadows had pooled in the corners, thick and blue. The wind had picked up, rattling the shutters, pushing against the door. Snow seeped through the gap beneath the frame, a thin white tongue creeping across the stone. Corvath shifted. The movement was slow, careful. He pulled his good foreleg toward his body, dragging the bulk of his weight with it, and the motion brought him closer to her. Close enough that his shoulder pressed against her side. Close enough that the heat of him bled through her frozen clothes. She did not pull away. "You are cold," he said. "I'm always cold." "You are colder than usual." She should make a joke, something dry, something that would break the weight of the moment and give her room to breathe. The words did not come. She pressed her forehead to his jaw. The scales were rough and warm. The storm scar ran beneath her skin, a ridge of old tissue that had healed before she was born, before the Reaches had known her name. She pressed into it, and she felt his breath catch. The bond rippled. Not pain, not words. Something softer, something that moved through the frayed threads like water finding cracks in stone. "Thalwen," his voice in her mind, quiet, unguarded. "I did not think you would come back." She kept her forehead pressed to his jaw. "Neither did I." The fire popped, the wind scoured the ridge. The bond hummed between them, thin and frayed and unbroken. They stayed like that, their breathing falling into rhythm, the warmth of his body seeping into her frozen bones. The hours passed in silence. The fire burned lower. The snow crept further across the floor. Thalwen did not move. She did not know when she fell asleep, only that the dream came again, with the gray-robed woman pressing the folio into her hands. But this time, the woman did not speak. She only looked at Thalwen with eyes that held no fear, and then she turned and walked into the flames. Thalwen woke with a gasp. The fire had burned to ash. The lodge was dark, lit only by the thin gray light of dawn seeping through the shutters. Corvath's warmth was still against her side, his breathing steady. She lay still, letting the dream settle. The name was still out of reach. The woman's name. The face that had looked at her with no fear, only purpose. But the root marks were real. She knew that now. Knew the folio was not a map of escape routes, but a key to something the gray-robed woman had died to protect. The bond stirred. "What do you remember?" She closed her eyes. "Enough to know where we need to go." "Where?" "Beneath Ridgemere." The word hung between them, heavy with ash. Corvath did not argue, did not ask how she knew or why she was certain. "Then we go." She sat up, slow, her joints protesting. The bond was still thin, still frayed, but it held. He had not let go. She had not let go. She looked at him, at his gold eye watching her through the dim light. "Can you fly?" The silence was answer enough. "Then we walk." He did not argue. She stood, her legs held. Her hands were still shaking, but that did not matter. They had a destination. They had a purpose. She crossed to the hearth and began banking the embers for the journey. Behind her, she heard Corvath rise, the scrape of his claws on stone, the heavy sigh of a body forced to move before it was ready. "Thalwen." She turned. He was standing, his wing bound tight against his side, his gold eye fixed on her. "I am glad you chose to stay." The bond pulsed, warm and steady. She held his gaze. "So am I." The door burst open. Drag stood in the frame, crusted with ice, his crossbow in one hand. His face was drawn tight, his breath clouding in the cold air. "Riders on the ridge," he said. Thalwen's hand went to her blade. "How many?" "5, but there will be more. They found the hospice." The lodge, she thought. They had found it. Tallick's eyes met hers. "We need to move, now." She looked at Corvath. He was already braced, his weight shifted, ready to follow. The bond hummed, thin and frayed and unbroken. She stepped toward the door. Behind her, the fire hissed. And above the ridge, the first rider's horn split the morning air. Chapter 22. The rider's horn split the air again, closer now. Thalwen was already moving, crossing to where her pack lay against the wall, shoving the folio inside before her hands had stopped shaking. The bond thrummed thin and frayed but steady. Corvath shifted behind her, the scrape of his claws on stone, the heavy drag of his bound wing. "How long until they reach the ridge?" she asked. Tallick stepped aside from the door, letting the cold air sweep in. 10 minutes, maybe less if they found the hospice trail. "Then we go now." She crossed to the hearth, kicked the last embers apart with her boot, scattering ash across the stone. No fire to track them by, no sign of shelter left behind. Corvath moved toward the door, his weight settling, his gold eye catching the gray light. The ridgeline runs east for half a mile before it drops into the gorge. If we reach the gorge before they crest the rise, the snow will cover our trail. "Can you make that with your wing?" He did not answer. The silence was answer enough. She stepped past him, into the cold. The air hit her like a blade. The world had gone white and still, the snow deep enough to swallow movement, the sky low and heavy. A second horn sounded behind them, farther away, but not far enough, and Thalwen set her jaw and began to walk. The bond pulled tight with every step, thin, frayed, but holding. Tallick moved ahead of her, his crossbow braced across his chest, his breath clouding in the cold. He did not look back. He did not need to. The ridgeline rose ahead of them, a white spine against the gray sky, and beyond it, the gorge cut deep into the mountain's throat. Corvath followed behind her, his good foreleg dragging his weight forward, his bound wind pressed tight against his side. She could feel his pain through the bond, not sharp, but dull, a steady ache that matched her own cold, tight joints. They reached the ridgeline just as the first rider crested the hospice trail. Thalwen did not look back. She dropped over the edge, sliding down the slope into the gorge, the snow swallowing her to the thighs. Corvath followed, a heavy slide of scales and stone, and Tallick came last, his boots finding purchase where the slope was steepest. The gorge closed around them. She did not stop moving. Her legs burned, her lungs burned, the cold clawed at her face and her hands. The bond hummed. The rider's horn called again, and this time it was answering, a second horn somewhere to the east, a third farther south. The net was spreading. She kept moving. The gorge widened into a cut between cliffs, the walls rising sheer on either side, the snow shallower where the wind had scoured the stone. Tallick stopped ahead of her, bent over, his hand bracing against a rock. He was studying something. A mark cut into the stone, half hidden by frost and time. Thalwen reached him, her breath coming hard. "What is it?" Tallick brushed the frost away with his gloved hand, and the mark emerged beneath. A circle, a line cutting through its center, a second circle nested inside the first. "Glyph script, Warden script. There's a vault," Tallick said, "cut into the cliffs a quarter-mile east of here. Even marked it on the old schematics, but I never found the entrance." Thalwen stared at the mark, the root marks, the folio, the key to something beneath Ridgemere. "Even put this here? Or someone he trusted?" Tallick straightened, his eyes meeting hers. "This is what the root marks point to. Not Ridgemere itself, not directly. An antechamber, a place where the way down was prepared before the fire." The bond stirred. Yvonne knew the fall was coming. Corvath's voice, quiet in her mind. He spent the last 3 weeks of his life hiding what he found. He did not tell me. He said it was safer if I did not know. Thalwen looked at him. His gold eye was fixed on the mark, unblinking. Safer for who? For me. For what I would do with the knowledge. She felt the shift in him. Not through words, but through the frayed bond, a crack opening where his grief had been sealed. He was good at that, choosing what to carry alone. Thalwen did not answer. She turned from the mark, scanning the cliffs. "Tallick, which way to the entrance?" Tallick pointed east. "A quarter-mile. Maybe hidden behind a fall of scree, maybe deliberately collapsed. If the root marks are a key, we need to find the lock." Thalwen started walking. The gorge narrowed, the cliffs pressed close, their faces striped with frost and shadow. Corvath's breathing grew heavier, and she could feel it through the bond, his pain rising, his wing grinding against the cold. "Yvonne used to walk beside me," he said. Her steps did not falter. "Did he? When the pain was bad. When the old wounds flared, He would walk beside me in silence. He never needed to speak. The bond hummed. I thought I would die when he did. I planned for it. I spent a year waiting for my heart to stop. Thalwen kept her eyes on the cliff ahead, but it did not stop, and I did not know what to do with a body that refused to follow. She stopped. The gorge opened ahead of her into a bowl carved into the stone, the walls curving inward, the floor scattered with scree and broken rubble. A fall of rock blocked the far end, piled high and thick with frost. The entrance, or the grave of one. She turned to face him. You stopped waiting. His gold eye met hers. I found something else to live for. The words hung between them, raw and unguarded. Thalwen did not know what to do with them, did not know how to carry the weight of what he had just said, the quiet admission that she had become the reason he had stopped waiting for death. She held his gaze. I don't know how to be that. Neither did Ivan. He shifted, his weight settling, his wing pressing against his side. He learned. I learned. We can learn now. She heard Tallick turn from the fallen scree, his hand brushing frost from a stone. Thalwen. His voice was sharp, alert. She turned, and Tallick stood beside a slab of rock half buried in the rubble, his hand tracing a line of glyphs cut into the stone. The root marks, he said. They match. She crossed to him, Corvath moving behind her. The glyphs were old, worn by wind and frost, but the marks were unmistakable. Circles. Lines. The same pattern she had seen in the dream, the same marks the gray-robed woman had pressed into the folio. Talit's hand moved across the stone. This is the key. The lock is inside. He pressed his palm to the center of the glyph, and the stone shifted. A crack opened in the cliff face, narrow, dark, descending. Chapter 23. The entrance exhaled cold air, ancient and still, as Thalwen stepped into the dark. Tallick went first, his flint striking against steel until the flame caught. The light pushed back a narrow corridor of stone, walls cut smooth by tools older than the reaches, the floor scattered with grit that had not been disturbed in years. Corvath followed last. His bulk filled the passage behind her, his breathing slow and labored, the bound wing pressing against the stone. Thalwen pressed her palm to the wall. The stone was dry, cold, dead. He was here. Corvath's voice, barely a brush against her mind. Even, he stood in this passage. She did not answer. She kept walking. The corridor opened into a chamber, round and low-ceiled, its walls lined with recessed shelves. Empty now. The niches held nothing but dust and the shadows of objects long removed. Tallick raised the flame higher. There was a cache here. Documents, maps, sealed records. His voice echoed. Someone cleared it out. Thalwen crossed to the nearest shelf. Her fingers found grooves in the stone, marks left by boxes or crates that had sat here for years before being lifted away. Before the fire or after? Hard to tell. Tallick moved the flame along the wall. But the dust pattern suggests the removal was careful, not looters, someone who knew what they were looking for. The bond flickered. He even knew this place. Corvath stood at the chamber's edge, his good eye scanning the walls. He brought me here once, 3 months before Ridgemere. He said it was a contingency, a place to hold what could not be lost. Thalwen turned to face him. He told you about the antechamber, but not what he hid in it? He told me enough to find it, not enough to use it. The crack in his voice, the old wound she had felt before, pulsed through the bond. She let it sit. Tallick had moved to the far wall, his hand tracing a seam in the stone. There's another door, sealed. The glyph lock matches the root marks. Thalwen crossed to him, the folio already in her hands. She pulled it from her coat, the wax seals catching the flame light, the folded pages soft from years of handling. She had never drawn these maps, not consciously, but her hands had. Tallick leaned in, his eyes tracing the marks. The first circle marks the antechamber, the second circle. He paused, his finger hovering over the page. It points deeper, beneath the enclave itself. Thalwen stared at the mark, a second circle, nested inside the first, with a line cutting downward. Down, beneath Ridgemere. That's the vault, she said. The one the gray-robed woman died to protect. Tallick nodded. If we follow this line, it leads to a chamber below the archives, below the suppression engine, below everything. The flame guttered, and the shadows pressed in. Thalwen traced at the root marks with her finger, following the line from the antechamber to the vault. The root marks are not a map of escape routes. They are a key to the suppression weapon itself. Tallick's eyes met hers, or a key to what Osrath could not let anyone find. The chamber fell silent. Corvath shifted behind her, his weight grinding against the stone. If we go down, we cannot come back up the same way. Thalwen turned to him. You know this? I know even. If he sealed something deep enough to require this key, he sealed it to stay sealed. Tallick looked at the folio, then at the wall. He may have collapsed the passage behind us, or set a trap for anyone who followed without the marks. Thalwen looked at the map again. The root marks were not just a key. They were a path through something dangerous, something designed to kill anyone who tried to reach the vault without knowing the way. She folded the folio and tucked it back into her coat. Then we follow the marks exactly. Tallick pressed his palm to the glyph on the wall. The stone shifted. A grinding sound, low and deep, as a slab of rock slid sideways to reveal a narrow passage descending into the dark. Cold air rushed up, old, still, tasting of stone and ash. Thalwen looked down. The passage was steep, the walls rough-cut, the floor slick with frost. A single set of steps carved into the rock, spiraling downward into a darkness so complete it swallowed the light. Tallick raised the flame. The passage curved away, dropping deeper than the antechamber, deeper than the corridor above. Thalwen stepped onto the first stair. The stone held. Corvath moved behind her, his bulk filling the entrance, his wings scraping against the wall. Stay close. She heard the tension in his voice. The bond is thin. If we are separated down there, I cannot reach you. She did not answer. She kept walking. The passage narrowed. The walls pressed closer, the air growing heavier, the cold settling into her bones. The flame guttered, and Tallick stopped to relight it, his hands steady but his breath quickening. How far down? Thalwen asked. The marks suggest 100 feet, maybe 2. He looked at the walls, the glyphs cut into the stone, the lines worn by time. This was built before the Unification Wars, before the Reaches were settled, before dragons were bonded. Thalwen touched the wall. The stone was cold, old, carved by hands that had been dust for centuries. What was it before? A vault, a prison, a weapon. Tallick shrugged. The old wardens built everything with 3 purposes, so that one could never be undone. The passage opened into a wider chamber, and the flame caught something that stopped Thalwen cold. The walls were covered in glyphs. Not the careful, ordered script of the archives, but something older, wilder, carved in spirals and waves that climbed the stone and disappeared into shadow. The marks pulsed in the firelight, flickering like they were alive. Tallick moved the flame along the wall. These are harmonic locks, hundreds of them, woven into the stone itself. Thalwen stared at the glyphs. They were beautiful, terrible, a web of meaning too dense to read, too old to understand. What do they lock? Tallick's hand stopped over a mark at the center of the pattern. A circle, a line cutting through its center. A second circle nested inside the first. The same mark from the folio. He pressed his palm to the glyph. The chamber shuddered. The sound, low and deep, like a stone turning over itself, rumbled through the floor. The flame guttered and the shadows twisted, and Thalwen felt the bond spike with sudden sharp pain. Something is wrong. Corvath's voice, sharp and urgent. The walls are not stone. Thalwen pressed her hand to the wall. It was warm. The stone was warm. And beneath her palm, she felt a pulse. Chapter 24. The pulse beat against her palm, steady and deep, like a second heart buried in the stone. Thalwen did not pull her hand away. The warmth spread through her fingers, up her wrist, pooling in her chest where the bond glyph burned. Not pain. Something older. Recognition. Tallick held the flame closer to the wall, his face drawn tight in the flickering light. That should not be possible. What is it? I don't know. He traced the edge of a glyph with his free hand, not quite touching. I've studied Warden's script for 30 years. These marks are older than any archive I've seen. The pulse continued, steady, waiting. Corvath shifted behind her, his bulk filling the passage. The walls, remember. Thalwen turned. Remember what? Even brought me here once. He stood where you are standing and told me the old wardens built this place to hold something that could not be destroyed, only contained. He said if the Enclave fell, the truth would still be here. Then why didn't you tell me? A pause. The bond flickered with something she could not name. Because I did not understand what he meant until now. She looked back at the wall. The glyphs rippled in the firelight, spiraling outward from a center point where the pulse was strongest. A pattern. A code. The same language that lived in her folio, in the root marks she had carried for 3 years without knowing why. She pressed both palms to the warm stone. The glyphs began to shift, not moving, glowing. A soft amber light threading through the carved lines, following the spirals, climbing toward the ceiling where shadows had hidden the full scope of the pattern. Tallick breathed something that might have been a prayer. The chamber opened around them. The walls were not walls. They were a message. Every surface, every inch of stone, covered in glyphs that pulsed with light. The ceiling arched high above, and the symbols continued there too, a constellation of meaning written in ancient hand. Thalwen stepped forward, her hands still touching the stone. She could read it. Not consciously, not word by word, but the shapes settled into her mind like a language she had always known but never spoken, and meaning rose through the bond, through her blood, through the bones of her hands against the warm stone. His name was Even Merek. He had written this. If you are reading this, the Enclave has fallen. Thalwen's throat tightened. I'm sorry I could not stop it. I'm sorry I could not warn you in time. But I left this here because I knew Corvath would come back. I knew he would find someone who could read what I could not say aloud. The light pulsed, and the message deepened. I did not tell Corvath everything. I told myself it was to protect him, that the truth would drive him to something reckless, something that would destroy him. But the truth was simpler. I was afraid. Afraid of what the weapon meant. Afraid of what Osrath would do to anyone who knew. Afraid that if I spoke the names aloud, I would not survive the telling. Thalwen felt Corvath's presence behind her, close but not touching. She felt the weight of his attention, the way his breath had stopped. The woman who preserved the testimony was a warden archivist named Lyra Valdris. She walked into the fire with the root marks pressed into her palms. She knew the seals would kill her if she spoke, so she found someone else to carry them. Thalwen's hands trembled against the stone, the gray-robed woman. She chose Thalwen Orryn because Thalwen was already marked, not by glyphcraft, by survival. By the fact that she had witnessed the archive burn and had not broken. Lyra sealed the memory, because the truth inside it was too dangerous to carry open. But she marked the route so that when the time came, the path would still be there. The light dimmed for a moment, and Thalwen felt the pulse slow. Corvath, if you are reading this with her, you already know the rest. She pulled her hands from the wall. The light did not fade. It stayed, pulsing in the carved lines, waiting. She turned. Corvath stood in the passage, his wings folded, his gold eyes fixed on her. The bond was thin, frayed, but she felt the weight of his attention like a hand on her spine. You knew, she said it flatly, not a question. He did not look away. I suspected. When? The moment the bond formed. A pause. I felt you before I saw you. The mark on your collarbone, the shape of your mind, the way you carried Ridgemere in your bones without knowing it. I knew you were the witness Even told me to find. Thalwen's hands curled into fists. You tracked me. No, don't. Her voice cracked. Don't lie to me now. You came to the canyon. You came to where I was camping. I came to die. The words hit her like a blow. I came to the canyon because I could not live with what I had lost. I had spent a year waiting for my heart to stop. I chose a narrow gorge where no one would find me. I did not know you were there until the bond ignited." She stared at him. "But when it did, I felt Ridgemere in your blood. I felt the fire, the ash, the woman who pressed the folio into your hands. And I knew, even before I understood what it meant, that Even had been right. You were the key. You had always been the key." The words hung between them, cold and final. "You told me the bond was an accident." "It was. You told me you did not choose this." "I did not." "Then why?" Her voice broke. "Why did you stay? After the canyon, after the bond, why did you stay?" He held her gaze. "Because I met you. Because I stopped wanting to die." The answer was worse than a lie. Thalwen turned away. The glyphs still glowed on the walls, filling the chamber with amber light. Lyra Valdris's message, Ivan's confession. The truth she had carried for 3 years without knowing it. She had been chosen. Not because she was strong, not because she was brave, because she had witnessed something, and someone had decided that made her a vessel worth dying to protect. "Thalwen." Tallick's voice was low, careful. "We need to keep moving." She did not answer. She looked at the glyphs, at the pulse still beating beneath her palm. Then she walked toward the deeper passage, into the dark. She did not look back. Chapter 25. The passage swallowed her. Not physically. The corridor ahead was wide enough for 3 abreast, the walls still pulsing with that warm amber glow. But the weight of what she had just heard pressed down like stone, and each step took her deeper into a darkness that had nothing to do with light. Behind her, the bond pulled, thin, frayed, but still there, a thread of heat beneath her ribs that tugged with every stride she put between them. She ignored it. "Thalwen!" Tallick's voice, cautious from somewhere behind her. "The passage narrows ahead. We should..." "Should what?" She did not stop walking. "Should stop and talk about it? Should let him explain again how he knew from the first moment that I was cargo he was contracted to deliver." "That is not what I said." Corvath's voice slipped through the bond, raw and careful. She felt it like a hand reaching for her shoulder. She flinched. "Stay out of my head." "Cannot. You know I cannot." "Then stop trying to soothe me." Her voice cracked on the last word. "Stop trying to make this feel like something it was not." She reached a junction where the passage split, left, into darkness so thick it seemed solid. Right, where the amber light continued, pulsing in time with that deep, steady heartbeat beneath the stone. She stopped. The bond pulled harder, the 5-pace limit. Corvath was still in the chamber, and she was pushing the edge of the range that kept them both alive. Let it hurt. She turned right. The passage narrowed, the walls closing in until she could touch both sides with her elbows. The glyphs here were denser, packed so tightly they looked like a single unbroken pattern, a tapestry carved in living stone. They hummed under her fingers as she passed. She did not care what they said. "The bond," Tallick said, catching up to her. His voice was strained. "You are pushing the range." "I know. It will kill you both if I know." She kept walking. The pain started low in her chest, a dull ache that spread like water through paper. She had felt it before, in the canyon, in the watch cabin, every time she tried to put distance between herself and Corvath. A blade twisting between her ribs, a hook in her spine. She welcomed it. It was clean, honest, easier than the other thing, the soft thing, the thing that had made her press her forehead to his jaw and say, "I am glad you stayed." Behind her, she heard movement. Not Tallick. Heavier. The drag of a body too large for the passage, claws scraping stone. Corvath was following. She walked faster. "Thalwen!" Tallick again, closer now. "Stop. Look at me." She did not stop. She could not stop, because if she stopped, she would have to turn around, and if she turned around, she would have to look at him. And if she looked at him, she would remember the way he had held her in the lodge, the way his warmth had seeped into her frozen skin, the way he had said, "I am glad you chose to stay," like it meant something, like she meant something. But she had not been chosen. She had been identified, catalogued, mugged as a witness worth saving because she had already proven she could survive an archive fire. Lyra Valdris had not chosen her because she mattered. Lyra Valdris had chosen her because she was useful. And Corvath, Her throat closed. Corvath had not found her by accident. He had not stayed because of who she was. He had stayed because Even told him to find the woman who carried Ridgemere in her blood. The bond screamed. Not the slow ache of distance, a sharp, tearing pain that dropped her to her knees. She gasped, catching herself on the wall. The glyphs burned under her palms, hot enough to sear. Behind her, a crash. She turned. Corvath was 10 paces back, half crouched in the narrow passage, his wings pressed tight against the walls. His gold eyes were squeezed shut, his legs were shaking. Then they gave out. He fell. Not gracefully, not with the controlled collapse of a wounded beast lowering itself to rest. He fell like a building coming down, like something held together by will alone, finally surrendering to gravity. His forelegs buckled, his chest hit the stone. His head dropped until his muzzle touched the floor. The bond wailed. Thalwen's chest seized. The pain doubled, tripled, a blade driven through her sternum and twisted. She tasted copper. Corvath. She did not say it aloud. She did not mean to send it through the bond. But it went anyway, a thread of panic she could not pull back. His answer came, thin and exhausted. I cannot follow if you keep going. Tears burned her eyes. She blinked them back. Then do not follow. The words came out broken. He lifted his head. His gold eyes found hers through the dim amber light, and she saw something in them she had not expected. Not anger, not defense. Fear. Not fear of the pain, not fear of the bond breaking, fear of her walking away. Thalwen. Tallick's voice was soft now. He had stopped a few paces behind Corvath, his gray-streaked hair catching the glyph light. He is not wrong about what he felt, but he is not lying about why he stayed. She wanted to scream at him to be silent. Instead, she stayed on her knees. He came to the canyon to die, Tallick said. You know that. I saw his wing injuries when you first arrived at the Waystation. They were not fresh. The broken foreleg had been set badly and healed wrong. He had been neglecting himself for months. He was not looking for a witness. He was looking for an ending. The bond throbbed. But he found you instead, Tallick said, and he chose to stay. Not because Ivan told him to, not because you were useful, because you were real, because you fought him, because you refused to let him die, even when dying was what he wanted. Thalwen's hands were shaking. Does it matter? Her voice was barely a whisper. If I was chosen because I was useful, does it matter what came after? Yes. The word came from Corvath, not through the bond. His voice, raw, spoken aloud. The first time he had spoken aloud since the chamber. It cracked through the narrow passage like thunder. Yes, he said again, and the effort of speech pulled a rumble of pain from his chest. It matters, because what came after was finding out that wanting to live did not feel like a wound. She stared at him. He did not look away. Thalwen. I came to the canyon to die. I do not know how to tell you that in a way that does not sound like betrayal. But the truth is that I did not know you existed. I did not know Even had marked you. I did not know anything except that I had lost everything and I could not keep breathing through the grief. He tried to push himself up. His forelegs trembled, locked, held. And then I met you. And you kept breathing for both of us. And somewhere between the watch cabin and the lodge, I stopped wanting to be dead. The bond pulled, gentler now. I did not stay because you were useful, Thalwen. His voice dropped. I stayed because you made me want to live. The words hung in the air between them. The glyphs pulsed. Thalwen pressed her palm to the wall and forced herself to stand. Her legs were unsteady. Her chest ached. The bond still felt like a wound, but she did not walk away. She stood in the narrow passage, 10 paces from a dragon who had crumpled to the stone because following her cost him more than she had understood, and she looked at him. Get up, she said. He blinked. If you are going to follow me, she said, and her voice was steadier now. Get up, because I am not going to carry you through this passage, and I am not going to slow down. Corvath's gold eyes held hers. Then, slowly, he pushed himself upright. His wings scraped the walls. His forelegs trembled, but he stood. The bond hummed, thin and frayed, and still holding. Thalwen turned and kept walking. But this time, when she heard the drag of claws on stone behind her, she did not try to outpace them. Chapter 26. The passage narrowed. Thalwen walked with her palm brushing the wall, feeling the pulse beneath the stone like a second heartbeat she could not escape. The bond pulled at her chest, thin and frayed, each step stretching it thinner. Pain flickered along her ribs, a warning she kept ignoring. Behind her, Corvath's claws scraped stone. His breathing came ragged, uneven, the sound of a body pushed past every limit and still refusing to stop. She did not look back. The passage curved. The amber glow of the glyph chamber faded, replaced by darkness that swallowed the walls and pressed against her eyes. She kept walking because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant the words Corvath had spoken aloud would settle into her bones, and she would have to decide what to do with them. "I did not stay because you were useful. I stayed because you made me want to live." She pressed her palm harder against the stone until the pulse beat against her fingers. A hand caught her arm, not Corvath, smaller, human. Tallick, Halt. "Stop," he said. She pulled against his grip, but he held. "You are going to kill yourself in this passage, and you are going to take him with you. Stop. Breathe. Think." "I am thinking." "No, you are running. There is a difference." The bond throbbed. The pain in her chest sharpened, and she realized distantly that she had pushed past 5 paces, past 6. The blade was real now, twisting between her ribs. She stopped. Tallick released her arm. His face was hard in the darkness, the scar across his chin catching the faintest light from somewhere ahead. "I know you are angry," he said. "I know you feel used. I know the truth of why he found you feels like a betrayal, and I am not going to tell you it should not hurt. It should. It does. But if you walk until the bond snaps, Osrath wins. The riders find 2 bodies in a collapsed passage. The vault stays sealed. Lyra Valdris dies for nothing. I am not walking to snap the bond. You are walking to punish him." She opened her mouth, closed it. "You are walking to make him feel what you feel," Tallick said. "To make him prove he will follow until it kills him. And he will. He will follow you into a dead end and collapse, and let the bond tear because he thinks he deserves the pain. I have seen men do this. I have done it myself. It is not justice. It is cruelty dressed as principle." The words landed like stones. "I am not trying to be cruel. I know. But you are doing it anyway." She leaned her forehead against the wall. The stone was warm. The pulse beat against her skin. "I do not know how to be near him right now," she said, and her voice cracked on the last word. "I do not know how to look at him and not see the version of this where I was never anything but a message he was sent to retrieve." "Then stop looking at him," Tallick said, "and start feeling him instead." She turned. Tallick nodded toward the darkness behind them, where Corvath had stopped. She could hear his breathing, harsh, labored, closer than she had expected. "He has been keeping the bond closed since the chamber," Tallick said. "Everything he feels he has been pushing away from you. Grief, guilt, fear, all of it. He has been shielding you from the weight of what he carries because he thinks you have enough of your own." The bond flickered, thin, guarded. "He will not open it unless you ask," Tallick said. "But if you want to know whether he stayed because you were useful or because you became something he could not lose, you need to let him stop protecting you from it." Thalwen stood in the darkness. The pulse beat against her back. She turned fully and faced the direction Corvath had stopped. "Corvath," her voice carried. The passage caught it, held it, sent it back to her. "I am not going to ask you to open the bond. I am not going to ask you to let me feel everything, because that is not a thing I get to demand after walking away from you." She paused. "But I am standing here, and I am not walking anymore." The silence stretched. Then she felt it. Not words, not images, something deeper. The bond opened from his side, not with a flood, but with a deliberate, terrible surrender. And then she felt everything. Evin's voice, laughter, the sound of his hands on Corvath's scales, a campfire on a ridge at dusk, 2 beings sharing a meal in silence that did not need to be filled. The weight of a body on Corvath's back, familiar and trusted, a presence he had carried for 30 years. Then the fire, smoke in his lungs, heat that did not stop. The bond going silent mid-breath. Ivan's presence cut away so fast that Corvath had crashed into stone before he understood what had happened. The moment of knowing, absolute and unchangeable, that he was alone. Days after. Weeks. The decision to stop eating, the decision to stop caring. The slow, deliberate neglect of wounds that could have healed if he had wanted them to. The certainty that his heart would stop eventually, and he would let it. Then Thalwen, a hand on his chest, arguments in a canyon. A woman who refused to let him die even when dying was the only thing he had left. The terror. She felt it clearly now. The terror that had driven him to withhold the truth. Not malice, not manipulation. The fear that if she knew he was sent, she would leave. And he could not survive losing another person he loved. Loved. The word sat in the bond, raw and unguarded. He had not meant to let her feel that, but it was there now, between them, in the darkness of the passage. Thalwen's knees buckled. She caught herself on the wall and stood there, breathing hard, while the weight of everything he had carried settled into her chest. The bond no longer felt thin. It felt like a wound that had finally stopped bleeding. She turned, walked back through the darkness, found him slumped against the passage wall, his head low, his gold eyes closed. She pressed her forehead to his jaw. "I am not going to leave," she said. His breath shuddered. "I know," he said, "but I needed you to know why I was afraid you would." Chapter 27. The pulse beat against her back, steady, patient. The same rhythm that had been there since they entered the passage, older than any of them, older than the stone that held it. Thalwen pressed her forehead against Corvath's jaw and let herself feel the shape of him. The ridge of scar tissue along his muzzle, the slow exhale that stirred her hair. The bond between them, no longer thin, no longer frayed, but quiet, like water finding its level after a flood. "I need to say something," she said, his breath stilled. "I am not going to leave, but I am not going to pretend that what you withheld did not matter." She pulled back, met his gold eye in the darkness. "It mattered," she said. "It mattered that you knew at the moment the bond formed. It mattered that you spent days watching me, testing me, while I was bleeding and terrified and trying to keep both of us alive. It mattered that you let me believe it was an accident when it was not." His head lowered. "Yes," he said. "And I need you to understand something. If we are going to do this, if we are going to keep moving through this passage together, then no more walls, no more shielding me from what you feel because you think it will protect me. No more withholding because you are afraid of what I will do when I know." She held his gaze. "When you hide things from me, you are not protecting me. You are deciding for both of us. And that is not a partnership. That is a leash." The word hung between them. "I will not wear a leash," she said. "Not yours, not Osrath's, not the bond's." He was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "I understand." "Good." She stepped back. Her hand found the wall, the warmth of it, the pulse beneath her palm. "But I also need to say something else." She looked at him. "You opened the bond and let me feel everything. You gave me Even. You gave me the fire. You gave me the year you spent waiting to die. That was the hardest thing anyone has ever done for me, and I am not going to pretend it does not count." His gold eye caught the faint light from somewhere ahead, from the glow that had begun to seep through the passage walls. "Then what are we?" he asked. The question landed. "I do not know yet," she said, "but I am still here, and I am not walking away." Behind her, Tallick cleared his throat. "If the two of you are finished establishing relationship boundaries in a passage that might collapse at any moment, I have found something." Thalwen turned. Tallick stood a few paces ahead, his hand pressed to the wall where the ancient glyphs grew denser, more intricate, converging toward a single point ahead. "This is not just a corridor," he said. "This is a vestibule. The old wardens built entrance chambers like this to prepare those who entered, to remind them of the weight of what they were about to witness." He traced a line of glyphs with his finger. "This one repeats 3 times. It means contained. And this one, the one with the nested circles, not to be opened. And this one," he stopped. "What?" Thalwen said. "This one I have never seen before, but the shape of it, the way it sits among the others, it means the staying, the act of remaining, of choosing to stay. Thalwen felt the word settle into her chest. "What does it protect?" she asked. Tallick shook his head. "I do not think it protects anything. I think it is a warning. The old wardens did not build this place for people who came out of curiosity. They built it for people who came because they had no choice. And they wanted those people to understand that once they entered, they could not unsee what they found." The bond flickered. Thalwen felt Corvath move behind her, his bulk filling the passage, his presence steady and warm. Then she heard it. A sound from somewhere above, not from the passage, not from the chamber they had left, from the surface. A horn. Tallick's face went still. "That was close," he said. "Too close." Another horn answered. "Closer." "Scouts," Thalwen said. "Osraths." She felt the truth of it in her bones, the way she had felt the pursuit at Ridgemere, the way she had felt the weight of Lyra Valdris's hand pressing the root marks into her palms. "They found the gorge." Tallick was already moving, his hand leaving the wall, his focus shifting to the passage ahead. "Then we have no more time for warnings or vestibules. We go deeper." He looked at Thalwen. "There is a door ahead. The glyphs say it opens only to the one who carries the marks. That is you." Thalwen turned. The passage stretched forward, the pulse of the walls growing stronger, the amber glow deepening as the ancient glyphs thickened toward a place where the stone itself seemed to breathe. She did not look back at Corvath. She did not need to. She could feel him behind her, warm and present, the bond no longer thin, no longer frayed, but something else now, something that had been tested and had not broken. "Then let us see what Lyra Valdris died to protect." She walked forward. The pulse beat against her skin. Behind her, Corvath followed. And ahead, in the amber glow of the ancient glyphs, the passage split into two branches, one curving left into darkness, one opening into a chamber so vast that its ceiling vanished into shadow. Tallick stopped at the threshold. "Oh," he said. The word was quiet, reverent, afraid. Thalwen stepped past him and saw it. The chamber was filled with light, not firelight, not torchlight, but a steady, pulsing radiance that came from the walls themselves, from glyphs layered so thickly that the stone had become a tapestry of writing, and at the center of the chamber, suspended in the air by nothing visible, a sphere of what looked like solidified lightning, and beneath it, a figure, a woman, gray-robed, standing at the center of the chamber, her back to them, her hands raised toward the sphere as if she had been frozen in the middle of a gesture. Lyra Valdris, still standing, still waiting. Chapter 28. The chamber breathed. Not the rasp of lungs, but the deep, slow pulse Thalwen had felt in the passage walls, amplified now into a rhythm that vibrated through her boots, her ribs, the hollow of her skull. The sphere of solidified lightning hung at the center, its light washing across the glyph-covered floor in waves that matched the pulse of the stone. And Lyra Valdris stood beneath it, gray robe draped in frozen folds, hands raised toward the sphere, fingers spread, palms open. Her face was visible now, upturned, caught in the amber glow, eyes half closed, lips parted as if she had been speaking when the moment stopped. "By the old wards," Tallick breathed. "She is preserved." Thalwen stepped forward. The bond pulled taut as she moved, Corvath's presence at her back, his attention fixed on the figure ahead. She felt his wariness, his ancient recognition of something he had seen before, something that made his muscles lock. "Do not touch her," he said through the bond. She stopped 2 paces from Lyra Valdris. The woman did not move, did not blink. But the glyphs on her hands, the same route marks pressed into Thalwen's palms, were glowing. "You knew," Thalwen said. The words came out cracked. "You knew I would come here. You knew what I would find." Lyra Valdris said nothing. The sphere pulsed. The glyphs on her hands flared once, then dimmed. Tallick moved to the wall, his fingers tracing the layered script. "This is not preservation in the way we preserve bodies for burial. This is a stasis lock, keyed to the same harmonic frequency as the memory seal." She stopped herself here deliberately. Stopped herself, Thalwen repeated. She was mid-gesture, mid-spell, mid-transmission. She is not dead, Thalwen. She is waiting for a specific glyph frequency to break the lock. Thalwen looked at the sphere, at the woman's hands, at the glyphs pulsing on her own palms. No, she said. Tallick turned. Thalwen, the routes in your folio, the marks in your skin, you are not just a carrier, you are a key. Lyra Valdris designed this so that only the one who carried her marks could unlock what she left behind. That is you. The bond flickered with something hot and sharp. Corvath's fear. He is right, Corvath said. I can feel the resonance in you. You match the chamber. Thalwen raised her hands. The marks on her palms glowed brighter as they lifted, catching the light from the sphere, the glyphs in the walls, the frozen woman before her. Then what am I supposed to do? She did not expect an answer, but the chamber gave one. The floor beneath her feet shifted, not a collapse but a rotation, as if a massive disk of stone had unlocked and begun to turn. Glyphs slid past one another, reforming into patterns that had been hidden beneath the older script. A path opened in the stone. Not the left passage, not the chamber's entrance. A third route, concealed directly beneath where she stood, a spiral stair descending into deeper darkness. And at the top of the stair, carved into the lip of the first step, a single word in the old tongue. Remember. The horns sounded again from above, closer now. The stone above the chamber groaned, and dust sifted down from the ceiling. Tallick was already moving, his pack shifting, his hand pressed to Kaz Eden's leather-bound notes where they sat against his chest. The scouts are nearly here, he said. If they bring torches or flares, this chamber will be visible from the surface. We have minutes, not hours. Thalwen looked at Lyra Valdris, at the frozen woman who had pressed the root marks into her palms, sealed her memory, and walked into flames. At the sphere of solidified lightning, at the spiral stair that opened only for her. This is what she meant the whole time, Thalwen said. Not the vault, not the weapon, the memory. She stepped onto the first stair. The glyphs on the walls of the spiral flared as she descended, illuminating a passage that twisted downward through strata of rock that grew older with every turn. The walls here were not carved. They were natural, worn smooth by something older than stone, something that had moved through this earth before the reaches existed. Behind her, Corvath's belk filled the stairwell, his claws scraping against the stone as he followed. Tallick came last, his footfalls quick, his breath tight. This passage was not on any map, he said. Not in the archives, not in Even's cache, not in the vault records. This is older than the Wardens. Thalwen kept moving. The pulse of the walls grew stronger as she descended, and with it came the fragments. Not dreams this time, not the distant echo of Ridgemere's fire. Images. A warden pressing a seal into a Waux map, her hands trembling, her voice low and desperate. A record of what we have built, a record of what they will use. Towers falling in slow motion, stone shearing away from stone, and beneath them, a light rising through the ground. Not fire, something else, something that ate the color from the air. And then, the gray-robed woman, Lyra Valdris, standing in the archive while the ceiling rained ash, pressing a folio into Thalwen's hands, her eyes holding hers with a focus that burned through the smoke. You will live. You will carry this. And when the time comes, you will remember. Thalwen's knees nearly buckled. The bond caught her, Corvath's presence steadying her from within, warmth cutting through the cold that had settled in her chest. What did you see? He asked. The mechanism, she said. It is not a weapon. It is a thing that was already here. They did not build it. They found it. And when they tried to bury it, Osrath found a way to use it. She reached the bottom of the stair. A tunnel stretched ahead, wide enough for Corvath to walk upright, its walls lined with glyphs that did not pulse but glowed steadily like old embers. And at the end of the tunnel, a door. Not stone, not wood. Metal, dark and seamless, etched with a single symbol. The root mark from her folio. The nested circle. Thalwen reached out and pressed her palm to it. The glyphs in her skin flared. The door did not open, but she felt it, through the bond, through the chamber, through the woman frozen above her. A response, not a lock releasing, a question. Why have you come? She looked back at Corvath, at Tallick, whose face was pale in the ember glow. Kaz Eden's notes clutched against his chest. "I came because I was chosen," she said, "but I am staying because I choose to." The door shuddered, and from somewhere above, through the layers of stone and glyph and frozen time, she heard the horns again. Not distant now, directly above. Osrath's scouts had found the chamber. Chapter 29. The door split along a seam she had not seen. Not outward, inward. The metal pulled back into the walls like breath drawn, revealing a tunnel that angled upward through raw stone. No glyphs, no pulse. Just dark, dry air that smelled of ash and old rain. Thalwen did not wait. She stepped through, and the bond pulled Corvath after her before he could ask. Tallick pressed close behind, his breath ragged, his hand still pressed to Kaz Eden's notes. The door sealed behind them without sound. The tunnel rose for 50 paces, then 80, then longer than she could measure in the dark. Her palms ached. The root marks burned low and steady, answering something in the stone that she could not name. Then the tunnel ended. Not at another door, at open air. Thalwen stepped out into gray light and stopped breathing. Ridgemere spread before her like a wound that had never closed. The enclave had been a ring of towers once, tiered into the cliff, connected by stone bridges and galleries. She could see the stumps of them still, blackened teeth against a pale sky. The central archive was a collapsed bowl of ash and broken stone. The ward's quarter had sheared away entirely, leaving a raw cliff face where rooms had been. The canyon floor below was littered with debris, too charred to identify. And the air tasted of old fire and silence. Thalwen's knees locked, the memory hit without warning, not as vision but as overlap, the ruins in front of her, and the ruins in her mind sliding together until she could not tell which was which. Smoke, voices, a woman screaming orders that no one followed. "Move! Move now! The ceiling is coming down!" Thalwen swayed. Corvath's shoulder pressed against her back, solid and warm, and the bond caught her before she fell. She felt him steadying her from inside, his concentration focused on keeping her upright when her legs forgot how to hold. "Breathe," he said. "You are here. You are not in the fire." She breathed. The ruins stayed still. The ash did not rise. The silence remained silence. "I remember this," she said. Her voice sounded foreign. "I remember the breach, the third gallery, the archive door. I ran through this courtyard. There was a fountain. It was still running when the first tower fell." Tallick moved past her slowly, his eyes scanning the wreckage with the focus of someone reading a text he already knew. "The suppression mechanism is beneath the archive," he said. "If the root marks are a key, the entrance will be below the collapsed bowl, but we will need to cross open ground to reach it." "How open?" Corvath's voice, rough from disuse, scraped through the air. 200 paces of exposed ash and rubble, no cover beyond the debris. "If Osrath's scouts are watching from the rim, we will be visible the entire way." Thalwen forced her legs to move. She crossed the courtyard one step at a time, her boots crunching through ash that had settled 3 years ago and never been disturbed. The fountain was still there, dry, cracked, the basin filled with blackened stone. She passed it without stopping. Her hand found the folio at her belt, the root marks, the nested circles, the pattern that had led her through the gorge, through the vault, through the door that asked why she had come. She understood now what Lyra Valdris had done. The marks were not a map of Ridgemere. They were a map of what lay beneath it. She reached the edge of the collapsed archive bowl and looked down. The fall had driven the archive deep into the earth, crushing the lower levels into each other. But at the center of the bowl, where the foundation stones had buckled, something else was visible. A dark seam, a crack that led down, not through rubble, but through stone that had been cut. "Down here," she said. She climbed into the bowl, sliding on ash and broken masonry, her palms scraping against stone that still held heat from the old fire. The seam widened as she approached. It was not a collapse crack. It was an entrance, narrow and deliberately hidden, its edges cut clean. And at the threshold, someone had been here recently. Footprints pressed into the ash, boot prints, military tread, spaced evenly. A cluster of them at the entrance, then fewer descending. Tallick crouched beside the tracks, his fingers brushing the ash without disturbing it. 4, maybe 5, he said. Heavy packs, moving with purpose, not searching. Osrath pupil, Thalwen said. Not scouts, they came to retrieve something. Corvath lowered his head, his gold eye scanning the entrance. His jaw tightened. They are still inside. Thalwen felt it through the bond, the certainty in him. He could sense the disturbance in the air, the displaced warmth, the presence of bodies moving through spaces that should have been empty. She looked at the dark seam, at the tracks that led into it, at her own palms, still glowing faintly with the root marks Lyra Valdris had pressed into her skin 3 years ago. We go down, she said. Tallick straightened. They may already have what they came for. Then we take it back. Thalwen stepped into the entrance. The darkness swallowed her whole. The passage was narrow, barely shoulder width, and it descended at a steep angle, the walls rough and unfinished. The root marks in her palms cast a dim amber light, enough to see 10 paces ahead, not enough to see what waited below. Behind her, Corvath's bulk filled the passage, his claws scraping against stone as he followed. Behind him, Tallick's breath was tight and careful. They descended. The air grew warmer, and from somewhere below, Thalwen heard a voice. Not speaking to her, speaking to someone else. The archivist's work. If the woman survived, the mechanism is the only leverage left. We secure it or we destroy it. Those are the orders. Thalwen stopped. She pressed her palm flat against the wall, extinguishing the glyph light. The voice came again, clearer now. How far down does this go? Another voice, rougher. The records say it reaches the suppression chamber. If the old wardens built a back entrance, it will be here. Footsteps. Close. Coming up. Chapter 30. The voices came again, closer now. The scrape of a boot on stone. The murmur of a conversation that had not yet realized how near the surface was. We should not be down here, someone said. The archivist said secure it, not excavate it. The archivist is not our commander. A third voice, older. Enough. We check the back entrance and seal it. Those are the orders. Move. Thalwen did not breathe. Behind her, Corvath's bulk filled the passage. She felt his tension through the bond, the coiled readiness of a creature that had nowhere to go in a space too narrow for fight or flight. Tallick's hand found her shoulder. He did not speak. He simply turned and began moving back up the passage, his steps careful and silent. Thalwen followed. The darkness swallowed the sound of her boots. She kept one hand on the wall, the cold stone rough beneath her palm. Corvath followed last, his claws scraping in a rhythm she matched to her heartbeat. 1, 2, 3. Slow and deliberate. The passage curved and the voices faded. Not gone, just further. Tallick stopped at a junction she had not noticed on the way down. A seam in the stone, barely wider than his shoulders, cut at ground level and hidden behind a fall of rubble that had been there long enough to gather ash. Here, he breathed. Southeast curve of the archive bowl. Old warden service passage. It was sealed before the fire. He pulled at the rubble. Stone shifted. A gap opened, dark and narrow. You first, he said. I will cover the entrance. Thalwen did not argue. She dropped to her knees and crawled into the gap. The passage was cold. The stone pressed against her shoulders, her hips, her spine. She could not see. She could only feel her way forward, one hand reaching ahead into darkness, her breath loud in a space that barely held her. Behind her, she heard Tallick's weight enter the gap, the scrape of stone as he pulled the rubble back into place. And then the bond stretched. Do not go deeper. Corvath's voice in her mind, sharp with something she had not heard from him since the gorge. Not fear, not pain. The passage narrows. I cannot follow. She stopped. She pressed her hand flat against the stone and felt for him through the link. The distance was already too much. The bond was thinning, fraying at the edges, the warmth of his presence pulling taut like a thread about to snap. Then find another way. Silence. I will not leave you in the dark. She sent the words back at him, hard and certain. You will not be leaving me. You will be circling above. Tallick is with me. A pause. Then, lower, barely a thread. If the bond breaks before I find you. It will not break. She said it because she needed it to be true. Because if she stopped to consider what it meant to be alone in a tight, cold passage beneath a collapsed archive, with a dragon she could not reach and soldiers hunting above her, she would not move. She would stay here, pressed against the stone, and wait to die. She crawled forward. The passage narrowed again. Her shoulders scraped against both walls. The root marks in her palms flickered to life, casting a dim amber glow that showed her nothing but stone and ash and the next stretch of darkness. The bond was a thread now, thin, distant, but still there. She could feel Corvath moving away, turning back, climbing toward the surface. His frustration bled through the link, hot and useless. His worry, his certainty that this was wrong. She ignored it. The wall beside her was not smooth. She stopped, turning her head, and saw it. A line of glyphs cut into the stone. Old, Warden script, but deeper than any she had seen above. The marks were not painted or carved fresh. They had been here for centuries. She pressed her palm against them. The root marks flared, and the seal on her memory cracked. It did not break cleanly like Khaz-Eddin's bronze disc had promised. It shattered in fragments, each one sharp and disorienting, hitting her in a staccato rhythm she could not control. The archive was already burning when she reached it. Wardens in gray robes pushed past her toward the lower stacks, shouting for survivors to take the east passage. Someone grabbed her arm and shoved her hard. "Move, girl! Move now!" A second shard, colder. Even Merrick stood at the entrance to the suppression chamber, his hands raised, glyph light crawling up his arms like veins. He was not fighting the machine. He was holding a line, keeping the door open long enough for others to escape. His jaw was set. His eyes were on the corridor behind her. "Go!" She could hear him through the fire. "I will hold it as long as I can." She did not go. She stood there, frozen, watching him feed power into a door that was already closing. A third shard, the worst. Leo Veldris had her by the shoulders. They were standing in a room that was not burning yet. The air tasted of copper and ash. The old warden was pressing something into her hands, not a map, not a folio. Her palms. The glyph marks burning into Thalwen's skin like brands. Each one a seal, each one a door that would close and lock and hide everything she had just seen. "You will not remember until you need to." Lyra's voice was calm, horribly calm. The bond collapse was not an accident. It was a weapon. The old wardens built it to break bonds, and someone found it and turned it on us. You are the witness. You are the only one who survived, who saw how it was done. I am sorry. She pressed harder. You are the witness. Thalwen's hand slipped from the wall. She gasped. The darkness was absolute. The glyphs on the wall had gone dark. She was on her hands and knees in a narrow passage beneath Ridgemere, shaking, her breath coming too fast. The bond pull was thin, distant, but still there. She forced herself to breathe. Bond collapse was a weapon. The words settled into her like stones dropped into deep water. She did not have time to feel them fully. She did not have time to grieve, to rage, to understand everything they meant. She was still in the passage, and the passage was changing. The air ahead grew warmer. The rough stone began to smooth, as if it had been shaped by something more deliberate than a warden's chisel. Thalwen pushed forward, one hand, then the other. The bolt grew stronger, and somewhere beyond the darkness she heard the faint whisper of air moving through a space that was no longer a crawl. She pushed toward it. Chapter 31. The service passage opened into a wider corridor after 20 feet, the walls transitioning from rough-hewn stone to dressed blocks fitted so precisely that the seams were barely visible. The warmth intensified with every step, pressing against Thalwen's skin like breath. She moved fast, one hand trailing along the wall for balance, the other pressed to her collarbone where the bond glyph burned steady and hot. Corvath's frustration still echoed through the link, sharp, impatient, laced with something that felt like worry. "I'm fine," she sent back. His response came wordless, an image of her alone in the dark, the weight of stone above her, the distance between them measured in paces he could not close. "I said, I'm fine." She turned a corner and stopped. The corridor opened into a chamber so vast that the far wall vanished into shadow. Columns of black stone rose at irregular intervals, their surfaces crawling with glyphs that pulsed in slow rotation, amber and deep blue, and a color that had no name. The ceiling curved upward at an angle that felt organic, ribbed like the inside of a chest. At the chamber's center, the suppression engine rose from the floor like a tree grown wrong. It was not built, it was grown. Metal and stone and something else. Something that gleamed with wet light, intertwined in a trunk as wide as a wagon, tapering upward into branches that pierced the ceiling. Glyphs spiraled along its surface in patterns that made Thalwen's stomach turn when she tried to follow them. The air around it shimmered with heat. Beneath, a stone platform had been carved into a basin. The basin was empty now, but the sides were stained dark. She heard Tallick before she saw him. His boots scraped on stone somewhere to her left, and when she turned, he was already crouched beside a low bench built into the wall, its surface covered in stacked tablets and rolled schematics. "You found it," he said without looking up. His hands moved fast, flipping through pages, comparing symbols. "This is the archive, the real one, not the public records. The wardens kept everything here." Thalwen crossed to him, her steps careful on the uneven floor. "How long until the soldiers find this entrance?" "They already know it exists. Question is whether they can open it from above." He glanced at her. "The wardens designed the locks to hold from this side, but Osrath's people have been studying the same glyphs I have." She looked at the engine. Up close, the heat was stronger, dry and chemical, coating her throat. The glyphs on its surface were not static. They moved, slow as glaciers, shifting positions in a pattern that felt deliberate. "What is it?" Tallick straightened, a rolled schematic in his hand. "The wardens called it a stabilizer, kept the rider bonds in the enclave from fraying during storms, moderated the psychic weight of so many dragons in one place." His voice went flat. "Osrath's people reversed the polarity, turned it into a weapon that could tear bonds apart instead of holding them together." Thalwen's hand went to her collarbone. The glyph beneath her fingers pulsed in answer to the engine's rhythm. "That's what killed the wardens. That's what killed Ridgemere." Tallick unrolled the schematic on the bench, weighing the corners with loose stones. The suppression wave radiated upward through the archive foundations. Every bonded pair within the enclave felt it as a snap. The dragons that survived the initial shock bolted. The riders who could not reach them died in the collapse. She looked at the dark stains in the basin. "And the people who weren't bonded?" "Collateral." His voice was barely a whisper. "The wardens built this place to contain something they did not understand. Osrath took their caution and turned it into a blade." Thalwen forced herself to look away from the basin. "Can you copy the schematics?" "I already am." He gestured to a stack of tablets on the bench, each one covered in tight script and glyph annotations. "These are the original engineering logs. They show every modification Osrath's people made, how they suppressed the safety locks, how they routed the energy back into the enclave's foundations. Evidence. Proof." He met her eyes. "With these, any surviving warden enclave can identify the mechanism, can replicate the shielding that should have prevented the attack. Can." The engine hummed. The sound was not loud. It was low, subsonic, a vibration that Thalwen felt in her teeth and her sternum and the base of her skull. The glyphs on the column brightened, one circuit at a time, amber bleeding into white. Tallick froze. "That's not supposed to happen," he said. Thalwen's bond glyph flared hot, and Corvath's voice cut through her mind like a blade. "Someone just activated the outer locks." Tallick was already rolling the schematic, shoving tablets into his pack with frantic hands. "They're sealing us in." The engine's hum climbed, gaining a second harmonic that made the floor tremble. The light from the glyphs spilled across the chamber, painting the columns in shifting shadows. Thalwen turned, looking for another exit, another passage, any break in the stone. There was none. The chamber had only one way in, the same way the soldiers would come. Chapter 32. The engine's hum climbed through Thalwen's skull, settling behind her eyes like a second pulse. The glyphs on the column burned white now, each circuit completing with a sound that felt less like noise and more like pressure building under her ribs. Tallick moved fast, shoving tablets into his pack, his hands trembling at the corners. "The outer locks are keyed to the archive entrance. If they sealed us in from above, they can open it from the same position. Then they're coming through. Or they're waiting for the engine to finish whatever it's doing." Thalwen crossed to the bench, scanning the remaining schematics. The glyph patterns matched the ones on the chamber walls, the same slowly turning circuit she had seen in the vault above. "How long until full activation?" "Minutes." Tallick's voice was thin. "Maybe less." The air thickened. The heat from the engine pressed against her skin, dry and chemical, coating the back of her throat. The dark stain in the basin caught the white light, gleaming like wet stone. Then she heard them. Boots. Multiple sets, echoing from the passage above. Tallick went still, one hand frozen over a tablet. His eyes met hers. Thalwen's bond glyph flared, and Corvath's voice cut through the engine's drone. "They are at the entrance. 5, maybe 6. Can you reach us?" A pause. The bond shuddered with something that might have been frustration, might have been fear. "The passage is still too narrow. I cannot." Then the door at the top of the chamber groaned. Thalwen turned, pulling the knife from her belt. Tallick straightened beside her, empty-handed but braced, his jaw set. The stone door swung inward, grinding against the floor. The first figure through was not a soldier. Warlord Osrath stepped into the chamber with her cropped dark hair and sharp-edged face, her hand resting on the hilt of her blade. Her slate dragon was nowhere visible, but the coerced bond pulsed through the air like a bruise, wrong and familiar. Behind her, 4 soldiers fanned into the room, crossbows raised. And behind them, stepping through the doorway as if he owned the chamber, came Warlord Osrath. He was broader than she had imagined. Heavy-shouldered, black hair cropped close at the sides, pale gray eyes that swept the room with the unhurried assessment of a man who had never doubted his right to stand where he stood. The burn scar across the left side of his neck gleamed in the engine's white light. A bronze sigil was pinned to his collar, catching the glow. He looked at the engine first, then at Tallick, then at Thalwen. His mouth curved, not quite a smile. "The Archivist's witness," he said. His voice was low, unhurried, carrying easily over the engine's hum. "I wondered if you would make it this far." Thalwen's fingers tightened on the knife. "You killed them. Every bonded pair in the Enclave. I contained a catastrophe." Osrath stepped forward, his boots echoing on the stone. The soldiers did not lower their crossbows. Ridgemere was not a peaceful enclave. It was a powder keg. 100 dragons and their riders, each one convinced of their own righteousness, each one ready to tear the treaty apart for the sake of pride or territory or old blood. They were people. They were a threat. He stopped a few paces from her, close enough that she could see the silver stubble along his jaw, the pale rings around his gray eyes. The old wardens built the stabilizer to keep bonds from fraying during storms. But what else could it do? What else could they have done with it if someone had chosen to push? He tilted his head. The question was not if someone would weaponize it. It was who would do it first. I made certain it was me. Thalwen's throat tightened. "You murdered them. I unified them." His voice did not rise. In death, their bonds became proof of what centralized control can prevent. The enclaves that remain have a choice: submit to order or suffer the same fate. Most of them have chosen wisely. She wanted to move, to strike, to do something, but the crossbows tracked her every breath. And beneath the fury, a colder thought settled into her chest. He believed this, every word. Tallick spoke from behind her, his voice steady. "The engineering logs are already copied. The modification records exist outside this chamber." Osrath's gaze flicked to him, brief and dismissive. "The logs you copied from a bench that has been compromised for 3 years?" Tallick went still. "Did you think I did not know the wardens kept a secondary archive?" Osrath shook his head slowly. "I let you find it. I let you read it. Every page you copied contains the same safety protocols, the same modified circuits, all of which have been updated and replaced since the original suppression strike. You carry evidence of a weapon that no longer functions the way the schematics describe." Tallick's face drained. Thalwen's mind raced. If the schematics were useless, if the evidence was tainted, then everything they had risked, everything Kaz Eden died for, meant nothing. But Osrath was still talking. Your survival at Ridgemere was not bravery, mapmaker. It was luck. You fled while others burned. You carried the memories of dead wardens because you were too afraid to stay and die with them. His pale eyes held hers. You are not a witness. You are a coward who happened to survive. The words landed like stones in her chest. She opened her mouth to answer, but the engine chose that moment to surge. The hum became a roar, deep and physical, shaking the floor beneath her feet. The glyphs along the column blazed white-hot, and the air in the chamber turned electric, heavy with ozone. The soldiers shifted, uneasy, their crossbows wavering. Osrath did not flinch. He turned, facing the engine with something like satisfaction. "You see?" he said, not looking at her. "Control is mercy. I am the only one who can hold this. I am the only one who will." He raised his hand. "Bring it fully online." Chapter 33. The weapon surge came not as sound, but as pressure, a force that drove through the chamber like a fist through silk. Thalwen's glyph ignited. The pain was not her own. It was Corvath's, ripped through the bond so raw and full that she felt the shape of his bones, the tear of old wounds reopening, the shudder of a heart suddenly uncertain it wanted to beat. She dropped to one knee, her hand clutching her collarbone, and somewhere above the roar she heard herself make a sound she did not recognize. The soldiers staggered. Their crossbows wavered, then dropped as two of them doubled over, hands pressed to their temples. One man screamed, not in pain but in the absence of something. A presence pulled out of him so fast that his body did not know how to contain the silence. Meret Osfeld went rigid. Thalwen saw it happen, saw the woman's sharp-edged face drain of color, her jaw lock, her hands curl into fists at her sides. The bond that linked Meret to her slate dragon, wrong and twisted and full of misery, suddenly thrashed. It pulsed outward like a snake caught in fire, and Meret made a sound, a small, broken thing that Thalwen would remember for the rest of her life. Osrath did not move. He stood at the edge of the engine's light, watching the chaos with the calm of a man who had accounted for every variable. His hand was still raised. The glyphs on the engine column blazed white, and the hum climbed beyond hearing into something that vibrated in the marrow of her bones. Thalwen. Corvath's voice came through the bond, but it was distant, thin, like a call across a canyon in high wind. "I cannot hold." She pushed herself upright. The air was wrong, heavy with something that scraped against the inside of her skull. Every breath tasted of copper. The bond between them, already frayed from the memory seal, from the vault, from everything they had survived together, was unraveling thread by thread. "Then do not hold," she sent back. "Hold me instead." She felt his confusion, his fear, and beneath it, something that might have been hope. The engine surged again. This time the pressure came from inside, a force that drove through the bond channel and tried to pry them apart. Thalwen felt it like hands on her ribs, pulling, separating, insisting that what had been joined could be undone. The glyph on her collarbone burned so hot she smelled her own skin. Tallick was shouting something. She could not hear the words. Osrath's voice cut through the noise, calm and unhurried. "The stabilizer remembers its original purpose. It recognizes bonds and attempts to moderate them, but the modifications have taught it a new response." He paused. "It will pull you apart until nothing remains but two separate minds that cannot find each other again." Thalwen understood then. She understood it in the way she had understood the canyon sunrise the morning the bond formed, in the way she had understood the seal breaking, the vault opening, the door asking why she had come. Some truths arrived not as discovery, but as recognition. Resisting the bond now would only help the machine tear them open. She stopped fighting. She opened herself, not to the bond, but through it. Every wall she had built since the canyon, every reflex that screamed at her to guard, to defend, to keep a part of herself separate from him, she let fall. She gave Corvath her terror, raw and unfiltered, the fear that she would die here, that she would lose him, that she had finally found something worth staying for, and would not get to keep it. She gave him her fury at Osrath, her grief for Ridgemere, her guilt over every step she had run instead of fought. And she gave him her love. It was not a confession, it was a flood. It was every glance she had not let herself hold, every touch she had pretended was practical, every night in the Snowbound lodge when she had lain awake and listened to him breathe and thought, "I do not want to leave this." Corvath caught it. She felt him catch it, felt his vast, storm-scarred presence surge toward her through the unraveling channel, felt his claws dig into the bond as if he would physically hold it together with his own body. He did not shield her from his pain. He gave it to her freely. The locked wings, the broken foreleg, the year of starvation after Even died. The terror that he would fail her the way he believed he had failed everyone. "Then we fail together," she sent. The engine screamed. Ozone flooded the chamber. The glyphs along the column cracked, hairline fractures spreading from the base to the crown, and the light that bled through them was no longer white, but the color of a dying star. Thalwen felt the machine trying to tear through her, trying to find the seam where Corvath ended and she began, trying to pull them apart by discovering the boundary between two people who had chosen to become one. It could not find it. She did not know how long she stood there. Seconds, minutes, an age. The bond between them was no longer frayed. It was fire, pure and continuous, and the engine's pressure passed through it like wind through flame, unable to take hold because there was nothing solid to grip. Osrath's voice came from somewhere far away. Interesting. Marith Osfeld was on her knees. The coerced bond around her writhed like a living thing, and she was staring at Thalwen with an expression that was not hatred. It was recognition. The kind of recognition that came from seeing something you had been told did not exist. Tallick was beside her suddenly, his hand on her arm, his voice breaking through. "The soldiers are falling back. Osrath is retreating. Thalwen, we need to move." She heard the words. She understood them, but she could not find her body. She was too deep inside the bond, too far from her own skin, and Corvath was still holding her, still pouring himself into the channel, and she did not know how to come back. "Thalwen," his voice, closer now, stronger. "I have you. Come back." She reached for the surface and found Mara Osfeld's hand closing around her wrist. Chapter 34. The hand around her wrist was solid, warm. Thalwen blinked, and the bond receded enough for her to feel the stone beneath her knees, the ozone burn in her throat, the ache in her glyph that pulsed like a second heartbeat. Tallick was still talking, his voice frayed at the edges, but she could not make sense of the words. They came to her as shapes, sounds without meaning. Merritt Osfeld's fingers tightened, not enough to hurt, enough to hold. Thalwen looked down at the hand, then up along the arm, past the leather bracer, the scarred knuckles, the shoulder braced against pain. Merritt's face was pale, sweat tracking through the ash on her temples, and her eyes were the same sharp-edged gray as before, but something had shifted behind them. A crack in the hard surface, a seam where the pressure had split her open. The coerced bond around her writhed like a trapped animal. "Merritt." Osrath's voice came from the passage, flat and distant. "Now." Mareth did not move. The soldiers were backing through the doorway, their crossbows lowered, their steps hurried. Arath stood at the threshold, his pale gray eyes fixed on Mareth with a patience that felt heavier than a shout. The burn scar on his neck caught the light. "Your dragon is waiting," he said. Mareth's jaw tightened. Thalwen felt it through the air between them, the weight of a command that landed not on the ear, but on the bond, on the leash twisted around Mareth's spine. The slate dragon's terror bled through the channel, a low, continuous scream that Mareth had learned to ignore but could not silence. But she did not let go. "Interesting," Osrath said again, and this time the word carried something colder. He turned and walked into the passage. The soldiers followed. The stone door did not close behind them. The chamber felt quiet. The engine's glyphs still glowed, cracked and pulsing, but the pressure had receded, the ozone thinning, the subsonic hum dropping to a frequency Thalwen could almost ignore. The column stood dark and still, its branches withdrawing toward the ceiling like a creature curling inward. Met's hand was still on her wrist. "Let go of her," Tallick said, his voice hard. Ment looked at him, then back at Thalwen. Her fingers slackened. She did not release. "Your bond," Ment said. Her voice was rough, scraped raw by something Thalwen could not name. "It's real." Thalwen's throat was dry. "Yes." The engine couldn't find the seam. "No." Ment stared at her for a long moment. The coerced bond pulsed, and pain flickered across her face, a ripple of something that might have been the slate dragon pushing against its chains. "I was told it did not exist," Med said, "that the old bonds were a myth. It is treads for more than he has just been." "Bought into this stuff," I prayed. "You are benigned as he is, Memran," my bath boss to this open of a blat still. Matt stared at her for a long moment. The coerced bond pulsed, and pain flickered across her face, a ripple of something that might have been the slate dragon pushing against its chains. "I was told it did not exist," Med said, "that the old bonds were a myth, that the wardens had lied about what was possible, that the treaty protections were built on a fiction to keep power in their hands. I was told—" She stopped, swallowed. "I was told I was saving them." Thalwen felt the weight of that. The years of justification, the slow erosion of certainty, the moment when a lie became the only ground you had to stand on. "You were wrong," Thalwen said. Marit's hand finally fell. She stood, unsteady, her boots scraping against the stone. The bond around her throbbed, and she pressed a palm to her sternum as if she could hold it still. "Osrath will not stop," she said. "He will burn the archive with you inside it. He will collapse the passage and seal this chamber, and the truth you found will die here with both of you." "He cannot reach the upper controls from here," Tallick said. "The soldiers would have to reset the outer locks from the archive bowl." "They will." Marit's voice was flat, certain. Thalwen pushed herself to her feet. Her legs shook. The bond was still too wide, too open, and she could feel Corvath on the other end of it, a vast presence that held her steady without crowding her. She let him anchor her. "Then we have a window," she said. "How long?" Marit's eyes met hers. "Long enough for one person to reach the surface, not three." Tallick was already moving, gathering rolled schematics from the bench, stacking tablets into his arms. "Then one person carries the records. The rest stay and buy time." "No," Thalwen said. Tallick turned. "Thalwen, I am the only one who knows where every enclave is, who can prove the documents are genuine, who has the contacts to get the truth heard. If I die here, the evidence dies with me. Then you go." "Through the passage? With soldiers on the archive floor?" He shook his head. "I need a distraction. I need the engine to hold their attention long enough for me to reach the service exit and seal it behind me." Thalwen understood. She looked at Marit, still standing at the edge of the light, her hand pressed to her sternum. The coerced bond was quiet now, but it was not still. It was waiting. "Can you fly?" Thalwen asked. Marit's eyes widened. "Your dragon, can it carry Tallick clear of Ridgemere before Osrath's people see him?" Marit's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "The bond, I cannot. I have never. Can it?" The silence stretched. Then Marit nodded. Once. Sharp. "Yes." Thalwen turned to Tallick. "Go." Tallick held her gaze for a moment, something unreadable in his weathered face. Then he pressed the rolled schematics into a waxed satchel, slung it across his chest, and walked past her toward the passage. He stopped at the threshold. "What do I tell Corvath?" Thalwen felt the question land somewhere deep, in the place where the bond now lived, where Corvath's presence was a constant low burn in her chest. She sent him what she could. "I am coming. Do not argue with me." The answer came back, wordless and fierce. She looked at Tallick. "Tell him I will keep my promise." Tallick nodded and vanished into the dark. Marit followed, her boots echoing against the stone, and Thalwen was alone in the chamber with the dying engine and the weight of what she had chosen. She pressed her palm to the cracked glyphs. The stone was warm. "Come back to me," Corvath sent. "I am on my way." She turned toward the passage, and the bond between them blazed like a thing alive. Chapter 35. The passage walls narrowed as Thalwen moved, and with every step the bond tightened around her like a second set of ribs. Corvath was not speaking. He did not need to. She felt him the way she felt her own heartbeat, constant and unignorable. He was waiting at the passage mouth above, his body coiled against the stone, his fury banked but burning. She felt the exact shape of his fear for her, the way he held it separate from the rest so it would not distract her. "I have you," she sent back. "Stop holding your breath." The answer came as a shift in pressure, a wordless acknowledgement that was almost a growl. She reached the first bend and heard boots. 3 sets, moving fast, coming down from the archive bowl. She pressed herself against the wall. The glyphs on her palms were warm, and she remembered the suppression chamber had no other exit, no place to hide. The soldiers would reach the stone door before she could seal it. Then Corvath moved above. She felt it through the bond before she heard it, the massive pivot of his body, the crack of stone as his tail swept something loose. A shout went up from the archive floor, followed by the wet sound of a body hitting rock. The boots in the passage stopped. A voice muffled through stone. "He's found the bowl entrance. Fall back to the—" The sentence ended in a strangled cry. Thalwen ran. She rounded the bend and found the passage empty, the soldiers already scrambling back toward the archive floor. She climbed the narrow stair with her hand pressed to the wall, Corvath's presence blazing in her chest, his movements translating through the bond as a rhythm she could match. She emerged into the archive bowl at a sprint. The sky above was the color of bruised iron. Ash still coated the crater, and the ruins of Ridgemere rose around her in blackened stumps. 2 soldiers lay motionless near the collapsed entrance. A third was pinned under a slab of fallen stone, his leg bent at an angle that did not allow recovery. Corvath stood at the bowl's rim, his good wing half spread, his gold eyes fixed on her. "You took your time." She felt the warmth beneath the words, the relief. "There are more coming," she said aloud. "Osrath is—" "I know," the voice came from behind her. Thalwen spun. Marit Osfeld stood at the edge of the archive bowl, her slate dragon crouched on the ridge behind her. The coerced bond pulsed between them, visible as a ripple in the air, a thread of silver that flickered like a wound. Marit's hand was on her blade, but she had not drawn it. "Osrath ordered me to strike the moment you surfaced," she said. Her voice was flat, but her eyes were not. They moved between Thalwen and Corvath, tracking the bond she could not see but clearly sensed. "Why didn't you?" Thalwen asked. Marit's jaw tightened. The slate dragon shifted behind her, and Thalwen felt it through the bond, not Marit's bond, but her own, a sympathetic vibration that carried the dragon's misery in waves. The creature wanted to fold its wings. It wanted to stop. "The engine could not find a seam," Marit said. "I felt that. You did not resist. You chose." "Yes." Marit's hand fell from her blade. Then the horn sounded from the ridge above, 3 short blasts, the signal for immediate engagement. Marit flinched. The coerced bond around her tightened like a fist, and she pressed her palm to her sternum again, fighting something invisible. "He is calling me back," she said. "Then do not go," Marit laughed, a broken sound. "You think I can choose? You saw what the engine does. You felt what he built. My bond is a cage. Every time I disobey, the dragon pays. Every time I hesitate, the pain climbs until I cannot breathe. Do you understand? I am not free to—" She stopped. The slate dragon had moved. It had stepped forward, one massive foreleg, then another, until it stood behind Marit with its head lowered, its muzzle pressed against her shoulder. And the coerced bond flickered, dimmed, flickered again. Marit stared at it. "I have never," she whispered. "It has never." Thalwen understood. The engine's failure had done something. The cracked glyphs, the disrupted polarity, the moment when the bond had become continuous fire instead of a seam to tear. It had resonated through the chamber, and the slate dragon had felt it, the possibility of something other than pain. "Tallick," Thalwen said. "Is he clear?" Marit blinked. He reached the service exit. He sealed it behind him. "He is—" Another horn blast, closer now. The ridge above was filling with figures, a line of soldiers with crossbows, and behind them a shape Thalwen recognized. Osrath's black horse, its rider still, watching. Marit's hand went back to her blade, but she did not draw. "Osfeld." The voice carried down from the ridge, cold and precise. "Osrath. Strike. Now." Marit did not move. The slate dragon pressed its muzzle harder against her shoulder. Thalwen felt Corvath shift behind her, his weight settling, his muscles coiling. He was ready. He would meet whatever came. But the bond between them was steady. She looked at Marit, at the woman caught between two kinds of bond, one built on pain and the other on choice, and she saw the question in Marit's eyes, not whether she could strike, whether she wanted to. The horn sounded a third time, and Marit's blade stayed in its sheath. Chapter 36. The horn's echo died against the stone. Osrath's voice cut down from the ridge, colder than the ash beneath Thalwen's boots. "Manet Osfeld, you were given an order." Maret's hand stayed on her blade. The metal did not move. The slate dragon behind her had gone still, its head lowered, its breath a low rumble that vibrated through the ground. The coerced bond between them pulsed like a second heartbeat, visible as a twist of light in the air, and Thalwen felt it resonate through her own bond, a sympathetic ache that made her ribs ache. "She is fighting," Corvath sent. "The bond is pulling her. He is pulling her." Thalwen saw it. Maret's knuckles were white on the hilt, a muscle jumped in her jaw. Her eyes had gone bright, not with tears, with fury. "I said," Osrath's voice came again. "Strike." Maret turned her head, just enough to look at Thalwen. "The engine," she said, low and raw. "When it tried to tear you apart, what did you feel?" Thalwen did not hesitate. "I chose him." Maret's breath caught. The coerced bond flickered again, and this time Thalwen felt it through the slate dragon's body, a shudder that ran from wingtip to tail. The dragon made a sound, low and broken, and Maret's hand flew to her own chest. "He is punishing her through the bond," she whispered. "He is making her hurt because I will not move." "Then do not move," Thalwen said. "Stay." Maret's eyes closed. The horn sounded again, and something in Maret's face changed. Not surrender, not collapse. A door slamming shut. She drew her blade, but she did not turn toward Thalwen. She turned toward the ridge. "Osfeld!" Osrath's voice cracked with disbelief. "What do you think you are doing?" Maret did not answer. She ran, not away, up. The slope was steep, shale and loose stone, and she climbed it with the blade in her fist and the slate dragon surging behind her, wings half open, the coerced bond screaming through the air like a frayed rope about to snap. The soldiers on the ridge raised their crossbows. Osrath shouted an order, and the first bolt flew. Maret did not slow. The bolt took her in the shoulder, punched through leather and cloth, and she staggered, swore, kept climbing. The slate dragon roared. It was not a sound of pain. It was a sound of refusal. The bond between them tore open, and Thalwen felt it through her own connection to Corvath, a shock wave of release, the sharp snap of something that had been twisted too long finally breaking. The dragon's head came up, its eyes, flat and dull for all those days of pursuit, lit with something that had been buried. Maret etched the ridge, and the first soldier went down before he could reload, her blade finding the gap between his collar and his jaw. Osrath's horse reared, the lines scattered, and Maret stood at the ridge crest, blood soaking her sleeve, her shoulder a ruin, and faced the man she had served for 3 years. "You lied," she said. "You told me the old bonds were myth. You told me I was saving them." Osrath's face was stone. "You are a fool, Osfeld. She has infected you with her weakness." "No," Maret said. "She showed me what the bond could be, what you took from us." The slate dragon settled behind her, its chest heaving, its head level with her wounded shoulder. The coerced bond was gone. In its place was something raw and new, a thread of warmth that had not been there before. Thalwen felt Corvath move. "We need to reach her. Osrath will not let this stand." She was already moving. The archive bowl was wide and open, and the ridge was 40 feet above. She ran for the nearest slope, and Corvath was there, his good wing half folded, his body a wall between her and the crossbow line that was already reforming. Maret saw them coming. "Collapse route!" she shouted down. "Tallick said there is a collapse route, the old Warden tunnel east of the bowl. If he can trigger it, the ridge will fall." Osrath heard her. His head snapped toward the eastern edge of the bowl, where Thalwen had not noticed a seam in the stone, a line of darker rock cutting through the ash. "Seal it," he ordered. "Now!" The soldiers moved. But Maret was faster. She turned, blade swinging, and met the first two soldiers in the time it took the slate dragon to fold its wings and drop. Not controlled, not smooth, a collapse of stone and muscle and fury that scattered the crossbow line. Thalwen climbed. Corvath was at her back, his voice in her mind. Steady. I have you. She reached the ridge crest as Maret's blade took a third soldier, the slate dragon's tail sweeping a fourth off his feet. And in the second of clearing, she saw it. The eastern edge of the ridge. Below it, a tunnel mouth, old and low and blocked with rubble that looked deliberate, not fallen. The collapse route. Tallick was there. He had the archive case pressed to his chest, his face white, his hands shaking. He saw her. I can bring it down, he called. The keystone is visible. One strike and the entire ridge lip goes. Do it, Thalwen said. Maret turned. Orrath was still on his horse, 50 feet back, his face unreadable. But his hand was raised. Not in command, in signal. The soldiers on the far ridge shifted. Crossbows rose. Not toward Thalwen, not toward Corvath, toward Maret. The slate dragon moved between them in the bolts, but Maret was too slow, too exposed, her blade still wet, her shoulder pouring blood. The first volley loosed, and the world blew apart. Not arrows, sound, stone, thunder. The eastern ridge collapsed inward as Tallick's strike found the keystone, and the ground beneath Thalwen's feet tore open in a wave of shale and dust and screaming. Corvath! His name ripped from her throat as the ridge fell, as Mareed vanished into the cloud of broken rock, as the slate dragon's roar became a fading echo, as the arch of stone beneath her cracked and dropped. She fell, and Corvath caught her. His foreleg closed around her waist, his wings beat once, hard, lifting her clear of the collapse as tons of stone and ash poured into the bowl below. She hung in his grip, gasping, her heart a war drum, and she searched the dust-cloud for Maret. Nothing moved. The dust settled. Maret was gone, the slate dragon was gone, and Osrath was still standing on the far ridge, untouched, watching them with eyes like winter iron. The collapse route had bought them seconds, but it had not bought enough. Chapter 37. The dust swallowed everything. Thalwen hung in Corvath's grip, the world reduced to grit and the wet rasp of her own breathing. His foreleg was locked around her waist, his wings working to keep them both stable on the sloping remnant of the ridge. Below, the collapse still growled, stone grinding against stone in long, settling groans. She blinked, tasted blood. The dust cloud where Maret had stood was already thinning, revealing nothing but a raw scar of broken rock and the jagged edge where the ridge used to be. She is gone, Corvath said. Not cold, flat, with the shock that was still settling through both of them. No, Thalwen's voice cracked. She can't be. The dragon, the slate dragon was with her. The dragon fell with her. The bond carried the weight of what he had seen, Maret's silhouette against the collapsing stone, the slate dragon's body twisting to cover her, both of them swallowed by the avalanche before either could spread wings. Thalwen's throat closed. We cannot stay. Corvath's head turned, tracking the far ridge where Osrath's silhouette had not moved. He is already ordering the survivors to regroup. We have seconds. She forced herself to breathe, to think. Tallick, the archive case, the service tunnel. Where is Tallick? She asked. The eastern tunnel. He is waiting at the mouth. He will not leave until you reach him. Of course he would not. The stubborn bastard had come this far carrying evidence that could hang Osrath, and he would not abandon it now. Go, Corvath said. I will cover the retreat. No. She twisted in his grip, finding his eye. The gold ringed in black, the pupil dilated with pain and adrenaline, and something else, something she had learned to read in the space between heartbeats. You cannot reach the tunnel. Your body is too large. You will be exposed on the ridge. I am aware of my size, Thalwen. Then you know what I am about to say. The dust was settling faster now. Shapes moved on the far ridge, soldiers reforming under Osrath's commands. Crossbows, horses, horns beginning to sound again, calling order out of chaos. I will not leave you. I am not asking you to leave me. She reached up, pressed her palm flat against the warm hide of his shoulder. The scales were hot, feverish, slick with sweat from the effort of holding them both on broken ground. "I am asking you to trust me." His eye held hers. The bond pulsed between them, full and open, no walls left to hide behind. She felt his terror, coiled and ancient, the terror of watching Ivnan burn while standing helplessly beyond reach, the terror that had driven him to a canyon and a death wish. "If I lose you, you will not." She said it like a fact, like the ground beneath them was solid, like the dust had not just swallowed a woman who had finally chosen to fight. "I will reach the tunnel, I will get Tallick clear, and you will meet us at the rendezvous point Tallick marked on the eastern slope." The distance, 5 paces. She squeezed his shoulder. "I know, but the tunnel entrance is close. Once I am inside, the stone will shield me from the worst of the bond strain, and you can fly low along the gorge and meet me on the other side. The bond will punish us both. Then we survive the punishment." She pulled her hand away, already turning toward the eastern edge of the bowl. "We have survived worse." He did not argue. She felt the argument in him, a storm of refusals, but he swallowed them because she had asked him to trust her, and he had promised no more closed doors between them. "If the pain becomes too great, I will pull you closer. Do it." She ran. The slope was loose, scree and ash sliding beneath her boots, every step a negotiation with gravity. Corvath's presence burned at the edge of her awareness, warm and steady, a beacon she could orient by even when the dust tried to blind her. Behind her, she heard his wings beat, once, twice, lifting him off the broken ridge and into the gray air. The bond screamed. 5 paces. The familiar blade drove between her ribs, sharp and hot, stealing her breath. She stumbled, caught herself, kept moving. 4 paces. The blade twisted. Her vision swam. 3 paces. She felt his pain thread through her, distance making the bond raw, the connection straining like rope under too much weight. "Keep going," he said. "I am here." 2 paces. The tunnel mouth opened ahead of her, dark and low, and filled with Tallick's white face and shaking hands. 1 pace. She threw herself into the darkness and the blade vanished. For a moment she lay on the stone floor, gasping, her heart slamming against her ribs. The bond was still there, thrumming with Corvath's presence, but the sharp edge of distance had retreated to a dull ache. "What happened?" Tallick's voice was hoarse. "Where is Meret?" Thalwen pushed herself up. Her hands were bleeding, scraped raw by the fall. "She did not make it." Tallick's face went gray. "The collapse took her," Thalwen said. "Her and the slate dragon." A long silence. Tallick's jaw worked, but no sound came out. "He is moving," Corvath said through the bond. The words came distant but steady. "Osrath soldiers are working their way around the collapse. They will reach the eastern slope in minutes." Thalwen dragged herself upright. "We need to move. How far does this tunnel go?" "Half a mile," Tallick said. "It emerges at the base of the eastern gorge, behind a waterfall. Corvath can reach us there." "Then we go now." She took the lead, her hand on the stone wall, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Behind her, Tallick's footsteps followed, uneven and heavy with the weight of the archive case and everything it carried. The tunnel sloped downward, then curved, then opened into a narrow fissure carved by old water. The sound of falling water grew louder, drowning out the distant horns, and then they were out. Light, cold air, the roar of a waterfall plunging 30 feet into a pool of black stone. Talon stumbled onto the gravel bank, blinking in the sudden brightness, and saw Corvath folded on the opposite shore, his chest heaving, his good wing held at an awkward angle. "You made it." She felt the words like a touch. "I told you I would." Corvath's head lifted. His gold eye found hers, and in the bond she felt something fragile and fierce. Relief, so sharp it was almost pain. The waterfall thundered between them, and for one breath, the world was only that. Water and stone, and the bond humming like a living wire. Then the horns sounded again, closer this time, and the moment shattered. Tallick was already moving, splashing through the shallow edge of the pool toward Corvath's side. They will find the waterfall entrance within the hour. We cannot stay. Thalwen followed, the ache in her chest settling into something familiar. The weight of the bond. The weight of all of it. She waded into the cold water, felt it soak through her boots, and did not look back at the tunnel mouth. Osrath was still breathing. That was the only thing that mattered now. Chapter 38. The horns sounded again, closer now, their notes sharpening against the cliff face. Thalwen stood waist-deep in the waterfall pool, water streaming from her clothes, her eyes fixed on Corvath across the narrow bank. The bond burned between them, raw and open, carrying his pain from the awkward wing and the deeper ache of everything they had survived. "We cannot outrun them," Tallick said. He had stopped at the water's edge, the archive case clutched against his chest. Not on foot, not with his wing injured. Thalwen's mind raced, mapping routes, calculating time. The eastern gorge offered cover, narrow gullies where soldiers could not spread out, but every path led upward into open ground. Osrath knew the terrain. He had grown up in these cliffs. Then she felt it, a pulse through the stone beneath her feet. Deep and rhythmic, like the heartbeat she had touched in the vault. The engine. She waded toward him, the cold water dragging at her legs. "The engine. Its conduits run through this gorge." His gold eye fixed on her. "I feel it. The collapse did not kill it. The old wardens built the conduits into the mountain's bones. Then we kill it from here." Tallick's head snapped up. "That is not possible. The suppression chamber is sealed. The conduits are buried under 100 tons of stone." "The conduits are not buried." Thalwen reached the bank and pulled herself onto the gravel, water pouring from her clothes. "They run through the stone. The same stone we are standing on. The same stone that pulses under my feet right now." She pressed her palm flat against the cliff face beside the waterfall. The glyphs on her hand flared gold, responding to something beneath the surface, and she felt it. The engine's rhythm, thready and erratic, racing like a fever pulse. "The surge is failing," Corvath said, "but it will not die clean. The stored energy needs a release, or it will cook the mountain from within. How much time? Minutes. Less, if Osrath tries to draw power from it again." Thalwen turned to Tallick. "The archive case. Are the engineering logs in there?" "Yes, but the schematics are outdated." "I do not need schematics. I need to know where the primary conduit meets the secondary grid. The old wardens built everything with 3 purposes. That means there is a third path." Tallick's face went still. Then he dropped to his knees, opened the case, and began pulling rolled tablets from the interior. His hands moved fast, sorting through dense columns of glyph script. "Here," he pulled a tablet, cracked along one edge and held it up. "The primary conduit runs beneath the archive bowl at a depth of 60 feet. The secondary grid branches through the eastern ridge. The third path." He traced a line with his finger. "Water." Thalwen looked at the waterfall. "Groundwater," Tallick said. "The old wardens built the conduits to follow natural water flow, so the engine could bleed excess heat. The waterfall is the vent. If we redirect the surge into the water channel, the energy will dissipate through the gorge. And the bond will be the key," Corvath said. "The engine was built to stabilize bonds. It will recognize us as a bonded pair and follow our will if we open the channel together." Together. Thalwen felt the words settle in her chest. "What does that mean?" "It means we become the conduit, you and I, through the bond. The engine's surge will pass through us into the water." "How much of the surge?" The silence stretched. "All of it." Tallick set the tablet down. "That will kill you. Not if we hold." Thalwen did not look away from Corvath. "We held before. When the engine tried to tear us apart, we held. That was resistance. This is conduction. Different fire. Can you do it?" Corvath's head lowered. His gold eye burned. "With you, yes." Thalwen crossed the bank and pressed both palms against his jaw. The glyphs on her hands blazed, matching the pulse in his blood, and she felt the full weight of what he was offering. Trust so complete it left no room for doubt. "Then we do it now." She turned to Tallick. "Get to higher ground. If this works, the surge will follow the water and the gorge will flood. If it does not work..." She did not finish. Tallick picked up the archive case. His face was gray, but his voice did not shake. If it does not work, there will be no one left to remember what we found. He climbed the eastern bank, slipping on wet stone, and disappeared behind a shelf of rock. Thalwen pressed her forehead against Corvath's jaw. The bond pulsed between them, alive and burning, carrying every breath he took. Do it. Open yourself. Let me feel all of it, the fear, the hope, the part of you that wants to live. She did. She opened the bond wide, wider than she had in the engine chamber, and let Corvath see everything. The canyon where she had woken alone, the watch cabin where she had learned to trust him, the vault where she had chosen him over freedom. The grief she still carried for the life she had lost, the love she had never said aloud. He caught it all, and then he opened himself in return. She felt the engine's pulse through him, the dying thrash of its stored energy, the conduits threading through the stone like veins, the waterfall's cold path cutting through the mountain's heart. Now, she pressed her palms into the cliff face and pushed. The world went white. The surge hit her like a wall of fire, pouring through the bond into Corvath, through Corvath into the stone, through the stone into the water. She felt her own bones singing with the energy, felt the glyphs on her hands burning so bright they must have been visible through her skin. Corvath's roar shook the cliff. The waterfall exploded, steam, not water, boiling and hissing as the surge channeled through the cascade. The pool beneath them churned, went hot, went cold, the temperature cycling so fast she felt her skin crawl. Hold, she held. The surge built, crested, and then she felt the engine's rhythm falter, the stored energy bleeding out through the water channel, dissipating into the gorge's dark throat. The conduit beneath her palms went cold, then silent. She collapsed. Corvath caught her with his good foreleg, cradling her against his chest, and in the bond she felt his exhaustion like a second weight. Is it done? It is done. She let herself breathe. Then the horns sounded again, and this time they came from above, from the cliff crest where the waterfall began its drop. Thalwen looked up. Osrath stood at the edge of the cliff, silhouetted against the gray sky, watching them with the cold patience of a man who had lost a battle, but not the war. Behind him, soldiers moved into formation, and in his hand he held a bronze sigil that pulsed with the same light as the dying engine. He raised it. The stone beneath them groaned. The conduits are collapsed, Osrath said. His voice carried down the waterfall, clear and unhurried. But the mountain remembers what the old wardens built, and so do I. He pressed the sigil against the cliff face. The ground lurched. Thalwen felt it through the bond before she saw it, a crack racing up the cliff behind Corvath, splitting the stone along the same lines the engine's conduits had followed. Not a collapse. A tear. The waterfall reversed. Steam and water and stone exploded outward, and Thalwen felt Corvath's body twist around hers, felt his wings close over her, felt the impact as the mountain came apart. Then everything went dark, and the last thing she heard was Osrath's voice, fading into the roar. Nothing chosen can survive what the mountain was built to hold. Chapter 39. Darkness. Pressure. The grind of stone still settling somewhere above. Thalwen did not know how long she had been unconscious. Minutes, maybe longer. The weight against her was Corvath, his chest rising and falling in slow, labored breaths, his body a shield that had taken the worst of the collapse. She tried to move. Pain answered, bright and specific, along her ribs, her left shoulder, the side of her face where something had cut her. Corvath. No response. She pushed against his chest, felt the massive warmth of him, the slow pulse of his blood through the bond. He was alive. Unconscious, but alive. Corvath, wake up. The bond stirred, a flicker of awareness. Then his eye cracked open, the gold ring finding her in the dark. You are heavy, she sent. A rumble that might have been a laugh or a groan. She could not tell. He shifted, and the stone above them groaned in protest. Thalwen held her breath, waiting for the collapse to resume, but the mountain settled again. We need to move, she said. Can you feel how much stone is above us? A long pause. Then, Too much, but there is air. Moving, from the east. She turned her head, felt the faint current against her cheek. The tunnel. The eastern service tunnel Tallick had used. It must have survived the tear. Can you fit? I will have to. She crawled out from under his foreleg, felt the bond pulse with his pain as he tried to shift his bulk in the narrow space. Stones slid. Dust filled her throat. She found the crack by touch, a fissure where the eastern tunnel's wall had split but not collapsed. Beyond it, darkness and the smell of damp stone. This way. She pulled herself through, and behind her she heard Corvath moving, the scrape of his scales against rock, the sharp intake of his breath when his injured wing caught on a jut of stone. The tunnel went on forever. She crawled until her hands bled, until her knees went numb, until the only thing keeping her moving was the bond, the thread of warmth that told her he was still behind her, still alive, still pushing forward. Then she felt air. Cold, moving, open. She pulled herself out of the crack and found herself on a slope of loose scree, the sky above her gray and empty, the gorge walls rising on either side. The waterfall was gone, replaced by a scar of raw stone where the cliff had torn. Tallick was there. He was sitting on a boulder, the archive case clutched to his chest, his face gray with exhaustion and grief. When he saw her, he did not smile. He just nodded. You made it. She could not answer. She turned back to the crack, watched as Corvath's head emerged, then his shoulders, then the rest of him, dragging himself out of the tunnel like a creature born from the mountain's bones. He collapsed on the scree and did not move. Thalwen crossed to him, pressed her hand against his jaw. The bond was faint, thready with exhaustion, but still there, still burning. We made it. We made it. She leaned her forehead against his scales and let herself breathe. The morning came cold and still. They had moved, somehow. Thalwen did not remember the walking, only the rhythm of it, one foot after another, Corvath limping beside her, Tallick carrying the archive case like a holy relic. They had found a hollow in the gorge wall, a shallow cave where they could rest without being seen from above. Tallick built a fire with shaking hands. Thalwen sat with her back against the stone, watching the flames, feeling the bond pulse slow and steady in her chest. Corvath lay stretched across the cave entrance, his body a barrier between her and the open air. She should check his wing. She should check her own wounds. She should do 100 practical things. Instead, she just sat. You need to eat. Tallick pressed a piece of dried meat into her hand. She looked at it, did not remember taking it, and bit into it because chewing was easier than arguing. The seals on the archive case held, he said. The engineering logs, the schematics, the testimony copies, all intact. Good. Good is not the word I would use, but it will do. She heard the exhaustion in his voice, the grief. He had not mentioned merit. He would not, she knew. Not until they were safe enough for grief to be a luxury. Is there anything in those logs that can stop Orsath? She asked. Tallick was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, the logs name names. Officials who authorized the seizure orders, wardens who helped Orsath modify the engine, messages between his allies that proved the suppression strike was planned months before Ridgemere fell. Moths to the flame. It is not enough to expose him. He will claim the records are forgeries, that we fabricated them to destroy his reputation. But it is a start. A start. She looked at Corvath, at the slow rise and fall of his chest, at the way his good wing lay folded against his side, the other tucked awkwardly beneath him. Are you awake? I am always awake when you are. She felt the warmth of his attention, the quiet steadiness of his presence in her mind. Tallick says the evidence is intact. I know. I heard. What do we do now? A pause, then. That is not the question you want to ask. She looked at the fire, at the smoke curling toward the cave's ceiling, at the gray light filtering through the entrance. What do I want? She said aloud. Tallick looked up. Corvath's eye opened, gold ring meeting hers. She felt the question in the bond, open and patient, carrying no pressure, no expectation. Tell me. She could give him a dozen answers. Escape, safety, a life on the roads again, unbound and free. She could give him the answers she had been giving herself for 3 years. But those answers were not true anymore. She pushed herself to her feet, crossed to where he lay, lowered herself to her knees beside his head. "I want to stay," she said. The words hung in the air, raw and unfinished. "I want to stop running. I want to stop pretending that being alone is the same as being free. I want—" She stopped, swallowed. "I want you. Not because the bond forces it, not because we have no choice, because I choose you." His eye held her. The bond rippled with something she could not name. "Say it again. I choose you, Corvath." He lifted his head, the movement slow and heavy with exhaustion, and pressed his muzzle against her chest. The bond blazed warm, carrying his answer without words. Tallick cleared his throat. "I will, record that for the archive." Thalwen laughed. It came out wet and broken, but it was a laugh. "Good," she said. "Let them hear it." The fire had burned to embers when Tallick spoke again. "The stone treaty plaques, the ones you packed in Sutman's Ford. Do you still have them?" Thalwen touched her pack. The oilcloth bundle was still there, pressed against her spine. "Yes." "Good. We will need them when we reach the next post. A formal declaration of bond status requires witnesses and old language." She looked at the embers, at the gray ash that coated the fire ring. "What happens when we reach the next post?" Tallick's face was unreadable. "The news of what we found will travel faster than we can. Every official who signed those seizure orders will be scrambling to destroy their connections to Osrath. Every rider enclave still standing will be deciding whether to shelter us or hand us over." "And Osrath? He knows what we have. He will burn every road between here and the Sky Road to stop us from reaching a neutral post." She felt the weight of it, the distance, the danger. And then she felt Corvath's presence in her mind, steady and sure. "Then we fly." She looked at his injured wing, at the way he held it, barely off the ground. "Can you?" "I can try." It was not a promise. It was not a guarantee. It was enough. She pressed her hand against his jaw, felt the glyphs on her palms pulse in answer to his warmth, and watched the first light of dawn break over the gorge's edge. From somewhere in the distance, a horn sounded. Not Osrath's, different, lower. A signal she did not recognize. Tallick stood, his face sharpening into alertness. "That is not a pursuit call." "What is it?" He listened, head tilted, as the horn sounded again. "That is a rider assembly signal. Someone is summoning every bonded pair within hearing distance." Thalwen's blood went cold. "Osrath is calling them," he said, "and he is claiming the mountain just answered." Chapter 40. Thalwen's hand was still pressed against Corvath's jaw when the horn sounded again. Longer this time. A note that hung in the air and did not fade. Tallick stood motionless at the cave's mouth, his silhouette sharp against the gray dawn. "That is not a single summons." "What do you mean?" "That is the call for an assembly of houses." He turned, and his face was bloodless. Osrath is not calling riders to him. He is calling the enclaves. Every bonded pair in every territory within a day's flight. Corvath's presence tightened in her mind. He means to gather them before the news spreads. "Then we move faster," Thalwen said. She was already reaching for her pack, shoving the oilcloth bundle of treaty plaques deeper into the canvas, checking the straps. Her fingers moved by habit, but her mind was racing through the terrain east of the gorge, the route Tallick had sketched in the firelight, the distance to the nearest neutral post. "Corvath, can you fly?" He pushed himself upright, slow and deliberate. The injured wing hung lower than the other, the membrane folding at an angle that made her chest ache. "I will find a way." That was not a yes. Tallick was already gathering the archive case, sliding the stacked tablets and rolled schematics into the waterproof lining. "If we go overland, we will not reach any post before Osrath's riders. The assembly gives him cover. He will claim the mountain's voice, that he was chosen, that the suppression engine responded to him alone. And if they believe him, then every bonded pair within hearing becomes a blade aimed at us." Thalwen looked at the sky. The dawn was breaking in bands of gray and amber, the clouds low and fast-moving. Good flying weather for anyone who could stay aloft, bad weather for hiding. She turned back to the cave, to the fire, to the 3 stone treaty plaques still wrapped in oilcloth against her spine. "The plaques," she said. "How fast can we reach a post if we do not stop?" Tallick's eyes widened. That is a march of 3 days through bandit territory, with no shelter and no supplies except what we carry. And if we fly? He looked at Corvath, at the wing that did not quite close, at the way he held his weight, shifted to one side. Half a day, Tallick said quietly, if the wing holds. Thalwen crossed to Corvath. She pressed her palm against the base of his neck, where the scales were warm and the pulse beat steady beneath her fingers. Tell me truthfully. He was silent for a long moment. Then, I do not know if I can carry us both. The words hit like a blade. Then we go overland. No. She felt the force of his refusal before she heard it. If we go overland, we will not reach the post. The horn signals the gathering. The territories will close. Osrath will be waiting at every road and pass before we are halfway there. And if you try to fly and fail, then we fall together. She wanted to argue, wanted to find another answer, a safer one, a path that did not require him to risk the only wing he had left. But there was no safer path. Not anymore. They left the cave within the quarter hour. Tallick took the lead, picking his way down the scree slope with the archive case strapped across his back. Thalwen followed, her pack light but the treaty plaques pressing against her spine like a promise she was not sure she could keep. Corvath moved behind them, slower than she had ever seen him, each step a calculation. The bond carried his pain in muted pulses, dampened by his will but still present, a low ache that settled beneath her ribs. You are shielding me again. I am managing it. That is the same thing. His silence told her she was right. They reached the valley floor as the sun broke over the ridge, throwing long shadows across the ash-stained grass. Ahead, the terrain opened into a sprawl of broken stone and dry creek beds, the remains of an old road that Tallick said would lead them toward the Sky Road. If we follow this, we can reach a warden station by nightfall, he said, assuming it is still standing. And if it is not? Then we find another way. Thalwen looked at the horizon. The sky was empty, no smoke, no wings, no riders. But the horn had sounded, and she could still feel its echo in her bones, a summons she had never been taught to answer, but recognized anyway. They walked into midday without speaking. The terrain was punishing. Loose stone, crumbling embankments, stretches of ground that shifted beneath her boots and sent small avalanches skittering down the slope. Corvath followed at a distance, his wing held tight to his body, his breath coming in long, controlled draws. Thalwen felt every step through the bond, the ache in his shoulder, the grinding of bone and membrane where the wing joint did not quite align. The way he kept his mind focused on the horizon, because if he thought about the pain, he would not be able to ignore it. She wanted to tell him to rest. She wanted to tell him they would find another way. But the horn had sounded, and the horizon was empty, and every moment they stood still was a moment Osrath used to tighten his net. It was Tallick who stopped first. He had climbed a low rise ahead of them, his silhouette sharp against the gray sky. When Thalwen reached him, he was staring east, his face drawn. What is it? He pointed. On the horizon, where the old sky road should have been visible as a ribbon of stone cut into the cliff face, there was only smoke. Dark, thick, rising in a column that did not dissipate. That is not a cooking fire, Tallick said. That is a beacon tower. Lit by whom? By whoever got there first. Thalwen looked at the smoke, at the way it climbed straight into the still air, deliberate and unhurried. Osrath was already moving, and the mountain had answered. Chapter 41. The smoke on the horizon had not thinned. Thalwen stood on the rise beside Tallick, her hand shading her eyes against the gray noon light. The column rose straight and dark, unhurried, the kind of fire that had been fed deliberately and left to burn. That is the Sky Road station, Tallick said. His voice was flat. The one I marked on your map, half a day's march. Not marching, Thalwen turned. Corvath waited at the base of the slope, his wing tucked tight against his flank, his weight shifted to his good foreleg. She felt his attention through the bond, sharp and waiting. We fly. Thalwen? If we walk, we arrive after dark and find the tower cold and everyone dead. Then we spend the night in the open with Osrath riders closing from 3 sides. She met Tallick's gaze. How many of those scenarios end well? He did not answer. She crossed to Corvath and pressed her palm to the base of his neck. The scales were warm, the pulse beneath them steady. Can you reach it? He measured the distance, the sky, the weight of the air against his injured wing. I can reach it. That is not what I asked. His gold eye met hers. I do not know if I can land softly, but I can reach it. She held his gaze for a long breath, then she nodded. The ascent was not graceful. Corvath launched from the slope with a lurch that sent loose stones skittering down the hillside, his good wing catching air while the injured one beat at an angle that made Thalwen's own shoulder ache through the bond. She felt the strain ripple down his spine, the way he compensated, the raw effort of keeping them aloft. Tallick sat behind her, one arm locked around her waist and the other clamped to the archive case. He had not complained once. She respected that more than she would have expected. They stayed low, skimming the folds of the terrain, using ridges and outcroppings for cover. The wind was cold and steady, carrying the smell of pine and ash and something else, something sharp that she did not recognize until Corvath's thought brushed hers. Fire. Not the tower. Closer. She scanned the ground below. Empty gullies, scrub, a dry creek bed winding east. Then she saw it. A rider, mounted, riding hard along the old road toward the station, a dark cloak streaming behind him. He was not one of theirs. They lost sight of him as the terrain dipped, but the knot in her stomach did not loosen. Corvath's wing began to flag when the station came into view. It sat at the junction of two ridges, a squat stone tower with a timber palisade and a single gate, the kind of post that had been built to last through storms and sieges and treaty disputes. The beacon tower rose from its eastern corner, an iron basket mounted on a stone pillar, still belching smoke. But the basket had been pulled sideways, half detached from its mount, and the gate was open. Thalwen felt Tallick tense behind her. "That gate should not be open," he said. "Not with the beacon lit." Corvath banked, his wing catching air with a grinding pulse of pain that shot through Thalwen's chest. He brought them down in a wide arc, landing on the slope above the station with a jolt that sent fire up his foreleg. She was off his back before he had fully settled, her hand on his neck, her mind pressed against his. "Stay here. Do not move until I call you. If there are soldiers, then you will know, because I will scream." His jaw opened, closed, then a low rumble that might have been a scent. She turned and slid down the slope toward the gate. The yard was empty. Not abandoned. Empty. A cooking fire still smoldered in the stone ring. A water bucket sat overturned, the ground dark where it had soaked in. A saddle lay propped against the wall, the leather still damp with sweat. Whoever had been here had not planned to leave. Thalwen drew her knife and moved along the wall toward the tower door, her boots silent on the packed earth. The bond carried Corvath's attention like a thread tied to her spine, ready to pull her back at the first sign of danger. The door was half open. She pushed it with the flat of her blade. Inside, the tower was dim and close, the air thick with smoke from the beacon above. A table lay overturned. Maps and papers scattered across the floor. A single lantern had been knocked from its hook and extinguished, the oil still wet on the stone. She stepped inside and saw the body. A man in warden gray, sprawled face down near the stair, his hands stretched toward the door. She crossed to him, turned him over. His eyes were open. His throat had been cut clean across, the wound dark and precise. A sound behind her. She spun, blade up, and found Tallick in the doorway, his face pale in the dim light. He looked at the body, at the blood, at the maps scattered like leaves. "Osrath's people," he said. "They are already here." "They are not here now." "No, they left us a message." He knelt beside the dead man, closed the staring eyes with a gentle hand. "This is a station that was supposed to be neutral, that was supposed to be safe. Nothing is safe." "No." He looked up at her, and there was something hard in his eyes now, something that had been waiting to surface. "But this means the records are not safe either. The witness stone, the testimony. If Osrath's people knew to hit this station, they knew, then they know where we are heading." or they know every station within a day's ride, and they are burning them one by one. Thalwen looked at the dead warden, at the maps scattered like someone had been searching for something. She turned and walked to the stair, climbing quickly, her hand on the wall to steady herself in the smoke-stung dark. The beacon chamber was small, open to the sky, the iron basket still smoking and twisted. She looked out over the ridge. The rider she had seen from the air was gone, but on the horizon, where the next station should have been, a second column of smoke was beginning to rise. Chapter 42. The bond pulled taut as Thalwen stared at the second column of smoke. She turned from the beacon chamber and took the stairs, 2 at a time, hitting the lower floor with her blade still wet from the dead warden's blood. Tallick had not moved from his crouch beside the body. "There is a witness stone in this station," he said. "What?" "Every Skyroad post keeps one, for recording testimony and treaty claims before a neutral adjudicator." He looked up at her, his face hard and urgent. "The archive case is too large to carry through what is coming, but a witness stone is palm-sized. We can imprint the key testimony, scatter the rest, and travel light." Thalwen's mind turned over the logic, the pieces clicking into place even as her body screamed at her to move. "Then find it. I will hold the yard." She stepped outside into smoke-stung air that tasted of ash and something else, something sharp and enamel. Corvath's voice touched her mind before she saw the threat. Movement on the west ridge, fast. She looked up. 3 shapes were descending the scree slope above the station, low to the ground and moving with the fluid, sinuous gait of creatures built for rock and shadow. Drakes. Station drakes, the smaller cousins of true dragons, bred for patrol work and messenger duty. Their riders were gone. The station was dead, and they had caught the scent of intruders. Thalwen moved to the center of the yard, knife in one hand, the other raised palm out in the old warden gesture of peace. The lead drake halted 20 paces out. Its hide was slate gray, rippling with tension, its head low and jaws slightly parted. The other 2 spread wide, flanking her. They did not know her. They did not know the dead warden was not her work, but they knew she was not supposed to be here. "I am not your enemy," she said aloud, the way she had learned to speak to everything that might tear her apart. With calm and certainty she did not feel. "I did not kill your keeper," the lead drake hissed. Its tail lashed once, twice, a warning that carried the weight of grief and confusion. Behind her, the tower door opened. Tallick emerged with a gray stone the size of his palm. "I found it," he said. Then he saw the drakes and stopped breathing. "Go back inside," Thalwen said. "Do what you need to do." "Thalwen, I said go." He went. The drakes did not attack. They circled. They watched. They tested the air with tongues and breath, reading her scent, her sweat, the blood on her blade that was not her own. Thalwen held her ground. Through the bond, she felt Corvath's weight shift on the slope above, a slow, deliberate pressure that the drakes registered immediately. Their heads came up. The lead drake's throat pulsed with a low, guttural sound that was not quite a growl. "Do not move," she sent to him. "They are testing me, not hunting. If you come down, they will see threat and attack, and if they decide you are threat without me, then you will know, because I will scream." Silence. Then a grudging pulse of assent that carried warmth beneath it. The lead drake took a step forward. Thalwen did not retreat. It came close enough to touch, close enough that she could see the pale rim of its iris and the dust caked in the scales of its throat. It lowered its head and huffed a breath across her collarbone, directly over the glyph. It knew what the mark was. Its whole body shuddered once, then it stepped back and sat, still watching, no longer coiled to spring. The other 2 mirrored the posture, a signal of truce, or at least of suspended judgment. Thalwen let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Tallick appeared in the doorway again. "I have it," he said. His voice was strange, pitched low and tight. "The imprint took, but there is something you need to see." She crossed to him, keeping the drakes in her peripheral vision. They did not move. Inside the tower, the air was thick with dust from the disturbed papers. Tallick held the witness stone in both hands, and it glowed faintly, a deep amber light pulsing from its core. "I imprinted the first 3 testimony fragments," he said. "The log entries that name the officials. the correspondence proving the strike was planned months before Ridgemere fell. Good. That is enough to expose him. It is. He looked at her, and his eyes were not relieved. But the stone did something I have never seen. He turned it in his hands so she could see the face. The amber light had not faded. It had resolved into a glyph, sharp and precise, burned into the stone's surface like a brand. A seal. Thalwen stared at it. The seal of the Office of Continental Accord, the highest rider authority in the Reaches, the office that was supposed to oversee treaty law and protect bonded pairs from exactly what Osrath had done. That seal should not be on any suppression archive record, Tallick said. The Accord office was never supposed to know about the weapon. That was the entire structure of Osrath's cover story, that he acted alone, that no one in authority authorized the strike. Thalwen's blood turned cold. Unless someone in the Accord authorized it, she said. Tallick did not answer. He did not need to. The witness stone kept glowing, and somewhere outside a horn sounded, low and clear, and Thalwen knew the drakes were not the only ones on the ridge anymore. Chapter 43. The horn was still echoing off the slope when Thalwen turned from the witness stone. The seal of the Office of Continental Accord glowed amber in Tallick's hands, burned into the stone's surface with the precision of a brand. Not a forgery, not an accident. Someone at the highest level of rider authority had marked this testimony fragment before it was ever imprinted. That changes everything, she said. Tallick's jaw tightened. It changes the destination, not the work. The drakes still sat in the yard, watching with the patience of creatures that had learned to wait. The lead drake's head tracked her movement as she crossed back to the tower door, its throat pulsing with that low, unreadable sound. How many copies can you make? Of the stone? Tallick shook his head. The imprint is single use, but I can transcribe the glyph onto wax or hide. It will not carry the seal's resonance, but the testimony will be readable. Do it. She climbed the slope toward Corvath before Tallick could argue. His shape emerged from the shadow of a split boulder, wings tucked tight against his flanks, one held at a visibly wrong angle. The bond carried his pain in dull waves, dampened but present, a constant low thrum beneath her ribs. The Accord office, he said. It was not a question. Someone inside authorized the strike, or knew about it and let it happen. Osrath did not tell me about any seal. Osrath told you what served Osrath. He made a sound low in his throat, something between agreement and disgust. Then he shifted his weight, and the wing joint clicked audibly, and she felt the spike of pain through the bond like a blade between her own shoulders. Can you fly? Yes. That is not what I asked. His gold eye fixed on her, ringed in black, older than any grief she had ever carried. I can reach the next refuge. Whether I can land without breaking something is the question you should be asking. She held his gaze. Then we find another way. There is no other way. The second station is burning. The passes will be watched by tomorrow. If we do not move now, we will be trapped in this gorge with every rider Osrath has summoned. Thalwen's hands were steady, even if her pulse was not. She had been running toward impossible choices since the bond first opened in that canyon. This was just another one. Then we fly evasive, she said, low and fast. You do not land unless I tell you to. And if the wing fails mid-air, then we fall together. The bond flared, and she felt something shift inside him. Not pain, something warmer, rarer, a pulse of trust that bordered on gratitude. They descended together, Thalwen half sliding down the scree while Corvath picked his way with deliberate care, each step a calculation of weight and angle. Tallick met them in the yard with a bundle of wax tablets strapped to his pack. The witness stone was wrapped in cloth and tucked against his chest. The transcription is done, he said. 3 copies, one for each route we might split. We are not splitting, Thalwen said. For now. Tallick's eyes flicked to the drakes. But you need to understand something before we leave this station. He pulled a folded parchment from his coat and held it out. This was in the warden's desk. Station census records, standard Sky Road accounting. His voice dropped. The lead drake in the yard has no rider listed in this log. Thalwen looked at the drake. The slate-gray creature sat motionless, watching them with steady, unblinking attention. "That is impossible," she said. "Station drakes are bonded at hatch. These ones are not." Tallick turned the parchment so she could see the column. "All three are listed as unassigned. No rider file, no bond registration. They were delivered here 6 months ago by an Accord office courier." The seal. The Office of Continental Accord had placed unbound drakes at a neutral station. Drakes without riders, without records, without any legal tie to the treaty structure that protected bonded pairs. "They are spies," Thalwen said. "Or weapons." Tallick folded the parchment. "Waiting for something. Someone. We do not know what signal they are keyed to respond to." The lead drake blinked slowly. Its tail traced a lazy arc in the dust. Corvath's voice entered her mind, low and taut. "It recognizes you, not as a threat, as something familiar. Because of the glyph, yes. But it was waiting for that recognition. It knew what it would find." Thalwen looked at the drake and saw the pale rim of its iris, the dust caked in its throat scales, the stillness of a creature that had been told to watch. "Then we do not give it the chance to act," she said. "Tallick, finish packing. We leave in 10 minutes. They were 5 minutes from departure when the first rider appeared on the eastern ridge. Thalwen saw the silhouette before she heard the hooves, a lone figure on a rangy mountain horse, halted at the crest, watching the station yard. "Tell me that is a station messenger," she said. Tallick followed her gaze. "It is not." The rider sat motionless, hooded against the wind, one hand raised in a gesture that was not the Warden peace sign. It was a rider house signal, a summons to parley. "Whoever they are, they saw the horn flare and came to investigate," Tallick said. "They will know the Warden is dead. They will know we do not belong here." Thalwen's hand went to her blade, and the lead drake rose to its feet. Not in threat, not in attack. It rose with the slow, deliberate motion of a creature that had made a decision. It turned its head toward the rider on the ridge. Then it turned back to Thalwen, and it sat down again, directly in front of her, blocking the rider's line of sight. "It is protecting you," Corvath sent. "Why?" The drake's throat pulsed with that low, guttural sound. Its head tilted, listening to something Thalwen could not hear. Then Tallick breathed the word she had not heard in 3 years. "Even's file." "What?" "The rider file. Even Marek's station records." His voice was strange, scraped raw. The old warden who marked the witness stone recognized the glyph on Corvath's muzzle. She whispered that Even's file was never destroyed. Thalwen's blood turned to ice. "Who else knows?" "The Accord office. Osrath." Tallick's hands were shaking, and whoever the drakes were waiting for. Chapter 44. The first rider on the ridge did not move. Thalwen counted 3 heartbeats, then 4. The hooded figure sat motionless, hand still raised in that rider house signal, watching the station yard like a falcon measuring prey. "He is not alone," Corvath sent. Thalwen's blood went cold. She turned. On the western ridge, another silhouette. On the southern slope, a third. They had ridden the contours blind, using the ridge lines to approach without raising dusk, without sound, without any warning except the stillness of creatures that knew exactly where their quarry stood. "They are surrounding us," she said. Tallick was already moving, shoving wax tablets into his pack with the frantic precision of a man who had practiced this moment in his head 100 times. "The witness stone. If they take it, they will not take it." Thalwen crossed the yard in 4 strides, grabbed the lead drake's harness, and pulled herself up onto its back before her mind caught up with her body. The drake shuddered but did not throw her. Its spine was narrower than Corvath's, the scales harder, the rhythm of its breathing faster. "Tallick, up, now!" He hesitated half a breath, then swung up behind her, the witness stone bundle pressed between them. "What about Corvath?" he said. "He catches up." The drake's muscles rippled beneath her thighs, uncertain, waiting for a command it had never been trained to receive. Thalwen gripped the harness and pressed her heels into its flanks. "Do you know where to go?" she said. The drake turned its head, its pale iris fixed on her face. Then it launched. The yard fell away in a spray of dust and shattered slate. Thalwen clutched the harness as the drake clawed air, banking hard toward the eastern gap where the canyon walls pinched into sky. Wind ripped at her braid, tore the breath from her throat. Below, the first rider's horn cut through the air. A summons answered. From the western ridge, a flight of crossbow bolts arced toward them, black against the white sky. Thalwen felt Corvath before she saw him. The bond ripped open with a surge of heat and fury as he launched from the slope, his injured wing catching at an angle that sent a spike of pain through her chest. He did not slow. He did not flinch. He drove himself into the gap between the station and the ridge, his tail lashing, his throat blazing with a sound that was not a roar, but something older, something that made the air itself tremble. The crossbow fire faltered. Horses screamed below. "Go!" Corvath sent. "I will hold them." "You cannot hold them with one wing." "I can hold them long enough." The drake was climbing now, its wings beating a rhythm that felt desperate and steady at once. Thalwen twisted to look back. The station yard was chaos. Corvath had landed on the eastern ridge, his body a wall of storm-gray hide between the riders and the drake's escape path. A rider on the ground raised a crossbow. Corvath's tail swept the man's legs from under him before the bolt launched. Another rider closer, a thrown blade. It glanced off Corvath's shoulder, drawing a line of blood. "His wing will not hold this," she sent back. "Come up, now. Not until you are clear." The drake banked again, harder this time, and Thalwen felt the wind shift as they cleared the canyon's throat and entered open sky. Below, the ridges bled into forest, and the forest bled into ash-colored plains. Tallick's grip on her waist tightened. "The next station," he said. "The one before it burned. There's a relay cave a half-mile east of it. We can shelter there. Corvath will never find us if we lose the ridge. He will find you." Tallick's voice was strange, scraped. "The bond will lead him." Thalwen opened her mouth to answer. Then the bolt hit. She heard it before she felt it. A wet, wooden crack, followed by Tallick's breath leaving his body in a sound that was not quite a scream. His arms loosened around her waist. She turned. A black, fletched bolt stood out from his right shoulder, the shaft buried to the fletching. Blood had already begun to darken his coat, spreading in a slow, patient stain. "Tallick." He did not answer. His head lolled forward, and his grip on the witness stone bundle loosened. The archive case, the leather satchel with the testimony copies, the engineering logs, the names of every official who had authorized the Ridgemere strike, slid from his shoulder and tumbled into the cloud. Thalwen grabbed for it. Her fingers caught canvas, then nothing. The case spun once, twice, a dark shape swallowed by the white beneath them, falling toward the forest, toward the ash, toward a ground that would never yield its secrets to anyone who did not already know where to look. "No." She heard her own voice as if from a distance, thin and broken. "No." The drake clawed at the air, fighting the weight of two riders and the shift in balance. Tallick slumped against her back, his blood warm against her neck. Below, the cloud closed over the archive case like a mouth swallowing a stone, and behind them, Corvath's wing faltered. Chapter 45. The air bit through Thalwen's coat as the drake clawed for altitude, Tallick's blood warm and wet against her neck. Behind them, the cloud had already swallowed the archive case, a mouth closing over stone and paper and names that had cost too much to lose. She should let it go. She could not let it go. The drake banked, responding to pressure she had not consciously applied, and Thalwen saw the shape of the forest below, a smear of green through the ash-colored mist. Somewhere down there, the case had struck canopy, bounced, caught on a branch, or shattered against a rock. "Turn," she sent to the drake. "Take us down." The animal resisted, its wings pulling against the descent. It had been bred for ridge patrol, not canyon dives. She pressed her heels in harder. Then the bond ripped open, and Corvath was with her. His presence hit like a storm front, pain and fury, and something that burned hotter in either. She felt his wing falter, felt the joints scream as he forced himself from the ridge into the air. The riders behind him had not followed. They had not needed to. He was coming after her. "What are you doing?" he sent. The case fell. I am going after it. Tallick is bleeding. I know. She did not look back. If she looked back, she would see his wing give out, and she would not be able to keep diving. The drake surrendered to the descent, folding its wings and dropping through the cloud layer like a stone. Wind screamed past her ears. Tallick's weight shifted against her, and she hooked her arm through the harness to keep him from sliding. The forest rushed up to meet them. Trees, old growth with broad crowns and branches thick as her torso. The canopy was a green roof broken by gaps, clearings, the silver thread of a stream cutting through the understory. And there, caught in the high fork of a cliff pine that leaned out over the slope, the archive case hung by its torn strap, swinging gently in the wind. Thalwen exhaled. There, she sent. I see it. The drake pulled up hard, wings catching air a heartbeat before they would have struck the canopy. The impact shuddered through its body and into hers, and Tallick groaned, a sound that was barely conscious. She guided the drake in a slow circle, measuring the pine's position. The case hung 10 feet below the crown, suspended over a drop of at least 60 feet onto broken stone. There was no landing spot. She would have to climb down. Hold him. She twisted, pressing Tallick's weight against the drake's neck, and the animal turned its head, pale iris fixing on her face. It understood her intention before she finished speaking. Then she swung off. Her boots hit the pine's trunk, buck skidding under her grip as she caught branch. The drake lurched upward, burden lightened, and Tallick slumped forward against its neck, his blood dark on the leather. Thalwen did not pause. She worked her way down the branches, hand over hand, her palms raw against the bark. The case swung below her, just out of reach. 3 feet. 2. She let go of the branch and dropped, catching the strap with one hand as she fell. The leather groaned, the branch creaked, and she swung against the trunk, the case pressed to her chest. For a moment, she just hung there, breathing. Then she hauled herself onto the nearest branch and opened the case. The seals were intact. The wax had held. She cracked the first tablet, scanning the entries. Engineering logs, modification dates, correspondence between Osrath and the wardens who had helped him alter the engine. All there. She reached for the second packet, the one that should hold the seizure orders and the names of the officials who had authorized the post-Ridgemere hunts. The slot was empty. Thalwen stared at the gap, the leather pocket where the packet should have been, and felt the world tilt. She turned the case over, looked at the torn strap, looked at the way the buckle had snapped. The packet had fallen out before the case caught. Somewhere below, in the understory, on the slope, in the stream, the names of every official who had signed seizure orders after Ridgemere lay scattered, waiting for anyone to find them. And she had no idea how far they had fallen. Thalwen. Corvath's voice in her skull, thin with pain. I cannot hold the air much longer. She looked up. Through the gaps in the canopy, she saw a shape circling, not the drake, something larger, storm gray against the white sky. He had followed her down. He had followed her through the cloud with a wing that should have grounded him. He was going to fall. She shoved the case closed, slung it across her body, and began climbing. The drake found her at the crown of the pine, its claws scraping bark as it settled on the nearest branch. Tallick was still slumped against its neck, his breathing shallow, his pulse thready where she pressed 2 fingers to his jaw. She swung up behind him, the case heavy against her hip, and the drake launched before she had fully settled. They cleared the canopy, and Thalwen saw Corvath. He was descending in a long, controlled glide, his injured wing held at an angle that made her teeth clench just to look at. He bled through the bond. Each downward beat sent a spike of fire through her chest. The packet is missing, she sent. The names. They fell before the case caught. A pause. Then, through the pain. How many names? I do not know. I did not gaunt them before. Tallick handled the packets. Then we find them. We do not have time. You are bleeding through the bond, and Tallick, we find them, he sent, or we have nothing. The drake banked, following his descent toward the forest, toward the slope where the missing packet might lie scattered in the understory. And below them, moving through the trees, a figure on foot broke through the brush and stopped, looking up directly at the spot where the packet had fallen. Chapter 46. The drake found the chapel in the wedge between two cliffs, a crack in the stone that opened into a hollow barely wide enough for its wings. Thalwen slid off before it landed, Tallick's weight dragging at her shoulder, and the animal folded itself into the shadows like it had always known this place. She half carried, half dragged Tallick through the gap. The chapel was not a building, but a wound in the rock, walls veined with rust-colored seepage where water had bled through for centuries. A stone shelf jutted from the far wall, flat enough to lay a body on, and a shallow basin had been carved into the floor, catching the slow drip from above. Someone had been here before. A crust of old tallow clung to a ledge. A stack of dry wood, bone white, stood against the wall. Thalwen laid Tallick on the shelf and his breath caught, a sound too thin for a man his size. His crossbow bolt was still lodged in his right shoulder. The shaft snapped short where the drake's movement had broken it, but the head remained buried. She needed light. Her hands found the flint in her pack before she finished the thought. The fire caught on the second strike, feeding on the dry wood, and the flames threw shadows across the chapel walls that moved like things tracking her. Tallick's eyes were open, glassy but open. "Where?" he said. "Chapel. Split cliff, half-mile from where the packet fell." "The packet?" His hand twitched toward his chest. The names. Still on the ground. Still there. She pulled her knife from her belt and held it to the flame. "This is going to hurt." "I know." She cut the fabric away from the wound. The bolt had entered just below the collarbone, angling down, missing the lung by less than a finger's width. The tissue around the entry was dark, not fresh blood, which meant the bleeding had slowed, but the head was deep and the wound would fester if she left it. She worked in silence. The blade cut, the flesh gave, and Tallick's jaw clenched so hard she heard his teeth grind. He did not scream. He made a sound like a dog choking on a chain, and then the bolt head came free in her fingers, wet and dark, and she pressed the pad of cloth against the wound. "Hold that." His good hand came up, pressed down. She tore another strip from his shirt, folded it, bound it over the first. The fire popped, water dripped. The drake shifted in the shadows, its scales scraping stone. Thalwen sat back on her heels and let herself breathe. Tallick watched her from the shelf, his face gray in the firelight. The scar across his chin looked black in the shadows, and his eyes had the hollowed look of a man who had spent his last strength and was running on nothing. "I cataloged them," he said. She looked at him. "The seizure orders, for the first 6 months after Ridgemere." His voice was raw, scraped clean of lies. "I did not know what they were building. I thought I was organizing archives. Paperwork. Legal claims under treaty provisions I had never read closely enough." Thalwen's hands stilled on the binding. "I wrote the dates, cross-referenced the names, made the records easy to find for anyone who wanted to enforce them." He closed his eyes. "I made it efficient." "How many?" "Enough that the pattern should have been obvious." His throat moved. "I told myself it was law, order. The Reaches needed governance after the collapse. I told myself the bonded pairs being removed were dangerous, that the seizures were protective, that Osrath was doing what no one else would. But you stopped. I started finding the same names on execution orders." He opened his eyes. "Men and women I had listed as transferred to northern compounds. Dead in transit. Killed, attempting escape. I went back through my own records and realized I had been writing death lists for 6 months without knowing." The fire cracked. A coal popped free and died on the stone. "When I tried to leave, they burned my archive and put a bounty on my name. I have been running ever since." He looked at her, and there was nothing left in his face but fact. The missing packet names the officials who authorized the post-Ridgemere hunts. It also names the senior warden who signed the first batch of blank seizure orders before Ridgemere fell. Thalwen's breath stopped. "Before?" "Orders dated weeks before the Ashen Collapse, signed by a warden superior who knew the strike was coming and prepared legal cover to round up witnesses afterward." Tallick's voice dropped to something barely audible. "That superior was my former commander, the man who trained me, the man whose seal I wore on my collar for 12 years. The silence stretched. Water dripped. The drake's tail shifted against the stone. "And you are telling me this now," Thalwen said. "Because if the packet is found by anyone else, they will destroy it before the name surfaces. He has people everywhere. He was everywhere before I even knew there was a war." Thalwen stood. Her legs ached. Her hands were stained with his blood, and Corvath was still out there, circling, bleeding through the bond, and the packet was lying in the understory of a forest someone else had already reached on foot. She turned toward the chapel entrance. Beyond the crack in the stone, the sky had gone the color of old iron. The clouds were thickening, snow coming, or rain, or worse. And somewhere below, a figure was moving through the trees, looking for what she had lost. "Tallick." She did not turn around. "What is the name?" A long pause, then he told her. Chapter 47. The cold hit her face like a wall. Thalwen stepped through the chapel, crack into the iron-gray afternoon, and let the wind scour the smell of blood from her clothes. The drake had moved to the cliff's edge, its head low, watching the tree line where the figure had disappeared. She had the name. Now she needed legs under it. The snow started as scattered flecks, harmless, then thickened into something harder. She pulled her collar up and scanned the slope below. No movement, no sound but the wind and the drake's slow breathing. Behind her, Tallick's confession sat like a stone in her chest. 12 years wearing that seal. 12 years believing the law was clean. She turned back toward the chapel entrance. The sound came before the shape. Hooves on rock, multiple sets, moving fast from the east. Thalwen's hand went to her belt knife before her mind caught up. The drake moved its head, listening. 3 riders broke the ridgeline at a trot, horses blowing steam in the cold. The lead horse was a raw-boned bay with a white blaze, and the woman on it sat like she had been born in the saddle. Senya Kirov reined in 20 paces out and looked at Thalwen like she had found a debt she had not expected to collect. "You look worse than the last time I saw you." Thalwen's hand stayed on the knife. Senya swung down, boots hitting stone, and jerked her chin at the 2 riders behind her. They dismounted without orders, already scanning the tree line, hands resting on crossbows. "I heard the beacon towers were lit," Senya said. "Heard the assembly horn. Figured you were in the middle of it." She walked past Thalwen toward the chapel crack, stopped, and looked inside. "You have a wounded man, a half-dead dragon circling somewhere I cannot see, and a drake that should not be following you. He is not half-dead." "Which one?" Thalwen did not answer. Senya turned back and her face shifted. The sardonic edge softened into something older, something that looked almost like concern. "I brought supplies, bandages, food. A runner who can reach the eastern trade road before dark." She paused. "I also brought news you will not like." Thalwen waited. "The trade leagues held a council 2 nights ago. 3 of the major houses, the wool merchants, the salt caravan, and the East Road Iron Consortium. They know what Osrath is doing. They have been watching the seizures for months, watching the stations burn, watching riders disappear." Senya's voice dropped. "They want to help you. Then why is that the news I will not like?" "Because they will only help if the evidence is split." Senya held her gaze. "They will not harbor a single target that Osrath can destroy with one strike. They want copies, multiple routes, separate caches. If you lose one piece, the others survive." Thalwen's jaw tightened. "I already lost one piece." Senya's expression did not change. "The packet, seizure orders, execution lists." Thalwen's voice came out flat. "Every name that proves the hunts were planned before Ridgemere fell. And someone is already on the ground looking for it." "I know." Senya nodded slowly, then turned and shouted an order to one of her riders. The man dismounted, pulled a wax-sealed satchel from his saddlebag, and handed it to her before stepping back. Senya held the satchel out to Thalwen. 3 different trade route passes, one to the Salt Coast, one to the Iron Valleys, one to the Eastern Abbey where Brother Kaz's order keeps a scriptorium. Each pass gets you shelter, supplies, and a dead drop for 1 piece of the evidence. Thalwen took the satchel. The leather was warm from the horse's flank. "You split the witness testimony, the engineering logs, and the stone treaty plaques across 3 routes," Senya said. No single rider carries everything. No single strike ends the case. And Tallick? He goes with the testimony copies. He knows the archive language. He can authenticate what the trade leagues cannot read. Thalwen's hand tightened on the satchel. The wind picked up. Snow began sticking to the stone. And the fourth piece? Thalwen said. The packets I have not recovered yet. Senya's pause was long enough to answer before she spoke. That is the news you will not like. She reached into her coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, creased and smudged, the kind passed from hand to hand in market squares. She held it out. Thalwen unfolded it. The handwriting was crude, blocky, made for speed. A description of a leather packet, approximate location, a promise of payment for its return. But the last line was what hooked to the eye. What would pull every bounty hunter and informant in 50 miles toward the same patch of forest? Seeking the witness who carried it, a woman named Orryn. Thalwen stared at the letters. Her name, in print, circulating through every market in and Waystation between here and the ridge. Osrath's people posted it this morning, Senya said. They are not even pretending it is about the packet. They want you. The packet is bait. Thalwen folded the paper slowly, crease by crease, and tucked it into her belt. Then I will go get it before anyone else does. You walk into that forest alone, you walk into a trap. I already walked into the bond, the archive, and the collapse. Her voice was quieter than she had expected. Another trap does not change the math. Senya held her gaze for a long moment, then shook her head and turned toward the chapel. Then we split the evidence tonight, and I send my fastest rider to the trade road with the first cash before dawn. She stopped at the entrance and looked back. And you do not go into that forest alone. You take the drake and a runner who knows the terrain below the canopy, or I will tie you to the chapel shelf myself. Thalwen did not argue. The threat in Senya's voice was not anger. It was the kind of care that came from old debts and older affection, and Thalwen had been alone long enough to recognize the weight of someone who refused to let her vanish. She looked down at the satchel in her hands. 3 routes, 3 caches, 1 name on a bounty sheet. And somewhere below, a figure on foot was already moving through the trees, looking for the packet, looking for her. Chapter 48. The chapel fire had burned low by the time Senya spread the contents across the stone shelf. 3 piles, 3 routes, 1 name on a bounty sheet. Thalwen watched Senya separate the evidence with the practiced hands of a woman who had spent 20 years dividing cargo, weighing risk against necessity. The witness stone went into a wax-sealed pouch, the engineering schematics folded into oilcloth. Tallick's testimony copies, still smudged from his blood, stacked beside a second set Senya had already prepared. Salt Coast gets the witness stone, Senya said, pressing the pouch flat. The wool merchants have a neutral harbor. They can get it to a treaty port if Ostat's people block the passes. And the schematics? The Iron Consortium wants those. They have forges in the valleys that can read Warden script. Kaz's notes go with them, so they will understand what they are looking at. Tallick sat against the chapel wall, his bandaged shoulder held rigid. His face was the color of old tallow, but his eyes tracked every movement Senya made. The testimony copies should be split in 2, he said. I carry 1 set. The second goes with the schematics. No single cache holds everything. Senya nodded and divided the stack. Thalwen watched the piles grow smaller. She had carried the archive case for days, bled for it, watched Tallick take a bolt for it, and now she was handing it over to women she had met twice and to merchants whose names she would never know. Trust had always felt like surrender. She pulled the folded bounty paper from her belt and smoothed it flat on the shelf beside the 3 piles. Her name, in crude block letters, staring up at her. How do I know the Iron Consortium will not sell the schematics back to him? Senya's hands paused. You do not. That is not comforting. Is not meant to be. Senya met her eyes. You know what the alternative is. You carry everything yourself, and 1 strike takes the entire case. Osrath is not waiting for you to decide. He is already moving. Thalwen's jaw tightened. And you trust these merchants? I trust their greed. Senya's voice was dry but not unkind. Osrath has been cutting into their trade routes for months. They do not care about Ridgemere. They care about their caravans. Your evidence gives them leverage to control him. That is a stronger bond than loyalty." The door scraped open, and the unbowed drake pushed its head through the gap. Its nostrils flared, tasting the air inside the chapel, before it settled on its haunches in the entrance, blocking the wind. Thalwen looked at the 3 piles, the witness stone, the schematics, the testimony. 3 caches, 3 roots. She would carry none of them. "And the packet?" she said. Senya's expression did not change. "You find it before the bounty hunters do. You carry the names yourself. You want me to walk into the forest alone with a bounty on my head. I want you to take the drake and a runner who knows the lower terrain." Senya's voice hardened. "You have managed to survive a collapsed mountain, a suppression weapon, and a dragon who did not want you. I trust you to find a leather packet before some half-drunk informant stumbles over it." Thalwen let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. She looked down at the bounty paper again. Her name, circulating through every market and in between here and the ridge. "The runner," she said. "Who?" "Bennick Rule. He worked the lower canopy for 3 seasons, knows every game trail and stream cut within 10 miles. If the packet is down there, he can track it. And if the figure already reached it first." Senya's pause was barely a beat. "Then you decide whether the names are worth chasing a stranger through the forest at night." Thalwen nodded slowly, then turned to Tallick. He had closed his eyes, his breathing shallow but steady. She knelt beside him and touched his good shoulder. "You carry the testimony copies," she said. "If I do not come back, you take them to the Eastern Abbey, and you do not stop until Brother Kaz's order has them sealed in the scriptorium." Tallick opened his eyes. For a moment she saw something move behind them. Not fear, but the weight of having been trusted when he had not expected to be. "I will not fail that," he said. "I know." She stood, crossed to the fire, and pulled the 3 root passes from the satchel Senya had given her. The leather was warm, the ink fresh, the salt coast, the iron valleys, the Eastern Abbey. 3 roads, 3 chances. She held the Salt Coast Pass out to Senya. "The witness stone goes with the wool merchants tonight. I want it on the road before moonrise." Senya took the pass without argument. "The schematics go with the Iron Consortium at dawn. Kaz's notes ride with them." Thalwen folded the 3rd pass and tucked it inside her coat. The Eastern Abbey route was Tallick's. She would give it to him when he was strong enough to hold it. The drake shifted in the doorway, its claws scraping against the stone. Outside, the wind carried the scent of snow and pine. "Corvath is still circling," Thalwen said. "I need to speak with him before I leave." She crossed the chapel floor, pushed past the drake's shoulder, and stepped into the dark. The cold hit her first. The snow had thickened, falling in hard, dry grains that stung the exposed skin of her face. Above the cleft, the sky was a bruised gray, the cloud layer low and heavy. Thalwen moved to the edge of the stone shelf and looked up. For a long moment, she saw nothing but cloud and wind. Then the storm-gray shape dropped through the layer, silent and vast, and Corvath banked toward the cleft. His wings caught the failing light, the wounded one held at an awkward angle, the membrane trembling with the effort. He landed on the ridge above the chapel, the stone cracking beneath his weight. His head lowered, gold eyes finding her through the falling snow. "You are dividing the evidence." It was not a question. She had not closed the bond. He had felt every decision she made. "Yes." "And you were going into the forest alone." "I am taking the drake and a runner." "A runner who has spent 3 seasons in the canopy, not in the sky." Corvath's voice carried no accusation, only a thread of something rawer. "I cannot follow you down there." "I know." She climbed the slope to reach him, her boots sliding on the slick stone. When she reached his shoulder, she pressed her palm against the scales there, feeling the warmth beneath the cold, the steady pulse of blood that beat in time with her own. "You wait for me here," she said. "You watch the ridge. If Osrath's riders come, you draw them away from the chapel." "And if you do not come back?" The question hung between them, heavier than the snow. Thalwen looked at him. His gold eyes were fixed on her, unblinking, holding something she had learned to recognize, not as need, but as the shape of a choice he had made and would not take back. She thought of the bounty paper folded in her belt, her name, circulating through every market and inn. Every bounty hunter in 50 miles would be converging on the same patch of forest, and she was going to walk straight into it. "Then you carry the names yourself," she said. "You carry them to the Iron Valleys, to the Salt Coast, to anyone who will listen. You do not let Osrath bury the truth because I was not fast enough." Corvath's head lowered until his brow brushed her chest. She felt his exhale against her coat, warm and uneven. "You have already given me more than I was meant to carry." "It is not a burden," she said. "It is a choice." She held his gaze, let him feel the truth of it through the bond, the complete, unguarded certainty that she was not running toward danger because she had to, but because she had decided that the names in the packet were worth the cost. His wing curved around her, the damaged one, and the pain of it lanced through the bond before he could dampen it. "Come back." "I will." She stepped back and his wing lifted, letting the cold air rush in between them. Thalwen turned and started down the slope toward the chapel. Halfway there she stopped. The wind shifted, carrying a new thread across the stone. Familiar. Wrong. She felt Corvath's attention sharpen behind her, his head rising, nostrils flaring. That scent. Thalwen's hand went to her blade. Through the falling snow she saw a shape moving along the ridge. Not a rider on horseback. Not human at all. A dragon. Slate gray, moving alone, wings half-furled, its flight unsteady. Marat's dragon, tracking them through the storm. Chapter 49. The slate-gray dragon descended through the storm like a wound that had forgotten how to close. Its wings caught the wind unevenly, the left one dipping lower than the right, its flight path shuddering with each beat. It did not circle. It dropped, one ledge at a time, claws scraping stone, head swinging side to side as though it could not decide where to land. Thalwen did not move. The bond sent a thread of recognition through her chest, not hers, but carried on the edge of Corvath's wariness. That dragon carries nothing but wreckage. She understood. The slate dragon hit the ledge below the chapel and stumbled. Its forelegs buckled. For a moment it stayed there, chest heaving, steam curling from its nostrils, the membrane of its wings dragging across the stone like discarded cloth. Behind it, nothing moved in the trees. No soldiers, no horses, no riders. Only the dragon, alone. Thalwen started down the slope before she could think better of it. Corvath's warning pulse followed her, sharp and immediate. "Do not go near it." "I know that dragon." "You knew the rider. The dragon is something else now." She kept moving. The slate dragon raised its head as she approached. Its eyes were not the flat, hollow things she remembered from the attack at the canyon, when Merritt had driven it with pain and commands. They were dark, yes, but alive. Human bright, desperate, and fixed on her. "Merritt," Thalwen said. The dragon's chest shuddered. A sound came from its throat, not a growl, not a call, something caught between. Wrong. Off-key. And then Thalwen saw the shape slumped against the dragon's shoulder. A hand. Pale. Fingers curled into the scale ridge. She ran. Merritt Osfeld was barely conscious. She had been lashed to the dragon's saddle with what looked like torn strips of her own cloak, the knots pulled tight enough to hold her upright. Blood had soaked through the cloth at her side. Old blood, brown and crusted, and fresh blood, a slow seep that moved with each shallow breath. Her face was the color of ash. Thalwen reached her and caught her before she slid off the dragon's shoulder. The weight of her was wrong, too light, too loose, as though something essential had already left the body and the rest was just waiting. "Merritt!" Thalwen lowered her to the stone, pressing her palm against the wound. Merritt's eyes opened, glassy, unfocused. "Can you hear me?" Merritt's mouth moved. No sound. Thalwen looked up at the chapel. Senya was already moving, her boots crunching across the stone, her voice sharp with commands that Thalwen did not fully register. Someone ran past her toward the cleft. Someone else took Marae's legs, lifted. "Easy," Thalwen said. "She is bleeding through." "Then we get her inside before she bleeds out on the rock," Senya said. "Move." They laid Marae on the stone shelf where Tallick had lain the night before. Thalwen cut away the cloak strips and found the wound, a puncture below the ribs, Not deep enough to have killed her outright, but deep enough to have festered. The edges were red and swollen. The skin around it was hot. "Days old," Thalwen said. "She has been riding with this." Marate's hand found her wrist. The grip was weak, but deliberate. "Not riding," Marate said. Her voice was a scrape, dry and raw. "Running." Senya pressed a cloth against the wound. Marate did not flinch. She did not seem to feel it anymore. "The bond," Thalwen said. "When it broke, what happened to you?" Marate's laugh was a dry, broken thing. "Same thing that happened to her." She gucked her chin toward the door, where the slate dragon had collapsed on the ledge, its head lowered, its sides heaving. "We are both half gone, like something was pulled out of us and the hole is still bleeding." Thalwen felt the words land in her chest like a weight. Kaz Eden had told her once that a bond was not a leash. It was a root. Sever it, and both sides bled. She had not understood what that meant until now. "Kaz's notes," Merritt said. "The healer at the hospice. You have them." Thalwen's jaw tightened. "They went with the schematics. They are already on the road." "Then get them back." Merritt's fingers dug into Thalwen's wrist. "Get them back and put me out of this." The silence that followed was absolute. "You are not asking for a mercy killing," Thalwen said. "I am asking for the notes." Merritt's eyes met hers, and there was nothing glassy about them now. "If it cannot, I need to know that too. Either way, I am not spending another day half dead and half alive with nothing but storm and stone to keep me company." Senya's hands stilled on the wound. Behind Thalwen, the chapel fire crackled. And Marat, the woman who had hunted her across a mountain, who had ridden a coerced dragon at Osrath's command, who had watched her own bond break and her world collapse, opened her hand, palm up, empty, a gesture Thalwen understood without translation. She had nothing left to offer. Thalwen sat back on her heels. The firelight caught Marat's face, the hollows beneath her eyes, the cracked line of her lips. She looked younger than Thalwen remembered, hungrier, more human. "The notes are gone," Thalwen said. "But I carried them for 3 days. I read most of them." Marat's eyes closed. A breath escaped her. Not relief, not disappointment, something in between. "Osrath is moving," Merritt said. The words fell into the chapel like stones. "He is not hunting you anymore. He is racing ahead of you." Merritt's throat worked. "There is a convocation, a gathering of rider houses. He plans to present himself as the only one who can restore order after Ridgemere. He will claim the mountain answered him. He will claim the suppression engine was a necessary defense against rogue riders." "And the houses will believe him," Tallick said from the corner. Merritt's head turned. She looked at him, at the bandage across his shoulder, at the exhaustion in his face. "They will believe him," she said, "because he will have the floor first. He will bury the truth under emergency law before anyone can speak against him." Thalwen's hand went to the packet still in her belt, the seizure orders, the execution lists, the names. "Then we need to reach that convocation before he closes it." Marate's mouth curved, bitter and broken. "You do not even know where it is. Then tell me." The fire snapped. Marate's eyes held hers, something shifting behind them. Not surrender, not hope. Perhaps simply the decision to stop fighting the only person who had ever shown her a way out. "Cliff City of Vadris," Marate said. 3 days east, through the old pass. They are calling it the Convocation of Ash. Thalwen felt the name settle into her bones. Valdris, the same name Leah had carried. The city where the houses gathered. The place where Osrath intended to make himself the law. 3 days, she said. 3 days, Marate echoed. And he already has a 2-day lead. Chapter 50. Thalwen sat with her back against the chapel wall, Kaz's notes spread across her knees. The fire had burned low. Senya had gone outside to check the horses. Tallick had drifted into a healing sleep, his breathing shallow but steady. Marette lay on the stone shelf, her face turned toward the ceiling, her hand still open at her side. The notes were precise, clinical. Kaz had written them in the dense shorthand of someone who expected to be the only reader. But Thalwen had carried them long enough to learn the patterns. Severed bond, root trauma. Both sides bleed. Recovery possible only if residual connection remains. If the thread is cold, the wound is permanent. She looked at Maret. "The thread is not cold," Thalwen said. Maret's eyes shifted toward her. "Between you and the dragon, the new one, it is warm. The hole is still bleeding, because you have not fed it." Maret's laugh was a dry scrape. "And how do I feed something I did not choose?" Thalwen set the notes aside. She thought of the cabin, the snow, Corvath's voice in her mind before she had known what to call the warmth curling through her chest. "You let it choose you." The fire snapped. Maret said nothing for a long moment. Then her hand moved, a small gesture toward the door. "She has been waiting out there. Since I fell, since we landed, she has not moved. Because she is waiting for you. I do not know how." Thalwen rose. Her legs were stiff, her back aching from the hours of kneeling over Tallick's wound, over Maret's, over the fire. She crossed to the door and pushed it open. The cold hit her face. The slate dragon lay on the ledge, its head lowered, its sides heaving with slow, labored breaths. Its eyes were open. They tracked Thalwen as she stepped outside, but the dragon did not rise, did not bare its teeth. It was waiting. Thalwen turned back to the chapel. "Maret." Maret's eyes were closed. "She is not going to come in," Thalwen said. "But she is not going to leave. The question is whether you are going to meet her halfway." Maret's breath hitched. "If I go out there and she flinches, she will not." "You do not know that." Thalwen walked back to the shelf. She crouched beside Maret, low enough that their faces were level. "I know what it is like to be afraid of a bond you did not choose. I know what it is like to feel something pulling at you that you never asked for and cannot control. But I also know that the fear does not mean the bond is wrong. It means you have never been given the chance to say yes." Thalwen's eyes opened. They were wet. "You do not even know me," Thalwen said. "I hunted you. I would have killed you." "You would have tried." The corner of Maret's mouth twitched. Not a smile, something roar. "I can tell you how," Thalwen said. "Kaz's notes, they describe a technique, a way to open a channel between rider and dragon without forcing. You let the dragon approach, you do not reach for it. You let it choose the distance. And if it chooses to stay away, then you know, and you stop bleeding either way." Maret's hand found the edge of the shelf. She pushed herself upright, slow, her face pale, her jaw tight against the pain. Thalwen did not help her. She waited. Maret stood. Her legs shook, her hand pressed against the wound beneath her ribs, fresh blood seeping through the bandage. "Halfway," Maret said. "Halfway," Thalwen agreed. They walked to the door together. The slate dragon raised its head as Maret stepped into the open. Its eyes locked on her, its body tensed, but it did not retreat. Maret stopped at the edge of the ledge, 3 paces between them. She did not reach out. She stood there, blood soaking through her bandage, her hand empty at her side, and waited. The dragon lowered its head. Slowly, 1 step at a time, it crossed the distance. Its muzzle stopped a hand's breadth from Maret's chest. Maret's breath caught. She did not move. The dragon pressed its forehead against hers, a single, deliberate touch. Warm, unforced. Maret's hand rose. Her fingers brushed the dragon's jaw. The sound that came out of her was not a sob. It was something older, something that had been locked in bone for years. Thalwen turned away. She gave them the dark. Senya appeared at the edge of the clearing, her hand raised. Thalwen's pulse jumped. Senya's face was stone. "Scouts," Senya said. "On the ridge, not ours." Thalwen's hand went to her belt, the packet, the names. "How close?" "Too close. They signaled west before I could get a clean look. Someone else knows we are here." Thalwen turned back to the chapel. Maret was still kneeling beside the dragon, her hand buried in the gray hide, her face pressed against its neck. "Maret." Maret looked up. "The scouts," Thalwen said. "Are they Osrath's?" Maret's eyes cleared. The healer's fog lifted. "They are ahead of him," she said. He sent them to watch the passes, to make sure no one reaches Valdris before he closes the floor. How long until he closes it? Morit's throat worked. He is already there. Chapter 51. They left the chapel before the frost had settled. Senya stood at the tree line with the horses, her face unreadable in the gray light. She had argued, briefly, uselessly, that the eastern trade road was safer, that the passes were watched, that Valdris would be sealed before they could find a way inside. Thalwen had listened, nodded, and kept packing. Now Senya held the reins and said nothing. Tallick leaned against the slate dragon's flank, one hand pressed to his bandaged shoulder, the other braced on the dragon's ribs. His breath came shallow but steady. Merritt stood beside him, her fingers resting on the dragon's neck, the new bond threading between them, invisible but warm in the air. "You cannot fly him over the city," Merritt said, nodding at Corvath. "They will see the wing. They will know he is damaged." "Then we fly high," Thalwen said, "above the signal kites." Merritt's jaw tightened, but she did not argue. Corvath descended from the ridge in a long, tilting glide. His good wing caught the air, and the damaged one curled against his ribs, trembling with the effort of holding shape. He landed on the frozen grass with a thud that shook the ground, and the bond delivered the full weight of his pain. "Hurry," he sent. "The air is already wrong." Thalwen climbed onto his neck before the pain could make her stagger. The membrane beneath her fingers was cold, the muscle beneath it tight with strain. Merritt mounted the slate dragon with Tallick behind her, his good arm wrapped around her waist. The unbound drake stayed on the chapel ledge, watching, its head cocked. Senya raised a hand. "Do not die," Senya said. Thalwen did not answer. Corvath pushed off. The ground fell away, the trees shrank, the wind caught them sideways, raw and biting, and Corvath's wing held. Barely. Thalwen felt every stroke through the bond, the way the damaged joint ground against itself, the way the membrane stretched and the air slipped where it should have caught. She pressed herself flat against his neck, making herself smaller, lighter, willing him to hold. The sky opened ahead. Valdris rose from the cliff face like a bone, white stone layered in terraces, ladders, and hanging gardens. The city spread across 3 levels, bridged by limestone arches and bound to the rock by iron galleries. Smoke rose from 100 chimneys, and flags hung from every tower. The signal kites rose to meet them, first 1, then 3, then a dozen. Bright squares of dyed canvas lifted on tethers from the outer terraces, each marked with a glyph Thalwen did not need to read to understand. Warning, intruder, identify. Below them, bells began to ring. "Keep climbing," she said. Corvath banked into the wind. The damaged wing buckled once, recovered, and hauled them higher. The bells grew fainter, but the kites kept climbing, rising on their tethers like a net made of cloth and rope. At the terrace's apex, Thalwen saw them. Banners. Osrath's colors hung beside the old treaty standards, black and bronze, the same sigil branded into his wrist, stitched onto fabric and snapping in the wind. They were planted on the upper terrace, above the main assembly chamber, over the entrance where every incoming delegate would see them. He was not a raider at the gate. He was a guest. Thalwen's stomach turned. The bells stopped ringing. A single horn sounded from the terrace below the banners, long, clear, not an alarm, a summons. The doors of the assembly chamber swung open. Figures stepped into the light, heads tilted upward, watching the 2 dragons circling in the gray sky. Thalwen could not see Osrath from this height, but she felt him, the way the bond tightened, the way Corvath's flight stuttered. "They are waiting for us," Corvath said. "Then let us not keep them waiting." She guided him down. The descent was a controlled fall, the damaged wing catching air in uneven bursts, the good one fighting to keep them level. The terrace rushed up, stone and flagstone and the faces of delegates in fine coats, and Corvath's claws scraped against the paving stones in a landing that jarred through Thalwen's spine. They came to rest in the center of the assembly ring. The slate dragon landed behind them, Tallick sliding off before the claws had fully settled. Merritt dismounted, her hand on her blade. The delegates did not move. and from the shadow of the open doors, Osrath stepped forward. He wore a formal coat, no armor, no blood. His hands were empty, and his smile was the worst thing Thalwen had seen in 3 days. "Thalwen Orryn," he said, "I was beginning to think you would not make it." Behind him, the assembly guards closed the doors. Chapter 52. The assembly chamber swallowed them whole. Stone walls rose in layered arches, each tier packed with delegates in house colors, their faces turned toward the center where Thalwen stood with Corvath's heat against her back. Torches burned in iron sconces. The air smelled of old parchment, wax, and the sharp undertone of fear she recognized from every negotiation that had ever gone wrong. Osrath had not moved from the doors. His smile held, patient and unhurried, as though he had already won and was simply waiting for her to realize it. "Provisional status," Tallick murmured at her elbow, "before he can speak again." He stepped forward before she could stop him, his bandaged shoulder visible beneath his coat, his voice carrying through the chamber with the weight of someone who had once commanded these halls. "By treaty right of preserved evidence," he said, "I claim provisional witness standing for Thalwen Orryn, bonded rider of Corvath of the Ridgemere line, before this convocation." The delegates stirred. A woman near the front, gray-haired and sharp-eyed, leaned toward her neighbor. The murmur spread like wind through grass. Orath's smile did not waver. "Tallick Drail," he said, "I had heard you were dead. Reports of my survival are, as you see, accurate." The chamber's presiding adjudicator rose from a raised bench at the far end. She wore no house colors, only the neutral gray of the old treaty office, and her face gave nothing away. "By what evidence do you claim standing?" Tallick reached into his coat. Thalwen's breath caught. He had nothing. The testimony copies were split across 3 roots. The witness stone was gone. The engineering logs were in Senya's cache. Tallick drew out a single sheet of paper, folded and worn at the edges, and held it up. "I carry the original seizure order for Ridgemere's archive," he said, "signed by a senior warden of this convocation, dated 6 weeks before the Ashen Collapse. It orders the removal and transfer of all bond records, treaty plaques, and rider files to an undisclosed location. The order bears the seal of this house's own oversight committee." The silence that followed was not empty. It was the silence of a held breath. The adjudicator's eyes moved from the paper to Tallick's face. "That document has never been produced in any hearing." "Because the man who signed it," Tallick said, "is seated in this chamber." The murmur became a roar. Thalwen felt Corvath shift behind her, the damaged wing tucked tight, his weight braced against the pain. Through the bond, she felt his focus, not on the crowd, but on Osrath. A faint flicker at the corner of Osrath's mouth that was not quite a smile anymore. The adjudicator raised her hand. The noise did not stop. It took 2 more gestures before the chamber quieted, and when it did, the adjudicator's voice carried like a blade. "The document will be submitted for verification. Until then, the witness claim is provisionally accepted. The bonded pair Thalwen Orryn and Corvath of Ridgemere are granted floor access under witness protection protocols." Osrath's head tilted. Not angry. Curious. The worst expression he could have worn. "Then let the witness speak," he said, and his voice was warm. "I have nothing to hide." Thalwen felt the trap close another notch. They were inside. They had standing, and Osrath had already been here for days. The first hour was chaos. Delegates pressed in from every side, their question overlapping into noise. Tallick answered them in clipped, precise sentences, deflecting, redirecting, buying time. Mirette stood at the edge of the circle with her hand on her blade, and the slate dragon's presence warm in the air above the terrace. Corvath endured. They stared at him, the way they always stared. Some with awe, seeing the storm-scarred survivor of Ridgemere, a living relic of the enclave that had fallen. Others with calculation, measuring the damaged wing, the labor in his breath, the way he kept his weight on 3 legs instead of 4. He did not give them the satisfaction of flinching. Thalwen stayed close enough that their shoulders almost touched, letting the bond carry what her voice could not. "I am here. I am not leaving." She felt his gratitude, sharp and wordless, before he turned his attention back to the crowd. Senya appeared at her elbow midway through the second hour, smelling of horses and trail dust. "I have 3 trade delegates who will speak for the rude caches," she said, low enough that only Thalwen could hear. "They want assurances that their houses will not be named in the seizure lists. Give them whatever they need." "I already did." Senya's mouth quirked. "You owe me." "I always do." Senya melted back into the crowd, and Thalwen turned to find the adjudicator standing 2 paces away. The woman was shorter than she had appeared from across the chamber, her gray robes immaculate, her eyes the color of slate. She carried no papers, no attendants, nothing that would mark this as official. "Walk with me," she said. It was not a request. The side corridor was quieter, the noise of the chamber muffled by stone. They stopped at a window that looked out over the lower terraces, where signal kites still drifted against the gray sky. "You have 1 chance," the adjudicator said, "to take what you know and vanish." Thalwen's pulse quickened. "I did not come here to vanish. You came here to expose a man who has already turned half this convocation to his cause. The evidence you carry will be reviewed, sealed, and buried in committee for the next 3 years, while Osrath consolidates every rider house within 1,000 miles. That is why I will not yield it to sealed review." The adjudicator's expression did not change. "I am offering you safe passage," she said. "You and your dragon. The names file, placed in neutral custody, reviewed by a panel of judges who answer to no house. No public hearing, no spectacle. But you live. And Osrath? Osrath will be investigated." Thalwen laughed. It came out harder than she intended. "You expect me to trust that? I expect you to survive." The adjudicator's voice did not rise, but something in it sharpened. "The alternative is a chamber vote that strips you of witness status within the hour, an assassination on the road before you reach the first cache, and your evidence scattered so thoroughly that no one will ever piece together what happened at Ridgemere." Thalwen stared at her. "You know," she said, "you know what he did." The adjudicator held her gaze. "I know what the records show, and I know what they will show after a sealed review." It was an admission, careful, deniable, but real. Thalwen's hand moved to her collarbone, where the glyph burned warm beneath her shirt. "If I give you the names file," she said slowly, "what guarantee do I have that it will not disappear before the review?" The adjudicator reached into her sleeve and drew out a small bronze seal, no larger than her thumb, the same mark that had burned into the witness stone at the Skyroad station. "The Office of Continental Accord recognizes your claim," she said. "I am authorized to place the names file under direct accord custody, bypassing all house jurisdictions, if you consent." Thalwen's throat went dry. The Office of Continental Accord, the same authority whose seal had appeared on the witness stone, proving someone at the highest level had authorized or known about Ridgemere. And now they were offering to take the evidence, quietly, where no one else could see it. She looked at the seal. She looked at the adjudicator's patient face, and she thought of even Merrick's warning, filed months before Ridgemere fell, ignored by the same office that now stood before her offering protection. "No," she said. The adjudicator's eyes narrowed. "I will not yield the names file to sealed review. Not to you, not to the Accord. The evidence will be presented in open hearing before every house in this convocation, or will not be presented at all." The adjudicator studied her for a long moment. Then she slid the seal back into her sleeve. "Then you will not leave this city alive," she said, and walked away. Thalwen stood at the window, her hands shaking as the signal kites dipped and rose beyond the glass. "What did you just do?" Corvath's voice in her mind, rough with pain. "I chose. You chose a fight we may not win." "I chose," she repeated, "not to hand the truth to the same people who helped bury it." Through the bond, she felt him consider this. Then, slowly, warmth. "Then we fight." She turned from the window and walked back toward the chamber, where the noise of the convocation swelled like a tide, and Osrath stood at its center, waiting. Chapter 53. The chamber had not quieted since she left. Voices layered over one another, accusation and defense weaving through the stale air, and at the center of it, Osrath stood motionless, a fixed point in the tide. Thalwen stepped through the side door and felt the room shift. Eyes tracked her. Murmurs folded into silence as she crossed the stone floor toward the witness table where Tallick waited, his face pale but composed, the seizure order laid flat before him. Corvath's presence pressed against the edge of her awareness, coiled and watchful from the gallery where he had been directed to wait. "They are watching," he said through the bond. "Every house. Good." She stopped beside Tallick and faced the presiding adjudicator, who had returned to her seat on the raised dais with the bronze seal once more hidden in her sleeve. "I claim the floor," Thalwen said. "By treaty right of preserved evidence and living witness." The adjudicator's gaze was flat. "You have been granted provisional witness standing. The floor is yours." Thalwen turned to face the assembly. The chamber held perhaps 200 delegates, riders in formal leathers, house sigils stitched across their collars, trade representatives in wool and iron gray, wardens in the old blue, fewer than she had expected. Behind them, in the shadowed galleries, more faces she could not read. She had never spoken to a crowd larger than a Caravan council. She did it anyway. "I am Thalwen Orryn. 3 years ago I was a cartographer crossing Ridgemere on my way to the eastern passes. I survived the Ashen Collapse because a woman named Lyra Valdris sealed the evidence of what happened there into my maps, my hands, and my memory, and then made me forget she had done it. She let that land. You have been told Ridgemere fell to an accidental engine failure. You have been told the suppression of the Enclave was a necessary response to a catastrophic mistake. You have been told Osrath acted alone to contain the damage." She glanced at Osrath. He met her eyes with something close to curiosity, the smile still hovering at the corner of his mouth. "None of that is true." The chamber stirred. A delegate near the front half rose, a woman in deep green with silver threading her hair. "You stand here making accusations with no proof," the woman said. "The convocation has seen enough forged documents this season." "Then look at these." Tallick stepped forward. He moved carefully, his bandaged shoulder stiff beneath his coat, and laid a sheaf of papers across the witness table. The Reen leaned toward him as he spread them open. "Ridgemere's engineering logs," he said. "Recovered from the archive case before the mountain sealed. Dated modification entries. Correspondence between Osrath's wardens and the engineers who altered the suppression engine. Each page signed and witnessed." He placed a second sheet beside the first. "The original seizure order for Ridgemere's archive, signed by Warden Vethrin of the Iron Hall, dated 6 weeks before the Ashen Collapse. The same Warden Vethrin who sits in this chamber today." A man near the back stood abruptly, gray-haired, broad-shouldered, the bronze sigil on his collar catching the light as his face went dark. "That order was for routine archive review," Vethrin said. His voice carried, "Standard procedure under treaty law. It authorized seizure of all records, sealed correspondence, and witness stones." Tallick replied. "Routine review does not include confiscation of testimony." Vethrin's jaw tightened, but before he could answer, the chamber doors at the far end groaned open. Every head turned. A woman stood in the entrance. She was lean, weathered, dressed in unmarked gray, no house colors, no sigil. She carried a flat leather case under one arm and walked forward as though she had been summoned, though no one had called for her. "Who is that?" Thalwen said under her breath. Tallick shook his head. "I do not know her." The woman stopped at the edge of the witness table and set the case down. The clasp was old bronze, tarnished to green, and when she opened it, the smell of old paper and ash rose into the air. "I am Eskaven," she said. Her voice was low, unhurried. "I served as courier for the late Ivan Mack during his final year." The name hit the chamber like a stone through glass. "Ivan Mack filed a sealed warning with the Office of Continental Accord," Eskaven continued, 4 months before Ridgemere fell. He identified Osrath by name. He described the modification of the suppression engine and the planned seizure of the Enclave's archives. He named 3 officials within the Accord office who had already been paid to look the other way. She pulled the document from the case. The seal on it was broken, the wax dark with age. The Accord office never acted on his warning. They classified it as an unsupported claim and buried the file in the lower archives. I kept a copy. Osrath's smile had not moved, but his hand had. Very slowly, very deliberately, he had placed his palm flat on the table before him, as though steadying himself against a blow the rest of the room could not yet feel. Thalwen stared at the document. Ivan Marek had known. He had filed the warning months before the mountain fell. He had named Osrath. He had tried to stop it, and the same office that now offered her safe passage had buried his testimony under seal. The chamber erupted. Delegates rose, shouting over one another. Vathran's voice cut through the noise, demanding proof. The adjudicator struck her gavel against the stone, once, twice, 3 times, and the sound cracked like a whip. Thalwen did not hear any of it. She was watching Osrath. His stillness had changed. The smile was gone. His hand remained on the table, fingers spread, and something in his pale gray eyes had shifted from curiosity to calculation. He was not worried. He was waiting. Thalwen. Corvath's voice, tight with warning. "Look at the doors." She turned. The assembly doors had not closed. Beyond them, in the corridor, shapes moved in the shadows. Not delegates, not guards, armed riders, a dozen at least, their faces obscured, their hands resting on weapons. Positioned to seal every exit. Chapter 54. The chamber had become a storm. Voices overlapped, crashed, broke apart, and reformed into new arguments. Delegates pushed toward the witness table. Others shoved back. Someone overturned a bench near the eastern wall, and the crack of wood against stone cut through the noise for half a heartbeat before the shouting swallowed it again. Thalwen stood at the center, Eskofen's document still open in her hands. The words blurred. She had known even Marek had tried to stop Ridgemere from falling. She had felt the shape of his grief through Corvath's memory, the weight of his failure, the way he had burned beside the thing he could not save. But knowing and seeing were different things. Here was his signature. Here was the date, 4 months before the ash. Here was the name of Osrath, written in Ivan's own hand, followed by the names of 3 Orcord officials who had accepted payment to look away. Here was the seal of the Office of Continental Accord, stamped over the filing notation. Claim unsupported. Classified lower archives. Not investigated. Not dismissed on merit. Buried. Tallick moved beside her, his voice low and urgent. "The Iron Hall is calling for a closed review. They want the document impounded before anyone reads the names." Thalwen looked up. The delegate from the Iron Hall had forced his way to the front of the crowd. He was red-faced, gesturing at the witness table, his voice carrying over the chaos. "This is a copy of a copy. There is no chain of custody. We cannot authenticate a document produced by a dead courier's personal archive." "I am not dead," Eskofen said. She had not moved from her position at the edge of the table. Her hands were folded in front of her, her expression flat, her voice carrying a calm that cut through the Iron Hall delegate's bluster. "I carried even Marek's correspondence for 11 months before Ridgemere fell. I know his handwriting. I know his seal. This document is authentic, and I will swear to it under witness stone if required." The delegate turned on her. "You served a dead rider. You have no standing in this convocation." "I have the standing of someone who watched the truth buried once," Eskofen said. "I will not watch it buried again." A murmur rippled through the chamber. Thalwen saw it then, the fracture she had been waiting for. Not in Osrath's face, which had not changed, not in the armed riders still waiting in the corridor shadows, in the delegates. They were not united. Some of them believed. Some of them had always known, had been paid to look away, had accepted Ivan's warning and shelved it because the cost of acting was higher than the cost of silence. And now they were caught between the evidence on the table and the man at the center of the room. Osrath had not moved from his position at the head of the chamber. His hand was still flat on the table. His pale gray eyes traveled slowly across the room, reading the faces, measuring the fracture, calculating the exact moment when he would need to act. He did not look worried. He looked patient. "The document is real," Tallick said. He had pulled another sheet from his coat. Not a copy, not a transcription, a folded page of heavy paper, the edges burned, the ink faded but legible. "I matched it against even Marek's correspondence logs recovered from the lower archives of the Eastern Sky Road post. The handwriting matches. The seal matches. The filing notation matches the Accord office's internal ledger for that quarter." He held the page up. "The Accord office recorded receiving even Marek's warning on the 17th day of the 4th month. They assigned it a file number. They classified it as unsupported. They never opened an investigation. A woman near the front of the chamber spoke. Her voice was quiet, but the room had begun to quiet around her, and her words carried. I remember that filing. Every head turned. She was older, silver-haired, dressed in the dark blue of the Oathwright's house. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and her face was pale. I was the clerk who processed the file. I did not open it. I was told it was classified by order of the Accord Office's senior archivist, and that any request to review it would require direct authorization from the Office of Continental Accord's Internal Security Division. She paused. I processed 3 other files that day, all from riders reporting unusual activity in the Northern Warden territories, all classified, all sealed without review. The chamber erupted again. Thalwen stood still, Avon's document in her hands, the names of the dead pressing against her mind like a weight she could not set down. 3 other files, riders who had seen what was coming, who had tried to warn the houses, who had been silenced by procedure and paperwork and the will of people who had decided the truth was too expensive to face. She looked at Osrath. He was watching the Oathwright clerk with an expression she could not read. Not anger, not concern. Something colder. Something that looked almost like recognition. He knows her. The thought slid through her like ice water. He knows exactly who processed those files. The convocation will come to order. The adjudicator's voice cut through the noise. She had risen from her seat at the high table, her gavel still in her hand, her face set in lines of controlled fury. The convocation will come to order, or I will clear this chamber and reconvene in closed session under emergency protocol. The noise did not stop, but it shifted. Delegates turned toward the adjudicator, their arguments dying on their lips. The threat of closed session was worse than public chaos. Behind closed doors, evidence could be contested, witnesses could be silenced, and no record would remain of what was said. Under treaty law, the adjudicator continued, the convocation has the authority to review all witness materials before any public testimony is entered into the record. The document produced by Escoven will be impounded for authentication. The engineering logs presented by the former warden will be sealed until a review committee can examine them. Thalwen's hand tightened on the paper, and the testimony of the witness Orryn will be deferred until such committee can verify the chain of custody for all physical evidence presented. No. The word came from the back of the chamber. Thalwen turned. A tall man in the gray of the Sky Road wardens had risen from his seat. His face was weathered, his hands scarred, and the badge on his collar was old enough to have lost its gilt. I was stationed at the Eastern Sky Road post when even Merrick's warning was filed. I saw the correspondence logs. I saw the seal. I knew what he was reporting, because he told me himself 3 weeks before he submitted the formal warning. He stepped forward. I am not a delegate of any house. I hold no voting power in this convocation, but I have served the treaty roads for 37 years, and I have never seen a case where the evidence was this clear and the obstruction was this coordinated. He looked at the adjudicator. If you seal these materials now, you are not protecting the integrity of the review. You are protecting the people who ignored even Merrick's warning and let Ridgemere burn. The chamber held its breath. Osrath moved, not quickly, not dramatically. He simply straightened from the table where he had been leaning, adjusted the cuff of his formal coat, and turned to face the room. The warden raises a valid concern, he said. His voice was calm, reasonable, the voice of a man who had nothing to hide and everything to gain from appearing cooperative. The convocation must act with transparency. Any review committee must include representatives from every house, including those who may be called to account for their role in the events preceding Ridgemere's destruction. A pause. However, the word hung in the air like a blade. The documents presented by the former warden and the alleged courier were produced outside the normal chain of custody. They were not submitted through any house. They were not authenticated by any neutral authority. They could have been altered, fabricated, or planted to serve a political agenda that has nothing to do with Ridgemere. He turned to face Thalwen directly. I am willing to submit to any investigation the convocation deems appropriate. I am willing to open my records, my correspondence, and my command logs to any neutral reviewer appointed by the houses. His smile returned. but I will not allow this convocation to be used as a platform for unsupported accusations while armed witnesses stand at the front of the chamber, holding documents that cannot be verified. He raised his hand. The armed riders in the corridor stepped forward. Under the emergency security provisions of the Civil Accord, I am invoking the right to secure all witness materials pending formal authentication, Osrath said. The documents will be impounded. The witnesses will be held in protective custody until the review committee can examine the evidence. The riders moved into the chamber. Thalwen's hand went to her belt, where the knife was still sheathed, where the glyph on her collarbone was burning hot enough to feel through her coat. Corvath. His voice came through the bond like a thread of fire. I see them. There are more in the gallery above the eastern door. How many? A full squad, positioned to take the witness table before anyone can reach the exits. She looked at Tallick, at Escaven, at the Oathright clerk, who had gone pale as the riders spread through the chamber. The delegates had begun to back away, clearing a path to the witness table. No one moved to stop the riders. No one spoke. Thalwen looked at Orryn. He was still smiling, but his hand, the one he had placed flat on the table, had curled into a fist, and the bronze sigil on his wrist caught the light as his fingers tightened, and she understood, in that moment, that he had been ready for this. He had been ready before she walked into the chamber, before Tallick produced the seizure order, before Escaven arrived with Ivan's warning. Osrath had planned for this exact confrontation, and every step she had taken had been moving toward his trap. A rider stopped 3 paces from the witness table. "Hand over the documents," he said. His voice was flat, professional, the voice of someone who had done this before. Thalwen did not move. Behind her, the chamber doors groaned shut, and she heard the lock turn, and she knew with a cold, absolute certainty that she had run out of time. But she still had Ivan's document in her hands, and she still had the names of the dead pressed against her palms, and she was not going to hand them over without a fight. "Make me," she said. The rider's hand went to his blade, and from the gallery above, a new voice rang out, sharp and familiar, cutting through the tension like a blade through cloth. "Hold!" Every head turned. Senor Kirov stood at the gallery rail, silver-streaked hair loose, her weather-lined face set in something that looked a lot like satisfaction. Behind her, the gallery doors stood open, and the corridor beyond was filled with people, dozens of them. In the dark gray of the trade leagues, they were unarmed, but they carried satchels and leather cases and rolls of paper, and as Senya stepped forward, she held up a single sheet, its edges burned, its seal intact, the ink still wet enough to gleam under the gallery lights. "Before you impound anything," she said, "you might want to see what the Iron Pact has already copied." Chapter 55. Senya held the copied sheet high enough for the gallery lights to catch the burned edges, the wet ink gleaming like fresh blood on parchment. The rider stopped 3 paces from the witness table. His hand stayed on his blade, but his eyes had moved past Thalwen, past Tallick, past all of them, fixed on the gallery where the Trade League members stood in their dark gray satchels open, leather cases full. Osrath did not move. He stood at his table with his hand still curled into a fist, watching Senya the way a hunter watched a deer that had wandered into the kill zone at the wrong moment, calculating, measuring, adjusting. Then he smiled. It was not the welcoming smile he had worn when Thalwen landed. It was not the patient smile he had worn when she testified. It was something thinner, sharper, a blade being drawn. "Clever," he said. "The Iron Pact moves faster than I expected." Senya did not answer. She held his gaze and let the copied sheet curl at the edges, the ink still catching light. The chamber had gone quiet. The overturned bench near the eastern wall had not been righted. The delegates who had backed away from the witness table had pressed themselves against the walls, leaving a clear path between Thalwen and the armed riders, and between the riders and the gallery above. Thalwen's fingers tightened on Ivan's document. "He is going to move," Corvath said through the bond. His voice came tight, measured, the calm of a dragon who had already calculated the distance between himself and every armed body in the room. "He has been waiting for a public excuse. Senya just gave him one. Then we do not let him take it." Behind her, Tallick shifted his weight. She heard his breath catch once, the old wound in his shoulder pulling, and then the soft click of something metal being drawn from beneath his coat. She did not turn to look. Osrath raised his hand. The rider at the witness table drew his blade, and the doors behind the gallery exploded inward. Not Trade League reinforcements, not Senya's people. Dragons. 3 of them. Their riders were still strapped to their saddles, faces white, hands shaking, as the beasts slammed through the carved wooden doors and landed on the gallery walkway with enough force to crack the stone beneath their claws. The delegates screamed. The chamber erupted into chaos. Thalwen grabbed Tallick's arm and pulled him sideways as the nearest rider lunged for the witness table. She heard the blade whistle past where her neck had been a heartbeat before, felt the wind of it on her skin, and then Corvath was between them, his body twisting through a space that should not have held him. He did not attack. He simply stood. The rider's blade scraped across Corvath's shoulder, catching the membrane where the scales were thinnest. The bond wrenched with bright, sharp pain, and Thalwen felt the sting of it in her own arm. But she did not stop moving. She was already climbing. The central stair split the chamber in 2, a narrow stone spine that rose from the witness tables to the gallery above. If she could reach Senya before the dragons pinned them, before the riders regrouped, before Osrath called in the squad waiting behind the eastern door, she heard Corvath's breath hitch. Then she felt it, the thunder in his chest, the vibration in his bones, the tremor that traveled through his blood into hers as the penned dragons on the terrace answered their riders' panic with a sound that was not quite a roar and not quite a scream. It was fury and fear tangled together, 20 voices rising in a single terrible chord, and she knew with absolute certainty that if the penned dragons broke free, the chamber would become a slaughterhouse. "Senya!" she shouted, half climbing, half running up the stair. "Get the copies out, now!" Senya was already moving. She threw a satchel to the nearest Trade League member, who caught it and vanished through the broken gallery doors. Another followed. Another. The gray-coated figures scattered like ash on a hard wind, each carrying a handful of copies, each heading for a different exit, so that even if Osrath captured half of them, the other half would still have the truth. A hand grabbed Thalwen's ankle. She looked down. One of Osrath's riders had followed her onto the stair, his fingers locked around her boot, his blade already coming up to slash at the back of her knee. She did not think. She kicked. Her heel caught him in the mouth. She felt the crack of his teeth against her soul, felt his grip loosen, and then Corvath's voice came through the bond like a two-edged sword. "Behind you." She twisted. The second rider was already on the stair above her, blade drawn, his body blocking the path to the gallery. Behind her, the chamber doors groaned under the weight of the squad Osrath had stationed there. The locks were breaking. The bronze bolts were bending. Any moment now they would burst through, and then it would be over. Not because the evidence was lost, but because there would be no one left to carry it. Thalwen looked at the rider above her, looked at the blade in his hand, looked at the distance between them. "Corvath, I am here." She did not know which of them moved first. She did not need to. Her body flowed up the stair like water, her knife coming out of its sheath as she closed the distance, and for one impossible moment, the chamber was silent. The dragons were still, and the rider's blade was a handspan from her throat. Then the roof above the gallery exploded inward. Stone and slate and iron rained down as something vast, something dark, something with wings that blocked the sky crashed through the ceiling and landed on the broken gallery walkway. The rider in front of Thalwen stumbled back. The penned dragons fell silent, and Corvath's voice came through the bond. Not tight, not measured, not calm for the first time since she had known him. He sounded like a dragon who had just recognized a voice from a war he had thought was over. "That is not possible." The creature on the gallery turned its head. Its eyes were gold. Its hide was black. Its scales were webbed with silver veins, the same silver that ran through Corvath's hide, the same markings, the same bloodline. And when it spoke, the word it uttered was not language. It was a challenge, a summons, a name. Corvath. The bond went cold, and Thalwen understood, in the space between one heartbeat and the next, that whatever had just arrived, whatever had smashed through the roof of the convocation chamber, it was not here for Osrath. It was not here for the evidence. It was here for him. Chapter 56. The bond went cold. Not the usual ache of distance, not the dull throb of Corvath's wounded wing filtering through her blood. Cold, like a door slamming shut between them, leaving her alone in the dark while he stood frozen on the chamber floor below, his gold eyes fixed on the creature that had shattered the roof. Thalwen's boot slipped on the broken stair. She caught herself against the wall, the stone rough and warm against her palm, and forced herself to breathe. The rider who had been blocking her path was gone, stumbling backward with his blade forgotten, his face lifted toward the gallery like a man watching his own grave open. The black dragon turned its head. Its scales were not black. She saw that now. They were the deep blue of a winter sky at dusk. So dark they drank the torchlight and gave back only shadow. But the silver veins that webbed across its hide caught the fire and ran like rivers of lightning beneath the surface. Same markings as Corvath, same bloodline, same gold eyes ringed in black, but older, larger, worn in a way that spoke of centuries, not decades. The scars on its muzzle stacked like the rings of an ancient tree. That is not possible. Corvath's voice came through the bond, but the words felt distant, muffled, as though he were speaking from the bottom of a deep well. She had never felt him like this. Not afraid, not angry, shaken to the bone the way he must have felt when Ridgemere burned. The black dragon lowered its head. The movement was slow, deliberate, the gesture of a creature that had nothing to prove. Its claws scraped across the broken gallery walkway as it shifted its weight, and the stone groaned beneath it. Then it spoke. The word was not a word. It was pressure behind her eyes, a resonance in her chest, a shape carved into the air that her mind translated into meaning because there was no other way to survive it. Corvath, you live. Corvath's answer came through the bond first, raw and unguarded, before he shaped it into speech. Sirakal. The name hit Thalwen like a blow. She did not know how she knew it. Perhaps through the bond, perhaps through the fragments of Corvath's past that had leaked into her blood during the long nights in the watch cabin, the relay lodge, the chapel. But she knew. Sirakal, Elder Storm Dragon, one of the old ones who had flown with Even Merrick in the years before Ridgemere, when the treaties still held and the houses still spoke to one another. One of the dead. You were supposed to be dead, Corvath said, and his voice cracked on the last word. Sirakal's head tilted. I was supposed to be many things. The dragon's gaze shifted, sliding past Corvath, past the scattered delegates, past the riders frozen in the act of drawing blades. It found Thalwen on the broken stair. She felt the weight of those gold eyes like a physical pressure. This is the human who carries the names file, not a question. Thalwen's hand tightened on her knife. I am, she said, and her voice came out steadier than she expected. Who wants to know? A sound rumbled through the chamber. Not a growl, something closer to approval or amusement, the deep vibration of a creature that had not expected to be impressed. The one who has been watching your flight since the Skyroad station. The one who sent the unbound Drake to guide you to the chapel when your archivist was bleeding out. Thalwen's breath caught. You? Another tilt of the head. I serve no human house. I belong to no faction. My coalition answers to the old law, the one that existed before the Accord Office buried testimony and warlords burned archives for power. We have watched your evidence travel. We have watched Osrath's riders hunt you across half the reaches, and we have decided that the truth you carry is too dangerous to remain in human hands. The chamber was silent. Thalwen could hear her own heartbeat. What are you offering? Sarakal's tails swept across the rubble, scattering stone. Sanctuary. The names file sealed in dragon custody, where no human house can bury, alter, or destroy it. Your bonded safe passage to the old territory where Osrath's writ does not run. The archivist's wound tended by riders who still remember their oaths. A pause, and Corvath released from the burden of carrying this alone. Vaun heard what the dragon did not say. What do you want in return? Sirako's eyes met hers. The names file, and your surrender. The word hit her like cold water. Surrender. You walk into our custody, Cartographer, not as a prisoner, as a witness under dragon protection, until the coalition decides the truth can be spoken without the houses twisting it into another weapon. You give us the file, we give you safety. When the time is right, we release both. Thalwen stared at the dragon. Her mind was moving, calculating, testing the offer against every instinct she had built in 3 years of running. Dragon custody, protection from Osrath, a chance to rest, to heal, to let someone else carry the weight for once, and no control over when the truth would be spoken, no guarantee that the coalition's judgment would match hers, no Corvath standing beside her while she waited. And if I refuse? Sirocco's claws scraped stone. Then you continue as you have. Content cornered, with Osrath's riders breaking through those doors at any moment, and the evidence scattered across the reaches in the hands of merchants, who will sell it to the highest bidder the moment the price is right. The dragon's head lowered, bringing its face level with hers. I am not your enemy, Thalwen Orryn, but I am not your savior either. I am the only door that is still open. She felt Corvath move before she saw him. He was climbing the broken stair, his damaged wing dragging behind him, blood still seeping from the cut across his shoulder membrane. The delegates parted before him. The riders stepped back. Even the penned dragons fell silent as he passed. He reached the gallery and stood beside her, his shoulder brushing hers, his warmth bleeding through the cold that had settled in her chest. He did not look at Sirocco. He looked at her. Thalwen. His voice in her mind was quiet, private, meant only for her. Do not answer this alone. Chapter 57. Corvath's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. No. One word. No explanation, no negotiation, no deference to the ancient weight of the dragon before him. Sirocco's head drew back. The silver veins along its throat pulsed once, slow, as if the refusal had landed like a stone in still water. You would refuse sanctuary for yourself and your bonded? I would refuse you treating her like cargo. Corvath shifted his weight, positioning himself more fully between Thalwen and the elder dragon. His damaged wing dragged across the broken gallery, leaving a dark smear of blood on the white stone. You came here offering to take the names file and seal it until your coalition decides the truth can be spoken? You offered to carry her into custody, safe, protected, waiting. That is not sanctuary. That is a cage with softer bars. The chamber held its breath. Thalwen watched the muscles along Sirocco's jaw tighten, the ancient restraint in the way the dragon's claws remained still against the rubble. This was not a creature accustomed to being refused. You misunderstand my offer, Stormkin. I understand it perfectly. Corvath's voice in the bond was steady, but Thalwen felt the cost of that steadiness. Every word cost him something. You want the evidence secured, you want the witness protected, and you want control over when and how the truth reaches the houses. That is not guardianship. That is stewardship of a weapon you intend to aim at your own moment. Sirocco's tail lashed. And what would you have me do? Leave the names file in the hands of merchants who will sell it for the right price? Leave Thalwen Orryn to be hunted across every road in the reaches until Osrath's riders catch her? I would have you recognize what she is. Corvath turned his head, and his gold eyes met Thalwen's. The bond flared between them, warm and steady, the full weight of everything they had chosen spilling through the connection. She is not cargo. She is not an heirloom. She is not a key you can lock away until the lock fits your purpose. His voice hardened. She is my equal witness under bond law, the same bond law your coalition claims to serve. The same treaty that gave every rider and dragon a voice in the old halls before the Accord Office buried testimony and warlords burned archives. Sirocco's eyes narrowed. You would invoke bond law against me? I would invoke it for her. Corvath's shoulder pressed against Thalwen's, warm and solid and bleeding, and she felt the shape of what he was doing. Not refusing protection, refusing the terms, refusing to let her become an object to be traded between powers, even well-meaning ones. Under the old statutes, a bonded pair speaks as one voice in any convocation. That is not metaphor, that is law. Her testimony is mine, my voice is hers. You cannot take her into custody without taking me, and I will not be caged, Sirocco. Not for safety, not for strategy, not for any coalition that thinks it knows better than the human who carried the truth this far. The silence stretched. Thalwen felt the weight of every delegate in the chamber. every armed rider frozen in the act of choosing sides, every dragon watching from the penned galleries. The moment balanced on a knife edge. Then Sirakal's head lowered. Not submission, consideration. You have grown teeth in your grief, Corvath. Even would be proud. The name hit like a physical blow. Thalwen felt Corvath's flinch through the bond, the old wound still raw, still bleeding under all the scar tissue. Sirakal's gaze shifted to her. And you, Cartographer, you stand silent while your bonded speaks for you. Is that your answer as well? Thalwen met those gold eyes. He did not speak for me. He spoke beside me. She felt Corvath's warmth through the bond, the steady pulse of his agreement. And no, I will not surrender the names file into dragon custody. Not because I do not trust your coalition, because I have spent 3 years not knowing who to trust, and I will not trade one cage of ignorance for another. She stepped forward, past Corvath's shoulder, until she stood level with him on the broken stair. The truth comes with me. The evidence stays where I can act on it. If your coalition wants to help, help, but I will not be your waiting witness. Sarakal was silent for a long moment. Then the dragon's claws scraped stone, and a sound rumbled from its chest that might have been approval. You are more like Even than I knew. The words landed strangely. She is nothing like Even, Corvath said quietly. No, she is not. That is what I meant. Sarakal's head rose, and the weight of its attention shifted from Thalwen to the chamber beyond. Then hear this, Thalwen Orryn. I withdraw my offer of custody, not my protection, not my coalition's attention. But understand what you have chosen. Other dragons will come. They will not all honor the distinction between witness and cargo. Some will see you only as the key to the names file. Some will see Corvath as a weakness to exploit. The dragon's eyes burrowed. And Orsath knows this. Thalwen's stomach tightened. What do you mean? Sarakal's tail swept across the rubble, scattering broken stone. While you stood here arguing about custody, while I offered you sanctuary, while Corvath invoked bond law, Orsath's riders were not idle. They broke through the lower doors 12 months ago. They have already secured the archive chamber, the witness vault, and the eastern gallery. The chamber erupted. Delegates shouted. Riders drew blades. Someone screamed for the doors to be barred, but Sarakal's voice cut through the chaos like a blade through fog. And while you stood here, a messenger took flight from the northern spur. Osrath is already moved to seize the signal Eyrie, the one that can broadcast witness testimony across the entire continent in a single night. The dragon's head lowered, its eyes finding Thalwen's. He is not running from your evidence, Cartographer. He is racing to control how it is heard. The words hit her like cold water. She turned, her mind already mapping, calculating. The northern signal Eyrie, 3 days hard flight, the route passes she had memorized, the distance between here and... A crash echoed from the chamber's lower doors. Wood splintered, metal rang against stone. Osrath's riders were through. Chapter 58. They moved. Not toward the main doors, where Osrath riders poured through with drawn steel. Not toward the gallery, where Trade League members still scrambled for exits. Thalwen pulled Corvath sideways, into the shadow between 2 collapsed pillars, where a service door stood half hidden behind a fallen tapestry. The bond flared as she shoved the door open. Corvath's wings scraped the frame, and the grinding sound traveled through her own shoulder blades. Behind them, the chamber erupted into full battle. Metal on metal. A dragon's roar, someone screaming orders that no one followed. Thalwen did not look back. The passage beyond was narrow, ribbed with iron brackets, and smelled of old grease and cold ash. Service access, meant for maintenance crews, not delegates. She moved fast, one hand on the wall to guide her through the dark, the other gripping the names file against her chest. Corvath followed. She felt every step of his uneven gait through the bond, the way he favored his damaged wing, the blood still tracking down his shoulder membrane. Where does this go? His thought was clipped, focused, down, then out. Valdres has maintenance ledges on the western face. Senya mentioned them. She said if everything collapsed, the western ledges were the only way out that Osrath would not guard. A pause. Then, somewhere beneath the pain, a flicker of dry humor through the bond. Remind me to thank her, if we survive. The passage branched. Thalwen took the left fork without hesitation, following the slope of the stone. The air changed, colder, damper. The sound of the chamber faded behind them, replaced by the distant trickle of water and the groan of old foundations. They emerged onto a narrow ledge cut into the cliff face. The wind hit her first, sharp and cold, carrying the salt smell of the sea. Baldur spread below them, white stone and iron galleries, lit by scattered torches. The terraces fell away in layers, each one a tier of stairs, archways, and hanging gardens that swayed in the dark. Above, the sky was a bruise of cloud and smoke. Thalwen pressed herself flat against the wall. The ledge was barely wide enough for two people standing side by side. One misstep and the drop was 100 feet to the first terrace, then another 100 to the gorge below. Corvath lowered himself beside her, his bulk filling the remaining space. His breath came hard, and she felt the strain radiating through the bond, the effort of keeping his wings stable, the fire still burning in the cut across his shoulder. We need to stop, just for a moment. She did not argue. They crouched in the shadow of an iron bracket, hidden from the terraces below by a curtain of trailing vines. The wind whipped past, carrying distant shouts, the clang of alarm bells, the sound of a city waking to war. Thalwen pressed her forehead against the cold stone and breathed. Tallick caught up to them minutes later, his lean frame folding into the narrow space with practiced economy. He carried a leather satchel that had not been there before, stained dark at one corner. Found this in the service passage, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Fell off a runner who was too busy running to keep hold of it. He opened the satchel and began pulling out its contents, spreading them across the stone ledge. The names file. One witness stone shard, small enough to fit in a palm, its surface still warm. Ivan Merrick's warning copy, the folds softened from handling, and a sheet of paper covered in neat columns, names and numbers, each line marked with a location and a date. Partial list of seized dragons, Tallick said, his voice flat. Latest entries are from 4 days ago, 43 names, most of them from the northern territories. Thalwen stared at the list. 43. That was not a hunt, that was a campaign. She looked up at Corvath. His gold eyes were fixed on the paper, and she felt the weight of what he was reading, each name a life he had not been able to protect. 43, she said, that we know of. Tallick nodded. There will be more. This is just the ledger from one regional office. The wind pulled at the paper. Thalwen caught it before it could escape, folding it carefully and tucking it into the names file. Then we make sure the rest of the world knows about it before Osrath can burn the other ledgers. They were silent for a moment, crouched on the ledge, the city below them and the night above them, and the weight of everything they carried pressing down like stone. Then Corvath shifted, and his shoulder brushed hers. The contact was slight, barely a touch, but the bond amplified it, turned it into something warmer, something that cut through the cold and the fear and the exhaustion. Thalwen turned her head. His face was half in shadow, half in the dim light from the terraces below. The scar along his muzzle caught the glow, and his eyes, gold-ringed in black, were fixed on her. She did not think. She moved. Her hand found the side of his jaw, the scales warm beneath her fingers, and she pulled herself toward here. The kiss was not gentle. It was desperate, hungry, the kind of kiss that happened when you did not know if you would see the dawn, when every breath felt borrowed, when the only thing that made sense was the press of another body against yours. He met her halfway. His good wing curled around her, shielding her from the wind, from the city, from the world, and for one moment there was nothing but the heat of his mouth, the vast, steady pulse of his heart through the bond, the way his claws caught in the fabric of her coat as if he was afraid she would vanish. They broke apart, breathing hard. Thalwen's forehead rested against his. Her voice was rough. We survived this. His answer came through the bond, warm and fierce and sure. We survived this. Behind them, Tallick cleared his throat. I hate to interrupt, he said, his voice dry, but I hear boot falls on the service stairs, about 30 seconds out. Thalwen was on her feet before he finished the sentence. She grabbed his arm, pulling him upright, then turned to Corvath. His wing unfolded from around her, and she saw the pain in his eyes, the cost of standing, of moving, of staying alive. But he rose. They moved. Chapter 59. The service stairs spiraled down through the dark, their stone treads worn to hollows by centuries of feet. Thalwen counted turns under her breath, one hand trailing along the wall, the other gripping the satchel straps across her chest. Behind her, Corvath's claws scraped against the steps. His breathing had taken on a rhythm she recognized, the forced evenness of someone measuring each inhale against pain. How far? 3 levels down, maybe 4. She did not slow. The stairs ended at a narrow archway, its iron grille hanging open on rusted hinges. Beyond it, a tunnel sloped into darkness, its walls studded with the stubs of old support beams. The air tasted of dry rot and copper. Tallick caught up beside her, his wounded shoulder pressed tight against his body. "These are the old vent shafts," he said. "They run under the second terrace and empty near the western bridge." "Empty near," Thalwen repeated. "That sounds like guesswork. It's better than the main streets." She could not argue with that. They moved into the tunnel. The ceiling dropped, forcing Corvath to lower his head, his spines scraping against the wood above. The sound was a constant grind, the rasp of scales on old timber, and Thalwen felt the vibration through her boots. The tunnel forked. She took the left branch without hesitation. The walls narrowed until she could press both palms flat against either side. The bond pulled taut, stretched thin by the distance between them, and she felt Corvath's strain at the other end of the thread, the way his wing dragged, the heat of the cut across his shoulder. Then the tunnel opened. They emerged into a chamber no larger than a storage closet, its walls lined with rusted brackets and the collapsed remains of old shelving. A single grate covered the far wall, its bars as thick as her forearm, corroded green at the edges. Thalwen tested it. The grate shifted, a finger's width of movement, then jammed. "Rusted shut," she said. Tallick pressed his weight against it. No give. Corvath lowered his head to look at the grate, his gold eye catching the faint light from somewhere above. "I could break it. The noise will bring every rider in the district. Then we find another route." But there was no other route. The chamber was a dead end, the grate the only way out, and already she could hear the distant clatter of boots on stone, closing in from the tunnel they had just left. Thalwen looked at the grate, looked at the gap between its lowest bars and the floor. A child could have slipped through, maybe a lean adult if they were willing to lose skin. "Tallick, give me the shard." He did not argue. He pulled the witness stone shard from the satchel, its surface still warm, and pressed it into her palm. "I'll take it through," she said. "Then you find another way across. We meet at the western bridge." "Talon." "We don't have time." She dropped to her knees and pushed the satchel through first, then pressed herself flat against the stone floor and began to crawl. The gap was barely wider than her shoulders, the metal scraping against her ribs, her coat catching on a burr of rust. She felt the bond stretch, felt Corvath's panic spike as the distance between them grew. 3 paces. 4. The bond turned to wire, thin and hot, cutting through her chest. 5 paces. She was through. She came up gasping on the other side, her hands scraped raw, blood welling along her forearms. The bond sickness hid in a wave, cold and sharp, stabbing through her left collarbone like a blade driven home. She doubled over, the shard clutched against her chest, and forced herself to breathe. "Keep moving." She ran. The tunnel on this side was wider, cleaner, its walls lined with clay pipes and the remnants of old wiring. Light filtered down from vents above, pale and thin, barely enough to see by. She followed the curve of the wall, counting her steps, feeling the bond pull tighter with every stride. Behind her, she heard the crash of Corvath's body against the grate, the screech of metal giving way. He could not fit. He would find another route. She had to trust that. The tunnel opened onto a narrow ledge, its stone railing worn smooth by weather, and beyond it, the western bridge swung across the gap between 2 terraces, a web of iron cables and wooden planks suspended 200 feet above the gorge. Thalwen stepped onto the bridge. The wind caught it, sent it swaying, and she dropped to a crouch, one hand gripping the cable, the shard still warm against her palm. Halfway across, she stopped, because Osrath was standing at the far end of the bridge. He was alone. No riders, no guards, no escort. Just the black coat, the winter iron eyes, and a sheet of paper held loosely in one hand, its edges fluttering in the wind. He was smiling. "Miss Orryn," he said, his voice carrying across the gap, calm and unhurried, as if they had met for tea. "I was hoping you would take this route." Thalwen did not move. The wind pulled at her coat, at her braid, at the edges of the satchel strap across her chest. "You knew." "I knew the service shafts led here. I knew you would find them. And I knew Tallick Drael cannot pass through a gap that small without leaving a trail of blood for my trackers to follow." He tilted his head. "I know many things, Miss Orryn. That is why I am still standing." He raised the paper. "This is a writ of emergency command, signed by the presiding adjudicator of the Convocation of Ash, witnessed by 3 House delegates, and sealed with the authority of the Office of Continental Accord. It grants me full legal custody of all witness materials currently in your possession, and full authority to detain, transport, and question any individual found in possession of said materials." He let the wind take the corner of the paper, let it snap and flutter. "You are, I am afraid, out of legal options." Thalwen's hand tightened around the shard. She felt Corvath moving through the bond, felt the strain and rage and fear of him forcing his body through tunnels that could barely contain him. He was coming, but he was not here yet. And Osrath was already on the bridge. "There is one more option," she said. Osrath raised an eyebrow. "And that is—" Thalwen looked at the paper in his hand, looked at the shard in hers. Then she looked past him, at the city beyond, at the lights beginning to flicker in the windows of the upper terraces, at the signal tower rising above them all. She raised her voice. "The Iron Pact has copies. The trade leagues have copies. Senor Kirov has copies. By the time you find me, they will already be on every route out of Valdris, heading to every house that will listen." Osrath's smile did not waver. "I know." He stepped onto the bridge. "And that is why I am not here for the evidence, Miss Orryn." He took another step. "I am here for you." Chapter 60. Thalwen stood her ground on the swaying bridge as Osrath took another step toward her, the paper in his hand catching the last light. The wind pulled at his coat, at the edges of his hair, but his stillness was absolute. He held the writ between them like a shield he did not need. "You have a choice, Miss Orryn. One last choice." She did not answer. She held the satchel against her ribs and felt the edges of the names file pressing through the leather. "Disappear," he said, "and the houses will be told you died a patriot. Your name sealed in treaty memory, a martyr for the peace the Reaches need." The bridge creaked beneath his weight as he moved closer. Corvath will not be hunted. He will not be caged. He will have a place in the ordered ranks, his wounds tended, his bonds respected. The wind carried his voice across the gorge, clean and unhurried. "You will never see him again, but he will live, and so will you. In comfort, in silence, in a place no one will find unless I choose to release you." He stopped 10 paces from her, close enough to see the cold amusement in his eyes, close enough that she could have reached him with a knife if she had one drawn. "That is the bargain." Valen's hand tightened on the satchel strap. The bond thrummed low in her chest, Corvath moving through stone and iron, closer, closer, but not yet here. She looked at the writ in Osrath's hand. She looked at the signal Eyrie rising behind him, its tower dark against the sky. Then she looked past him, at the upper terraces of Valdris, at the windows beginning to brighten with candlelight, at the iron galleries crowded with faces she could not quite see. "You came for me," she said. Osrath tilted his head. "I did. Because you cannot control the copies. You cannot control the trade leagues. You cannot control what Senor Kirov already scattered across every route out of this city." She stepped forward. "But you can control me. If I vanish, if I am declared dead, if your story becomes the only story." Osrath smiled. "You understand perfectly." Thalwen reached into the satchel. His smile did not waver. He knew she was armed, but she was not reaching for a blade. She pulled out the folded sheets of the names file. "The houses will be told I died a patriot?" She raised the paper. "Then let them hear what I died saying." And she began to read. The first name came clear and sharp, carried by the wind toward the terraces, toward the galleries, toward the signal area that waited silent above them all. Warden Kelvethrin, Iron Hall, signed the seizure order for Ridgemere's archives 6 weeks before the Ashen Collapse. She heard a murmur rise from the distant galleries, not close enough to see, but close enough to hear. Osrath's smile became something thinner. Ms. Orryn, Senior Archivist Alara Venn, Office of Continental Accord, received and buried Evan Merrick's sealed warning without review. Her voice cracked on Evan's name, but she did not stop. Trademaster Tallick Sule, Iron Consortium, financed the transport of coerced bonded pairs from the Northern Territories. She turned the page. The wind snapped at the corner, but she held it fast. Delegate Oren Vez, Ash Convocation, accepted payment for silence during the suppression vote. Osrath's hand lowered. The paper in his own grip no longer seemed so certain. Thalwen. She met his eyes. Delegate Calum Tor, Survey Warden District 12, altered route records to conceal dragon seizures from treaty oversight. She did not stop reading. Name after name, office after office. The wind took her voice and threw it against the stone walls of Veldris, scattering it like seed across ground that would not stay barren. Osrath watched her. His stillness returned. His hand dropped the writ to his side. "You understand," he said quietly, "that this is not a negotiation." Thalwen looked up from the paper. "I am not negotiating." His hand rose. It was not a signal she recognized until the first archer stepped onto the bridge edge behind him. A shadow against the fading sky, a bow drawn, the iron tip glinting. Then another, on the terrace above, on the gallery to her left. Thalwen stopped reading. The wind pulled at her hair, at her coat, at the sheets clutched in her bruised and bleeding hands. Osrath looked at her with something that might have been regret. "I came here to offer you a clean death," he said. "A useful death. The death that would have meant something for the houses who need to believe the reaches can be held together by something stronger than truth." He stepped back. "You chose a wasteful one instead." His hand came down. The archers drew. And in the breath before release, Thalwen heard a sound from the tunnel behind her. Metal tearing, stone cracking, and a roar she knew. She did not turn. She kept her eyes on Osrath. She lifted the names file high, caught the wind with it, and shouted the next name toward the city. "Warlord Osrath, commander of the Northern Campaign, architect of Ridgemere's destruction, murderer of 43 bonded riders and their—" The first bolt struck the bridge plank at her feet. She did not flinch. The second grazed her shoulder, tearing cloth, drawing a thin line of blood. The third— She did not see it, because from the tunnel behind her, Corvath exploded onto the ledge. Not flying, not standing. Crawling through the broken mouth of the shaft, his damaged wing dragging, his teeth bared, his body a wreck of stone dust and blood and desperate fury. He roared again, and the bridge shook. Osrath's archers hesitated. Thalwen still held the paper high, and she finished the sentence. Chapter 61. The first bolt struck the bridge plank between Corvath's forelegs. The second tore through the membrane of his good wing. He did not stop moving. He threw himself over Thalwen, his body a wall of stone and blood and fury, and the third bolt buried itself in his shoulder instead of her chest. She felt it through the bond. The shock, the burn, the grinding pressure of iron against bone. But his roar did not falter. "Down," he said. Not a word, a command driven through the bond like a fist. Thalwen dropped. The bridge shuddered as another volley struck. Bolts thudded into the suspension cables. One glanced off the stone lip at her feet and skittered into the gorge. The wind took it and the drop swallowed it without a sound. Osrath stood at the far end of the bridge, watching. He had not moved. His hand still hung at his side. The signal already given, the archers already losing. He was not the kind of man who needed to repeat a command. Thalwen pressed herself flat against the planks. The names file was still clutched in her hand, the pages creased and damp with blood from her grazed shoulder. She could feel Corvath above her, his body braced against the ropes, his breath ragged and hot. Another volley, another impact. Corvath took it. "They will not stop," she said. "No." "You cannot take another." "No." She felt his fear, not of dying, of failing to shield her, of the gap between his damaged body and the rage that drove it. Thalwen looked past him, past the bridge, past the archers on the terraces and the galleries and the ledges carved into Valdris's white stone. Below, on the first terrace, something was moving. Not archers, not riders, a line of figures in dark coats moving fast and low along the market arcade, not uniformed, not armed with bows. They carried something else, something she recognized when the first of them raised a lantern and swung it in a wide, sweeping arc. Signal code. Trade League signal code. Senya. Thalwen felt the air change. The archers on the lower terrace shifted. One turned, another. The crossbow above her left wavered as the gunner looked down at the commotion building below. Corvath. "I see them." The bond carried his understanding before she could form the words. She did not need to plan. He would follow her move. That was all. "When I move," she said, "cover the right side. The left is exposed." It has to be. He did not argue. He did not ask why. He simply shifted his weight, dragging his damaged wing across the planks, and exposed a gap between his foreleg and the bridge cable. Thalwen rolled through it. She came up running. The archers above her retargeted. Bolts struck the planks behind her. 1, 2, 3, each closer than the last. She did not slow. She did not look back. She reached the end of the bridge and threw herself over the railing onto the maintenance ledge below. The impact jarred through her knees. She landed on the names file and felt the pages crumple against her chest. Above her, Corvath turned. He did not follow her over the railing. He stayed on the bridge, drawing fire, drawing attention, because that was what she had asked him to do. She hated him for understanding without asking. She loved him for it. The archers on the terrace above adjusted their aim. The ones on the gallery shifted. But the ones on the lower terrace, the ones closest to the market arcade, were already lowering their bows, because the dark-coated figures below had reached the base of the terrace stair, and the first of them was Senya Kirov. Thalwen saw her clearly now, broad-shouldered, silver-streaked, her face mapped with the lines of a woman who had spent 20 years learning to be faster than anyone who tried to stop her. She carried a short blade in one hand and a signal lantern in the other, and she was not looking at the archers. She was looking at Thalwen, and she was grinning. "Took you long enough," Senya called. Thalwen did not answer. She was already moving, running along the maintenance ledge toward the terrace stair, her hand clamped over the names file, her shoulder burning, her breath coming in short, hard bursts. Behind her, she heard the bridge groan. Corvath was following, not flying, crawling, dragging himself across the planks with his teeth bared and his wing trailing like a broken sail. Every movement cost him. She felt every cost. She reached the stair at the same moment Senya's guards reached the top. The first guard, a lean woman with a scarred jaw and a bronze badge pinned to her collar, grabbed Thalwen's arm and pulled her past the railing without slowing. "The files," Thalwen said. "Keep them." "The bridge, Corvath. He is already coming." She looked back. Corvath had reached the end of the bridge. He was pulling himself over the railing, his claws scraping stone, his body a ruin, his gold eyes fixed on her. Behind him, on the far end, Osrath stood watching. His archers had not fired again. Thalwen met Osrath's gaze. He was too far to read, but she did not need to see his expression. She knew what he was calculating. She knew he was not finished. Then Senya's guards closed around her, and the terrace swallowed her view. They moved fast through the market arcade, past overturned stalls, past empty carts, past terrified merchants pressing themselves against the walls. The signal lanterns swung ahead of them, a chain of light cutting through the gathering dark. "Where are the others?" Thalwen asked. "Tallick is coming from the northern spur. Marit is circling the upper terrace with her dragon. The evidence already moving. 3 routes: Salt Coast, Iron Valleys, Eastern Abbey." Senya said it flat, like a woman who had done this before. Thalwen believed her. They reached a side gate, a narrow iron door set into the wall between two merchant stalls. Senya pulled it open, and cold air poured through, carrying the smell of stone and river and open ground. "Out," Senya said. "The canyon path connects to the old Sky Road bridge 2 miles west." Thalwen stopped. "Tallick is not here. He will catch up." "He is wounded." Senya's jaw tightened. "He will catch up or he will not. You do not have time to wait." Thalwen looked back to the market arcade, the shadows moving between the stalls, at the distant shape of a man limping toward them, one hand clamped over his shoulder, his gray-streaked hair dark with sweat. Tallick. He reached them before Thalwen could decide whether to go back for him. "I found something," he said. His voice was thin, his face was pale. He was holding a leather satchel that was not his own. "Osrath's," he said. "He dropped it when Corvath broke through. The archers did not see me take it." He pulled it open with shaking hands. Inside were dispatches, sealed, coded, Warden script, but a variant Thalwen did not recognize, marked with a symbol she had never seen before. A tower, a rookery, black stone. "What is this?" she asked. Tallick met her eyes. "I think," he said, "it is the location of every hidden prison Osrath built along the old Sky Road spines, the places where he keeps the dragons he seized before they can be moved or broken." He pulled out the top dispatch. "They are called the Black Rookeries." Thalwen stared at the symbol, at the chain of coordinates written in Osrath's own hand. Then the horn blast came, low, long, resonating from the upper terrace, the signal airy, the towers of Valdris. The city gates were sealing. Chapter 62. The side gate opened onto a canyon path that cut west through broken stone and winterbear scrub. Thalwen ran with the name's file pressed against her chest, and Tallick limping at her side, Senya's guards fanning out ahead and behind. Cold air burned her throat. Her shoulder throbbed where the crossbow bolt had grazed her, the wound sealed under a strip of cloth Senya had pressed into her hand without a word. Behind them, the horn blast still echoed off the terraces of Valdris. The city gates were sealing. She felt Corvath before she saw him. A dragging weight on the bond. Pain. Exhaustion. The grinding of bone and membrane that should have stopped moving miles ago. She turned and found him crawling over the last ridge of the canyon path, his wing trailing like a torn banner, his gold eyes locked on her. He should not have been able to follow. He had followed anyway. Thalwen stopped. Senya's hand caught her elbow. "Keep moving," Senya said. "He needs rest. He needs you alive. Keep moving." Thalwen moved. The canyon path opened onto a hollow sheltered by overhanging rock where the Trade League had set a staging point. 3 pack horses, a cold campfire already banked, a runner with a leather dispatch case strapped across his chest. Senya barked orders in a voice Thalwen had never heard her use. Sharp. Flat. A woman who had been running supply lines while Thalwen was still learning to read terrain. Salt Coast Rider left at dusk, Iron Valleys at the same hour. The Eastern Abbey route is moving through the lower pass tonight. "Osrath knows those rats exist," Thalwen said. "He knows they exist. He does not know which ones carry what." Senya turned to face her. "The evidence is moving. That part is done. The question now is what you do with that." She pointed at the names file still clutched against Thalwen's chest. Thalwen looked down at it. The paper edges were soft from handling. The ink had blurred in places from the bridge's damp air, but the names were still readable. Kel Vethrin, Ilara Ven, Halleck Suld, Orryn Ves, Calum Tor, and Osrath. "They know the names now," Thalwen said. "The city heard me. The terraces heard you. The houses heard you. But hearing and acting are different things." Senya's voice dropped. "The convocation is still seated. The presiding adjudicator is still alive. Osrath still has riders in the corridors. Then what do you propose?" "A vote." The voice came from the canyon path. Thalwen turned. A woman was descending into the hollow, wrapped in a gray cloak with no house colors pinned to her collar. Middle-aged, lean, a face that had seen too many negotiations end in blood. She carried a rolled parchment in one hand and a bronze sigil on a chain around her neck. Thalwen recognized her. Eska Ven, the woman who had delivered even Maurice's warning to the convocation. "The lesser houses are convening an emergency session in the lower hall," Eska said. "They heard you on the bridge. They want to vote." "Vote on what?" "On whether to strip Osrath of his formal authority within the convocation, on whether to recognize the names file as legitimate testimony, on whether to declare the suppression of Ridgemere a crime against treaty law." Thalwen stared at her. "That will take hours," she said. "It will take the rest of the night, but the lesser houses have been waiting for someone to give them the weapon. You gave it to them." Eska held out the parchment. "They need your voice on the floor, or as close to it as we can get without walking you back through Osrath's riders." Thalwen looked at Corvath. He had reached the hollow. He lay collapsed at the edge of the rock shelter, his chest heaving, his wings splayed across the stone. His blood was on the ground. His pain was in her bones. She could not leave him. She could not stay. "Take the witness stone shard," Tallick said. His voice was thin but steady. He had lowered himself against the rock wall, one hand still clamped over his shoulder wound, the satchel of black rookery dispatches balanced on his knees. "Take it," he repeated. "Let them hear your voice through the stone. I will stay with Corvath." Thalwen opened her mouth to argue. Corvath's voice came through the bond, not spoken, but felt. "Go." She looked at him. His gold eyes were open, fixed on her. The pain was there, raw and unguarded, but beneath it was something harder. Something that would not let her stay for him while the names file waited. "I will still be here when you return." She believed him. She took the witness stone shard from Tallick's satchel and followed Eska Ven up the canyon path. The lower hall of Valdris was a cramped chamber built into the second terrace, its ceiling low and its walls lined with old treaty banners that had gone gray with dust. 30 delegates stood in clusters, their voices a low rumble of argument and fear. Thalwen entered behind Eska Ven. The rumble stopped. Every face turned toward her. She felt the weight of it. 30 people who had watched her read the names, who had heard Osrath's archers fire, who had seen a dragon crawl across a bridge to shield her with his body. They were waiting for her to speak. Eska placed the witness stone on an iron stand at the center of the chamber. Thalwen pressed her palm to its surface and felt the glyph resonate, carrying her voice to every corner of the room. "You heard the names," she said. "You saw the writ. You know what Osrath did to Ridgemere, what he has been doing to the northern territories, what he plans to do to every bonded pair who will not kneel to him." She paused. "I am not asking you to fight him. I am asking you to vote." The vote took 4 hours. The lesser houses argued. The Iron Hall threatened to walk out. The Oathright delegates demanded a formal reading of the names file. Twice the chamber doors rattled as Osrath's riders tried to force entry. Twice the house guards held them back. Thalwen stood at the witness stone through all of it. She did not sit. She did not eat. She answered every question, every challenge, every attempt to fracture the testimony with the same flat truth. She had been at Ridgemere. She had seen the suppression engine. She had read the names. When the final vote came, it was close enough that the clerk had to count twice. 47 in favor, 42 opposed. But the presiding delegate, a gray-faced woman from the eastern Sky Road houses, rose and read the result in a voice that carried through the chamber and into the corridors beyond. "The Convocation of Ash hereby strips Warlord Osrath of all formal authority, treaty standing, and emergency command privilege within these territories. The names file is recognized as legitimate testimony. The suppression of Ridgemere is declared a crime against treaty law." The chamber erupted. Some cheered, some cursed. Some simply stood in silence, watching Thalwen as if she had just set a fire they could not put out. She felt nothing, no relief, no triumph, only the weight of the bond stretched thin across the distance between her and Corvath. She turned to leave. The door opened. A dragon stood in the frame, not full size but compressed, folded into a shape that could pass through the stone archway. Blue-black scales, silver veins, gold eyes ringed in black. Sarakal. The elder storm dragon lowered its head and looked directly at Thalwen. "The convocation has voted," it said. But the Convocation does not control the Witness Stone network. My coalition does. The chamber went silent. Sarakal's voice was calm, final, a door closing. We will take custody of the network for dragon security. The testimony will be preserved. It will not be released until we determine that the humans who hear it can be trusted. Thalwen stared at the dragon. Another hierarchy, another authority telling her when the truth could be spoken. And if I refuse? She asked. Sarakal's gold eyes did not blink. Then the Witness Stone network goes dark tonight, and every testimony sealed within it, including yours, is lost. The bond pulled tight at the same instant. Corvath's warning, sharp and urgent, cut through her mind. Riders, coming fast, from the upper terrace, Thal trembled toward the chamber door. The corridor beyond was empty, but she could hear them. Boots, armor, the scrape of steel against stone, coming toward the lower hall. And Sarakal was still standing in the door. Chapter 63. The lower hall was still, except for the breathing of 30 delegates pressed against the walls. Thalwen stood between Sarakal's folded bulk in the doorway and the sound of boots growing louder in the corridor beyond. The elder storm dragon watched her with gold eyes that held no threat, no mercy, only the weight of a decision already made. You are trapped between two certainties, Sarakal said. My custody or Osrath's capture. Choose. Thalwen's hand tightened on the witness stone shard still warm from her testimony. I choose neither. She turned and walked toward the back wall of the chamber, where a faded treaty banner hung crooked against the stone. She had noticed it during the vote, a patch of darker mortar behind the cloth, a seam that did not match the dressed stone around it. Senya's voice echoed in her memory. Western maintenance ledges. Every terrace has old service shafts the wardens forgot. She pulled the banner aside. A narrow door, iron-banded, its handle crusted with rust. She held it open. Cold air rushed through, carrying the smell of damp stone and the distant sound of water. She looked back once. Sarakal had not moved. The delegates had not moved. The boots in the corridor were close enough to hear the rhythm of a march. Thalwen stepped through the door and pulled it shut behind her. The passage sloped down through rough-cut stone, its walls sweating moisture. She moved by touch, one hand trailing along the rock, the bond pulsing ahead of her like a thread she could follow in the dark. Corvath's pain was a steady burn at the edge of her awareness. His wing, his shoulder, the torn membrane that scraped against stone with every crawl. She pushed faster. The passage opened onto a narrow ledge cut into the cliff face, hidden behind a curtain of hanging roots. Below, the hollow where they had left Corvath and Tallick was a dark pocket between rock walls. She dropped to her knees at the edge and slid down the slope, loose shale skittering beneath her boots. Corvath was where she had left him, collapsed against the stone, his chest heaving. Tallick sat beside him, one hand pressed to his own shoulder wound, the other holding a dispatch case open on his lap. Thalwen landed beside Corvath and pressed her palm to his neck. His pulse was there, steady but thin, and he turned his head at her touch. Done? The word came through the bond, rough and tired. Done, she answered. They voted. And the dragon? Still standing in the door. I found another way. She pulled the witness stone shard from her coat and held it out to Tallick. Sarakal wants the network. Says his coalition controls it now. Tallick took the shard, turning it in his fingers. The light from the banked fire caught the glyphs etched into its surface. Then we need to move faster than his coalition. He shifted the dispatch case toward her. The black rookery dispatches. She had not looked at them since Tallick pulled them from Osrath's satchel. There had been no time. The vote, the chase, Sarakal's arrival. Now, in the hollow, with Corvath's breathing steadying beside her and the sound of distant horns echoing off the cliffs, she had time to see them clearly. She pulled the folded sheets from the case, coded entries, coordinate chains, names written in a hand she did not recognize. Tallick leaned over her shoulder, his breath shallow from the wound, but his eyes sharp. I've been working the cipher while you were in the vote. The pattern is based on old Sky Road station markers. Easting and northing offsets from the main spine. He pointed to a column of numbers. But one of these doesn't match the pattern. Thalwen traced the line with her finger. The numbers were different. The spacing was off. The hand that wrote them was not the same as the rest of the dispatch. She knew that hand, her own. She stared at the marks, the curve of the numerals, the way the ink pooled at the end of each stroke where she always paused, thinking, before moving to the next character. "I wrote this," she said. Tallick went still beside her. "Thalwen, this is my cipher. I developed it during the Ridgemere evacuation for marking safe routes through the ash corridors." Her voice sounded distant, like someone else was speaking it. "There were only 4 of us who used it. Lyra, me, 2 other cartographers. We agreed that if the Enclave fell, the cipher would let survivors find the caches we had hidden." She looked up at Tallick. "This dispatch was written by someone who knew the cipher, who knew my hand well enough to copy it." They worked through the night. The banked fire cast long shadows across the hollow as Thalwen spread her private folio open beside the dispatches. She matched coordinates against route marks, tracing lines she had drawn years ago before she remembered drawing them. Tallick deciphered the entries one by one, his breath labored but his voice steady. Black Rookery 7, Ridge of Spines, 200 miles northeast of Valdris. She found it on her map. A small dot she had marked as a Warden Waystation, abandoned. Black Rookery 3, Iron Gorge, 170 miles south. Another dot, a supply cache she had noted in the margin. She ran her finger along the spine of the sky road, following the chain of marks she had placed years ago, not knowing what they would become. Then she found it, a mark at the edge of the map. Route she had noted during the evacuation, a path through the ash that led to an old archive shaft. She had drawn it with her own hand, in her own cipher, on the night Ridgemere fell. The same coordinates appeared in the dispatch, but the dispatch had been written after the massacre, which meant someone had found her maps. Someone had read her cipher. Someone had used her routes to build the Black Rookeries. She looked at Tallick. His face was gray in the firelight, drawn with pain and understanding. "Someone inside the Wardens altered your folio," he said, "after Ridgemere, while you were wandering the reaches with no memory of what you carried." Thalwen stared at the map, the lines she had drawn, the marks she had trusted. "We need to find out who," she said, "and we need to find out what else they hid in my maps." She turned the dispatch over. On the back, in the same hand that had copied her cipher, was a single line. "The surviving Warden knows the full chain. Finds Kalis Varn before Osrath does." Chapter 64. They moved before the frost lifted. The hollow emptied in a whisper of canvas and ash. The pack horses led up the slope under Senya's sharp commands. The banked fire scattered and buried. Thalwen did not look back at the cold stones where she had sat through the night with her own handwriting staring up at her. She folded the dispatches into her coat, the cipher marks pressed against her ribs like a second pulse. Tallick walked ahead of her, one hand pressed to his shoulder, the other gripping the dispatch case with a tightness that told her how much the wound cost him. He did not complain. He had not complained once since the blade bit him. Behind them, Corvath moved through the rocks with a gait that was barely controlled collapse. His damaged wing dragged along the ground, scraping stone, and the bond carried the grinding pain in short, sharp pulses he tried to hide. She did not call him on it. He would have known she felt it anyway. Senya caught up to her on the slope. "Riders cleared the upper terrace an hour ago," she said. "They are sweeping the lower valleys. Expect them to reach the ridge before nightfall." "How long to the Rookery?" Senya glanced at Tallick, who answered without slowing. 3 days on foot, 2 if we push the horses hard." We pushed the horses. The trail wound northeast through broken stone and wind-stunted pines, following the old skyroad spine that the maps showed as abandoned. Thalwen had marked sections of this route during the Ridgemere evacuation. She remembered nothing of that night, but her hands remembered the shapes of the landmarks as she passed them: a split boulder, a dead oak twisted by lightning, the bones of a Warden watchtower leaning into the wind. She kept her private folio open on her thigh as she rode, matching the marks on the dispatch against the faded lines she had drawn years ago. The cipher was hers. The hand that had copied it was not. But the coordinates were precise, accurate to within a few hundred feet. Someone had used her work to build cages. Corvath spoke through the bond, his voice low and tired. Smoke ahead. She looked up. The ridge beyond the tree line was bare, but a thin column of gray rose against the pale sky, not enough for a settlement fire. Too regular for a camp. Tallick. He followed her gaze. That is not the rookery, he said, but it is on the route. They did not stop to investigate. They did not need to. The smoke meant someone else was moving through this territory, and in the hours since Valdres, that someone was probably looking for them. The column deepened as they climbed the ridge. By midday, the wind shifted. It came from the east, cold and salt-tinged, carrying a scent that made Corvath stop mid-stride on the slope. Thalwen felt it through the bond before she understood it. A sharpness, like rust and rain, layered with something alive, something afraid. Dragons, Corvath sent, captive, north of us. He paused, and she felt him searching the air. Many of them. Thalwen looked at Tallick. How far north? He glanced at the dispatches. The rookery at Ridge of Spines is 200 miles, but there are smaller holding points, chain stations. They stage the dragons south before moving them inland. They have some closer. Senya reined in beside her, face tight. Then we change route. No, Thalwen shook her head. We follow the decoded coordinates. Find the main rookery. Find the ledger. That is where Kalis Varn will be. You do not know that. Osrath wrote the coordinates himself. The surviving warden knows the full chain. Althrath. We've been having for the Spencleshnor. Truly, you do not know that. Osrath wrote the coordinates himself. The surviving warden knows the full chain. If we chase every holding point, we lose the main prize. Senya held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded. The wind carried the scent again, stronger now, and Thalwen felt Corvath's jaw lock against the need to answer it. She reached through the bond, not with words, but with the shape of her intent. We will get them out, but we have to reach the key first. He did not argue, but the longing that bled through the bond was sharper than his shoulder wound, sharper than the grinding in his wing. They pushed on. The afternoon light flattened against the basalt cliffs as the path descended into a narrow valley carved by an ancient river. The walls rose on either side, black stone streaked with white mineral veins, and the air grew colder, damper, heavy with the sound of water moving somewhere below. Thalwen led the horses along the valley floor, her eyes scanning the cliff face for the entrance marks the dispatches described. A notch in the stone, 3 horizontal grooves cut into the living rock. She found it 100 yards ahead, where the valley bent east and the cliff split open like a wound. The basalt area was small by dragon standards, a single ledge carved into the sea-facing side of the cliff, shielded from the valley by a projecting spur of rock. Below it, the water churned against black stone. The entrance was a vertical slit, barely wide enough for a man to enter sideways, widening into a chamber beyond. They dismounted at the base of the cliff. Senya's guards fanned out, covering the approaches. It is not the main rookery, Tallick said, studying the marks, but it matches the station pattern, a transfer point. Corvath lowered himself to the ground, his wing folding awkwardly against his side. His breathing was tight but steady. Empty, he sent after a moment. I do not smell fresh occupation. Thalwen moved toward the entrance, Tallick close behind her. The chamber inside was small and damp, the walls slick with condensation. A single iron ring was bolted into the floor, and the stone bore deep scratch marks where claws had fought against restraint. She ran her fingers over the grooves. Recent, she said. Days, not weeks. Tallick knelt beside a pile of ash in the corner. Fire ring, cooked meat, 3 days old, maybe less. They were here. They moved the dragon. She turned to leave, but a shadow passed across the entrance, and Corvath's voice cut through the bond like a blade. Thalwen. She stepped out of the chamber and looked where his gaze pointed. On the far cliff, 3 miles north, a flare of white light rose against the gray sky. It climbed in a slow arc, trailing smoke, and burst into a star that hung above the sea cliffs, visible for miles. The nearest black rookery had just signaled, and the signal was not a warning. It was an answer, Someone inside the prison had seen them coming. Chapter 65. The white flare still burned at the edge of her vision as Thalwen led them along the sea cliff path. The basalt eyrie behind them, the signal already sent. There was no time to second-guess. They moved single file along the ledge, horses abandoned at the valley mouth, Senya's guards fanning out on the high ground above. Corvath followed at the rear, each step sending a pulse of grinding pain through the bond, but he did not ask her to slow. Tallick kept the decoded dispatches open in his hand, matching the terrain to Osrath coordinates. "Half a mile," he said. "The main entrance is cut into the cliff face above the surge line. There will be wardens, possibly riders." "How many?" Senya asked. "The dispatches do not say, but this is the primary transfer point for the northern chain. They will have enough to hold 40 dragons." 40. Thalwen kept walking. The cliff widened as they rounded the spur, and the black rookery came into view. It was not a fortress. It was a wound in the stone, a vertical gash 200 feet high, its edges blackened and smoothed as if the rock had been melted open. Iron grills covered the lower third, barred at intervals wide enough for a dragon's head to push through. Above them, narrow slits marked the warden levels, each one dark. The sea crashed against the base of the cliff, sending spray up the rock face. The entrance was below the grills, a low arch carved into the tide line, accessible only by a stone ledge slick with salt water. "They built it to be invisible from the sea," Tallick said. "You would sail past this cliff and see nothing but rock." Thalwen studied the grills, the dark slits, the low arch. "How do they move dragons in and out?" "Above, there is a gap in the cliff top, a shaft wide enough for a dragon to be lowered through on chains." She felt Corvath's attention sharpen through the bond. "I can reach that shaft. If I can get above, I can see the interior. Your wing will not carry you up a cliff. I will climb." "No." She turned to face him, the bond carrying the weight of her refusal. "Not yet. We go in through the arch." He held her gaze for a long moment, then dipped his head once. Not agreement, acquiescence. Senya moved to the ledge edge, peering down at the arch. "If there are wardens inside, they already know we are coming." That flare was an answer, not a question. "Then we do not give them time to prepare." Thalwen pulled the dispatch case from her coat, unfolded the decoded coordinates, and pressed the folded paper into Senya's hand. "If we do not come back out, get this to the Iron Valleys. The evidence there is worth more than we are." Senya's jaw tightened, but she took the paper. "Half an hour. If you are not out, I am coming in." Thalwen did not argue. She turned and started down the ledge. The rock was wet under her boots, the salt spray cold against her face. Tallick followed, his wounded shoulder braced, his hand resting on the knife at his belt. Behind them, she heard Corvath's claws scraping stone as he lowered himself down the slope. The arch was 7 feet high, cut into the living basalt, its edges worn smooth by decades of tide. There was no door, no gate, just darkness beyond. Thalwen stepped through. The tunnel beyond was short, no more than 20 feet, opening into a chamber that stole her breath. The ceiling rose 30 feet above her, supported by columns carved from the native rock. The walls were lined with iron brackets, each one holding a guttering torch that cast long shadows across the stone floor. A single iron gate blocked the far end, its bars thick as her wrist, and beyond it she could see a vertical shaft rising into darkness. But it was the glyphs that made her stop. They were cut into every surface, into the columns, the floor, the ceiling, the walls, hundreds of them, thousands, arranged in concentric patterns that spiraled toward the center of the chamber, and every single one of them was dead. She had seen dead glyphs before, broken ones, drained ones, but this was different. These had been deliberately bled, their channels carved wide and deep, then allowed to empty until nothing remained but cold stone. "The theory holds," Thalwen said, her voice low. "They are draining the bod glyphs to keep the dragons compliant." She heard Corvath enter the chamber behind her, felt his presence fill the space as he studied the dead glyphs with an attention that bordered on hunger. He said nothing, but the bond carried a single word. Yes, this was the place. She moved to the iron gate and tested the lock. It was open. "Too easy," Tallick said. "It is not easy. It is efficient. They do not expect anyone to reach this far." The gate swung inward without resistance, and the shaft opened before them. It was 100 feet of vertical darkness, the walls lined with iron rungs set into the stone. A faint light filtered from somewhere above, and the air was thick with the smell of salt, wet stone, and something else, something animal. Corvath could not fit. He stood at the threshold, his head tilted, listening. "I will wait here," he said. "If they try to seal the entrance, I will break it." Thalwen put her hand on his jaw, felt the warmth of his skin beneath the scars. "Do not break anything until we know what is up there. No promises." She climbed. The rungs were cold and slick, and she moved fast, her arms burning, her shoulder where the crossbow bolt had grazed her pulsing with each grip. Tallick climbed below her, his breath tight but steady. The shaft opened into a corridor, wide enough for 2 men to walk abreast, its walls carved with more dead glyphs. A single torch burned at the far end, and beyond it, Thalwen heard voices. She pressed herself against the wall and moved forward. The corridor ended at a narrow balcony overlooking the main chamber of the rookery, and Thalwen stopped breathing. The chamber below was a cage, not for 1 dragon, for 20. They stood in rows, chained to iron posts driven into the floor, their heads low, their wings pinned against their bodies by harnesses of woven leather and bronze. Some were awake, their eyes tracking the movement of wardens on the floor below. Others were not. Their flanks rose and fell in shallow breaths that barely stirred the air. Between them, on a raised platform in the center of the chamber, a warden sat at a stone desk, a ledger open before him. He was writing, cataloging, classifying, and on the wall behind him, carved into the stone in letters 2 feet high, was the rookery symbol, a tower and a rookery in black stone. A bookcase sat open to the far left, and through the gap, Thalwen could see a second chamber beyond. The cell block deeper in, where the air grew colder and the silence was absolute. She moved along the balcony, counting the wardens below, committing the layout to memory, when she heard a door open on the far side of the main chamber, and a voice that made her blood turn cold. "The temperament classifications are incomplete. I want the eastern breed separated from the mountain strain before transfer. They're destabilizing each other." Thalwen knew that voice. She had heard it in the council chamber at Veldris, had watched its owner sign the seizure order that had condemned Ridgemere to ash. Warden Calvathrin stepped into the torchlight, a leather case tucked under his arm, his gray hair slicked back, his bronze sigil gleaming at his collar. He was alive. He was here. And he was giving orders. Chapter 66. The voice belonged to Calvathrin, but the man who followed him into the torchlight was not a warden Thalwen recognized. He was lean where Vethrin was broad, gray-haired where Vethrin was dark, and he moved with the quiet economy of someone who had spent years reading stone instead of commanding men. His collar bore no bronze sigil. His coat was plain, unmarked, the wool worn thin at the elbows. He carried a leather case tucked under his arm, and when he stopped beside Vethrin's desk, he set it down with the careful precision of a man handling something fragile. "The northern batch is stable," he said, "but the mountain strain will not hold much longer. They were never meant for this close confinement." Vethrin grunted. "Then move them faster." "I am moving them as fast as the transfers allow." The man's voice was calm, measured, the tone of someone who had long ago learned that argument was useless, but habit was hard to break. "If you want the chain intact, you will give me the eastern breeds for the next window. The sea route can take 15, but only if we stagger the loads." "Do it." The man nodded and turned toward the deeper chamber. The torchlight caught his face, and Thalwen's breath stopped. She knew that face. She had seen it in fragments, in the burning archive at Ridgemere, in the smoke-thick corridors where a voice had urged her to move, to run, to survive. The man who had pressed root marks into her palms and sealed her memory with glyphcraft he should not have been able to use. Kalis Varn. She did not realize she had moved until Tallick's hand clamped around her wrist, anchoring her to the balcony. Thalwen. She heard him through the roll in her ears, felt his grip, urgent and steady, but her eyes would not leave the man below. The man who had been dead, who should have been dead, who had altered her maps, who had known. Kalis Varn paused at the edge of the torchlight, his head tilting as if he had heard something in the stone. Then he looked up, directly at the balcony, directly at her. He did not call out, did not raise an alarm. He simply stood there, watching her with an expression she could not read, while Cartographer continued writing at the desk, oblivious. Then Kalis Varn raised his hand, a single gesture. Wait. He turned and walked into the deeper chamber, disappearing through the gap between the bookshelves. Thalwen's pulse hammered, her glyph burned. He saw me. He knows. Tallick's grip tightened. We need to go. Now. No. She shook him off. He is the one. The surviving warden. He knows the full chain. And he just told me to wait. But I am not leaving until I know what he knows. She moved along the balcony before she could think better of it, her boots silent on the stone, her hand finding the grip of the blade at her belt. The corridor that led from the balcony angled down, curving into the deeper chamber where Kalis had disappeared. The air grew colder. The glyphs on the walls changed. They were older here, deeper cut. Some of them still glowed, faint and amber like embers buried in ash. Thalwen followed them. The corridor opened into a small room, no larger than a cell, its walls lined with shelves of leather-bound ledgers and rolled parchment. A single candle burned on a table at the center, and beside it sat Kalis Varn, his hands folded on the wood, waiting. He looked older than she remembered, older than the fragment in her dream. But the eyes were the same. Gray, steady, carrying a weight that had nothing to do with age. He did not rise when she entered, did not reach for a weapon. Thalwen Orryn, he said. I wondered when you would find me. You sealed my memory. Yes. You altered my folio maps. Yes. You built the rookeries. No. His voice sharpened. I did not build them. I documented them. I preserved the locations so that when the right witness found the chain, she would know exactly where to strike. Thalwen's hand stayed on her blade. That is not how it looks from here. It never does. He leaned back, the candlelight shifting across his face. I worked at Ridgemere for 18 years. I watched the archival system become a weapon. I watched Lyra Valdris plant testimony into a woman who did not even know she was carrying it. He paused. I was the one who sealed it. Pressed the root marks into your palms while you were unconscious and burning with smoke inhalation. Did the work before your body had even pooled. Her stomach turned. Why? Because you were the only one who could survive the extraction. You were young, strong, and you did not belong to any house or faction. You were a cartographer with no political ties and a memory that had not yet learned to protect itself. He met her eyes. I needed a vessel that would not break before the truth could be delivered. And Corvath? Kalis's expression flickered, something like regret. I did not expect him. I knew even Merrick had filed a warning before Ridgemere fell, and I knew his dragon had survived, but I assumed the bond was broken, that Corvath would fly to some remote canyon and die alone. Instead, he found me. Instead, he found you. Kalis's voice dropped, and the bond formed against everything I understood about glyphcraft. That was not in the design. That changed everything. Thalwen heard Tallick enter the room behind her, felt his presence at her shoulder. You have been running the rookeries, Tallick said, his tone flat. Caligawing prisoners, classifying them for transfer. I have been keeping them alive. Kalis's voice hardened. If I had refused, someone else would have taken my place. Someone who would have worked faster and cared less. I stayed because I could slow the transfers, mislabel the classifications, redirect the most vulnerable dragons to secondary holding points where the wardens are sympathetic. And the signal flare? Kalis held her gaze. That was me. I fired it from the North Cliff 3 days ago when I saw your approach pattern. I wanted you to know I had seen you, that I was ready. He reached into his coat and drew out a folded sheet of parchment, creased and worn at the edges. He slid it across the table. The full black rookery chain. All 73 locations, coordinates, holding capacities, and the names of the wardens stationed at each one. It is the only complete copy. Thalwen stared at the parchment. I am giving you this, Kalis said, because I know you will not trust me. You should not. I sealed your memory without your consent. I altered your maps. I made you a vessel for a truth you never asked to carry." He paused. "But that truth is the only weapon that will bring Osrath down, and you are the only one who can wield it." Thalwen's hand hovered over the parchment. Every instinct told her to take it, to burn it, to leave this room and never look back, but she could not move. "He made me a vessel. He made me forget." And then, from somewhere deep in the rookery, an alarm bell began to ring. Chapter 67. The alarm bell rang. Thalwen's hand closed over the parchment before she decided to take it. The folded sheet was warm, creased at every seam, as if Kalis had carried it against his chest for months. "You said you wanted me to find you," she said. "You fired the flare. You left the trail." She did not look away from his gray eyes. "What happens now?" Kalis rose slowly, the candlelight catching the hollows under his cheekbones. He looked like a man who had not slept properly in years. "Now the alarm tells me Kelvethrin has discovered the balcony you came through, or that one of my mislabeled transfers has been noticed, or that a routine count came up short." He said it without panic, as if listing weather patterns. "It does not matter which. What matters is that we have minutes, not hours, before this chamber is sealed and searched." Tallick stepped past Thalwen, his wounded shoulder braced against the doorframe. His voice was low and cold. "You sealed her memory, altered her maps, made her carry testimony she never agreed to hold." He was not shouting. That made it worse. "And you expect her to walk out of here carrying your chain of prisons like it is a gift?" "I expect her to use it," Kalis said. "You turned her into a ledger. I turned her into the only surviving record of Ridgemere's destruction." Kalis's voice did not rise, but something in it sharpened, like a blade finding its edge. "Lyra Valdris chose her before I did. I merely ensured the choice would not be wasted. Do you think I wanted to carve root marks into an unconscious woman's palms? Do you think I wanted to stand in that smoke and decide who would carry the truth and who would be left to burn?" Tallick's hand went to his belt knife. Thalwen moved between them before she knew she had done it. Her shoulder pressed against Tallick's chest, her palm flat against the stained leather of his coat. "Not here," she said. "Not now." Tallick's jaw worked, but he did not draw. The bell kept ringing. Somewhere above, boots pounded stone, and a voice shouted orders that were swallowed by the cavern's echo. Kalis watched them both with an expression Thalwen could not name. Not triumph, not regret, something closer to exhaustion. "I have spent 3 years inside this rookery," he said, "cataloging prisoners, falsifying classifications, slowing every transfer I could redirect to a sympathetic warden in the outer chain. I have kept 43 dragons alive who were scheduled for the breaking yards. 43. He held up his hand, fingers splayed. "That is the cost of my method, and I would pay it again." "You do not get to count lives you saved as credit for the ones you stole," Thalwen said. "No." Kalis met her eyes. "I do not. But I also do not get to pretend that clean hands would have saved anyone. I made myself useful to Osrath so that I could be dangerous to him later. That is the only kind of resistance that survives inside these walls." The boots were closer now. The shouting had resolved into distinct voices, one of them, Kelvethrin's, barking orders for the eastern corridor. Thalwen looked down at the parchment in her hand. 73 locations, coordinates, holding capacities, warden names, the complete anatomy of Osrath's prison network. "Kalis." She said his name like she was testing the weight of it. "If I take this chain, if I use it, what happens to you?" He almost smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "I become the warden who lost the master copy. I become a liability. I become a corpse if Kill finds me before I can reach the sea door." "And if I leave you here?" "Then I continue my work. I mislabel another 20 dragons. I redirect another shipment. And when Ostat Ispale finally falls, I will be standing in the rubble, counting the ones I could not save." He paused. "But I will be alive, and I will still have my hands." The bell stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Thalwen folded the parchment and slid it into her coat, against the dispatches she already carried. The weight of it settled against her ribs like a second heartbeat. "We are leaving," she said. Through the sea door. Kalis nodded. I will show you. Not with us. You stay. You keep your post. You keep mislabeling and redirecting until the day comes when this chain brings an army to your gate. She held his gaze. But when that day comes, you will answer for what you did to me, to Lyra, to every witness whose memory you carved without consent. Kalis's throat moved. I know. Tallick made a sound low in his chest, something between disgust and reluctant respect. He turned toward the corridor. The sea door was a slab of rusted iron set into the far wall, half hidden behind a rack of empty ledger shelves. Kalis crossed to it and pressed his palm against a seam that looked like nothing but shadow. The lock clicked. The door swung inward on salt-rusted hinges. Cold air flooded the room. Beyond the threshold, a narrow ledge dropped toward the sound of waves against rock. Follow the ledge east, Kalis said. Half a mile, you will find a shingle beach, a fishing boat beached at the high tide mark, oars hidden under the stern seat. I keep it ready. Thalwen stepped past him onto the ledge. The wind hit her face, salt and iron and the open dark of the sea. She looked back once. Kalis stood in the doorway, the candlelight at his back, his hands at his sides. He looked older than he had in the dream. He looked like a man who had already counted his debts and knew he would never finish paying them. Thalwen, he said. She waited. The root marks I pressed into your palms. They are not only memory anchors, they are keys. He paused. If you ever need to open Ridgemere's inner vault without the engine, press your palms flat against the seal stone. Your body remembers the sequence even if your mind does not. She said nothing. She turned and followed the ledge into the dark Tallick behind her, and the sea door groaned shut, sealing Kalis back into his prison of ledgers and lies. The fishing boat was exactly where he said it would be. Thalwen found the oars under the stern seat. Tallick pushed them off the shingle beach without speaking. The waves took them, black and cold, and the rookery cliff receded into the mist until it was no more than a shadow against the fading stars. Thalwen sat in the stern, the parchment chain pressed against her ribs, and watched the prison disappear. 43 dragons, Kalis had said. That is what I saved. She did not know yet if that was a confession or a justification, but she knew one thing with absolute certainty. She was going to open every cage on that chain, and then she was going to find Orsath. Chapter 68. The boat rose on a swell, and Thalwen's hand went to the parchment pressed against her ribs. 73 locations, 20 dragons chained in this one alone. Tallick's voice came through the dark, raw with exhaustion. We cannot go back. I know. She kept her eyes on the cliff as the mist swallowed it. The alarm bell had stopped. The silence that followed was worse, a held breath before the blade fell. She thought of the dragons in their harnesses, the wardens cataloging them by breed for transfer. She thought of Kel Vethrin alive and giving orders. She thought of Kalis standing at his post, already counting the ones he could not save. Turn the boat, she said. Talad's oar went still. Thalwen, turn it. You have the chain. We take this to Senya, to the Iron Valleys, to anyone with the strength to... By the time we reach Senya, these 20 dragons will be on ships heading east. The wardens will scatter them across the chain, and I will spend the rest of my life chasing leads that are already cold. She pulled the oar from his hand. We turned the boat. The sea door was still open. Kalis stood in the threshold, his silhouette backlit by the single candle he had not extinguished. He did not look surprised to see them. The alarm will bring Kel's men to the main shaft, he said as they climbed the ledge. You have minutes, if that. Then we stop wasting them talking. Thalwen moved past him into the ledger room. The corridor beyond was empty, the bell's echoes fading into the stone. She did not know where Merrick was. She did not know if Corvath had heard the alarm and held position or broken in looking for her. She felt for him through the bond. Pain, patience, the scrape of stone against scales. He was still at the entrance, waiting. I am coming back, she sent, with a plan. His answer was wordless, a pulse of acknowledgement that carried the shape of his relief. They found Maret in the dead glyph chamber. She stood at the center of the drained circle, her hand pressed against the carved walls, her head bowed. The coerced bond had left marks on her, a tremor in her fingers, a hollow stillness behind her eyes. She looked up when Thalwen entered. "The alarm," Meret said. "Kell is sealing the outer gates. He knows someone is inside." "Then we move before he finishes." Thalwen crossed to the nearest wall and pressed her palm against the drained glyphs. They were cold, dead, their channels carved deep into the basalt but emptied of whatever power once filled them. But empty channels could be refilled. "Kalis." She did not turn. "You spent 3 years in this rookery. You know every seam, every backup circuit, every path the wardens use to keep the prisoners compliant. Can we feed power through these glyphs in reverse?" He understood before she finished the question. "You want to use the prison's own dampeners to open the cells. I want to use their system to burn every lock in this rookery at once." Kalis was already moving toward a panel set into the far wall, covered by a ledger shelf. He pulled it aside, revealing a nest of copper conduits and glyph-etched relays, their surfaces filmed with salt and dust. "The dampeners are keyed to the main circuit. If I reverse the polarity at the junction, the power will surge back through the cell locks instead of holding them closed." He looked at her. "It will also blow every warden console in the rookery. They will be blind for at least 30 seconds. 30 seconds is enough." Meret stepped forward. "The chained dragons will be disoriented. Some of them have been captive for months. They will not understand they are free. Then we make sure they understand." Thalwen turned to the door where Tallick stood, his wounded shoulder braced against the frame. "Find Corvath. Tell him to be ready to break the outer gate the moment the locks blow." Tallick's jaw tightened. He did not argue. He moved. The next minutes were a blur of copper and glyph light. Kalis worked the relays with the precision of a man who had spent years memorizing every flaw in the system. Meret positioned herself at the cell block entrance, blade drawn, watching the corridor. Thalwen stood at Kalis's shoulder, her hand on the parchment chain, her heart hammering against her ribs. "Ready?" Kalis said. "Do it." He pulled the lever. The glyphs in the walls did not ignite. They bled. Power poured through the drained channels in a reverse flood, white light surging where there had been only dead stone. The conduits screamed. The floor trembled. Somewhere deep in the rookery, a console exploded, and the alarm bell began to ring again, wild and broken. And then the cell locks opened. Thalwen heard it before she saw it, a series of deep, grinding thuds as every bolt in the rookery disengaged at once. Then, from the main chamber, the sound of chains hitting stone. The frayed dragons began to roar. "Move," Kalis said. "You have 20 seconds before Kell's men reach the override." Thalwen ran. The main chamber was chaos. Dragons were rising from their harnesses, wings spreading, shaking off the leather and bronze that had pinned them for weeks. Wardens were scattering, shouting, trying to regain control. One of the hatchlings, a pale gold with silver-veined wings, took a step toward the outer gate and stopped, blinking at the iron like it had forgotten what sky looked like. Thalwen reached the balcony and vaulted over the railing, landing hard on the stone below. "Out!" she shouted. "The gate is open! Fly!" The pale gold turned its head toward her. Its eyes were the color of ash, clouded with confusion and fear. She felt Corvath through the bond, felt his pain as he braced himself at the entrance. "Hit the gate," she sent, hard. The impact shook the rookery to its foundations. Corvath's shoulder slammed into the iron grill, and the metal screamed. He hit it again. A hinge cracked. He hit it a third time, and the gate buckled outward, the gap wide enough for a dragon to push through. The pale gold turned. It saw the breach. It saw sky. It moved. The others followed. They went through the gap like water through a broken dam, gray and bronze and copper, wings beating, claws scraping stone. Some of them fell, catching themselves at the last instant. Some of them did not look back. Thalwen stood at the center of the emptying chamber and watched them go. And then she saw it. Through the broken gate, through the gap Corvath had torn in the iron, beyond the cliff edge where the freed dragons were spiraling into the wind. Warships. 3 of them, anchoring in the bay below. Black hulls, bronze sigils flying from their masts, ranks of soldiers lining the decks, crossbows raised, waiting for the signal to fire. Osrath had not come for a single rookery. He had come for the entire chain. Thalwen's hand went to her collarbone, where the bond glyph burned hot against her skin. Corvath's voice came through the bond, steady and terrible. He knew we would come here. He has been waiting. Chapter 69. The warships fired. Not at the freed dragons, not at the rookery walls, but at the cliff itself. Iron-tipped harpoons trailing heavy chains arced across the bay and struck the basalt below the sea door. The impact shuddered through Thalwen's boots, a deep, bone-jarring shock that sent dust cascading from the ceiling above her. They are not hunting us, she realized. They are pulling the rookery down. Kalis appeared at her elbow, his gray eyes fixed on the chains as they went taut. The anchor points are below the tide line. If they drag those chains, the sea door will collapse. The entire lower level will flood within minutes. How many minutes? 10, maybe fewer. Thalwen turned and ran. The main chamber was still emptying. Freed dragons poured through the broken gate, their windbeats stirring the ash-thick air into choking clouds. Marit stood at the base of the dais, her blades still drawn, her face turned toward the gap where daylight bled through Corvath's breach. She was not looking at the escape route. She was looking at the warships. "Marit," Thalwen said, "we need to move." Marit did not turn. "Osrath is on one of those ships. I know. He will not let us leave this bay alive. Then we make sure he has no choice." Thalwen grabbed Marit's arm and pulled her toward the shaft. Marit resisted for half a second, a muscle jumping in her jaw, then followed. They climbed through the dead glyph chamber and out onto the sea ledge as the first harpoon chain groaned against the stone. The warships were closer now, their bronze sigils visible in the storm-broken light. Thalwen counted 3 hulls, 2 more in the channel beyond, and at least a dozen smaller craft pulling into formation behind them. Corvath waited at the base of the cliff path, his damaged wing folded tight against his side, his chest heaving. He had torn the outer gate open with 3 shoulder slams, and the blood from his wounds painted the stone at his feet. "The dragons are scattering," he sent. "Some of them will not make it past the ships." Thalwen looked up. The pale gold hatchling was circling above the bay, wings beating frantically, trying to find a path through the crossbow fire that arced up from the warship decks. Other dragons, older, smarter, had already climbed above the storm layer and were gone. But the hatchling was still there, still trying, still learning how not to die. "It will not survive alone," Corvath said. Thalwen's hand went to her coat pocket, where the witness shard from the names file sat cold against her ribs. She pulled it out. The stone was the size of her palm, rough-hewn, a fragment of the larger slab she had carried through Valdris and pressed onto the convocation stand. It still held the imprint of her testimony, the names read aloud, the order she had given the Leicester houses, the vote that had stripped Osrath of formal authority. She had meant to carry it as proof, as a record. But a record was useless if no one lived to read it. "Tallick," she said, "can you send a burst from a shard this small?" He was already beside her, his wounded shoulder braced, his eyes tracking the warships. "1, maybe 2, but the range will be short and I will need an open glyph to broadcast against." Thalwen looked at the broken rookery, at the dead glyphs cut into every surface of the prison below. "Kalis reversed the dampeners," she said. "The conduits are still live. If you tap into the main circuit from the balcony, can you push the burst through the rookery's own broadcast array?" Tallick was quiet for a long moment. "Yes," he said, "but doing so will draw every warden console in the chain directly to our location. They will know exactly where we are. They will know what we said. Then we make sure we say something worth hearing." She pressed the shard into his hand. "Name every rookery you have on the master chain, all 73. Name the coordinates, the wardens, the dragons held there. Name Osrath and Kelvethrin and everyone who signed the dispatches. Make sure no one can ever claim they did not know." Tallick looked at the shard, then at her, then at the warships drawing closer, their crossbows trained on the ledge. "That will take time I do not have." "Then take what time you can." He turned and limped back into the rookery, the shard clutched in his bleeding hand. Thalwen watched him go. Then she turned to face the bay. The warships had stopped firing harpoons. The chains were taut, the stone groaning under the strain. On the deck of the lead vessel, a figure stood at the rail, broad-shouldered and still, his black coat whipping in the wind. Osrath. He did not shout. He did not gesture. He simply stood there, watching her, the way a hunter watches a deer it has already cornered. He is waiting for the cliff to fall, Corvath sent. Then we do not give him the satisfaction of falling with it. From deep inside the rookery, Thalwen felt it. A pulse of glyph light, raw and urgent, surging through the dead channels Kalis had reawakened. The stone itself began to hum. Tallick had found the array. The burst hit the air like a second dawn. White light flooded across the bay, carrying the weight of 73 names, 73 locations, every prison Osrath had built, every dragon he had stolen, every crime he had buried. The light did not fade. It held, burning against the storm clouds, searing itself into the sky for every ship, every dragon, every watcher on the cliffs to see. Ostard's hand went to the rail. He did not move. And then, the first chain snapped. The rookery groaned, stone cracked, the sea door buckled, and water began to pour into the lower levels, black and hungry, swallowing the dead glyph chamber and the empty cells and the ledgers Kalis had spent 3 years falsifying. The prison was falling, and they were still standing on the ledge above it. Chapter 70. The ledge shook under Thalwen's boots as another chain snapped below. Tallick had not come back through the sea door. She turned toward the opening, and a wall of glyph light hit her in the chest, brighter than the white burst he had sent across the bay, brighter than anything the rookery had produced in years. The broadcast was still live. The names were still burning into the sky, but the stone was failing. Kalis appeared in the doorway, his gray coat streaked with dust, his face drawn tight over bones that seemed sharper than they had been an hour ago. He did not look at the warships. He looked at the rookery behind him. "The deepest holding pits," he said, "are still locked." Thalwen's hand went to her collarbone. The glyph burned steady, but she felt Corvath's pulse through the bond, harder and faster than her own. "You reversed the dampeners. Every cell should be open. Every cell on this level." Caius pointed down toward the flooded lower chambers. 3 pits below the tide line, sealed with independent circuits that were not tied to the main array. Kelvethrin designed them that way so the prison could survive the loss of its own grid. "Then we dig them out," Thalwen said. "We do not have time. The pits have their own dampener field, and it is failing. The dragons below are waking. If that field collapses while the glyphs in the dead chamber are still live, the feedback will kill everything in the lower levels before the water reaches them." Thalwen was already moving toward the door. "Show me where the circuit feeds." Kalis caught her arm. "The dampener manifold is inside the surge chamber, the same chamber whose walls are cracking because the sea door is gone. Stabilizing the field by hand means standing inside a flooded conduit while the entire rookery tries to crush you." "Then we do it fast." She tried to step past him, and Corvath moved. He did not roar. He did not spread his wings or block the doorway with his body. He simply stepped into her path and lowered his head until one gold eye, ringed in black, was level with her face. No. The single word hit the bond like a door slamming shut. Thalwen stopped. "Do not," she said. "Do this right now. You cannot reach the manifold before the surge chamber floods. I have felt the water rising. I have felt the stone bending. You would drown before your hands touched the first glyph. Then I will hold my breath. You will die." She heard the crack in his thought, the raw edge of something he had been carrying since the bridge at Valdris, since the moment she had walked into this rookery and he had stayed at the gate, bleeding, waiting, unable to follow. "I cannot watch you drown." The bond opened between them, and she felt it, the hollow ache in his chest where her death would live. The weight of Even's fire still burning in his memory, the way he had felt the bond go cold and known that the hall had taken everything. She put her hand on his jaw. "I am not Even, I know. And I am not drowning in a surge chamber while there are dragons below who will die if that field collapses. I know. Then let me go. He did not move. Behind them, Mirette stepped off the ledge. Thalwen had forgotten she was there. The woman had been so still, so hollow, standing at the edge of the broken sea door with her hands empty and her gaze fixed on the warships. But now she walked past Thalwen and Corvath both, her boots leaving dark prints on the dust-slick stone. I will do it. The words landed like hammer blows. Mirette did not look at Osrath's fleet. She did not look at the sigh where the names still burned. She looked at Kalis, and her voice was flat and clean, stripped of everything that had been broken out of her in the coerced bond's grip. I was a rider before I was his weapon. I remember what the inside of a surge chamber looks like. The dampener glyphs follow the same pattern as the ones in the dead chamber. I can read them. Kalis studied her. The field will fight you. Your bond is not whole. The resonance alone could. My bond is not whole. Merritt's voice did not waver. But I am still a rider, and I owe the bond a different ending than obedience. Thalwen stepped forward. Merritt, you do not have to. I know what I do not have to do. Merritt turned to face her. The wind caught her hair, pulling it across the scarred side of her face. She did not push it back. I spent 3 years following orders I hated because I was afraid of what would happen if I stopped. I watched my dragon learn to flinch at my voice. I watched the bond turn into a leash. And I did nothing because I believed the lie that I had no choice. She looked at the rookery. This is a choice. Kalis pulled a short iron rod from his coat, its surface etched with glyphs that glowed faintly green. He pressed it into Maret's hand. The surge chamber is 2 levels down, through the main shaft, past the dead glyph room. The manifold is behind a grate at the far wall. There are 3 primary conduits holding the lower field in place. Press the rod against each conduit until the glyph in the rod matches the glyph on the conduit. Do not stop until all 3 are matched. Maret wrapped her fingers around the rod. How long will it take? If you move fast, 3 minutes, maybe 4. And then you climb back out before the surge chamber floods completely. Maret nodded. She did not look at Thalwen. She did not look at Corvath. She walked toward the sea door, toward the dark shaft that led down into the rookery's heart, and she did not slow. Thalwen watched her go. The bond was quiet. Corvath's fear had not faded, but it had banked, settled into something he could carry without it breaking him. She felt his relief, sharp and guilty, that it was not her descending into that flooded chamber. She is right, he said. She deserves to choose the ending. Thalwen said nothing. The rookery groaned again. Stone cracked, water surged through the broken sea door, black and hungry, swallowing the ledge where Merritt had been standing a moment before. And somewhere below, deeper than the sound of collapsing stone and flooding tunnels, Thalwen heard the faint, desperate cry of dragons waking into a darkness they had not expected to survive. Chapter 71. Mirette hit the water at the bottom of the shaft before she was ready for it. The cold stole her breath. Black salt flooded her mouth, her nose, the raw edges of her lungs. She kicked, found nothing, kicked again until her boot scraped stone and she broke the surface, gasping. The surge chamber was smaller than she remembered. Or maybe she was remembering wrong. Maybe she had built it larger in her mind because the only time she had stood in one, she had been 17 and standing beside her dragon, and the world had still seemed like a place that would keep its promises. She pulled herself through the rising water toward the far wall. The grate was there, rusted, warped at one corner where something heavy had struck it from the inside. Beyond it, the manifold gleamed dull bronze, 3 conduits running vertical, each one etched with glyphs she had learned to read before she learned to sign her own name. Her hands shook as she pulled the iron rod from her belt. 3 minutes, maybe 4. The water was already at her ribs. She pressed the rod against the first conduit. Nothing. The glyph on the rod did not match the glyph on the conduit. Close, but wrong. The outer ring was inverted, the spiral turning the opposite direction. She adjusted the angle, twisted the rod a quarter turn, and felt it catch. Green light flared, the conduit groaned, stone cracked somewhere above her, and the water surged, lifting her off her feet for a moment before she found the ledge again. 1. She moved to the second conduit. The water was at her chest now, cold enough that her fingers had begun to numb. She pressed the rod. Matched. Turned. Green light. The groan of metal waking after years of disuse. 2. The third conduit sat lower than the others, half submerged. She had to crouch to reach it, had to dip her head beneath the surface, had to work blind, feeling for the glyph with her fingertips while her lungs began to burn. She found it. The glyph was different. Not damaged, not worn, but deliberately altered. A secondary pattern carved over the original, a failsafe within the failsafe. Vethrin had thought of everything. She pressed the rod against it. Nothing. She pressed harder. Nothing. The water sealed over her head. She opened her eyes into the salt dark and saw the glyph glowing faintly beneath the overlay, a shadow of what it had been, a ghost waiting to be called. She could not match it. She could not match it because the rod was keyed to the original pattern, not the override. The override was keyed to something else, something Vethrin had written in a language only he and Osrath spoke. Her lungs screamed. Her hand found the conduit, the rod, the cold iron she had promised to use. And then she felt it, not through her hands, not through the rod, through the bond, the broken, hollowed, half-dead thing that had been a leash for so long she had forgotten it could be anything else. Her dragon was listening, not in pain, not under coercion, not because she had forced the bond open with obedience and fear. Simply listening, waiting, the same way she had waited at the bottom of every ravine, every holding pen, every night when Mairead had closed her eyes and wished she could die. I am here. It was not words, it was not even a thought. It was the shape of her own grief pressing against the bond and finding, for the first time in 3 years, that it was not alone. Her dragon answered, not with pain, not with the flinch that had become their shared language, with trust, desperate, fragile, broken-winged trust, the kind that had no guarantee of being answered but offered itself anyway. The bond flared. Mairead pressed the rod against the third conduit, and the glyph that had been carved over the original flickered, wavered, and went dark. Green light flooded the chamber. The water began to move. She surfaced, gasping, coughing salt, blind with it, and felt the shift through her bones. The dampener field collapsed. The lower pits opened. Somewhere below, deeper than sound, she heard the first cry of a dragon waking into a world it had not expected to see. She dragged herself onto the ledge. The surge chamber was draining. The water pulled back through the grate, through the conduits, back into whatever deep places it had come from, leaving her shivering on wet stone with the iron rod still clutched in her hand. She had done it. She had done it. And she was still alive. And somewhere in the rookery's flooded heart, her dragon had called her name not as a command, but as a question. She smiled. Blood ran from her nose, from her ears, from the corner of her mouth. The smile turned red. She did not care. The door at the top of the shaft ground open. Light spilled down, and Thalwen's voice followed it. "Mairead!" Mairead looked up. Thalwen was there. Corvath was there. Kalis was there, his gray face etched with something that might have been respect. They had come for her. "I matched all 3, Mairead said. Her voice came out wrong, wet and ragged. "The lower pits are open. You need to get them out." Thalwen dropped to her knees at the edge of the shaft. "Are you hurt?" "Always." She let Thalwen pull him up, let herself be dragged toward the light, toward the cold air that smelled like open sky and burning ships. At the threshold, she stopped. "There is one cell." Thalwen turned. "That stood out to you?" Mairead wiped blood from her mouth. "Because it was empty. The others had dragons, all of them. But that one, the deepest cell, the one with independent circuits, its occupant was moved." A pause. "Moved where?" Mairead looked past Thalwen, past Corvath, past the rookery's shattered gate and the warships burning in the bay. "To his flagship. 3 days ago." Thalwen went still. The bond between her and Corvath tightened, a wire drawn taut. Mairead smiled again, blood on her teeth. "They did not tell me why. But I do not think the thing he moved was a dragon." The words landed like stones in still water. Thalwen's hand found the iron rod still in Mairead's grip. "Show me the cell." Mairead shook her head. I cannot. I have done what I came to do. She pressed the rod into Thalwen's palm, her fingers cold and shaking. But the cell will remember. The dampeners remember everything when you know how to ask. She looked at the rookery. And you will know how to ask, Thalwen, because you are not a key anymore. Below them, the freed dragons rose through the broken shafts, their cries splitting the dark. One cell, empty. One occupant, moved. And somewhere on Osrath's flagship 3 days ahead of them, something waited that the deepest pit had been built to hold. Chapter 72. The freed dragons rose through the broken shafts, their cries splitting the dark. Thalwen stood at the shaft threshold with the iron rod in her hand, Merritt's blood still warm on the metal. Below her, green light pulsed through the draining surge chamber, and somewhere in the rookery's collapsing heart, the last of the lower pits had opened. She could feel them, not through her eyes, through the bond, through the hollow spaces where Corvath's grief had carved channels she was only beginning to understand. The dragons rising through the dark, tasting air they had not expected to breathe, calling to one another in voices that scraped against her bones. Corvath shifted behind her, his damaged wing dragged, the membrane torn, the joint grinding with every movement. But his presence pressed against her back, solid and warm, and the bond hummed with something that was not quite hope. What was in the cell? She asked. Whiteout leaned against the wet stone, her face gray, blood still seeping from her nose. I told you. You told me what was not in it. Merritt laughed, a sound that cracked into a cough. You ask good questions. That is why you are still alive. The rookery groaned beneath them. Water surged through the broken sea door, slapping against the walls of the shaft. Somewhere below, stone shifted and fell, and the sound of it echoed like a drum. Tallick's voice came from behind them, thin and urgent. Where is Kalis? Thalwen turned. The ledge was empty. The corridor behind it was empty. The rookery's shattered gate gaped open onto the cliff path, and beyond it, the bay burned. I do not know. Senya's voice answered from the base of the path, sharp with exhaustion. We need to move. The cliff is falling. The whole ridge is going. Thalwen looked at Merritt. Can you walk? Merritt pushed off the wall, her legs held, her eyes were clear. I can walk. Good. Thalwen moved past her toward the gate, toward the cliff path, toward the bay where Osrath's flagship was pulling away through the smoke. The iron rod was still in her hand. She did not know what it could tell her, but she was going to find out. The path was chaos. Freed dragons flew overhead, silhouettes against the burning warships, their cries mingling with the crack of collapsing stone. The pale gold hatchling circled above the bay, finally finding a gap in the crossbow fire, angling toward the open sea. Senya smugglers had brought their boats to the shingle beach below. Thalwen could see them, dark figures moving through the surf, dragging survivors aboard, hauling wounded wardens and freed prisoners onto the sand. One boat was smaller than the others. One boat was pointed toward the flagship. Tallick caught up to her on the path. His shoulder was bound in fresh cloth, dark with blood, but his eyes were sharp. The transfer marks, he said. Mare told me about the cell. You recognized them? Partially. The dampeners on that cell were keyed to a specific biological signature. Not a dragon, not a human. Something engineered to hold memory. What does that mean? Tallick's face was gray in the firelight. It means the thing he moved was bred for archive work. A living container. A creature that can store testimony, witness records, the same way your maps do, the same way the witness shards do. Thalwen's hand tightened around the rod. Orrath has been building Wookrees for years, she said. What would he need a living archive for? Tallick met her eyes. To rewrite what the original said. To replace the truth with his version. The bottom of her stomach dropped out. Can he do that? If he breaks the creature's will, if he forces it to accept his testimony instead of the original, then everything the real witnesses recorded can be overwritten. The entire memory chain, the names file, the Ridgemere testimony, all of it, replaced, and no one would know the difference. Thalwen stopped walking. The bay opened before her. The flagship was a dark shape against the burning sky, pulling away through the smoke, its bronze sigil catching the firelight. It was moving fast, faster than she had expected, faster than a boat could match. Tallick's voice was quiet. If he reaches the Eastern Archives with that creature, we lose everything, not just the war, the truth. Thalwen turned to find Corvath behind her. His gold eyes were fixed on the flagship. The bond carried something she had not felt from him before. Not fear, not grief, not the cold fury she had learned to recognize. It was recognition. He knew that ship. "You have seen it before," she said. Not a question. His voice came through the bond, rough and distant. Ivanam marked it, on his last map, the ship that carried the first seized archive out of Ridgemere before the fire. Thalwen's blood went cold. "Before?" she repeated. "Not after." He watched them loaded. He could not stop them. He was already wounded. The bond carried the shape of that memory, splintered, half-formed, a man with blood in his hair watching crates disappear into a hold he would never reach. Thalwen looked at the flagship, at the creature in its hold, at the truth Osrath meant to drown. She heard her own voice, steady and quiet. "We need to board it." Tallick stared at her. "Thalwen? Didn't I say it was smart?" Senya's boat was waiting on the shingle beach. The survivors were climbing aboard, freed dragons landing on the sand, wounded prisoners being carried through the surf. Thalwen did not look back. She walked toward the boat. Corvath followed. Behind them, the rookery collapsed into the sea, stone grinding against stone, water swallowing the screams of the dead. The flagship pulled away through the smoke, and Thalwen Orryn, who had spent 3 years running from every attachment, every bond, every place that asked her to stay, climbed into a boat pointed toward the heart of Osrath's power. She did not know if she would survive, but she knew what she was carrying. The iron rod, the map of 73 rookeries, the bond that hummed in her chest like a second heartbeat, and the names file, every name, every witness, every dead voice that had trusted her to remember. The boat cut through the surf. The flagship grew larger, and somewhere in its hold, a creature bred to hold the truth was waiting for someone who knew how to ask. Chapter 73. The boat slammed against the flagship's hull before Thalwen could brace. Salt spray and firelight. The bronze sigil loomed above her, 3 times her height, bolted to the black timber like a brand. The deck was close enough to touch if she stood and reached, close enough to hear the shouts of Marines running to the rail. Corvath's voice came through the bond, sharp and clear. Now, lightning split the sky. Not a storm, not weather. The old fury she had felt in his chest at Valdris, the rage he had been banking since the bridge, since Evan's map, since the first crate was loaded onto this ship before the fire. The bolt struck the flagship's mainmast. Wood screamed. Chains parted. The mast groaned, listing, and the deck erupted into chaos. Corvath's wings beat once, hard, lifting him from the boat. His damaged wing caught the air rung, stuttered. But the lightning had bought him distance, and he used it, clawing across the deck, tearing at rigging, at the chains anchoring the forward ballista. Thalwen grabbed the hull ladder and climbed. Her palms burned. The iron rod was wedged through her belt. The names file was a weight against her ribs. She crested the rail and saw the deck. Marines in bronze sigil tabards, 20 at least, scrambling to form a line. Crossbowmen hauling their weapons toward the sky where Corvath wheeled. And along the starboard side, chained to iron rings, a line of drake handlers, hollow-eyed, their wrists raw, their faces blank. They were not soldiers. They were prisoners, chained to the work. Thalwen hit the deck running. The first Marine saw her too late. She slammed the iron rod into his throat, felt cartilage give, and kept moving. The second came at her with a blade, and she sidestepped, grabbed his wrist, used his momentum to send him into the third. They went down together. Corvath dropped onto the deck behind her. The impact cracked planks. Marines scattered. His tail swept a line of them off their feet, and he roared, sound and fury, and the bond flooding with heat, with hunger, with the need to keep her alive. The hold, he sent. Go. She went. The companionway hatch was bolted. She smashed the locking bars with the iron rod, once, twice, the glyphs on the metal flaring green with each impact. The third strike broke the bolt. She dropped into darkness. The smell hit her first. Copper and salt and something else, something organic, alive, breathing too fast in the dark. The hold was larger than she had expected, deep, ribbed with iron beams, lined with shelves. Memory canisters, hundreds of them, tacked in metal racks, sealed with warden glyphs, each one holding testimony, records, names. The archive that had been looted from Ridgemere before the fire. The truth Osrath had been hoarding for 3 years. Thalwen moved through the shelves, her fingers brushing the canisters, counting without meaning to. The bond carried Corvath's pain from above, the grind of his damaged wing, the shouts of Marines regrouping. She kept moving. At the center of the hold, the shelves opened into a cleared space. And she saw it. A young dragon, not the pale gold hatchling. This one was smaller, sleeker, its scales a deep silver gray that caught the dim light like water. It was chained to the deck, its wings pinned by iron brackets, its forelegs cuffed, and wired into a glyph array. Silver threads ran from brackets bolted into its skull, trailing across the deck, feeding into a ring of carved stone. The glyphs in the stone were alive, pulsing slow and steady, drawing something from the dragon, drawing its memory. The dragon's eyes met hers. They were not gold, not the deep amber of a bonded dragon, the fire of a creature that had chosen a rider. They were pale, milky, empty. The creature was still alive, still breathing, but the thing that made it a dragon, the memory, the will, the self, had been drained into the canisters on the shelves. Thalwen's hand tightened on the rod. Behind her, the hatch slammed shut. The lock engaged with a sound like a blade sliding home. She turned. Osrath stood at the top of the companionway, one hand on the locking bars, the other holding a lantern that cast his face in shadows. He was not breathing hard. He was not armed. He was smiling. "I knew you would come," he said. "You could not let the truth sit in someone else's hands." Thalwen did not answer. She measured the distance between them. The iron rod, the chained dragon, the closed hatch. Corvath's presence burned at the edge of the bond, distant, fighting, unable to reach her through the deck and the iron in the sea. Osrath stepped down into the hold. 73 rookeries, he said. Broadcast to half the continent. Clever, brave. But you forgot the question, Thalwen Orryn. He stopped at the edge of the glyph ring. What happens to the truth, he said, when the only remaining copy is inside a creature that can be commanded to forget? The young dragon trembled. The glyphs pulsed, and Osrath raised his hand to the locking bars on the hatch, sealing them both inside. Chapter 74. The young dragon's chest hitched, a sound like broken bellows, air moving through a throat that had forgotten how to cry. Thalwen forced herself to look at it, not at the silver threads, not at the glyphs pulsing in the stone ring, at the eyes. Those pale, milky eyes that had once been gold, that had held fire and will and the particular arrogance of every bonded dragon she had ever met. Now they held nothing. She had seen hollow things before. Empty cabins, abandoned waystations, the bodies of horses worked to death on the mountain switchbacks. She had never seen a living creature made into a vessel. The canisters lined the shelves in neat rows, warden seals on every lid, hundreds of testimonies, route records, names, and in the center of the ring, the dragon that had been drained to fill them. Thalwen. Corvath's voice came through the bond like pain through water, distant, warped by the deck and the iron and the sea between them. I cannot reach the hatch. They have bolted it from outside. She felt his rage, his fear, the grind of his damaged wing as he fought against Marines who kept coming, kept forming lines, kept forcing him toward the stern. Stay alive, she sent back. I am not done yet. Osrath moved past her, calm as a man walking his own corridor. He stopped at the edge of the glyph ring and placed his hand on the young dragon's flank. The creature did not flinch, did not react. It had forgotten how to fear. Extraordinary, is it not? Osrath said. How much a mind can hold, how easily it can be copied. Thalwen's grip tightened on the iron rod. You drained it, she said. You emptied a living dragon to fill your shelves. I preserved. Osrath's voice was soft, almost kind. The memory of Ridgemere was scattered, fractured, burning in the heads of survivors who could not agree on what they had seen. I gathered it, stabilized it, made it useful. He turned to face her. Would you rather it had been lost? Would you rather the truth of what happened at Ridgemere had been carried into graves by people who could not protect it? Thalwen felt the words land like stones in her chest, because he was not wrong about the problem, only about the answer. You are not preserving anything, she said. You are hoarding, controlling, choosing which truths survive. Osrath smiled. Yes. He said it like a confession, like a boast, like both at once. That is exactly what I am doing, and I am good at it, Thalwen Orryn. Better than anyone else in the Reaches, better than the old wardens, better than Sarakal and his dragon council, better than you. He gestured at the shelves. I can tell you the exact number of bonded riders who died at Ridgemere. I can tell you which treaty violations preceded the collapse. I can tell you the names of the wardens who sealed the vault doors from the inside, knowing they would not survive the fire. All of that is here. All of it is safe. His hand slid along the young dragon's neck. And I can tell you what none of those records contain, the one truth that matters. Who gave the order? Thalwen's breath caught. Osrath watched her, reading her face, reading the recognition that flickered there. Someone above me, he said. Someone who signed the writ. Someone whose name does not appear in any dispatch, any log, any canister on these shelves. Someone who wanted Ridgemere erased and needed a man willing to do it. He took a step toward her. I am that man. I have always been that man. And I have spent 3 years building a system that makes sure no one can ever lay that order at my feet without destroying themselves in the attempt. He stopped an arm's length away. But you already knew that. You have been chasing that name since Tallick Trail found you in the ruins of a Waystation with a dragon you did not want. Thalwen said nothing. She held the rod. She held his gaze. She held the bond open, letting Corvath's fury feed into her, letting her own steadiness feed back into him. I do not want to kill you, Osrath said. I never did. You are useful. You are precise. You read terrain the way my archivists read ledgers. You see patterns where others see stone. He tilted his head. I need someone to order the maps of the new world, to chart the routes between order and chaos, to mark where the prisons should go and where the free zones should end. Thalwen's laugh was rough and broken. You want me to be your cartographer? I want you to be my archivists of the possible, Osrath said. You would have authority over every route in the Reaches, every holding point, every transfer corridor. The maps you draw would be law. She looked at the young dragon, at the silver threads in its skull, at the canisters on the shelves. I would rather die in this hold, she said. Osrath's expression did not change. That can be arranged, he said. He raised his hand, and the young dragon's mouth opened. It was not a roar, it was not a cry. It was a sound that came from somewhere else, somewhere deeper, somewhere the creature had been taught to reach. A pulse of glyph light ran through the stone ring, and Thalwen felt something catch hold of her bond. Not Corvath, not the thread between them, something reaching through the bond, through the open channel, through the place where she and Corvath touched each other's minds. The young dragon was trying to read her. Osrath was using it to pull the testimony straight out of her living memory. Chapter 75. The young dragon's mind touched hers like a blade sliding between ribs, cold, precise, hungry. Thalwen felt the creature root through the bond's open channel, past Corvath's distant fury, past her own scrambling thoughts, reaching for the places where Ridgemere lived, where Lyra's voice still spoke, where the names were stored like stones in a riverbed. She tried to pull back, to slam the channel shut, but the silver threads pulsed and the dragon's will pressed deeper, and she felt the first memory break loose. A corridor of smoke, a door that would not open. Lyra's hand pressing her palm flat against warm stone, saying, "Remember, remember, remember, no." The word came out as a gasp. Osrath watched from the shadows, arms folded, patient. "You are fighting it," he said. "That is wise. The creature respects resistance. It tightens its grip only when you resist." Thalwen's knees buckled. She caught herself on a canister rack, and the metal burned cold through her gloves. Another memory tore free. The archive fire. Ivan Metic pulling survivors toward the eastern door, a woman screaming in a language Thalwen had never learned, the heat at her back like a living thing. "Stop," she whispered. But the dragon did not stop. It was not cruel, that was the worst part. It was obedient. It had been taught to reach and take and give what it took to the glyph ring, and it had no more will to refuse than a river had will to stop flowing. The bond between her and Corvath flared. "Hold," he sent. The word came through pain, through the grinding strain of his wing, through the rage of being trapped above while she burned below. "Hold. I am coming." "Corvath cannot reach you," Osrath said. "The hatch is bolted. The Marines have orders to hold the deck. He is strong, but he is one dragon with a failing wing and no rider to guide him." He took a step closer. "You are alone in this hold, Thalwen Orryn. The only question is how much of yourself you will let this creature take before you accept what I am offering." Thalwen's fingers found the iron rod at her belt. The young dragon's mind slid deeper, and another memory tore free. The Ridgemere vault. Lyra pressing root marks into her palms. The glyphs burning as they sealed, and Lyra's voice saying, "You will not remember this until you need it. But the marks will remember for you." The rod in Thalwen's hand was warm. She looked at it, at the glyphs etched along its length, the same patterns Marae had used to match the surge conduits, the same patterns Kalis had trusted her to carry forward. "You will not remember this until you need it." She understood. The young dragon was reaching through her bond to take her memories, but the bond was not a door that only opened one way. It was a channel, a current, and currents could be redirected. Thalwen stopped resisting. She opened herself completely, and she let the bond become a weapon. The young dragon plunged into her like a diver hitting deep water, and for one terrible second, Thalwen felt everything it was going to take. Every name, every root, every burning image of Ridgemere. Then she reached through her own open channel and caught hold of the creature's mind instead. It thrashed. The silver threads in its skull went taut, and the glyph ring around its neck flared white-hot, and Thalwen felt the dragon's panic flood through her, not a predator's panic, but a victim's. The panic of something that had been opened and emptied so many times it had forgotten it was allowed to close. "I am not here to drain you," Thalwen sent. The young dragon went still. "I am here to set you free." She pressed her paw flat against the glyph ring, and she fed the memory of Lyra Valdris into it, not the suppressed testimony, not the names file, not the routes, just Lyra, her voice, her hands pressing root marks into skin. Her last words before the smoke took her. A truth that was never meant to be sealed. The glyph ring blazed. The silver threads in the young dragon's skull began to glow, pulsing with the same light, and Thalwen felt the creature understand, not through words, through the shape of a memory that had been carried in love instead of fear. The dragon opened its mouth, and the glyph ring cracked. Osrath's calm broke. "No," he said. He lunged forward, reaching for the silver threads, for the control glyph, for anything that would let him reassert command. But the young dragon had already turned. It swung its head and caught Osrath across the chest with the edge of the cracked ring, sending him crashing into a canister rack. Metal screamed. Canisters tumbled, burst open, spilled pale dust across the deck. The silver threads in the dragon's skull snapped one by one, each break sending a pulse of glyph light through the hold, and Thalwen felt the creature's will reassemble itself in the space where obedience had been. It looked at her. Its eyes were still pale, still milky, still scarred by what had been taken, but they were clear. "Run," the dragon sent. "I will hold the fire." Thalwen did not argue. She grabbed the iron rod and drove it into the gap between the bolted hatch and the frame. The glyphs along its length blazed as the surge chamber patterns met the hold's locking mechanisms, and the metal screamed. The hatch blew inward. Corvath filled the opening. His wings were torn. His hide was black with burns and blood. His gold eyes found her in the smoke and dust, and the bond between them flared so bright it almost hurt. "I am here," he said, not through the bond, out loud, like a promise. Thalwen staggered toward him, and he lowered his head to let her climb onto his neck, and she felt the muscle of his shoulders gather beneath her as Osrath rose from the wreckage of the canister rack. Osrath's hand was bleeding. In the other hand, he held a strip of parchment, the edge of the eastern coordinates, half burned, half legible. "You think you have won," he said. Thalwen looked down at the young dragon. It had risen to its feet beside the shattered glyph ring. Its pale eyes tracked Osrath with a stillness that was not peace. It was patience. "I do not need to win," Thalwen said. "I only need to keep you from winning." Osrath's gaze flickered to the young dragon, to the cracked ring, to the canisters scattered across the deck. And then he did something Thalwen had never seen him do. He chose to retreat. He climbed the companionway ladder with his burned hand and his half-burned coordinates, and the hatch above him did not close. The Marines did not seal it. He vanished into the dark of the ship's upper deck, and the young dragon watched him go without moving. Corvath's wings beat once, the hold filled with stormlight, and Thalwen looked back at the young dragon as the flames from the broken canisters began to climb the racks, eating the archive, eating the names, eating every trace of what Osrath had stolen. "Come with us," Thalwen said. The young dragon blinked its pale, clear eyes. "I remember nothing," it said, "but I remember you." It rose on unsteady legs and followed them into the sky. Chapter 76. The flames had already found the upper racks by the time they cleared the companionway. Thalwen climbed onto Corvath's neck with the young dragon's weight pressed against her back, the creature's claws hooked into the leather of her coat, its body trembling so hard she felt it in her own teeth. Below them, the hold turned from smoke to fire, the canister racks collapsing inward like burning ribs. Corvath launched. The deck fell away and the bay opened beneath them, black water and burning wreckage, the warships scattered across the surface like wounded things. Thalwen's hands found the ridges of his spine, and she held on as the wind ripped the heat from her skin and the young dragon's claws dug deeper. "I remember," the young dragon sent. "I remember everything." The sending was not words, it was a flood. Thalwen's mind filled with faces, names, routes, testimony, the shape of 100,000 memories packed into a vessel built to hold a single mind, and the creature was not built for this. It had been emptied so many times it had forgotten how to carry weight. Now the weight was back. All of it. The dragon's body seized against her spine, and its claws raked through her coat, and Thalwen felt the creature begin to come apart from the inside. "Too many," it sent. "Too many voices, too many names. I cannot hold them. I cannot hold them." Corvath banked hard over the burning flagship and sent a pulse of steadiness through the bond. But Thalwen felt the edge in it, the exhaustion, the wing that was failing, the blood that still slicked his hide. They could not stay in the air much longer. But the young dragon could not stay anywhere at all. Its mind was a cracked vessel, and the memories Osrath had drained into canisters were pouring back through the broken glyph ring, raw and unfiltered, and the creature had no shape left to sort them. "Where," it sent, "where do I put them? Where do I put them?" Thalwen understood. The dragon was not going to survive the overload. It was going to shatter, and every stolen testimony, every name, every root Osrath had ripped from the reaches would scatter into the wind with it. Unless someone caught the pieces. She reached through the bond before she could think better of it, not toward Corvath, toward the young dragon. "Give them to me." The dragon's pale eyes locked onto hers. "You cannot carry them. You are already carrying." "I can carry more," Thalwen sent. "Give them to me." Corvath's head snapped around, his gold eyes finding her with sudden alarm. "Thalwen." "No." She did not answer him. "No," he sent again, and the word was not a suggestion, it was a wall. "You do not know what you are offering. You do not know what the weight does." "I know what happens if I do nothing," she sent back. Corvath's wings stuttered, the joint grinding audibly, and she felt the pain of it through the bond, sharp and wet. He was failing. They were all failing. The young dragon was going to shatter, and the evidence, the testimony, the truth of Ridgemere that Thalwen had been carrying for 3 years without knowing, would burn again. She had survived the Ashen Collapse. She had survived the memory seal. She had survived Osrath's extraction. She could survive carrying more. "I am not asking you to trust me," she sent to the young dragon. "I am asking you to survive." The dragon's claws loosened, and the first memory hit. A name, not hers. A woman's voice, recorded in a cell somewhere west of here, reciting coordinates into the dark. The memory slid into Thalwen's mind like a blade, thin and precise, and she felt the shape of it settle beside her own thoughts. Then another, and another. Names of wardens who had tried to resist. Routes through passes that no longer existed. The last words of a dragon who had been drained before the silver-gray one, whose voice had been pressed into a canister and shelved in the dark. Thalwen's hands went numb. The world narrowed to the flood. Corvath roared, but the sound came through the bond muffled and distant, like thunder heard from underwater. She felt him fighting to stay airborne, felt his wings screaming with every beat, but she could not pull back. The young dragon was pouring itself into her, not its own memories, everyone else's. Every mind Osrath had emptied through it, every name, every route, every suppressed witness who had been drained in the dark so their testimony could be shelved and forgotten, was flowing through the broken glyph ring and into Thalwen's skull. She tried to hold them, tried to sort them, but there were too many. They came in waves, each one carrying a face, a place, a fear, a final word. And Thalwen felt her own identity begin to fray at the edges, the line between what she remembered and what she was suddenly holding blurring. A child's voice, asking for water. A rider's last curse, spat at a closed door. A dragon's grief, raw and wordless. And beneath all of it, a thread of something older. A name she had never heard before. A name the young dragon had carried since before Ridgemere, stored so deep that even Osrath had not fagged it. The name surfaced in Thalwen's mind like a bubble rising through black water. Talvareth. The young dragon convulsed, its claws released, and Thalwen felt the creature's awareness slide away. Not dead, but reduced, emptied again. The flood finally stopped because there was nothing left to give. She was left holding everything. The world swam. The fire on the flagship below had spread to the rigging, and the warships were scattering, and Corvath was descending whether he wanted to or not, his wing giving out as the shore rushed up to meet them. Thalwen could not feel her fingers. She could not feel the bond. She could feel only the weight of 100,000 strangers living inside her skull. And one name, Talvareth. She did not know what it meant, but she knew, with a certainty that was not her own, that the name had been the whole reason the young dragon had been built. Chapter 77. The shore came up hard. Thalwen's knees buckled the moment her boots hit stone. She tasted salt and blood and something else, something that was not hers, a name that had never touched her tongue before but lived there now like a splinter under skin. Talvareth. The silver-gray dragon crumpled beside her. Its ribs heaved. Its pale eyes were open but empty, the last of its awareness draining into the space where the flood had been. Corvath landed badly. His foreleg buckled. The sound of his wing joint grinding reached her through the bond and through the air. Two identical wails of bone and tendon pushed past their limit. He did not stop moving. He crossed the wet stone and pressed his muzzle against her chest, hard enough to feel the rhythm of her heart. "Stay," he sent. Not a command, a plea. "Stay in your own mind. Do not follow them." She tried. She tried to find the walls of herself, the familiar shape of her own thoughts, the texture of a memory that belonged only to Thalwen Orryn, Cartographer, survivor, woman who did not need anyone. But the walls were gone. Every time she reached for a thought, she found a stranger's instead, a warden's last prayer, a dragonette's first and only flight, memorized and shelved. A woman's voice repeating coordinates until her throat gave out, and then repeating them again in silence, because no one would come to record them if she stopped. Thalwen opened her eyes. She had not realized she had closed them. The sky above the shore was smeared with smoke and the first pale streaks of true dawn. The flagship burned at anchor, a column of black rising like a funeral pyre for everything Osrath had stolen. Some of it was still burning. Some of it was inside her now. She felt the shape of each canister's worth, 100,000 discrete weights settling into the hollows of her skull, and she understood, with a clarity that felt like drowning, that she would never be able to sort them all. She would never forget a single one. Corvath's rough tongue scraped across her cheek, and she realized she was crying. "I am here," he sent, and the words were the same ones he had spoken aloud in the hold, but they hit differently now, because she could feel the terror beneath them. He was losing her. He could feel her edges fraying, the places where Thalwen ended and the stolen memories began, blurring like wet ink on old paper. "I am here," she sent back. It was not quite true, but she wanted it to be. The young dragon made a sound, a thin, reedy whine like a hatchling calling for warmth it could not find. Thalwen pushed herself upright, her hands finding the creature's neck, the scales cool and rough where the silver threads had been drilled in. The wounds were closing, not healed, but closed. The creature's chest hitched once, twice, and then steadied. "You carried them," Thalwen sent, and she did not know if the dragon would hear her, if there was anything left to hear. "You carried them so long you forgot you could let them go. I will hold them now. You can rest." The pale eyes blinked, once, twice, and then the dragon's head settled onto its forelegs, and its breathing slowed into the rhythm of sleep. Thalwen sat on the wet shore with 100,000 dead strangers living in her skull, a sleeping dragon beside her, and Corvath's muzzle pressed against her chest like an anchor she had not known she needed. The harbor was chaos. Warships scattered across the bay, some burning, some fleeing, some listing where the freed dragons had torn their rigging apart. Senya's smugglers pulled survivors from the surf, dragged injured riders onto the shingle beach, shouted orders that cracked through the morning like whip strikes. Thalwen watched it all from a distance, as if through a pane of clouded glass. She could feel her hands, she could feel the cold, but every time she tried to focus on the present, a voice she did not know recited a name she had never heard into the dark of her mind. Thalwen Orryn, Warden 3rd Class, Ridgemere Auxiliary Archive, recorded during the 4th hour of fire suppression. She flinched. Corvath's wing curled around her, a wall of torn membrane and scarred hide, and the voice receded. "Do not listen," he sent. "I cannot stop hearing them." "Then let me hear them too." She felt him open a channel, not wide, but deliberately, like a door cracked to let in air. And then he was there, inside the flood with her, not taking the weight, sharing it. A rider's name from the eastern reaches, a dragon's dying apology, a child's question about whether the sky would still be there when she woke up. Corvath held each one for a heartbeat, and then released it, letting it flow past both of them instead of lodging like shrapnel in Thalwen's skull. "You cannot carry them all alone," he sent. "So do not," she breathed. For the first time since the young dragon had opened itself to her, she breathed. The shore was still wet, the sky was still burning, but Thalwen was still Thalwen, and the weight inside her was shared now, and that changed everything. Hooves on stone. She looked up. Tallick was running across the shingle, his bandaged shoulder dark with fresh blood, his face gray with exhaustion and something else, something that looked like hope and horror mixed together. He stopped short when he saw the young dragon. Then he saw Thalwen's face, and his own went pale. "You took them." It was not a question. "I took them," she said. Tallick's jaw worked. He looked at the burning flagship, at the scattered warships, at the freed dragons circling above the bay, and then back at Thalwen. The coordinates. What? Osrath's eastern coordinates. The half-burned strip he retreated with. They exist nowhere but inside the archive creature and inside you now. Thalwen's blood went cold. "They were in the canisters. They were in the creature," Tallick said. "Stored before Ridgemere. The deepest memory it carried, the one Osrath was trying to retrieve when you broke the ring." She searched. She plunged into the flood inside her skull, pushing past names and roots and witness testimony, looking for something that felt different, older, buried deeper. And she found it. A sequence of landmarks and bearings pressed into the memory of a dragon that had been built to carry a single truth across years of silence. Talvareth. The name surfaced again, and Thalwen understood, with a certainty that was not entirely her own, that the eastern coordinates and the name were the same thing. A place, or a person, or something that had been hidden so long that even Orrath had not been able to find it. She opened her eyes, Tallick was watching her with the expression of a man who already knew the answer. "It is gone," she said. "The physical copy. It burned with Orrath's retreat. But you have it." She nodded. "Then we are the only ones who know where he is going." Tallick's voice was flat, but his hands were shaking. "And we are trapped on this shore with a broken dragon, a sleeping archive, and an army that will regroup before noon." Thalwen looked at the sky. The smoke was thinning, the ships were scattering, and somewhere east, Osrath was carrying a half-burned strip of coordinates toward a destination he had spent years trying to reach. She closed her eyes. The weight inside her shifted, and a door she had not known existed, buried beneath the stolen memories and the suppressed testimony and the 100,000 names, creaked open on hinges made of silence. A name emerged. Talvareth. She had never heard it before, but she knew, with a certainty that burned like a glyph in her chest, that she was about to learn exactly what it meant. Chapter 78. The sea burned. Thalwen stood at the edge of the shingle, the cold spray hitting her face, and watched Senya's plan unfold in sheets of orange flame. Pitch barges, 3 of them, drifting out of the shadow of the collapsed rookery, their hulls painted with the same tar and timber that had fueled Senya's supply runs for years. The smugglers had towed them into the harbor while the freed dragons were still rising from the broken shafts, while Osrath's warships were still turning to face the new threat from above. The first barge reached the nearest hull and caught. Flame climbed the warship's side like a living thing, spreading across the tarred rigging, catching in the furled sails. The crew scattered, some leaping into the black water, others trying to cut the anchor chain. But the barge was already wedged against the bow, and the fire was hungry. A freed dragon, its hide still wet from the rising shaft, dove through the smoke and tore the mainmast down with a single strike of its claws. The second barge struck the next ship in the line, then the third. 3 ships burning, their crews screaming, their rigging falling in ropes of fire, and Osrath's fleet began to break. Some tried to turn, some tried to hold formation, but the freed dragons were everywhere now, pouring out of the broken rookery shafts like smoke from a wound, and they did not understand retreat. They had been chained, drained, classified for transfer. They had been given numbers instead of names, and now they were free, and the ships that had held their prison guards were burning. Thalwen watched a dragon no older than the young silver gray behind her tear a ballista mount from the deck of a 4th ship and hurl it into the sea. The warship listed. The harbor was chaos. "He is there." Corvath's voice cut through the flood of noise and fire, and Thalwen turned. His wing was folded tight against his side, the joint swollen, the membrane torn. He stood at the edge of the shingle with his head raised, his gold eyes fixed on a ship at the far edge of the line, a vessel with a bronze sigil still visible on its stern, turning away from the flames. "Osrath." She saw him. A figure on the aft deck, broad-shouldered, unmoving, watching the harbor burn with the same stillness he had shown when the rookery broadcast went out. He was not fleeing. He was choosing. "We could catch him," Corvath sent. "With your wing, I could reach that ship before it clears the point." She looked at him. At the torn membrane, the grinding joint, the way he favored his right foreleg because the left could barely hold his weight. "And then what?" she said aloud. "Land on a burning deck with a wing that will not carry you off again? I would not need to leave, not if you were with me." The words hit her like a blow, not because they were desperate, because they were certain. He was willing to trap himself on that ship, with Osrath, on a vessel that might not survive the night, if it meant ending this now. "No," she said it flat. "No, we do not trade one trap for another." "Thalwen," I said no. She turned her back on the burning fleet and faced him fully, and she felt the weight of the 100,000 voices shift inside her skull, a reminder of what she carried now, what she could not afford to lose. "We have wounded allies pulling themselves out of the surf," she said. "We have a dragon who cannot remember its own name. We have a shore full of people who need shelter before Osrath's reinforcements arrive. We are not chasing him into the storm." Corvath's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. He looked past her, at the retreating ship, and she felt something move through the bond, not acceptance, but recognition. He knew she was right. He hated it. "I see him," she said quietly. "I remember him. And when we reach Talvareth, I will find him again. A promise. A fact. The ship slipped into the mist, the storm swallowed it, and then the harbor was quiet except for the crackling of burning rigging and the low groans of wounded ships settling into the dark water. Senya found her 10 minutes later, boots crunching on the wet shingle, her coat streaked with soot and something darker. "We lost 2 smugglers," she said. "The 3rd barge caught early, took the rowboat with it. I am sorry. They knew the risk." Senya looked at the burning fleet. "But we took out 4 of the line, maybe 5. The rest are running. That is more than I hoped for when I lit the first torch. Osrath is gone." "East?" "East." Senya's jaw tightened. "Then we have a head start. Not much of one, but a head start." She looked at Thalwen, at the exhausted line of her shoulders, at the young dragon sleeping in the shadow of the rocks, at Corvath standing guard with his ruined wing and his furious silence. "You look like you swallowed a ghost." "I swallowed 100,000 ghosts." Senya's expression did not change, but something in her eyes softened, just slightly. "Then we had better find you a place to put them down." She turned and walked back toward the surf, where her smugglers were pulling the last of the survivors onto the shore. Thalwen stood alone for a moment longer. The wind shifted, the smoke cleared, and in the gap she saw it. A shoreline, a dark line of trees against the gray sky, a trail that climbed into the mist, and a name rising from the depths of the stolen memories like a stone breaking the surface of still water. Tallick. She did not know what she would find there, but she knew, with a certainty that burned like the fire behind her, that she was going to find out. The young dragon stirred, its pale eyes opened, unfocused, searching, and it spoke, not in words, but in a thread of raw memory that wound through the bond and settled in Thalwen's chest like a key turning in a lock. Talus. Chapter 79. The rain stopped sometime before dawn. Thalwen sat on a slab of wet stone at the edge of the shingle, watching the gray light creep across the harbor. The fires had burned themselves out. What remained of Osrath's fleet was a scattering of black ribs and overturned hulls, smoke still curling from the waterline in thin columns that dissolved against the clouds. The shore was alive with movement. Freed dragons lay in the shallows or on the rocks beyond the tide line, their chained limbs still marked with the raw circles where restraints had been cut away. Former prisoners sat in clusters among Senya's smugglers, wrapped in blankets passed from hand to hand. Someone had built a fire in the lee of a collapsed watchtower, and the smell of boiled fish drifted across the stones. Thalwen had not slept. She had tried, once, when the sky was still dark. She had leaned against Corvath's flank and closed her eyes, and the 100,000 voices had risen like a tide, pressing against the inside of her skull until she opened them again. She did not know how long she could carry them. She did not know if there was a place heavy enough to set them down. "You are still here." Corvath's voice came through the bond, low and rough. She turned her head. He stood at the edge of the water, his torn wing folded tight against his side, his gold eyes fixed on her. "Where else would I be? You know what I mean." She did. The weight of the stolen memories was a tide that never stopped moving. Names, roots, testimonies, the last words of people who had believed the truth would survive them. She carried every one, but she was still herself, for now. A figure approached through the scattering light. Tallick, limping, his bound shoulder dark with old blood. He stopped a few paces away and studied her with the same careful attention he had given the archive vaults. "The young dragon is stirring." Thalwen rose. Talus lay in the shadow of a collapsed pier, its silver-gray hide streaked with salt and ash. Its pale eyes were open, unfocused, searching the mist above the shore. But when Thalwen knelt beside it, the dragon's gaze found hers, and something passed between them. Not words. A shape, a pressure, a memory rising from whatever remained of the creature's emptied mind, gathering itself like water finding a channel. "I remember one thing." The voice was thin, distant, like a bell ringing underwater. "One thing I was built to carry. Before the draining, before the silence, before I forgot my own name. Thalwen's breath caught. What is it? The dragon's eyes drifted to the witness stone lying on the shingle nearby, one of the portable stones Senya's people had salvaged from the harbor wreckage. Let me speak it into the network, while I still can. Senya was there in moments, her boots splashing through the shallows, her face set in the sharp lines of someone who had already calculated the cost of every second. The stone is live, she said. We pulled it from the wreck of the signal tower. It still holds the network thread. Will it reach the eastern holdings? Senya's jaw tightened. It will reach everything the network touches, including whoever is listening on the other end. Thalwen looked at Tallis. The dragon's pale eyes held hers without blinking. Do it. Senya positioned the stone at the center of a cleared stretch of shingle. Someone brought a length of copper wire, and Senya threaded it through the glyph channel on the stone's edge, connecting it to the broken tower relay. Tallis dragged itself forward. Its claws scraped against the wet stone as it positioned its muzzle above the witness stone's surface. And then it spoke. Not in sound, in memory. A single coherent thread of testimony, woven from the depths of everything it had once held, rising through the damaged channels of its mind and pouring into the stone. Thalwen felt it pass through her. The name of an eastern holding, a sequence of landmarks, a declaration, carved in the voice of the warden who had first sealed the memory, a voice Thalwen had never heard but recognized instantly as belonging to the one who had built the young dragon for exactly this purpose. Let it be known, the bearer of this testimony is Thalwen Orryn, lawful witness to the suppression of Ridgemere, carrier of the archive that was stolen and hidden. Her voice carries the weight of the dead. Her memory holds what the network was built to preserve. The stone pulsed. Once. Twice. Then the light in the glyph channels faded, and the network thread went silent. Tallis collapsed. Its head dropped to the shingle, its eyes closed, and its breath slowed to the shallow rhythm of deep, exhausted sleep. Thalwen did not move. The words hung in the air between her and the witness stone, settling into her chest like stones dropped into still water. Lawful witness. Carrier of the archive. Her voice carries the weight of the dead. Someone was speaking behind her. Senya, ordering the stone packed and the relay lines buried. Tallick, asking questions about the eastern holdings the dragon had named. She heard none of it. She was still standing on the shore, still feeling the shape of the young dragon's final, coherent act pressing against the inside of her ribs, when Corvath stepped up beside her. That was not its only purpose, he said quietly. No, it was built to deliver that message. Everything else it carried was incidental. I know. She looked at the sleeping dragon, at the 100,000 stolen memories still shifting inside her skull, at the mist that swallowed the eastern horizon where Thalwen waited, and in the silence that followed, she felt it, a pulse, thin, distant, rising through the witness stone network from somewhere beyond the fog. A reply. The stone on the shingle glowed once, a faint silver thread of light that traced the edge of the glyph channel before fading. Then the thread caught, and the stone spoke. Not in memory, in a voice Thalwen had never heard but knew instantly. Thalwen acknowledges the bearer. The door is open. Come find what waits. Chapter 80. The mist had not lifted by the time the last of the survivors gathered on the shingle. Thalwen stood apart from them, her boots anchored in the wet stone, watching the eastern horizon where the fog swallowed everything beyond the first swell of waves. The witness stone sat cold and silent beside her. The silver thread of Thalwen's reply had faded, but the shape of it still pressed against the inside of her skull. The door is open. Come find what waits. She had not spoken since the stone fell silent. Behind her, Senya's voice carried across the shore, sharp and practical, ordering the wounded counted and the salvage sorted. Someone had found coils of rope in the wreckage. Someone else was building a fire against the cliff face, though the morning held no chill. Work, movement, the things people did when they did not know what else to do. Thalwen turned. The eyrie rose above the shoreline, a broken tower that had once been a signal relay. Its upper galleries collapsed into rubble. Senya's people had already begun clearing the lower chamber, dragging fallen stone aside and rigging a canvas shelter across the gap where the door had been. Inside, lamps burned. A war council taking shape in the bones of a fallen watchpost. Tallick stood at the entrance, his bound shoulder dark with old blood, a strip of salvaged canvas clutched in his good hand. He was reading something written on it, his lips moving silently, his gray-streaked hair hanging loose across his face. He looked up as she approached. "The Eastern Holdings," he said. "The names the young one spoke into the stone. I'm trying to match them to the rookery chain." "How many?" "7, maybe 8. The coordinates overlap in places. Hard to tell which are prisons and which are supply depots. Orrath will have emptied them by the time we reach them. Probably." He folded the canvas. "But emptied does not mean clean. He leaves residue. Records. Witnesses he did not bother to kill because he assumed no one would come looking." Thalwen nodded. The weight inside her skull shifted, 100,000 voices turning in their sleep, and she pressed her palm against her temple until the motion stopped. "How long can you carry them?" Tallick asked quietly. "As long as I need to." "That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." He held her gaze for a moment longer, then nodded once and turned back to the canvas. Senya emerged from the tower, her coat streaked with ash and salt, a length of copper wire coiled over her shoulder. She stopped when she saw Thalwen and did not speak. She simply stood there, breathing hard, her weathered face carrying the exhaustion of someone who had spent the night watching her plans burn and her people die. "The relay is dead," she said. "The stone we used was the last live one in the harbor. Everything else went down with the signal tower. We do not need the network anymore." "No." Senya's voice was flat. "We needed it to send Talus's testimony. Now we need to make sure someone survives to do something with it." "We will. How?" "Osrath is a day ahead of us, maybe less, with a ship that is not on fire and a destination we only have because a half-dead dragon gave it to you in a memory fragment. We have wounded, no supplies worth mentioning, and a dragon who cannot fly." Thalwen looked past her, to where Corvath stood at the water's edge. He had not moved since the stone fell silent. His torn wing was folded tight against his flank, the damaged joint held at an angle that made her chest ache. He was watching the eastern horizon with the same fixed attention she had felt through the bond, a quiet, relentless focus that had nothing to do with hope and everything to do with resolve. "He will fly," she said. "His wing, he will fly because he has to." She looked at Senya. "And so will we." Senya's jaw tightened. She did not argue. Thalwen crossed the shingle, her boots crunching on the wet stone, and stopped beside Corvath. He did not turn. "You heard the reply. Everyone heard it." "No." He was quiet for a long moment. "I heard what it did not say." She waited. "Talvarath acknowledged you as the bearer. It said the door is open. But it did not say what waits on the other side. It did not offer help. It did not promise safety. It does not have to." He turned his head, his gold eye finding hers. "Then what are you expecting to find?" "I do not know." She let the truth settle between them. "But I know Osrath is going there, and I know whatever Talvareth is, it has been waiting for someone to carry the archive to it. That is what I was built for. That is what Talus was built to deliver. And if it is a weapon, a trap, another suppression mechanism waiting to be turned on everything we have fought for, then we will face it together." She reached out and pressed her palm against the scarred leather of his shoulder. "There is no map for this route, no warden treaty that covers what we are about to do. But I am done running toward answers someone else left for me. I am choosing this. Choose with me." He was silent. Then the bond opened, and she felt it. Not his fear, not his doubt, his certainty. "I chose you," he said. "The rest is terrain." She let her hand fall. "Then we fly at dusk." She turned and walked back toward the tower, where Tallick was still reading his canvas, and Senya was barking orders at her people, and Talus lay sleeping in the shadow of the broken relay, its pale sides rising and falling with the rhythm of breath that no longer carried the weight of silence. The morning was moving. And somewhere in the back of her skull, beneath the weight of 100,000 stolen voices, a sealed door she had not known existed shifted on its hinges. A crack of light bled through, and inside it, a name she had never heard before pressed against the darkness, waiting to be spoken.